Xia Changqing, a 22-year-old male with a penchant for the feminine, stood at the crossroads of his life, engulfed in confusion and turmoil. Should he return home to inherit the family business, or embark on an entrepreneurial journey? This was a daunting dilemma. The system has been bound. Dimension search successful. Preparing to enter. What just transpired? A multitude of questions flooded Xia Changqing's mind, and he could assure himself that he was not experiencing auditory hallucinations. As the synthesized electronic voice in his mind intoned the word one, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he swiftly lost consciousness. Just before succumbing to oblivion, a singular thought resonated in Xia Changqing's mind. Choice 1. Uphold the rights of the living. Choice 2. Establish the realm of the dead. The host is urged to make a prompt decision. Upon regaining consciousness from the abyss, these messages immediately manifested in his mind. I choose to go home, Xia Changqing fervently shouted within, yet it seemed the system that had chosen him was a cold, emotionless machine, indifferent to his mental outcry. Time's up. The host has failed to make a choice. Randomly selecting a task. Selection successful. Westeros, the land of the Iron Throne, the political epicenter of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing. Flea Bottom, the impoverished enclave of King's Landing, was a gathering place for the destitute. In this ignorant medieval world, aside from becoming a landowning noble, most people struggled in poverty, but the denizens of Flea Bottom were even more destitute. In the filthy, chaotic environment, disheveled passers-by roamed aimlessly. Even those adorned in golden robes shunned this place, let alone the noble lords. As Xia Changqing opened his eyes, he beheld the ignorance and backwardness of this world. He furrowed his brow and instinctively covered his nose, as a nauseating stench wafted through the air, nearly inducing his retching. On the narrow, muddy streets, ragged pedestrians trudged by, seemingly oblivious to the sudden appearance of Xia Changqing. Before he could unleash a tirade against the enigmatic system, an unfamiliar message surged into his consciousness. Name: Xia Changqing. Current world: Game of Thrones. Selected task: establish the realm of the dead. Skills acquired: Supersensory passive, Return of the Dead V11, Ice Spear Technique V11. With the system's notification, Xia Changqing realized he had been transported to the world of Game of Thrones, a realm rife with bloodshed and death. The White Walkers in the north had awakened, while across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen had wed the Horse Lord, embarking on her path to ascendancy. Meanwhile, the power struggles continued unabated across Westeros. Fortunate enough to be a participant, Xia Changqing felt tears welling in his heart without any means to express them. For while he was still in a state of bewilderment, the system had automatically assigned him a task: to establish the realm of the dead. This placed him squarely in the ranks of the White Walkers, sharing a common objective with the Night King. A sense of clarity began to dawn upon Xia Changqing. If he failed to complete the task, he would remain trapped in this world for eternity. In a world shrouded in ignorance and peril, where the sanctity of life is perpetually compromised. Xia Changqing was engulfed by a profound darkness at the thought of spending his existence in such desolation. The notion of forsaking his own path for the sake of the deceased resonated within him. Thus, he endeavored to forge a realm for the departed. Yet, as he surveyed the bustling life around him, despair enveloped him, leaving him uncertain of how to fulfill his daunting mission. Fortuitously, the system had surreptitiously bestowed upon him a fragment of the Night King's abilities, endowing him with newfound power. Return of the Departed V11. This skill allows the summoning of the souls of the deceased, enabling them to reclaim their corporeal forms. The departed shall obey the summoner unconditionally and retain the memories of their former lives. Note: contributing to the global warming crisis. Ice Spear Technique V11. This skill permits the conjuration of a frozen spear, which can be thrust or hurled with precision. Note: you are destined to become the next champion of the javelin. These two skills, once wielded by the Night King, had diminished in potency upon reaching Xia Changqing, yet the transformation into skills had introduced intriguing modifications to Return of the Departed. Positioned in the shadows by the roadside, Xia Changqing absorbed the myriad of information presented by the system before taking his inaugural step into this world. In an instant, the realm around him erupted into a cacophony of sound and color, a tumultuous symphony that flooded his consciousness. The system, in its remarkable capacity, had seamlessly equipped Xia Changqing with attire befitting this world and granted him fluency in its myriad tongues. Shameful traitor. Ed Stark deserves death. All traitors must perish. The fragmented, chaotic clamor of whispers and accusations invaded Xia Changqing's ears. Enhanced by superhuman perception, he discerned every word spoken in his vicinity. From the disarray of conversations, Xia Changqing deduced the narrative's progression. The absurd King Robert Baratheon had recently met an untimely demise at the tusks of a wild boar. Subsequently, Joffrey Baratheon ascended the Iron Throne, claiming kingship. However, Eddard Stark, the hand of the king and regent, vehemently contested Joffrey's legitimacy to the throne and found himself imprisoned. Indeed, Eddard was justified in his stance, alas. His integrity and compassion had led to his own undoing, endangering all from Winterfell. This upheaval constituted the most significant event currently unfolding in King's Landing. What could possibly incite greater intrigue than a prime minister's treachery? As Xia Chongqing traversed the muddy streets of Flea Bottom, he pondered the initial steps he ought to take. Perhaps Eddard Stark was a pivotal figure upon whom he could secure his foothold in this realm. However, with Eddard confined in the black cells, Xia Chongqing lacked the means to effect his liberation. He would need to seek allies. Dressed in gray garments that harmonized with the essence of this world, Xia Chongqing navigated the impoverished enclave of Flea Bottom, blending seamlessly into the shadows, unnoticed by the denizens around him. Bowing his head and stooping low, Xia Chongqing seamlessly blended into the bustling flea market, meandering through the streets while his ears stood erect, eagerly gathering a myriad of diverse information. Although the majority of this information proved to be mere detritus to Xia Chongqing, he invariably discovered nuggets of value amidst the abundance. For instance, he gleaned insights regarding gang activities within the market, tidbits about casinos and brothels, as well as whispers of intrigue circulating among the nobility. Chapter 2. The Return of the Dead. As night fell, the majority of King's Landing was enveloped in darkness, yet certain areas remained as bright as day, bustling with life. Hidden in the shadows, Xia Chongqing felt the rumble of hunger emanating from his stomach. Truth be told, he considered himself one of the more unfortunate time travelers. Not the most unfortunate, but certainly close. After an afternoon of aimless wandering, he had yet to enjoy a satisfying meal. At that moment, Xia Chongqing concealed himself in a dark corner outside a casino, his gaze fixed intently on the establishment, a glint of malice in his eyes. Beneath him lay a puddle formed from the melting ice spears he had summoned. He had tested them and found that while they were prone to melting and shattering, the tips were exceptionally sharp, capable of easily ending a life if they struck a vital spot. In such a world, Xia Chongqing had to cast aside his indecisiveness. Killing a gambler, a scoundrel, felt more justifiable than harming an ordinary person. As he patiently awaited his target, the faint light from within the casino revealed a figure stumbling toward him. The man, flushed and grinning, was humming the infamous Westerosi tune "The King Strips and the Queen Doffs Her Pants," clearly inebriated. Xia Chongqing felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Though Westeros was still basking in a prolonged summer, the air was not overly warm, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead and palms. The moment was upon him. He silently invoked the ice spear technique. A sensation of heaviness enveloped his mind, and a 30-centimeter ice shard materialized in his palm. Gripping the cold weapon, he steadied his breath and awaited the moment to spring his trap. The unfortunate soul staggered into the alley, leaning against the wall for support. After spitting on the ground and muttering to himself, he began to relieve himself, oblivious to the danger lurking behind him. Xia Chongqing approached quietly, raising the ice spear, aiming for the man's throat. A swift thrust would ensure the victim would not even have time to scream before succumbing. A voice echoed in his mind, urging him to act quickly. Yet, years of ingrained morality caused him to hesitate. He felt as though he stood at the edge of an abyss, one step away from plunging into an unfathomable void. Suddenly, the man finished and shook himself, emitting a sound that startled Xia Chongqing. In a reflexive motion, he thrust the ice spear downward. Before he could comprehend what had happened, the sharp tip had pierced the man's neck. Xia Chongqing instinctively released his grip and stepped back. The man fell forward, collapsing against the wall, his head tilting as he drew his last breath without a sound. I have killed someone with my own hands. Xia Chongqing stared at his outstretched palms, momentarily lost in shock. After an indeterminate time, he shook himself from the stupor, glancing at the lifeless body before him. Gritting his teeth, he placed his hand on the corpse's back and silently chanted, "The dead return." At that moment, an unexpected pain surged through him, as though his very essence was being siphoned away. The corpse beneath his hand began to tremble violently. A chilling wind swept through the alley, accompanied by whispers that seemed to arise from the depths of hell. He could feel the body stirring beneath his palm. To his astonishment, the once dead figure emitted a sigh before propping itself against the wall, attempting to rise. Xia Chongqing recoiled in shock, stepping back as the corpse stood upright. A sudden clarity washed over him, and he commanded, "Turn around." The body stiffened momentarily before, obeying his command, it slowly turned its head. A rigid smile plastered across its face. "I greet you, master." The corpse rasped, its voice reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. Startled, Xia Chongqing observed this newly animated being. Noting that apart from the ice shard protruding from its throat, it bore a striking resemblance to a living person. "Of course I can speak." A voice resonated within Xia Chongqing's mind. He glanced at the revived corpse, speaking cautiously, "Put your pants back on. We must leave this place. I wanted to wear them ages ago. Damn it. I have no habit of exposing myself in front of men." The realization struck him. He could hear the creature's thoughts. Despite its coarse language, Xia Changqing felt a surge of elation. The skill of resurrection was indeed formidable. Half an hour later, Xia Changqing and Maris found themselves in a room at an inn. Maris had paid for the lodging, having just made a small fortune at the casino before his untimely demise. Xia Changqing sat on the edge of the bed, while Maris fidgeted anxiously on a stool, his hand instinctively reaching for the void where his throat once was. An awkward silence settled between them. You know what happened, don't you? Xia Changqing finally broke the silence. Maris's expression shifted dramatically as he fell to his knees before Xia Changqing. Master, I understand what has transpired. I have died, and I thank you for granting me a new life. He attempted to kiss Xia Changqing's shoe. Get up first, Xia Changqing urged, unaccustomed to such displays of reverence. Maris obeyed instinctively, standing obediently before Xia Changqing. Tell me, how are you different now? Xia Changqing inquired with curiosity. After a brief exchange, Xia Changqing learned the myriad changes that had befallen Maris since his revival. Chapter 3. The Eternal Emperor Joffrey the Returned. Maris was significantly colder than a living person, his skin icy to the touch. While a normal heart would beat over 70 times a minute, Maris's heart now thudded only a few times within the same span. His sensitivity to pain was markedly diminished. When Xia Changqing pierced him again with an ice shard, Maris merely felt a slight sting. In essence, if Maris could somehow conceal the gaping hole in his throat, he would be indistinguishable from the living. However, this reality filled Maris with resentment. Master, why didn't you stab my heart instead? I could have hidden it beneath my clothing. Despite the fact that he had been slain, Maris showed no discomfort. He retained his thoughts, but was wholly subservient to Xia Changqing, muttering complaints while daring not to harbor any ill will toward him. With this newfound understanding of Maris's condition, Xia Changqing felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he had not inadvertently created a mindless wraith, solely driven by the desire to slay the living. Instead, it equated to the creation of an entirely new race, the undead. Time swiftly passed. King's Landing, the Red Keep, and the Mager's Hold were the settings of the opulent yet elegant decor of King Joffrey's chamber. At this moment, the youthful king bore a smirk of satisfaction as he stood before the bed, attended to by two handmaidens who delicately adorned him. His golden locks cascaded down, and atop his head rested a crown of gilded stag, an emblem of House Baratheon. Whispers had begun to circulate throughout the Seven Kingdoms, suggesting he was truly a Lannister. Yet none dared voice such notions in Joffrey's presence. He was clad in a scarlet knee-length robe, paired with neatly tailored black trousers, and draped over his shoulders was a cloak embroidered with the crowned stag and the roaring lion, complementing his striking visage. Joffrey felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He could hardly contain his eagerness to flaunt his status before Sansa, to revel in her flattering words, and to command the execution of her traitorous father. He delighted in witnessing the disappointment etched on Sansa's face, as it brought him immense pleasure. Today's trial must not falter. After Eddard Stark's confession, he would decree the stripping of all his titles and powers, ordering him to don the black garb and journey to the wall. His mother's nagging voice echoed in his mind, causing Joffrey to furrow his brow momentarily before quickly relaxing it, turning with a grin to gaze upon his mother. Fear not. Mother, I have it all memorized. He thought defiantly. Nay, I shall command his head to be severed. I am the king. The two then exited, boarding the carriage amidst the protective ranks of the King's Guard, departing from the Mager's Hold and heading toward the Great September of Baelor, where the trial was to unfold. Meanwhile, in the carriage behind the king, Sansa Stark, the Lady of Winterfell, sat anxiously. The procession began to move forward slowly, and as they approached the Great September, citizens from all corners of King's Landing had already gathered in the square, a dense throng awaiting the judgment of the highborn nobles. When King Joffrey descended from the carriage, a fervent cheer erupted from the crowd, their voices ringing out in unison, calling his name. Look, everyone knows who the true king is. Joffrey, filled with self-satisfaction, turned to his mother, only to find her engaged in quiet conversation with Sansa, oblivious to the spectacle. This displeased the young king, who could not refrain from shouting, Sansa. The young lady, startled from her discussion with Queen Cersei, lifted her gaze, her eyes wide and vulnerable like a fawn. Fear not, Sansa. I shall deliver a fair judgment upon your treasonous father. Thank you, your grace, Sansa replied, her eyes reflecting gratitude, which elicited another smile from the king. He envisioned the amusement on her face when he ordered the execution of her father, and his impatience grew. Soon, Eddard Stark was thrust onto the platform, escorted by a cadre of knights. I am Eddard Stark, Warden of the North and Hand of the King, he declared. He had lived for honor. Yet now he stood to sacrifice it for his daughter, facing the disdainful, gleeful, and malicious gazes of the crowd below. For the first time, he questioned the very honor he had steadfastly upheld. Recalling the agreement with Cersei, Eddard proclaimed, Today, I stand before the gods above and the mortals below to confess my treason. Ignoring the rising clamor from the crowd, He continued, I have betrayed my king, my brother Robert, and his trust. Let the 7 gods and the spirits of our ancestors bear witness that Joffrey Baratheon is the sole legitimate heir to the Iron Throne, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms. With that, he bowed his head in despair, having lost all sense of honor, unconcerned by the shouts of traitor. Kill him. That echoed from below. As long as Sansa and Arya remained safe, he would welcome death. The crowd's fervent cries ignited a fiery zeal within Joffrey. Behold, this is the will of the people. As a king who loves his subjects, how could I betray their wishes? He tightened his grip on the sword at his side, disregarding his mother's admonitions and Sansa's desperate pleas, turning instead to the executioner. My mother insists I dress Lord Eddard in black, and Lady Sansa begs me to spare her father, but that is merely the weakness of their womanly hearts. By the 7, as long as I am king, I shall never show mercy to a traitor. With excitement, King Joffrey commanded, Ser Island, behead him. The masked executioner stepped forward, unsheathing his great sword amidst the cacophony of cheers. With a swift motion, the blade arced down, grazing Eddard's neck, plunging him into eternal darkness. The crowd erupted in uproarious cheers, their voices resonating across the skies of King's Landing, as ravens took flight, and the 7 kingdoms trembled. Chapter 4. The Corpse Thief. As Eddard Stark faced judgment upon the platform, Xia Chongqing stood among the crowd below, fixated upon him. Eddard's head was severed, rolling to the ground and spraying blood across the earth. A wave of terror washed over Xia, and he instinctively turned away, unwilling to gaze upon Eddard's decapitated body. Having grown under the banner of the Red, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. Although he had seen similar scenes in films, they were glamorized, lacking the raw impact of reality. The cheers ringing in his ears sent chills down his spine. The residents of King's Landing, witnessing the execution of such a noble figure as Eddard, reveled in a malicious celebration. Lower your voice, Maris. Do not forget my instructions. Keep a close watch on Eddard Stark's corpse. Rest assured, my lord, I have already given all the necessary orders. Nothing will go awry. Maris replied with a smile that oozed servility. His recent life had been nothing short of a dream. He had gained extraordinary powers, risen within the ranks of his gang, and seized control over a faction within the flea market, reaching the pinnacle of his existence. Now, with his master targeting Eddard Stark, the thought of the former hand of the king becoming like him thrilled Maris to his core. Xia Chongqing's expression turned grave as he regarded Maris. Eddard Stark held significant implications for his impending actions, and securing the corpse was paramount. Sensing the seriousness in Xia's demeanor, Maris's smile faded, and he too adopted a serious tone. My lord, you can trust me. I will keep a vigilant watch. Xia withdrew his gaze from Maris, returning to the platform, and after a brief moment of adjustment, he managed to observe Eddard's lifeless body without flinching. On the platform, King Joffrey had departed, surrounded by knights, with Queen Cersei close behind. As for Lady Sansa, she had succumbed to grief and fainted following her father's execution. The scene was soon taken over by the gold-cloaked city watch, who retrieved Eddard's severed head, preparing to carry away his body. Due to his familiarity with the plot, Xia Chongqing was aware that Eddard Stark's head would be impaled on a spear by King Joffrey, displayed atop the castle walls, and that Sansa would be forced to witness the gruesome spectacle. While locating Eddard's severed head was not a challenge, the whereabouts of his body remained unknown to Xia Chongqing, thus necessitating Maris to keep a close watch on the gold cloaks. Maris, follow them closely, do not lose sight of them. Upon witnessing the gold cloaks carrying Eddard's corpse away, Xia Chongqing beckoned Maris to follow suit. Maris, walking alongside Xia Chongqing, was confident he would not falter. After all, the gold cloak's objective was glaringly obvious, and in obedience to Xia Chongqing's command, he had dispatched all his men. These individuals blended seamlessly into the crowd, ensuring they did not attract the attention of the gold cloaks. Xia Chongqing sensed Maris's unperturbed thoughts, but refrained from commenting, trusting Maris to execute his duties diligently. After all, Xia Chongqing possessed the power to bring him back from death, and he could just as easily allow him to perish in a most miserable fashion. Throughout this time, Xia Chongqing had witnessed the depths of darkness in this world. During Maris's ascent to power, he had already eliminated no fewer than 3 individuals. Although these 3 were later resurrected by Xia Chongqing, the harsh reality of life being as disposable as chaff profoundly impacted his spirit. Setting aside idle chatter, Xia Chongqing and Maris followed the throng, their eyes fixed on the gold cloaks bearing Eddard's corpse. After departing from the Great September of Baelor, the gold cloaks were halted by a man with a smirk lingering at the corner of his mouth. Observing the reverence with which the gold cloaks regarded this man, Xia Chongqing turned his gaze to Maris. Master, that is Peter Baelish, the master of coin. It is said that half of the brothels in King's Landing are under his control, and the women there are all exceptionally beautiful. Alas, I have never had the opportunity to witness them myself. Maris lamented with a smacking of his lips. So, this was Peter Baelish. Xia Chongqing mused internally. recognizing Baelish as a consummate schemer. The conflict between House Stark of the North and House Lannister of the West was orchestrated entirely by him. Chaos is the latter. This was a truth Baelish had always adhered to. On the streets, it was unclear what Baelish had said to the gold cloaks, but he openly handed over a coin pouch. Even from a distance, Xia Chongqing discerned that it was filled with golden dragons. The gold cloaks, swayed by the allure of gold, respectfully bowed to Baelish, and their ranks divided. One faction carried the box containing Eddard's head towards the Red Keep, while the other followed in Baelish's wake. Xia Chongqing and Maris trailed behind, witnessing the gold cloaks transferring Eddard Stark's body to Baelish's men. The once great Eddard Stark, even in death, was to be used as a pawn in another's ascent. Xia Chongqing could only speculate about Baelish's intentions for Eddard's corpse, certain it was not out of benevolence. Maris, gather our men. Tonight, we shall steal Eddard Stark's corpse. Yes, master. Maris showed no sign of dissent at Xia Chongqing's orders. Despite the perilous nature of stealing a duke's body from the master of coin, an act that could lead to decapitation or a fate worse than death. After confirming the location of Eddard Stark's remains, Xia Chongqing and Maris returned to the hideout of their faction, a den of thieves. While Maris's gang was modest in size, numbering over 20, they viewed the fearless Maris as an idol, their admiration bordering on fanaticism. Xia Chongqing remained in the shadows, accompanied by the three individuals resurrected through his power. They harbored jealousy towards Maris, yet dared not oppose Xia Chongqing's will. Under his direction, after midnight, Maris led the gang to steal Eddard's corpse from Peter Baelish. Concurrently, the three undead would procure Eddard's head displayed on the walls of the Red Keep. Due to the vigilant gold cloaks, the task of retrieving the head was fraught with danger. Thus, Xia Chongqing issued a stern command. Should any of the three sacrifice themselves, they must still bring back Eddard's head. Though even Xia Chongqing himself was uncertain how to destroy these resurrected beings. As night deepened, King S Landing succumbed to silence and darkness. A small squad of the city guard, clad in gold and yellow cloaks, stood on routine watch atop the castle walls. The commander of the city guard, Janos Slint, was of humble origins, a native of King S Landing, his father a butcher. Due to his lowly background, Janos harbored an extraordinary fervor for golden dragons. Following the lead of their commander, the gold cloaks adopted the mentality that wealth equated to power. Since the city guard owed allegiance solely to the royal family, their status was somewhat elevated. Furthermore, Janos's alignment with the Lannisters during the power struggle had granted the entire guard favor with Queen Cersei. In such conditions, the gold cloaks were less diligent about their nighttime watch, believing no one would dare approach the walls under the cover of darkness. There was little of significance besides the heads of the Northerners. At this hour, who would concern themselves with the severed heads of the North? Except for the deranged King Joffrey, no one else cared. Thus, when Xia Chongqing and his three companions stealthily approached the base of the castle walls, the guards failed to maintain a vigilant watch. With a command from Xia Chongqing, the three companions darted forth, commencing their ascent of the wall. Having witnessed Eddard's execution earlier that day, they were acutely aware of the former hand of the King's features. However, as Xia Chongqing had anticipated, their actions did not go unnoticed by the gold cloaks, and chaos erupted atop the wall. Xia Chongqing remained composed, confident that the three fearless undead would succeed in retrieving Eddard Stark's head. After an agonizing wait of mere minutes, one of them rushed back to Xia Chongqing, cradling a spherical object. Master, we succeeded. Only one had returned. Let us depart. Xia Chongqing did not inquire about the fate of the other two. He called for retreat, and the remaining two vanished into the shadows. Xia Chongqing had previously issued orders that should any of the trio be apprehended by the gold cloaks, they would divulge nothing regarding him. In the depths of the night, Commander Janos Slint was abruptly awakened, and before he could express his ire, his subordinates informed him of the theft of Eddard Stark's head. Any anger he might have felt quickly subsided as he pondered how to report this incident to King Joffrey. He had every reason to believe the king would be furious upon learning of this news. However, when the gold cloaks reported capturing two criminals, Janos breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, one could only imagine the fury that would erupt when Joffrey discovered that Eddard Stark's head had vanished the following day. In a hidden corner of the flea market, Xia Chongqing's eyes gleamed as he beheld the reassembled and complete corpse of Eddard Stark, akin to gazing upon an exquisite beauty. He felt a twinge of madness within himself. Yet, a singular question loomed ahead. Maris, Mark, can either of you assist me in reattaching Eddard Stark's head to his body? Maris and the fortunate Mark, who had narrowly escaped, exchanged glances, both inhaling sharply. While, in a sense, they had already crossed the threshold of death, the task of stitching a man's head back onto his body left them at a loss. However, under the coercive command of Xia Chongqing, the two resurrected souls suppressed their nausea and discomfort, using a simple needle and thread to unite Eddard Stark's head with his body. The fact that he could return from the dead was a significant miracle. Surely, the Duke Eddard Stark would not take issue with this? Xia Chongqing gazed at the grotesque stitches, unsure to whom he was speaking. Maris and Mark nodded in agreement, recognizing their lack of expertise. Achieving this level of stitching was commendable enough, and they preferred not to be further challenged. With a sigh, Xia Chongqing placed his hand upon Eddard's form. The gold-robed men were scouring King's Landing in search of the traitor's accomplices, leaving him little time to linger. Silently, he chanted, "Return of the dead." A whisper, seemingly from the depths of hell, reverberated within the dimly lit basement, which had become a site for the dark arts. Even though this was not their first encounter with such a scene, an undeniable chill surged through Maris and Mark. As Xia Chongqing's mental energy waned, the corpse beneath his palm began to convulse violently. Having experienced this before, Xia Chongqing remained unfazed, calmly releasing his grip and awaiting Eddard Stark's awakening. The skill of resurrection activated successfully. With a jolt, the once cold body of Eddard Stark abruptly sat upright on the bed. He exhaled a long, labored breath. "Am I still alive?" The moment he spoke, Eddard was startled by the raspy, somber tone of his own voice, as if it belonged to a corpse. "Welcome back from the abyss, Duke Eddard Stark. Indeed, I have perished. Have you brought me back to life?" Eddard articulated each word slowly, his tone questioning. Yet his eyes reflected an understanding of his current predicament. Eddard rose from the bed and stood upon the floor, resembling a newly walking infant, hesitantly taking steps while his stiff arms brushed against the grotesque stitches adorning his neck. Then, under the expectant gazes of Maris and Mark, Eddard gradually knelt beside Xia Chongqing. "I greet my master." Though Eddard internally regarded Xia Chongqing as an evil sorcerer, employing wicked dark magic merely to compel his obedience, the chains of servitude etched deep within his soul compelled him, once the former Prime Minister, Guardian of the North, and Duke of Winterfell, to kneel before Xia Chongqing. Xia Chongqing, unconcerned with Eddard's inner thoughts, felt satisfaction with the outcome. With Eddard at his side, the North was as good as his. Chapter 6. The Frightened Littlefinger King's Landing. The Flea Bottom. Rumors swirled outside. Some claimed Eddard Stark had left behind a contingency plan, though he never anticipated his untimely demise. Yet, this very contingency had reclaimed Eddard's corpse. King Joffrey, a once great ruler, raged within the Maegor's holdfast, taking his frustrations out on the unfortunate Sansa Stark. Meanwhile, both Robb Stark, the young wolf, and Tywin Lannister received word of Eddard's execution. The flames of war between the North and the West grew ever more fierce. Eddard Stark, now resurrected, yearned to return to the North, yet he found himself no longer in control of his own will, and Sansa remained under Joffrey's dominion. Eddard could not bear the thought of Sansa marrying Joffrey. In a hidden chamber of the Flea Bottom, Eddard looked at Xia Chongqing with pleading eyes, hoping to escape King's Landing with Sansa. This was a point of contention for Xia Chongqing. King's Landing had become a perilous place, with gold-robed soldiers scouring the streets for the thief who dared to steal Eddard's remains. Xia Chongqing believed that every moment spent in King's Landing increased their danger. It would be wiser to depart swiftly. Once outside the city, they would be free to roam like fish in the sea or birds in the sky. Yet, upon seeing the plea in Eddard's gaze, Xia Chongqing's heart softened. In his grand design, Eddard Stark was a vital component, and the resurrected Eddard was not a mere automaton devoid of thought. He did not wish to command Eddard through sheer force. "Eddard, I shall grant your wish. However, I will not place myself in jeopardy. In times of crisis, your priority must be my safety." Caution breeds security. Eddard Stark, unable to defy Xia Chongqing's orders, had no objections. In King's Landing, chaos reigned. Due to the conflict between the North and the West, numerous ordinary people displaced by war flocked to the city, beseeching King Joffrey for aid. Having occupied the Iron Throne for a time, Joffrey gradually discovered that ruling was not as comfortable as he had envisioned. The Iron Throne, forged from countless melted swords, was still adorned with sharp points, a reminder of the many Targaryen rulers who had met their demise upon it. Sitting on the throne, Joffrey felt an overwhelming discomfort. Once more, he delegated his responsibilities to the courtiers, returning to the Maegor's holdfast, where bullying Sansa brought him far more joy than managing affairs of state. As the sun dipped below the horizon, another day came to a close. After a day of governance, the courtiers dispersed. Peter Baelish, the cunning master of coin, rubbed his temples, the usual smirk absent from his lips. Troubles were abundant. The disappearance of Eddard Stark's corpse left him in a state of dread. He was uncertain who was responsible, if it were indeed the Northerners. Did they realize they had betrayed Eddard Stark? Until this mystery was resolved, Peter found no peace in sleep or sustenance. Exiting the Red Keep, Peter appeared burdened, traversing the cobbled square and entering a narrow alleyway. Despite his myriad concerns, he could not neglect his daily task of auditing the brothels. Each establishment in King's Landing provided him with countless golden dragons, and he had made it a habit to meticulously review the accounts before resting in the very establishments that profited him. The thought of those gleaming golden dragons lightened his mood, even in the wake of Eddard's corpse's disappearance. As he neared the end of the narrow alley, Peter's pace suddenly halted, his expression turning solemn. Not far from him, a shadow clad in black robes leaned against the wall, the hooded figure's gaze directed toward him. A sense of foreboding washed over Peter. Were the Northerners seeking vengeance? Unsure, he quickly turned to flee, intending to summon the gold-robed guards. Yet, as he spun around, he felt the hair on his neck stand on end. An imposing shadow had silently crept up behind him, and before he could react, a sharp dagger was pressed effortlessly against his throat. Feeling the chill in his throat, Peter Baelish was acutely aware that a mere flick of his opponent's wrist could extinguish his life. This sense of imminent danger sent tremors coursing through his body, and he felt a wave of pain envelop him. His promising life had only just begun to flourish, and he was not yet ready to meet the gods. Please, spare me. I possess gold dragons. How many can buy my life? With these words, Peter laid forth his most formidable bargaining chip. Well aware of the allure of wealth, he believed no one could withstand the allure of gold. Even if his adversary were as unyielding as the northern men, if they remained unmoved, it would merely signify that his offer of gold was insufficient. I am Peter Baelish, and I have countless gold dragons. If you let me go, they shall all be yours. Peter escalated his offer, yet tragically, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was facing a foe who had long since departed this world. Would the dead be swayed by gold? Moreover, although the individual menacing him bore the traits of a northerner, he was no ordinary man. Lord Baelish, we meet again. A towering figure spoke, his voice grating like metal scraping against metal. As the shadow slowly removed his hood, Peter emitted a helpless groan from deep within his throat. It was indeed a White Walker. Peter trembled not with joy at the sight of an old acquaintance, but rather with terror. His eyes twitched, his teeth chattered, and he found his knees quaking, threatening to buckle beneath him. Lord Eddard? Peter gazed incredulously at the figure before him. He had envisioned numerous individuals seeking revenge for Eddard, but he never anticipated the arrival of Eddard Stark himself. Peter had always considered himself a man of audacity. After all, he had instigated Lisa to poison John Aaron. However, upon the resurrection of a dead man before him, Peter's courage was instantly extinguished. He now fervently wished this was but a nightmare, one that would swiftly pass. Chapter 7. Eddard's Revenge. Observing the intricate tapestry of emotions on Peter's face, Eddard had anticipated this reaction. A flicker of a smile threatened to grace his lips. Yet it seemed as though that ability had long since eluded him. Lord Baelish, it has been quite some time, he stated, his voice stiff as he spoke. Suddenly, before Peter could succumb to his fear, a heavy blow struck the back of his head, mercifully knocking him into unconsciousness. Perhaps, at that moment, slipping into the void of oblivion was the most fortunate occurrence for him. Lord Eddard, we mustn't linger. Our master awaits our return. The one who had delivered the blow was Maris, who spoke impatiently to Eddard. Addressing a duke in such a manner was an audacious act for someone who had once been a commoner. Eddard remained silent, unperturbed by Maris's tone. A man who had already passed from this world had little left to concern himself with. In the darkness, two dead men escorted a living one away. To dwell among the dead ultimately leads one to become like them. Peter awoke in the darkness, gasping for breath, followed by a fit of coughing spurred by fear, as though he were expelling his very lungs. Once the violent cough subsided, he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a dimly lit room, the air heavy with a foul stench characteristic of the lower districts. Before him stood three figures, their faces unveiled, allowing Peter to clearly discern their features. Two were unfamiliar to him, but the third, standing at the center, was none other than Eddard Stark. Lord Eddard. Peter's lips curled in an attempt to smile, eager to greet him and congratulate him on his miraculous return from death. However, fear constricted his throat, rendering him breathless. 7 gods. I witnessed Eddard Stark's head severed from his body. Upon seeing Peter awaken, Eddard rose from his silence and approached him, drawing a dagger from his waist. Lord Baelish. Thank you for the lesson. This is for you. Without waiting for Peter's response, Eddard plunged the blade into Peter's abdomen. Ugh! Peter gasped in agony, desperately wishing to plead for mercy. Yet Eddard's movements were relentless. He withdrew the blade and struck again. This one is for Sansa. He withdrew and struck. This one is for Arya. This one is for Jory. Eddard spoke calmly as he continued to stab Peter. In truth, by the third thrust, Peter had already succumbed to pain and terror. Nevertheless, Eddard persisted, exacting vengeance for the servants and retainers of Winterfell who had perished, an act that seemed unworthy of a duke, yet a dead man bore no title. Enough, Eddard. Xia Chongqing emerged from the shadows. Observing Eddard's serene demeanor and the lifeless Peter, whose abdomen and chest had been rendered into a horrid pulp, a shiver ran down his spine. This honest man, when roused to anger, was indeed formidable. Eddard nodded apologetically to Xia Chongqing, speaking in a calm tone. My apologies, my lord. I did not intend to trouble you. Eddard was aware of Xia Chongqing's next intentions. He felt powerless to intervene, nor did he desire to, knowing that rescuing Sansa would ultimately fall upon Peter. Xia Chongqing was unconcerned. He He merely found Peter's wretched state distasteful and, wishing to shield his eyes from such a sight, placed his hand upon Peter's head, invoking the spell of resurrection. "My lord, I have a humble request." Just as Xia Changqing began to cast his spell, Eddard spoke suddenly. "Speak," Xia Changqing replied. "I hope you can resurrect those who accompanied me to King's Landing. They are innocent souls, now dead by Cersei's command due to my actions." Xia Changqing turned to look at Eddard, his gaze complex. Eddard was indeed a compassionate man. "However, Eddard, reviving them will not benefit me. On the contrary, it could spell disaster. Joffrey will surely be vigilant with their corpses, leaving us no opportunity." Xia Changqing firmly rejected Eddard's plea. He could agree to rescue Sansa, a living soul, but would not risk himself for a multitude of the deceased. During his time in this world of power games, Xia Changqing had undergone significant changes. Eddard fell silent, standing with his hands at his sides. The room descended into silence until Peter's voice shattered the stillness. Another member joins the ranks of the undead. Lord Peter Baelish's routine accounting had not been delayed, merely arriving slightly later than usual. No one discerned any difference in Lord Peter's demeanor. Yet Peter was acutely aware of his transformation. A dead man had returned to the realm of the living, truly a malevolent sorcery, heralding a shift in the fate of the Seven Kingdoms. A smile reminiscent of his past crept upon Peter's lips, for he no longer felt the need to fear. A dead man harbored little to fear. Peter spent a sleepless night contemplating the dark sorcerer and the task assigned to him by the enigmatic Xia, to secretly escort Lady Sansa from the Red Keep without alarming anyone. Upon contemplating the arduous nature of this task, Peter Baelish felt a dull ache in his lower abdomen. "Curse that Eddard Stark," he muttered in anger. However, the task that lay before him must be completed. He had no choice but to obey the commands of the enigmatic figure, not even daring to entertain thoughts of rebellion. He perceived nothing amiss in this regard. Every individual resurrected by the enigmatic Summer Changqing would, without question, exert themselves to fulfill his commands. As he pondered his task, a particular individual came to mind, the master of intelligence, the spider, Varys. Yet, Varys was a cunning man, and Peter had no power to discreetly eliminate him and recruit him to his side. Fortunately, Peter possessed his own advantages, including the golden dragons that could help him achieve his ambitions. Chapter 8. The excitement of the undead Cobain, my lords. The influx of refugees converging upon King's Landing is increasing alarmingly. If this continues, within a fortnight, the entire city will become overcrowded. Varys initiated the latest council meeting. Held as per usual. The spider, Varys, the master of whisperers in King's Landing, was rumored to have his little birds scattered throughout the realm, possessing knowledge of all matters. While such tales may be embellished, they nonetheless underscore Varys's formidable intelligence-gathering capabilities. In his youth, he had suffered a grievous fate at the hands of black magic and lists, and no one knew how he escaped from the clutches of the sorcerer, eventually establishing an omniscient intelligence network across the narrow sea. Undeniably, Varys's talent for intelligence was innate, unmatched by any other, which is why he had been appointed as the Master of Whisperers by the Mad King himself. Having served under 3 kings, Varys's thoughts remained a mystery, and Peter's gaze fell upon him, uncertain whether this would bode well or ill. During the council, King Joffrey departed as usual shortly after arriving, leaving all matters of state to Queen Cersei and the other advisors. Recently, Joffrey had acquired a new toy and was thus less perturbed by the theft of Eddard Stark's corpse. He led his guards down to the dungeons of the Red Keep, where a laboratory had been constructed specifically for Cobain. Once a scholar from Old Town, Cobain had been expelled from the Citadel due to his obsession with human experimentation. Upon arriving in King's Landing, he joined the Blood Pact, yet that was insufficient to satisfy his experimental needs. Thus, he turned his attention to the most powerful monarch in the Seven Kingdoms. This was undoubtedly a shrewd move. The infamous King Joffrey had a particular fascination with such matters, having once, out of curiosity, dissected a mother cat to learn how many kittens she bore, much to the shock of King Robert Baratheon, who subsequently chastised him severely. Since then, Joffrey had harbored a deep-seated fear of Robert. However, with Robert now deceased, Joffrey ruled over King's Landing unchallenged, free to act as he pleased. Even after Queen Cersei had slapped him, he threatened her with the death penalty for treason. Thus, Joffrey generously had a laboratory constructed for Cobain in the dungeons of the Red Keep. He descended the staircase briskly, utterly weary of the unending matters of state, believing that visiting Cobain's experiments would bring him far more joy. Upon entering the laboratory, Cobain had been waiting for some time, fully aware that by serving the young king well, he would secure a steady stream of funding. "Master Cobain, how goes the progress of your experiments? Pray enlighten me," Joffrey exclaimed excitedly. "Your Majesty, the experiments have reached a groundbreaking milestone. Please, follow me," Cobain replied, leading the king into his laboratory. At the center of the spacious lab lay 2 beds, each secured with shackles that bound their occupants. Despite their desperate struggles, they could not free themselves. Your Majesty, this is truly an astonishing discovery. By the 7, each of them possesses remarkable vitality. I have attempted to kill them multiple times, yet have always failed. Cobain proclaimed. Cobain, I forbid you to kill them. That is a royal command. Joffrey stated, his displeasure evident. He had only just acquired these 2 exquisite playthings and could not tolerate Cobain's intentions. Your will shall be done, my liege. Cobain replied, trembling with fear. Joffrey waved his hand dismissively, indifferent to Cobain's demeanor. Show me. Cobain nodded obediently, stepping forward despite the struggles of the 2 men on the beds. He picked up a sharp scalpel from the nearby table. Your Majesty, observe. Cobain indicated, as he made a deep incision from the throat down to the abdomen of one test subject. The force of the blade split open the man's chest, exposing his internal organs, yet astonishingly, no blood flowed from the wound. Huh. Joffrey's eyes widened in excitement as he turned to his Kingsguard. Look, he has been disemboweled. Yet he still moves. The Kingsguard, despite being the most formidable knights in the 7 kingdoms, wore expressions of terror. They had never witnessed such a scene. How can anyone survive being disemboweled? Remove the gag from his mouth. I have questions for him. Joffrey commanded, showing no sign of fear as he watched the bizarre spectacle unfold, instructing his men to remove the obstruction from the subject's mouth. Once granted the freedom to speak, the man spat at Joffrey, but due to his restraints, the saliva fell back upon himself. Joffrey burst into laughter, nearly bestowing gold upon him for such audacity. Had it not been for the man's status. Peasant, reveal your identity. How can you survive in such a state? And why did you steal Eddard Stark's corpse? Joffrey demanded, filled with inquiries. However, after the spitting, the man fell silent, offering no intention of responding. Indeed, the 2 men designated as test subjects were among those dispatched by Summer Chongqing to retrieve Eddard's head. Unbeknownst to Joffrey, they had been ordered by Summer to divulge nothing regarding their mission. Thus, disappointment awaited Joffrey. In a fit of fury, Joffrey commanded Cobain to extract the man's organs. Under Joffrey's watchful gaze, Cobain systematically removed the heart, lungs, stomach, and other organs from the man's chest. Even so, the man continued to glare defiantly at Joffrey, refusing to succumb to death. At this juncture, Joffrey began to feel a twinge of fear. Such violations of the natural order were enough to instill dread. Humanity possesses an inherent reverence for the unknown. Thus, Joffrey's fear enveloped him, casting a shadow over King's Landing, leading to an intensified search by the Gold Cloaks. Chapter 9. The Spider offers the secret passage of the Red Keep. Summer Chongqing watched as the Gold Cloaks galloped past, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Their patrols had intensified once more. He increasingly believed that King's Landing was not a place for prolonged residence. Although his ability to resurrect the dead seemed formidable, it was contingent upon the strength of others. As for Xia Chongqing himself, he remained as fragile as a mere sword. A dagger could easily claim his life. It was imperative for Peter Baelish to hasten his actions and extricate Sansa sooner, thus facilitating their departure from King's Landing. Within a certain brothel, Peter burned the letter in his hand with a candle, sighing deeply. In response to the urgings from Xia Chongqing, he began to implement his plans with strict adherence. To retrieve Sansa from the Red Keep, Peter still deemed it necessary to enlist the aid of Varys, the Spider, to expedite the fulfillment of Xia Chongqing's command. Peter had no qualms about dragging Varys into the fray. Varys, upon reading the note in his hands, maintained an impassive facade, though turmoil churned within him. The note bore a singular name, Daenerys Targaryen. This name alone had caused beads of sweat to form on Varys's brow. What did Peter mean by this? Had he discerned something? What was the intention behind providing him with this note? Varys could not help but entertain wild thoughts. Such acts of treason, if revealed, could prove fatal. Though a eunuch, Varys was not ready to meet his end just yet. Thus, Varys resolved to meet with Peter. The fact that Peter had not immediately exposed the matter suggested there was still room for negotiation. It was merely a matter of whether the terms would satisfy the other party. With the assistance of a small bird, Varys easily located the brothel where Peter was that evening. The conversation he intended to have with Peter could not be known to a second party, so Varys prudently chose to go alone. Having lost his manhood at a young age, Varys had always been averse to establishments like brothels. Yet now, he found himself compelled to enter this place that filled him with distaste. Lord Varys, what a rare visitor. Have you finally decided to experience what it feels like to be a man? Peter, dismissing the surrounding courtesans, greeted him with a familiar teasing smile. Lord Baelish, you know I am a eunuch. I hope you will refrain from making jest of my condition, as it would greatly displease me. Very well, I apologize, Lord Varys. What brings you to my humble abode? Peter feigned ignorance, leaving Varys momentarily uncertain about the intentions of his counterpart. During the morning council, Lord Baelish, you handed me a note bearing the name Daenerys Targaryen. What is the meaning of this? Varys inquired softly, his hands tucked within his sleeves. He had no intention of engaging in any riddles with Peter. Such games were perilous. Nothing more than a request for you to visit my establishment, Peter sighed, his tone laden with complexity. At that moment, a sense of alarm surged within Varys. What did Peter mean? Was he deliberately ensnaring him? What was his ulterior motive? Varys's breath caught as he caught sight of a tall shadow emerging from behind the curtains. Sensing danger, Varys did not flee nor raise an alarm. Instead, he swiftly drew a small crossbow from his sleeve, prepared to fight for his life. Though small, the crossbow was lethal within 5 paces. Lord Baelish, I urge you to instruct this unfamiliar friend to remain still, Varys commanded, his aim steady upon Peter's heart. Peter appeared oblivious to the danger aimed at him, his smile unwavering, and he remained silent. My lord? Varys questioned, perplexed by Peter's demeanor. Did he believe Varys would not dare to shoot? Tilting his head slightly, Varys addressed the looming shadow, his voice steady. Stranger, I implore you to halt. Lord Baelish's life rests in your hands. His tone was overtly threatening, hoping to instill caution in the figure. The shadow paused momentarily, yet before Varys could feel reassured, it advanced. His expression darkened. He had no desire to sever ties with Peter, but the events of that evening were pushing the limits. Resolving himself, Varys adjusted his aim towards the shadow and pulled the trigger. A barely audible sound pierced the air, and the bolt flew through the room's drapery, embedding itself in the figure. Varys was certain he had struck his target, yet the figure did not falter. His hand trembled slightly. The shadow pulled aside the curtain, revealing a face as resolute as stone, with a black bolt protruding from his chest. Lord Eddard Stark. Varys gasped, his voice akin to that of a startled maiden. Eddard nodded slightly and spoke. Please, Lord Varys, proceed. What? Varys's protest had not yet escaped his lips when Eddard swiftly drew his sword. In a flash, the blade pierced through Varys's somewhat corpulent form. Among the many swordsmen of the 7 Kingdoms, Eddard Stark could still rank among the top 10, and Varys, lacking martial prowess, was no match for him. A quarter of an hour later, Varys, grimacing, touched the wound on his chest, which had yet to fully heal. Lord Baelish, you have truly put me in a dire predicament. Peter's smile remained unchanged. Welcome to the ranks of the undead, Lord Varys. Varys, his face etched with a rueful grin, glanced between the stoic Eddard Stark and the shadowy figure of Xia Chongqing, unsure of what to say. Just days prior, he had marveled at King Joffrey's capture of 2 undead, and now he found himself fortunate to be among their ranks. The twists of fate were indeed remarkable. My lord, if you wish to rescue Lady Sansa from the Red Keep, I possess a means. Varys slowly divulged a shocking secret about the Red Keep, its labyrinthine passageways, and the spider. He could go wherever he pleased. Chapter 10. The Imp. The sky was clear and cloudless. Within the Red Keep of King's Landing, a nightly tournament was underway, held in honor of the king's name day. King Joffrey reclined in the central seat, his body angled as he keenly observed the bloody combat between 2 knights. The king had a particular fondness for such spectacles. Sansa sat beside King Joffrey, her gaze vacant as she watched the fray, her expression devoid of emotion. Since her father Eddard's death, she had gradually learned to mask her feelings, to present the appropriate expression at the right moment, a vital lesson for survival within the Red Keep. As Sansa pondered, the battle reached its conclusion, and the defeated knight was sent plummeting from the battlements, stirring a flicker of concern within Sansa for the unfamiliar knight. King Joffrey, already shouting for the next combatant to step forth, soon found himself confronted by a rotund knight, delayed by his indulgence in drink. Joffrey, witnessing the knight's clumsiness, burst into laughter, commanding the gold-robed attendants to bring forth a full barrel of wine to pour into the unfortunate knight's mouth. Sansa, unable to bear the situation, wished to plead for mercy on behalf of the unfortunate knight, yet she understood that she could not do so openly, for it would only incite Joffrey's wrath further. Your Majesty, today marks your name day. It would be unwise to spill blood. Observe how beautifully Sansa articulated her thoughts, her words devoid of any plea for the pitiful knight, instead wholly focused on Joffrey's desires. To her surprise, Joffrey was quite pleased by her statement and commanded the gold cloaks to release the unfortunate, portly knight. In merely a few months, Sansa had transformed from an innocent noble maiden into someone who had learned the harsh realities of their world. One could only wonder how Eddard would feel upon witnessing this scene, whether he would rejoice or lament. The tournament continued. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures ascended the castle walls. The foremost among them stood at a height that barely reached the thigh of an average adult, with disproportionately short arms and legs, making his ascent up the castle steps appear rather comical. Yet, no one dared to laugh, for the visitor was none other than the infamous Imp of the 7 Kingdoms, Tyrion Lannister. Although the Imp was not favored by Lord Tywin, he undeniably possessed the Lannister name and bloodline, an undeniable truth recognized by the gods themselves. Thus, mocking Tyrion would equate to mocking the Lannisters and Lord Tywin. Who among the vast realm of Westeros would dare to ridicule Tywin Lannister? The Lannisters always repay their debts. And the tale of Castamere echoes throughout the Seven Kingdoms. None would dare to infringe upon Tywin's authority. Cersei harbored a deep-seated desire for Tyrion's demise, having previously attempted to orchestrate such an outcome during his childhood. Therefore, upon his arrival, her expression soured drastically, as if she had just ingested a fly. "My lady, I lament the fate of your father," Tyrion remarked. Yet, Sansa did not trust the imp or any soul within the castle, for that matter. Turning to Joffrey, she declared, "My father is a traitor, as are my mother and brother. I am wholly devoted to my beloved King Joffrey." Tyrion's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. He had not anticipated such a declaration from Sansa, which greatly surprised him. After a brief pause, he departed the battlements to attend the royal council. For he was not there for leisure. In truth, he held little affection for his sister and nephew, but he could not defy his father's will. At the council, Tyrion assertively took his place at the head of the table and presented Lord Tywin's letter of appointment. Peter Baelish, Varys, and Maester Pycelle understood well who wielded power in King's Landing. While the crown's authority ostensibly belonged to King Joffrey, everyone was acutely aware that true power resided with Lord Tywin. No dissent was expressed, as this was a matter internal to House Lannister, and all present were astute enough to comprehend the implications of Joffrey's parentage. Yet, under the weight of swords and shields, Joffrey remained the most legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms, a truth no one could deny. Among the counselors, only Cersei was vehemently opposed to Tyrion's role as Hand of the King. Following a sharp exchange of words, Tyrion learned that only one Stark remained in King's Landing. He openly scorned his sister. "There were once 3 Starks who could have exchanged for Jaime, yet due to your folly, only one remains." Though Cersei was incensed by Tyrion's jibe, she found little ground for retort. His suggestion to explain the situation to their father effectively silenced her. If Cersei feared anyone, it was undoubtedly Lord Tywin. Tyrion's inaugural council meeting as Hand of the King ended in discord due to his altercation with Cersei. After the meeting, he eagerly sought out his newly hired courtesan, Shae, relishing the feeling of returning to his first love. Unbeknownst to him, 2 individuals silently observed his departure. "My lord, what are your thoughts on the appointment of Ser Tyrion Lannister as Hand of the King?" Peter inquired, a familiar smirk gracing his lips. "I believe Lord Tyrion will prove to be a most capable hand," Varys replied, his voice soft and low, reminiscent of whispered sweet nothings. "My lord, have you heard of the events atop the Red Keep?" Peter pressed. "Speak plainly, my lord," Varys urged. Upon his arrival at the Red Keep, our esteemed Hand first sought out Lady Sansa and expressed his regrets. "What do you imply?" Peter's smirk widened. Given the Hand's apparent concern for Lady Sansa, coupled with Ser Jaime's captivity in the north, do you think he might, out of sympathy for her plight, secretly facilitate her escape from the Red Keep? "Oh?" Varys seemed intrigued, contemplating, yet those reasons alone would hardly justify the Hand's unilateral decision to release Lady Sansa. Few would believe such a notion. Varys remained skeptical. However, Peter exuded confidence. "Cersei will believe it." Chapter 11. Sansa's escape under the cloak of night. The Red Keep appeared eerily tranquil, ordinarily absent a banquet. The castle exuded an almost profound silence after dusk. The nocturnal entertainment in this world was severely lacking, and the nobility, adhering to their status, would not indulge as commoners did in gambling and revelry until dawn. Thus, the majority of noble pursuits by night typically revolved around the pleasures of the bedchamber. For instance, in Maegor's Holdfast, Lancel Lannister had already ascended to the bed of his cousin Cersei. In the absence of Jaime, Lancel, as handsome and charming as his cousin, had taken it upon himself to fulfill Cersei's desires, striving to usurp Jaime's place in her heart. Little did they know, just a wall away, a group of individuals silently traversed the secret passage, hearing Cersei's cries with crystal clarity. Should Cersei become aware of such happenings, one could only speculate whether she would feel shame enough to leap from the castle's parapets. Summer Cha-Ching remained oblivious and cared little for such matters. Indeed, the group advancing quietly through the passage was none other than Summer and his companions. After determining that Tyrion would take the blame for Sansa's disappearance, Varys led Summer and Eddard through the hidden passages into the Red Keep under the cover of night. The catacombs within the castle were labyrinthine, with secret exits concealed in every chamber, a terrifying reality known only to Varys. For Summer and Eddard, however, these passages represented a tremendous advantage, allowing them to extract Sansa from the Red Keep without detection. Varys progressed silently for a short distance. In fact, Sansa's quarters were not far from Cersei's room. Varys approached a concealed mechanism, revealing a hidden door seamlessly integrated into the wall. Gazing at the retracting door, Summer's eyes widened in astonishment. Such intricate engineering was beyond his imagination for this era. The trio passed through the hidden door, emerging into a room. It was now midnight, and all were fast asleep. Eddard parted the curtains of the bedchamber and beheld Sansa, nestled in slumber. The poor child, it seemed, only dared to reveal her fragile nature under the cloak of night. The tear stains at the corners of her eyes betrayed a strength that was merely a fade during the day. Eddard felt a wrenching pain in his heart. Though his condition had dulled his senses to suffering, witnessing his daughter's state stirred a profound ache within him. Eddard, we must hurry. A voice broke through his reverie, and he turned to see Xia Cha-ching, who reminded him of the urgency of their situation. Eddard understood well that this was not a place for linger. He removed his hood and crouched down, gently covering Sansa's mouth with his hand, shaking her softly. Startled by the unfamiliar sound, Sansa awoke to see a towering shadow before her, terror gripping her heart as she instinctively prepared to scream. Eddard's decision to muffle her was indeed prudent. Sansa, do not cry out. It is I. At the sound of that familiar voice, her instinct to scream faltered, and she gazed wide-eyed at the figure before her. How could she ever forget that beloved visage? Father! Sansa exclaimed, disbelief and overwhelming joy enveloping her as she leaped into Eddard's embrace. Sansa, we must leave this place, he whispered urgently, holding her tight. Father, can we take him with us? Sansa's voice trembled with eagerness as she peered from Eddard's embrace. Her kindness shone through. For even at this moment of escape, she remembered her maidservant who had shared in her trials, and had journeyed from Winterfell to King's Landing alongside Sansa. And after Eddard's demise, it was, and who had kept Sansa from succumbing to despair. Father, please? Sansa pressed once more, but Eddard fell silent. Casting his gaze towards Xia Cha-ching, who stood at the entrance to the secret passage. Xia nodded silently. He was no heartless man. If they left and behind, the wrath of the Red Keep would surely fall upon her when Sansa's absence was discovered, and her fate would be dire. Having received Xia's tacit approval, Eddard gently released Sansa and stepped into the outer chamber where and lay, shivering alongside other maidservants sent by Cersei. Sansa remained rooted in place, her eyes filled with both trepidation and curiosity as she regarded Xia. He offered her a friendly nod, his heart silently lamenting the burden placed upon such a young girl. No more than 13 or 14 years, amidst the perils of the Red Keep. In that moment, Xia could not help but think of Eddard's other daughter, Arya Stark, who had endured countless hardships and ultimately transformed into a faceless one. In the original tale of A Game of Thrones, it was Arya who vanquished the Night King, saving the entirety of Westeros. He pondered whether Arya would still tread the path of the faceless men under his influence. Before he could dwell further on these thoughts, Eddard returned, leading the trembling maid and into the room, accompanied by a faint scent of blood. Xia's gaze turned inquisitive as he noted the glimmer of steel. Eddard's sword had tasted blood, waking and startled the others. Eddard explained with a hint of weariness. At that moment, the young maid was already clinging to Sansa, the poor child still unable to grasp the reality of their escape. 3 had come, and now 5 would depart. Varys lowered the mechanism, sealing the hidden door with nary a trace left behind. The 5 of them stumbled forward, hastening through the Red Keep and into the tunnel, with Varys leading the way, torch in hand. Soon, they glimpsed a glimmer of starlight breaking through the tunnel, and upon emerging, Sansa realized they had left the Red Keep behind and arrived at the seaside. Master, over here. 2 figures in the distance waved their torches, signaling the group. Marys and his companion had been waiting patiently. Chapter 12. Choices on the journey. While the Red Keep was thrown into disarray upon discovering Sansa and her maid had seemingly vanished, Xia and his companions sailed upon the vast sea, heading northward. King's Landing lay centrally in Westeros, bordered by the narrow sea. The slender coastline could lead them northward to the Wall, though only a grand vessel could undertake such a journey. The small boat carrying Xia and his companions was ill-equipped for prolonged sailing. Even a minor storm could spell disaster. With only 6 aboard, the vessel felt cramped. Nestled against her father, Sansa gazed in awe at Xia, cloaked in black robes and hood. From Eddard, she had learned that Xia was an emissary of the old gods, sent to aid her father in his resurrection. The old gods were the faith of all Northerners. Sansa accepted her father's words without question. She was merely a child, and had never doubted him. Moreover, if not for divine intervention, how could Eddard have returned from death? Thus, she felt no discomfort in following Xia's lead. Shall we not first sail to Dragonstone? Our vessel cannot sustain long voyages. Dragonstone is Lord Stannis' domain, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. We could change ships there and proceed directly to White Harbor, Eddard suggested. And it was evident to all that relying on their small craft would delay their journey to the north indefinitely. No, Eddard, we shall not go to Dragonstone, Xia responded, casting a surprised glance at him. Have you forgotten what you did before your untimely demise? You publicly acknowledged Joffrey's legitimacy before the citizens of King's Landing. Stannis will not accept you now. A smile played upon Xia's lips. Even after returning to life, Eddard was clearly ill-suited for the machinations of politics. Moreover, Xia was aware that, during this period, Robb Stark had already declared himself king, a transgression Stannis could not overlook. To venture to Dragonstone now would be tantamount to courting disaster. Xia had no inclination to place himself in peril. His grand design involved utilizing the northern forces as his primary strength, resurrecting fallen soldiers as the undead on the battlefield, and sweeping across all of Westeros. Thus, Stannis was anticipated as one of his adversaries. A clash between the North and Stannis was inevitable. As Xiao pondered, he recalled that a follower of the Lord of Light, the Red Priestess Melisandre, had recently arrived on Dragonstone. Though the deities might remain unseen, their existence was indubitable, regardless of Melisandre's ability to foresee the future in flames, or her subsequent prayer to the Lord of Light that resurrected the deceased Jon Snow. These occurrences undoubtedly signify that deities can exhibit their power in Westeros. Currently, Xia Chongqing is still too weak. He dares not gamble on whether Melisandre can see through him, or whether the Lord of Light might gaze upon him through her eyes. To be observed by a deity is certainly not a pleasant experience. After all, while Xia Chongqing's objectives diverge from those of the Night King, he nonetheless poses a significant threat to the realm of the living. He does not wish to be treated as a disciple of the cold god before he has grown strong enough to defend himself. "My lord, what shall we do?" Maris inquired with a hint of worry. This was Xia Chongqing's request, to have Ed and the others address him as my lord, deeming the title of master unnecessary. Naturally, Xia Chongqing could not be overly familiar with them. Even if he wished to, Ed and the others would find it awkward. "Let us sail north for a while, then disembark and take the King's Road back to the north," Xia Chongqing decisively stated. At this moment, he was preoccupied with the thought of Arya, who should be among the Night's Watch, heading towards the wall. If they moved swiftly enough, they might catch up to her before the forces of the West capture her. "My lord, if we take the King's Road, there will likely be gold cloaks patrolling between the North and King's Landing," Ed expressed his concerns. Having once been the Duke of Winterfell and the Hand of the King, he understood the turmoil that would ensue from Sansa's sudden disappearance from the Red Keep. Joffrey would undoubtedly send the gold cloaks to scour the north. If circumstances permitted, sailing directly to White Harbor would be the ideal choice. Xia Chongqing merely shook his head, confidently asserting, "Stannis from Dragonstone and Renly from Storm's Inn both covet the Iron Throne and King's Landing. Under the threat posed by both, the city will not dispatch excessive forces to apprehend us." Ed and the others, recognizing Xia Chongqing's determination, had no choice but to comply with his orders. The small vessel carrying Xia Chongqing and his companions traversed Blackwater Bay and landed at Rosby, not far from King's Landing. The advantages of a small boat allowed them to approach the shallows without concern for grounding. However, after leaving the boat, the remaining journey had to be made on foot. This proved to be quite a trial for Xia Chongqing, who had lived a life of comfort. He had never traversed such a distance in a single day, and it felt torturous to him. Even Sansa and the little maid, Annie, fared much better than he did, causing Xia Chongqing to feel an unusual flush of embarrassment. Nevertheless, Ed and the others found this version of Xia Chongqing more approachable. After enduring blisters on his feet, the group finally reached Rosby. The news of Ed's death had spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, yet the Lannisters had kept Sansa's disappearance hushed. Thus, upon their arrival in Rosby, they encountered no gold cloaks. This alleviated Ed's worries somewhat as he traveled with his daughter, which added to his concern. Frankly, with only the few of them, if they had encountered even a small squad of gold cloaks, even with their invulnerability, they would have suffered a crushing defeat. Through their time together, Ed had discovered that apart from Xia Chongqing's necromantic abilities, he possessed no combat skills whatsoever. To put it precisely, Xia Chongqing was as weak as a fledgling warrior. Chapter 13. The King's Road. The King's Road begins in King's Landing, stretching northward through the Trident region, traversing the Neck and the Ancestors' Barrows, ultimately reaching Winterfell, and continuing from there to the Wall's Black Castle. Heading south, it extends from King's Landing all the way to Storm's End. The King's Road can be regarded as the highway of Westeros, the most renowned thoroughfare. Unfortunately, this era lacks any concrete technology, so overall, the King's Road is merely a somewhat organized dirt path. In Rosby, the group resupplied and purchased chainmail for Ed and the two primary combatants, each outfitted with long swords. Xia Chongqing followed suit. However, he found the chainmail uncomfortable, unaccustomed to donning such a heavy burden. Instead, Ed selected leather armor for Xia Chongqing, similar to Sansa's. While light, the leather could still absorb some damage. Xia Chongqing was also equipped with a longsword, giving him the appearance of an adventurer or mercenary. With plenty of gold dragons extorted from Littlefinger, they procured several horses, relying solely on foot. Xia Chongqing doubted he could reach the north before the War of the Five Kings concluded. However, it was embarrassing for him that he could not ride. Even Sansa and Annie rode independently, while Xia Chongqing had to share a mount with Ed. Observing Sansa and Annie's amused expressions, Xia Chongqing fell into a state of self-consciousness. "You bumpkins, what is so remarkable about riding horses? Have you ever driven a car? Seen an airplane?" Of course, Xia Chongqing only voiced these thoughts internally. Not wanting to quarrel with a young girl like Sansa, Ed and Maris refrained from mocking him. Thus, Xia Chongqing found himself with tasks to occupy his time. He sought Ed's guidance on writing techniques. He had no desire to endure the embarrassment of this position for too long. One focused on learning, the other on teaching. And as they turned onto the King's Road, Xia Chongqing had already grasped the basics of writing, at least managing to progress slowly atop the horse. The most spectacular aspect of the King's Road was the towering trees lining both sides, their branches interlacing, creating a verdant canopy that nearly obscured the sunlight. Rays of light filtered through the leaves, casting a magical ambience, creating a breathtaking scene. The group need not deviate from the path. As long as they continued along the King's Road, they would eventually reach Winterfell. However, Xia Chongqing remained preoccupied with Arya's circumstances, urging everyone to quicken their pace. Initially, Ed and the others had hesitated to speed up due to concerns over Xia Chongqing's writing skills, but now that he had requested it, they had no further objections and began to gallop. Once they sped up, Xia Chongqing found the experience far more exhilarating than driving. The wind whipped against his face, making it difficult to keep his eyes open wide. After a brief acceleration, he urgently requested the group to slow down. Sansa and Annie laughed even more heartily. Gradually, the number of travelers on the King's Road increased. To avoid attracting the attention of the gold cloaks, Xia Chongqing and his companions donned hoods and proceeded discreetly. Indeed, the number of gold cloaks had risen, though it remained unclear whether they were searching for Sansa or pursuing Robert's bastards. Neither scenario boded well for Xia Chongqing's party. Yet, as Xia Chongqing had surmised, King's Landing was actively preparing for conflict, and the dispatched gold cloaks were few, typically in pairs. At most in small squads of 4 or 5. For Xia Chongqing's group, this posed minimal danger. Out of caution, Xia Chongqing refrained from provoking the gold cloaks. They traveled by day, camping at the edge of the King's Road by night. In this manner, they swiftly distanced themselves from King's Landing within just a few days. On that fateful night, as Ed and his companions were setting up camp and preparing dinner, a cavalry unit suddenly galloped towards them from the distance. Clad in black armor and draped in crimson cloaks, each rider brandished a torch. By the dim light of the flames, Xia Chongqing immediately recognized them as soldiers from the Westerlands, specifically the Lannisters. The sight sparked a memory in his mind. Arya's group had been pursued by the cavalry of the Westerlands, and it was at their hands that the Night's Watchman, Euron, had met his demise. Xia Chongqing was uncertain whether these were the same cavalry that had encountered the Night's Watch, nor did he know when their paths had crossed. So he did not take any chances. He leaped down from a stump at the edge of the King's Road and shouted, "Ed, gather your things. We must follow the cavalry ahead." "What? My lord, that is the Lannister army. We can barely hide from them," Maris exclaimed, halting his work in alarm. Xia Chongqing sprinted forward and kicked Maris sharply, saying, "Stop your prattle. Did you not hear my command? Ed, forget about these items. Quickly bring the horses. We must leave." Under Xia Chongqing's firm directive, Maris had no further objections. Ed and the others quickly packed up, extinguished the fire, discarded most of their belongings, and mounted their horses, pursuing the Lannister cavalry. Aware of his own inadequate riding skills, Xia Chongqing disregarded any sense of embarrassment and allowed Ed to embrace him as they shared a mount. The night enveloped the King's Road in a deeper darkness, casting eerie shadows. Under ordinary circumstances, no one would choose to traverse this road after sunset. Thus, the cavalry from the Westerlands undoubtedly had urgent business. "My lord, you have yet to inform us of our purpose in following the Westerland cavalry. This is hardly a prudent choice. They are armed with at least 30 or 40 soldiers." Ed's voice held a hint of concern as he spoke, for he was anxious about the safety of his daughter. This thought weighed heavily on Ed's mind. Should battle ensue, despite his immortal nature, he could not simultaneously contend with foes and safeguard Sansa. Xia Chongqing smirked slightly, having sensed Ed's underlying thoughts. In this critical moment, the stout-hearted man was most concerned for the safety of his daughter. It was only natural, and Xia Chongqing bore no ill will towards Ed. "We are going to rescue your other daughter," Xia Chongqing declared. Chapter 14. The threat in the dark. The cavalry racing along the King's Road was led by the notorious Amory Lorch, a figure second only to the Mountain in infamy within the Westerlands. Amory, a landed knight, had entered the service of Lord Tywin at a young age, and during the rebellion against the Mad King, he had committed atrocities rivaling those of the Mountain. While Amory was well known in the Westerlands, few in the Seven Kingdoms had heard his name, which fueled a jealous rage within him towards the Mountain, as he took pride in his villainy. His current pursuit of the Night's Watch was rooted in King Joffrey's decree to eliminate all of the late King Robert's illegitimate children. Among those following Euron and heading towards the Wall was Gendry, one of Robert's bastards. The gold-robed Lannisters had uncovered this fact and threatened Euron to surrender Gendry. However, Euron would never submit to the gold-robed men, especially after one had suffered humiliation at his hands. Amory, en route to Harrenhal, did not mind resolving this minor inconvenience for King Joffrey. "My lord, We have discovered the trail of the Night's Watch. The scout relayed the information Amory sought. Raise the banners and slay them all. Amory licked his parched lips. After a day of relentless marching, he had finally caught up with Euron's Night's Watch. Behind Amory, the Golden Lion standard and the Scorpion banner rose, and his cavalry drew their swords, preparing their arrows. Such a commander breeds such soldiers. The men following Amory were all ruthless killers, priding themselves on their savagery. As the cavalry approached the Night's Watch encampment, Euron, the head of the Night's Watch, was no mild-mannered individual either. Grasping his sword, he stepped forward without a trace of fear. Whoosh! An arrow whistled through the air. Ugh! Euron grunted, looking down to see an arrow lodged in his chest. Amory's men showed no mercy. A second arrow struck Euron, who, despite being wounded, did not perish instantly. With a fierce roar, he charged towards the Westerland's cavalry. As battle erupted, the sounds of clashing steel and anguished cries filled the air, flames engulfed the camp, and panic gripped everyone's hearts. On one side stood the disciplined soldiers of the Westerlands, while the other comprised ordinary folk not yet part of the Night's Watch. The disparity in combat prowess was glaring. The conflict had barely begun, and the Night's Watch was already in disarray. At this moment, Xia Chongqing and his group had trailed behind Amory's forces to the scene. My lord, that appears to be Euron's Night's Watch. What shall we do? Ed, sword in hand, was on the verge of charging forth. Euron was his friend, and they had known each other for many years. Now, with his friend in peril, Ed could not stand idly by. He could not call himself Eddard Stark if he did. Yet, feeling constrained, Ed sought Xia Chongqing's counsel before making a move. Gazing at the distant flames and the Westerland's cavalry pursuing the innocent, Xia Chongqing felt his grip tighten. Such wanton slaughter of the innocent could not leave him indifferent. Sansa and Annie, stay here and protect yourselves. Ed, do what you must. Ed met Xia Chongqing's approving gaze. His lips pressed together as he kicked his horse forward. Charge! Ed gallantly surged towards the Westerland's cavalry. Maris, you two assist Ed. Yes, my lord. Maris and his companion drew their swords and followed Ed, though their skills were mediocre, relying on their immortality to exchange injuries for the sake of causing some trouble for the Westerlands. Xia Chongqing watched the trio depart, feeling a twinge of apprehension about the impending battle. However, after spending considerable time in this world, his mental fortitude had been significantly sharpened. He would not tremble at such a scene. Sansa, ensure your safety. I'm going to assist Ed, he instructed, and the two girls nodded obediently, retreating to a hidden spot. Xia Chongqing gently urged his horse forward, cautiously approaching the battlefield. Due to Ed's unexpected charge, the cavalry under Amory quickly regrouped after suffering a few losses and began to focus their assault on Ed and his companions. The originally pursued civilians found themselves safe, as the attention of the Westerland's cavalry was entirely drawn to Ed and his two allies. The Westerland's cavalry had initially dismissed these three unexpected assailants as insignificant, but their sudden attack had caused some casualties. However, once they regained their composure, they easily outnumbered the trio. Observing the Westerland's cavalry distracted by Ed and his friends, Xia Chongqing dismounted and stealthily made his way into the Night's Watch camp. While he did not dare to engage in a direct confrontation, he was confident in his ability to perform some covert actions behind the scenes. Lying beside Xia Chongqing was none other than the chief rogue, Yuluin, who had met his demise under a brutal assault. The dead return. Xia Chongqing, with a hand resting on Yuluin, activated his skill. After a brief tremor, he felt an overwhelming sense of tedium. Yet Yuluin grasped his sword and rose from the ground. What the hell? Didn't I die? Am I seeing things? He exclaimed. Keep your voice down. Xia Chongqing admonished him with a slap, not wishing to attract the attention of the Western cavalry. Yuluin's eyes widened, ready to unleash a torrent of expletives. But upon seeing Xia Chongqing's fierce gaze, he relented, swallowing his sweet words. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and assist Ed. Xia Chongqing couldn't help but slap Yuluin again, disapproving of his flowery rhetoric. All right, Yuluin replied, slightly aggrieved, but soon a look of astonishment crossed his face. Ed is here too? Didn't he lose his head? As the words left his mouth, he realized the absurdity of his situation. If he could be resurrected, then Ed's revival was hardly remarkable. Ed, I come to aid you. Yuluin shouted, arrows still protruding from his body, oblivious to his condition, and he charged into the fray. Amorli was taken aback. He had personally slain Yuluin, yet here was Yuluin, alive and kicking, rejoining the battle. Chapter 15. A reunion of father and daughter. With Yuluin now in the thick of battle, Xia Chongqing was not idle either. He sought out the bodies of several Western cavalrymen slain by Yuluin. The dead return. The dead return. Without pause, Xia Chongqing utilized his skill on the corpses, resurrecting them to join the fray. To his astonishment, the long quiet system suddenly sprang to life. The dead return, level 20. Xia Chongqing had not noticed that his skill had reached its maximum level and ascended to level 2. The effects of the upgraded skill immediately flooded his mind. He no longer needed to touch the corpses, as the casting range was now centered around him with a radius of 1 meter. Though this range was modest, it was a boon for Xia Chaqing, who had grown weary of contacting bloody remains with his hands. With a mere wave of his hand, the Western cavalrymen corpses at his feet rose autonomously, and under his command, they entered the fray. Amorli's heart plummeted. Witnessing his supposed dead subordinates rise and charge at him wielding swords, he realized he was in dire straits. This bizarre phenomenon evoked thoughts of a long-extinct species in Westeros, White Walkers. The dead had returned. As his forces dwindled, the enemy's numbers swelled. How could this battle continue? Amorli gathered his remaining men, already contemplating retreat, intent on reporting this calamity to Duke Tywin. Xia Changqing's act of resurrecting the dead had not escaped Amorli's notice. Even in the dark, Xia Changqing stood out conspicuously. Yet, no longer did Xia Changqing fear Amorli's execution orders, for he was now surrounded by several resurrected Western cavalrymen to safeguard him. The unknown breeds fear. Even a villain like Amorli felt a tremor of dread. "We retreat to Harrenhal," he commanded, preparing to flee. "My lord, it seems we cannot leave," stammered the standard-bearer, trembling as they were encircled by a cadre of cavalrymen. Those who should have been their comrades now turned their blades against them, and most alarming was the fact that these individuals were meant to be dead. "Spare no one," was Xia Changqing's decree to his undead subordinates. It was not yet time for his secret to be unveiled to the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. Thus, none present could escape. The counter-encirclement began. The Western cavalrymen, who were already evenly matched in combat ability, found themselves bolstered by Xia Changqing's resurrected warriors, each fearless in battle. The tide of war had shifted dramatically. Now it was Amorli's side that found themselves on the defensive. The battle raged for over an hour, resulting in the complete annihilation of Amorli's cavalry. Subsequently, these riders were resurrected by Xia Changqing, standing in neat formation behind him. Truly, war is the swiftest method to amplify one's strength. Xia Chaqing mused, having transformed a mere skirmish into a significant expansion of his forces. These cavalrymen forming the foundation of his dominion over the entirety of Westeros. Amorli, beset by the combined assaults of Ed and Yuluin, met his end at Yuluin's blade, avenging his own demise. Xia Chaqing chose not to resurrect the notorious villain. With that, the battle concluded, leaving the resurrected Western cavalrymen battered and clad in tattered armor, standing resiliently while Amorli lay lifeless on the ground. The commoners within the Night's Watch stood in stunned silence, trembling with fear, their limited knowledge rendering them oblivious to the events transpiring around them. "My lord, how shall we deal with these individuals?" Maris approached Xia Changqing, bloodied sword in hand. Tasked with rounding up the civilians, his voice laced with a murderous intent. "Where are you, Arya?" "Arya." Ed's voice rang out, filled with urgency after a fierce battle, pausing only to reconnect with Yuluin. Suddenly, Yuluin slapped his forehead, recalling that Arya was amongst their ranks. In the chaos, he could not ascertain her well-being. Ed, having already faced death once, was desperate to prevent his daughter from suffering the same fate. Ignoring Xia Changqing's sentiments, he stepped forward, calling out Arya's name. In the ranks of the Night's Watch, Arya, disguised as a tomboy, knelt beside the towering Gendry, concealing herself until she heard her name being called. Recognizing the familiar voice, Arya sprang to her feet, startling Gendry. "Father, is that you?" Under the glow of the fire, Ed had removed his hood, revealing his face. The sight of her beloved father ignited a rush of emotion within Arya. She dashed through the crowd and threw herself into Ed's embrace, crying out "Father!" with abandon. The commotion stirred by the reunion of Ed and his daughter dispelled Maris's murderous intent, scratching his head in disbelief. He wondered how Ed Stark's daughter seemed to turn up wherever he went. "My lord, how shall we handle these people? Shall we release them?" Maris inquired of Xia Changqing. Xia Changqing stroked his chin in contemplation. While the Night's Watch lacked formidable combat prowess, they harbored a wealth of hidden talents. Arya Stark, daughter of Eddard Stark of Winterfell. Gendry, the last surviving son of Robert Baratheon. Jaqen Hagar, a master assassin of the Faceless Men. In comparison, figures like Rorge and Biter were mere footnotes. Particularly, Jaqen's extraordinary ability to alter his appearance fascinated Xia Chaqing immensely. "Gather these individuals together, confine them in the carriage, and let them accompany us to Winterfell." "Yes, my lord." Under Maris's command, the cavalry, which originally belonged to the Westerlands but is now under the personal ownership of Summer Changqing, herded the civilians onto the carriage. Although the Westerlands cavalry felt a sense of resentment, they had no choice but to obey Summer Changqing's orders. The kneeling civilians, including Jaqen and Rorge, were compelled under the threat of swords to board the carriage, resigning themselves to their fate once more. Chapter 16. Digging the pit the night passed. Giving way to the dawn, the convoy heading to the north resumed its journey along the King's Road. Summer Changqing rode leisurely on horseback, flanked by his guards. Ed and Yoren. Arya was cradled in her father's embrace, showing no fear, her wide eyes curiously fixed on Summer Chongqing. He removed his hood, revealing a sunlit visage, and flashed a smile that caught the young girl's attention, leaving her momentarily stunned. Summer Chongqing's appearance was in stark contrast to Arya's expectations. She had imagined him to be an elderly man, wrinkled and grim, yet he appeared youthful and strikingly handsome. Surrounding the convoy were cavalrymen who had discarded their red cloaks and banners of the Westerlands. They advanced in a protective circle, ensuring that the civilians, originally en route to the wall, remained obediently in the carriage. Summer Chongqing tapped his head, suddenly recalling some unfinished business. Under the protection of Ed and Yoren, he rode to the rear of the convoy, where he encountered Jacqueline Hagar. Even within the confines of the cage, Jacqueline appeared as if he were at home, sitting calmly in a corner. In stark contrast to the trembling Rorge and the other, Jacqueline remained composed, undeterred by Summer Chongqing's gaze. "Jacqueline Hagar?" Summer Chongqing inquired, his focus solely on Jacqueline. Tall and with shoulder-length hair, half white and half red, Jacqueline was well-dressed and strikingly handsome. Ordinarily, he would be a figure that commanded attention. Yet he could easily be overlooked had Summer Chongqing not sought him out. "My lord, it is difficult to find friends, and I do not recall you as one," Jacqueline replied, a hint of a smile playing at his lips as he regarded Summer Chongqing with curiosity. The faceless men possess no names. Thus they refer to themselves simply as someone. Summer Chongqing observed Jacqueline with keen interest, noting that despite being one of the world's most elite assassins, he had been captured by the golden-cloaked guards of King's Landing and imprisoned in the black cells. The constraints imposed on the faceless men seemed excessively burdensome to Summer Chongqing. They possessed formidable strength, yet could not strike at will. "Jacqueline, do you wish to live?" Summer Chongqing asked. Someone's life is indeed fragile, yet the hour has not come. However, while someone desires to live, they do not wish to become a member of the Night's Watch. Becoming a member of the Night's Watch requires an oath, a commitment that those who value oaths and promises, such as the faceless men, find unbearable. Jacqueline could abandon his name, escaping death. But relinquishing one's identity is not a task easily accomplished. "I will not make you a member of the Night's Watch. Simply serve me, and I shall release you." "Someone will not work for anyone," Jacqueline chuckled. "Someone can kill for you. Just provide a name, be it king, commoner, knight, or lord, and perhaps within a month or a year. Once the name is spoken, death shall follow. A life for a life, my lord. Will you tell me a name?" Jacqueline's nonchalant tone caused Ed and Yoren's expressions to shift dramatically. Such arrogance was unprecedented for Ed, evoking memories of a mysterious organization. "My lord, this individual is untrustworthy. I suspect he is one of the faceless men," Ed whispered urgently in Summer Chongqing's ear, though he had never encountered a faceless man. As the Duke of Winterfell and Protector of the North, he had heard their names spoken in hushed tones. The cost of hiring a faceless man is exorbitant. Yet their fearsome reputation is well known among the noble houses of Westeros. They bring only death and destruction. With a sense of imminent danger, Ed drew his sword. Its tip aimed directly at Jacqueline. Though a cage separated them, Ed felt no safety. The poison capabilities of the faceless men rendered one perpetually vulnerable. Jacqueline did not anticipate Ed's deduction of his origins, yet he remained unfazed, easily discerning who the leader among this group was. Thus, Jacqueline did not even glance at Ed. His gaze firmly locked on Summer Chongqing. "My lord, would you care to share a name with someone?" "Jacqueline, are you a faceless man?" Summer Chongqing asked. Although he had already confirmed Jacqueline's identity, he sought an admission from him. "My lord, someone is nameless." "Very well, Jacqueline. I have no intention of providing you with a name. Rather, I desire you to impart your abilities as a faceless man to me." Summer Chongqing voiced his request, coveting the extraordinary skill to change one's visage and almost divine power. Upon hearing Summer Chongqing's demand, Jacqueline's visage twitched imperceptibly. He regarded Summer Chongqing with a discerning gaze. "My lord is not a follower of the many-faced god. Is that a rejection?" Summer Chongqing's gaze turned predatory, causing Jacqueline to feel a sudden tension rise within him. "You swear that if I utter a name, death shall surely follow." "Someone swears," Jacqueline exhaled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, amused by his earlier anxiety. "Someone swears by the name of the many-faced god, my lord's name spoken, death shall come, and this promise shall not be broken." "Jacqueline, anyone can be named?" Summer Chongqing's smile widened, as he, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, skillfully led Jacqueline into a trap. "The king, the beggar, all can fall. As long as my lord speaks a name." "Very well, I shall name one." "Lean closer," Summer Chongqing beckoned, drawing near to Jacqueline's ear, whispering each word with deliberate clarity. "Jacqueline Hagar." Indeed, Summer Chongqing spoke Jacqueline's own name. The moment the name was uttered, a tremor coursed through Jacqueline's body, his complexion draining of color as if struck by an unseen blow, causing him to shudder. "My lord, perhaps you could choose another name." "Jacqueline Hagar." Summer Chongqing's lips moved silently, reiterating the name. "My lord." The smile on Jacqueline's face faltered, revealing a flicker of desperation in his gaze. "My lord." Could we select a different name? No. Summer Changqing shook his head resolutely. Either you teach me the abilities of the faceless man, or death shall befall you. My lord, someone cannot impart the powers of a faceless man. You are not a follower of the many-faced god. Jacquin maintained his stance. However, Summer Changqing remained unmoved. Chapter 17. Every mortal must die. In the original narrative, it was Arya who saved the lives of Jacquin and the others imprisoned in the cage. Jacquin granted Arya 3 names. After he eliminated the first 2 individuals, Arya uttered the 3rd name, Tywin Lannister. However, by that time, Tywin had departed Harrenhal. En route to Casterly Rock, unsatisfied, Arya declared his name to Jacquin, directly seizing Jacquin's lifeline, leaving him with no recourse. After Arya and the others escaped Harrenhal with Jacquin's assistance, he presented Arya with a coin, which later served as her catalyst for journeying to Braavos. Later, Arya became a formidable faceless man, avenging the Stark family and ultimately ending the Night King, thereby saving Westeros. However, the notion that Arya had become a devotee of the many-faced god was something Xia Changqing could not accept, for Arya's subsequent actions suggested a complete absence of faith in the deity. Yet, she still emerged as a powerful faceless man. If Arya could achieve this, why couldn't Xia Changqing? Perhaps Arya was chosen by the many-faced god to partake in the conflict between the god of winter and the lord of light. But Xia Changqing believed that once an exception existed, he too could be that exception. Jacquin, you have no choice. Ignoring Jacquin's pleas, Xia Changqing continued to exert pressure. My lord, someone has agreed to your terms. Please withdraw that name. Xia Changqing felt a sense of pride. Indeed, with the right approach, even a powerful faceless man could be made to yield. However, a flicker of caution arose within him. If someone were to enlist a faceless man to assassinate him, Xia Changqing truly lacked confidence in his survival. Setting aside the faceless one's mastery of poison, their uncanny ability to alter their appearance, voice, and physique was already enough to render one defenseless. A person who seemed to be a close acquaintance one day could very well be a faceless man in disguise the next. Such thoughts were terrifying. Very well. I shall withdraw that name. Upon hearing Jacquin's agreement, Xia Changqing withdrew without hesitation. Faceless men had their principles and would not go back on their word. Jacquin genuinely sighed in relief, a bittersweet smile creeping across his face, for he had not anticipated that Xia Changqing would exploit the loophole in his promise, compelling him to acquiesce to Xia Changqing's demands. Thank you, my lord. However, someone did not lie. Someone did not teach you how to become a faceless man. Xia Changqing's expression remained unchanged as he awaited Jacquin's next words. Jacquin retrieved a coin from his waist pocket and handed it through the bars of the cage into Xia Changqing's hand. My lord, if you wish to learn the arts of the faceless men, simply take this coin and board any ship bound for Braavos. Inform the captain that all mortals must die, and they will bring you to the house of black and white, where you will find what you seek. All mortals must die. This phrase, uttered in Valyrian, corresponded to the notion that all mortals must offer their due. Xia Changqing carefully placed the coin in his pocket. I understand. Now, my lord, may I take my leave? Jacquin's demeanor returned to calm, his gaze steady upon Xia Changqing. He had provided the token for joining the house of black and white. But whether Xia Changqing would be accepted by the acolytes was no longer his concern. Eddard, let him go. At Xia Changqing's command, Eddard reluctantly stepped forward to unlock the cage. In truth, Eddard believed that it was safer to keep such a dangerous figure as a faceless man locked away. Or perhaps it would be better to simply kill him. In fact, Xia Changqing possessed the capability to do just that, kill Jacquin and then resurrect him, thus acquiring a faceless man as an ally and ensuring better instruction in the arts of becoming one. However, Xia Changqing hesitated to take that risk. While he dared to act against characters like Littlefinger and Varys, he knew that they, despite their high status, were ultimately mere mortals. Jacquin, on the other hand, as a mysterious faceless man, wielded power of an unknown nature. And Xia Changqing had no doubt that Jacquin possessed the ability to kill him in an instant, while he had no assurance that Eddard and the others could eliminate Jacquin. Jacquin leisurely exited the cage, even taking a moment to adjust his attire, unfazed by the point of Eddard's sword. My lord, I am grateful for the freedom you have restored to me. Farewell. Jacquin elegantly bowed to Xia Changqing, unarmed yet seemingly indifferent to the surrounding armored knights. He walked slowly away from Xia Changqing's party, descending the King's Road. No one noticed that Jacquin, with his back turned to the crowd, had already assumed a different appearance. He was no longer Jacquin Hagar. My lord, are we truly allowing him to leave? Eddard questioned, a hint of reluctance in his voice. We have over 40 knights. Can we apprehend him? Eddard, Jacquin is not our enemy. Let him go. There is no need to complicate matters further. We should hasten to the north. Xia Changqing was disinclined to provoke this faceless man. My lord, we would also be willing to kill for you. Please give us a chance. Just as Xia Cha-ching was about to depart, Rorge and Biter shouted from the cage, their freedom now seeming within reach. Xia Cha-ching paused, intrigued by the two within the cage. Kill for me? But I lack individuals to carry out such tasks. Whether you are here or not makes no difference. My lord, I do not boast. With these knights, Biter could easily handle 3 or 4 on his own, Rorge exclaimed, pointing at Biter, his tone laced with disdain for the Westlands knights. Of course, this could also stem from bravado, but Rorge was confident that if given the opportunity, the two could prove their worth. Xia Changqing did not place much stock in their combat prowess, yet their appearances were undeniably sinister, fearsome enough to silence a child's cries. Since you wish to serve me, I am not an unreasonable man. However, I shall ask you once more, do you truly wish to work for me? My lord, serving you would be our honor. Rorge eagerly replied, casting a pointed glance at Biter, who quickly nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall grant you a chance. Eddard, kill them. Xia Cha-ching commanded directly. Chapter 18. The plan at the Mountain of Madness. The party heading north pressed onward, and Rorge and Biter, having achieved their freedom, found themselves crammed into a wagon due to a lack of spare horses. In a sense, this too represented a form of freedom. After only half a day's travel, Eddard addressed Xia Changqing. My lord, just ahead lies Harrenhal. I have confirmed with the Westlands Knights that the most notorious villain in the 7 Kingdoms, the Mountain, is currently occupying Harrenhal, and Lord Tywin will soon lead his army there. Should we take a detour? The most notorious villain in the 7 Kingdoms, the Mountain? Xia Changqing inquired, intrigued. Eddard, are you truly afraid of this mountain? Afraid of the mountain? My lord, do not jest. I am the protector of the North, the Lord of Winterfell. How could I fear such a mere brute? Eddard's expression reflected displeasure. Yet the mountain's infamy is undeniable, and we cannot ascertain the number of guards within Harrenhal. It would be prudent to take an alternate route. A detour? Xia Changqing was not entirely disinclined to Eddard's suggestion. With their current manpower, he knew he was ill-equipped to confront Tywin directly. However, Tywin was not present at Harrenhal, and the mountain commanded only a small contingent of soldiers. Xia Changqing yearned to take a risk. Eddard, if I were to seize Harrenhal, what are your chances of success? I have no confidence. Eddard replied earnestly. Xia Changqing surveyed Eddard's serious expression, which resembled a frozen stone of the north, and was left speechless. This honesty was rather excessive. Eddard, do not be afraid. Even if the mountain were to take your head, I could help you reattach it, rest assured. But who would help you if your own head were to be severed? Ed remained reluctant to take the risk of attacking Harrenhal. The endeavor was undeniably perilous, given their limited forces. All right, I shall heed your counsel. We will refrain from initiating an assault on Harrenhal. Although Xia Changqing possessed the authority to command Ed, he recognized that Ed's caution stemmed from a genuine concern for his well-being, thus there was no need for obstinacy. However, Ed, have you ever considered prompting the mountain to attack us instead? Harrenhal may be easily defensible, yet we shall not pursue an offensive against it. Rather, we should entice the mountain to engage in battle. As Xia Changqing contemplated, there was no necessity to confront the mountain directly. The mountain would inevitably need to allocate troops to defend Harrenhal, which would fragment his already limited forces, rendering him even less capable of mounting an effective attack. The more Xia Changqing pondered the strategy, the more it resonated with him, and a smile graced his face. We shall wait patiently, striking the mountain when he least expects it. Even if his forces outnumber ours 2-1, I am confident we can vanquish him. Upon hearing Xia Changqing's exposition, Ed suddenly felt a spark of possibility. While he was initially resistant to provoking the mountain, primarily due to Harrenhal's formidable defenses and the adversary's overwhelming numbers, the notion of the mountain launching an offensive did indeed bolster his confidence. But, sir, how could the mountain possibly heed our wishes and march out to battle? Ed queried, perplexed. In response, Xia Changqing pointed towards the armored cavalry encircling them. Ed, who are these men? They are cavalry under Lord Amory's command, Ed replied. Indeed, they belong to Amory and are part of the Westlands forces. I am uncertain of the nature of Amory's relationship with the mountain. Yet if I were to dispatch a rider to Harrenhal, informing the mountain that Amory has come under attack and urgently requires assistance, do you think he would respond? If the mountain's rapport with Amory is tenuous, he would likely relish the opportunity to let Amory meet his demise, especially considering that Duke Tywin would not overlook such negligence. Furthermore, while I concede the mountain's martial prowess is unparalleled in the 7 Kingdoms, I do not believe his intellect is equally formidable. A sharp mind is indeed a valuable asset. Xia Changqing concluded decisively. This course of action is feasible. By the gods, I have long harbored disdain for the mountain. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Euron interjected, cursing under his breath. The mountain boasts the mightiest strength in the 7 Kingdoms, and is the most vicious among our foes, with numbers to match. Sir, you are correct. If the mountain were truly astute, he would not be the mountain. Should you insist on this plan, I am willing to comply. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ed acquiesced to Xia Changqing's strategy. Once the leaders reached a consensus, the next step was to implement their plan in detail. Xia Changqing and Ed selected a particularly disheveled knight from the 40-odd cavalry of the Westlands, who clearly bore the marks of a recent brutal battle, to be dispatched to Harrenhal. Under Xia Changqing's absolute control, there was no fear of betrayal from the knight. Descending from King S Road, before reaching the Trident River Basin, Harrenhal loomed on a hillside not far from the thoroughfare. As the largest castle on the continent of Westeros, Harrenhal served as a crucial stronghold guarding the road between the north and King S Landing. Thus, Tywin had dispatched his most formidable lieutenant, the Mountain, to seize Harrenhal in anticipation of his arrival. At this moment, Tywin had yet to reach Harrenhal, while the Mountain and his subordinates remained within the castle, finding amusement in torturing captives, seemingly deriving endless enjoyment from their cruelty. The knights sent by Xia Changqing galloped swiftly to Harrenhal, disrupting the atmosphere of tranquility. Lord Gregor, I'm a knight in service to Lord Amory. We were ambushed by the Night's Watch on King S Road. Their sudden attack resulted in heavy casualties among my brothers. Lord Amory has sent me to request your assistance. The knight knelt before the Mountain, his voice urgent and imploring. The Mountain, seated like a giant, erupted into laughter upon hearing the knight's words. Amory has sent you to request my aid? Huh. He has finally met his day of reckoning. As Xia Changqing had surmised, the Mountain and Amory harbored a deep-seated animosity. Hearing Amory's plea for help brought the Mountain joy, his face betraying no effort to conceal his mockery. Please, for the sake of Duke Tywin, I beseech you to send troops to rescue our lord. The knight's tone shifted as the Mountain's countenance darkened, revealing his clear disinterest in aiding Amory. The two had long been at odds, and this presented a prime opportunity for the Mountain to revel in Amory's potential demise. Chapter 19. Complications arise. The Mountain marches forth. The Mountain remained imperiously seated, showing no inclination to mobilize. You, boy, since you have returned alive, consider yourself fortunate. Depart. With a wave of his hand, he intended to dismiss the knight, having no intention of aiding Amory. The knight, kneeling at the Mountain's feet, was taken aback. Without the Mountain's intervention, his mission would fail, and Xia Changqing had commanded him to ensure the Mountain took action. Resolving himself, the knight gritted his teeth and refused to comply with the Mountain's order to withdraw. My lord, you and Lord Amory are both vassals of Duke Tywin. Should anything befall Lord Amory and the Duke learns it was due to your inaction, I dare say it would not bode well for you. The air in the room thickened as the Mountain paused, momentarily stunned, before his rage flared. I shall sever your head, he bellowed, his fury palpable as he seized the knight's head in his massive hand. With a mere exertion of strength, the knight's skull would shatter like a watermelon. Hold, my lord. A voice suddenly interjected, interrupting the Mountain. The Mountain turned, murderous intent etched across his face as he regarded his confidant, sweet-mouthed laugh. Should laugh fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, the Mountain would not hesitate to crush yet another skull. The Mountain's malevolence was notorious from a young age. He had killed his father and sister for merely contradicting him, and his brother dog had suffered severe disfigurement for playing with a toy the Mountain had discarded. Such a man, capable of turning on his kin without a second thought, would surely be indifferent to the fate of a subordinate. In truth, Sweetmouth Laugh regretted speaking up but felt no fear of the Mountain's wrath. He idolized him to the point of being willing to die for him. My lord, Sweetmouth Laugh professed, kneeling before the Mountain, I believe the knight speaks the truth. If you were to dispatch troops to rescue Lord Amory, would that not demonstrate your unparalleled valor to Duke Tywin? Amory's failure would only serve to highlight your might, ensuring you evade the Duke's ire while simultaneously enhancing your standing. Sweetmouth Laugh's intentions were genuinely for the Mountain's benefit, for he recognized that the Mountain and his subordinates were brutes devoid of strategy, making him the only one willing to employ his intellect. I desire Amory's demise. The Mountain retorted, still averse to the idea of rescuing Amory. My lord, Amory is but a coward, a pitiful wretch. To kill him would be as simple as squashing an insect. Yet elevating your status in the Duke's eyes is a far more arduous task than slaying Amory. It was evident that Sweetmouth Laugh understood precisely what the Mountain truly valued. The Mountain cares little for the lives of his kin or the honor of knights. His sole concern lies in his standing with Duke Tywin, the only one whose commands he heeds. Denson, Polliver, what are your thoughts? Sweetmouth Lannister, Denson, and Polliver are the three most trusted officers under the Mountain, having served him the longest. Their survival is a testament to their status within his ranks. Typically, Denson and Polliver do not maintain harmonious relations with Sweetmouth, as all three share an intense admiration for the Mountain, each aspiring to be his favorite subordinate. However, today Sweetmouth's suggestion is for the Mountain's own benefit. So both Denson and Polliver consent to his reasoning after the Mountain inquires. At this moment, the cavalryman, still grasped by the Mountain's iron grip, breathes a sigh of relief. He has completed his task, albeit through a convoluted path, yet the outcome remains favorable. As for his own life or death, the cavalryman places little importance on it. Very well, since you all agree, let us assemble the troops. We shall rescue that fool Amory. The mountain commands, casting a glance at the cavalryman in his hold. As for you, dare to threaten me with the Duke's name, and I shall snap your neck. The mountain snarls, his promise to rescue Amory not preventing him from exacting vengeance on the messenger. Denson and Polliver observe coldly. As subordinates of the mountain, they share his ruthless disposition. Showing no regard for the life of a mere cavalryman. My lord, I implore you to spare his life. We still require him to guide us, Sweetmouth Lannister interjects. The only one among the mountain's followers to think rationally, recognizing the utility of preserving the cavalryman's existence. The mountain glares at Lannister, his fury mounting. Eager to spill blood. Get out. He hurls the cavalryman to the ground, an act that would have surely cost a lesser man half his life. Get out. Once we have rescued that fool Amory, I will settle the score with you. The mountain roars viciously, his words lacking any thought. The mountain's followers are accustomed to such displays of dominance, regarding his brutality as a mark of honor. Within Harrenhal, the soldiers prepare to depart as the mountain personally leads 100 cavalrymen to rescue Amory. Denson and Polliver accompany him, while Sweetmouth Lannister remains behind to guard Harrenhal. With the preparations complete, under the guidance of the messenger, the group sets forth from Harrenhal towards King's Landing, the mountain taking the lead on horseback. His massive form nearly grazing the ground with his feet. One horse bears his armor, while another carries his colossal sword. This is the mountain, the fiercest man in the Seven Kingdoms. Meanwhile, Xia Chongqing senses the position of the dispatched cavalry in his mind, upon realizing they are approaching their location. He breathes a sigh of relief. The return of the cavalry indicates the successful completion of their mission, and the team tasked with rescuing Amory is en route. Ed, Yoren. Maris, Xia Chongqing calls out loudly, prepare for battle. Yes, my lord. Ed and the others respond, having already settled the non-combatants, including the civilians and Sansa, Arya, and others. The combat-ready cavalry of the Westerlands is poised, eagerly awaiting the mountain's arrival. The mountain's demise is nigh. Chapter 20. Ambush, surprise attack all units, prepare your bows. Ed whispers fiercely, already primed for the impending encounter. In a world devoid of telescopes, predicting an enemy's approach from afar is impossible. However, Ed and his companions benefit from Xia Chongqing's extraordinary abilities. As long as Xia Chongqing wishes, he can sense the distance to each individual he has resurrected. With this remarkable skill, every movement of the mountains group is under Xia Chongqing's control. Westeros is replete with mountains and forests. A group of 40 cavalrymen appears substantial. Yet it is, in fact, a mere fraction of the total force. Although Westeros is labeled a continent, its size is comparable to the Europe that Xia Chongqing knows well, with each kingdom's territory being relatively modest. In such circumstances, the military strength of each realm is quite limited. Even the mightiest Westerlands can muster only 40 to 50,000 troops. In less than half an hour, a cavalry unit comes into view before Xia Chongqing and the others. A wave of nervousness washes over him as he strokes the neck of his steed, though his mount is a seasoned warhorse, unaffected by the pre-battle atmosphere. Ironically, it is Xia Chongqing who feels the most tension. Ed and the others remain steadfast, bows drawn, waiting for the mountain's force to enter their effective range. 100 paces, 80 paces, 60 paces. The cavalry charges swiftly, closing in on Ed and his group, now less than 30 paces away, at the speed of warhorses. It won't take long for them to reach the concealed position on the hill. Ed releases the bowstring, the arrow aimed directly at the mountain. He is not clad in heavy armor, presenting a prime opportunity for a strike. The cavalry rushes past. Loose. Ed bellows, and the arrows fly like shooting stars. Aimed at the mountain. As the Duke of Winterfell, Ed may have set aside his martial prowess, but the mountain's imposing figure renders him the perfect target. With a whoosh, the arrows pierce the air, striking the mountain twice, one in his right shoulder, the other in his abdomen. Ed and Yoren exchange a glance. A shared understanding in their eyes, for they are the ones who landed the shots. Enemy attack. A voice rings out from the mountain's ranks. Chaos erupting among the cavalry as they instinctively pull on their reins, searching for the source of the assault. Charge! Ed shouts, drawing his sword high as he kicks his horse, a throng of black-armored cavalry racing down from the nearby hill without any banners. The elevated terrain grants their horses acceleration as Ed and Yoren charge ahead, leading the assault into the mountain's ranks. The mountain, caught off guard, barely has time to retrieve his colossal sword before the fight commences. Ed and Yoren, at the forefront, slay two unsuspecting cavalrymen with their blades. Ed, take down the mountain. Yoren, focus on the mountain. They call out in unison, spurring their horses toward the mountain. Both Ed and Yoren, masters of swordsmanship, take full advantage of their invulnerability, disregarding defense in favor of relentless offense. Before they even reach the mountain, The number of foes felled by their swords has already reached double digits. Protect the Lord. Brave warriors within the Mountain S ranks, including Dinson and Poliver, turn their horses to block Ed and Yoren's advance. Undeterred, Ed and Yoren clash swords with them. The sounds of hooves and steel resonate in the air. Ed's approach is aggressive and bold, his swordplay straightforward yet replete with openings. Poliver, renowned as the first swordsman in the Mountain S service, strikes with the cunning of a serpent, while Ed's heavy attacks contrast with Poliver's agile maneuvers. In just a few exchanges, Poliver had already inflicted numerous wounds upon Ed. He secretly reveled in his success, mocking the audacity of his opponents. However, he remained unaware that Ed was immortal, and the injuries he sustained were a deliberate ruse aimed at deceiving his adversary. After several more rounds, Poliver's eyes gleamed as he seized the opportunity. His sword struck like a venomous serpent, fiercely sinking into Ed's neck. Yet, before Poliver could revel in the thought of having slain his foe, Ed's left hand grasped the blade lodged in his throat, while his right hand swung his iron sword in a sweeping arc. In a moment of disbelief, Poliver witnessed Ed decapitate him. Blood gushed from the severed neck of the villain, who, until his final breath, could not comprehend why Ed, pierced through the throat, had not perished immediately. Ed sheathed his sword and diverted his gaze from Poliver's headless corpse. Simultaneously, Yoren had just dispatched Dunson. 2 of the 3 henchmen of the Demon Mountain had now been vanquished. The 2 warriors exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously turning their attention to the Demon Mountain. With no obstacles remaining between them, seeing his trusted subordinate slain, the Demon Mountain let out a furious roar and hurled his iron helmet at Ed with great force. Rage had overwhelmed his reason. Ed raised his sword to meet the challenge. The helmet collided with his blade, ricocheting off to the side, causing the sword to tremble uncontrollably. And Ed's hands shook as well. He was taken aback by the sheer strength of the Demon Mountain, realizing that in this regard, he was no match for him. Yoren, surround the Demon Mountain, Ed commanded, lacking confidence in his own abilities. The tempestuous Yoren had already spurred his horse towards the Demon Mountain. And as they brushed past each other, Yoren's sword sliced through the Demon Mountain's body. The Demon Mountain, a massive figure, charged across the battlefield with ease. Yet maneuvering in confined spaces proved to be a challenging task. He attempted to turn his horse to slay Yoren, but Ed had already closed the distance. Gripping his sword with both hands and delivering a diagonal strike from above. Frustrated, the Demon Mountain raised his sword to counter. His broad hands wielding the massive blade like a door, striking down upon Ed as if it were a battering ram. The resounding clash echoed, sending Ed staggering backward. Along with his startled steed, which neighed in alarm, its hooves flailing. The might of the Demon Mountain was terrifying. Ed was astonished, and Xia Cha-ching, who had been observing the battle from a distance, was equally alarmed and captivated. The Demon Mountain's power was already formidable enough to challenge the 7 kingdoms. If he were to gain immortality, who could stand against him across the continent? At that moment, Xia Cha-ching gazed upon the Demon Mountain with the awe reserved for a breathtaking beauty. Chapter 21. The 4 heroes battle the Demon Mountain indeed. The Demon Mountain was a formidable warrior. Xia Cha-ching could not help but marvel, although the Demon Mountain could not be compared to the legendary warriors he knew. He was undoubtedly a warrior of renown in Westeros. Such a vile villain could hardly be called a warrior. Just wait, my father will surely behead him. As Xia Cha-ching pondered, a clear voice suddenly rang in his ears. His expression shifted dramatically. Arya, did I not instruct you to stay with your sister? He exclaimed. Glaring at Arya, whose clothes were caked in dirt, evidence of her arduous climb up the hill, wearing a makeshift helmet. Her dirty face bore little resemblance to that of a noble's child. There is no danger here, and besides, if there were, would you not protect me? Arya retorted mischievously. Having discerned that despite being an adult, this man was more fearful of death than she, a mere girl. If there were real danger, Xia Cha-ching would have fled long ago, and thus Arya felt no fear. Xia Cha-ching could hardly believe that he was being mocked by a young girl. Observing Arya, who resembled a wild child, a wicked smile crept onto his lips. Fear not, Arya, even if you were slain by the Demon Mountain-esque cavalry, I would bring you back to life. Would you like to experience the sensation of death? His expression mirrored that of a sinister uncle luring a little girl to see goldfish. Arya shuddered, casting him an exasperated glare before refocusing on the battlefield below. On the battlefield, the cavalry led by the Demon Mountain had fallen into disarray. Apart from the commander himself, the remaining horsemen were merely resisting in vain. Their defeat merely a matter of time. The clash between Ed, Yoren, and the Demon Mountain was far more riveting. The Demon Mountain's massive frame, clad in half armor and wielding a colossal sword, bore an unimaginable weight. Even the finest steed struggled to bear such a burden. Agility became a significant constraint on the Demon Mountain-esque combat effectiveness. If Xia Cha-ching recalled correctly, the Demon Mountain would face a future defeat at the hands of Prince Oberyn of Dorne, who would outmaneuver him with superior agility. Oberyn would pierce the Demon Mountain with a lance, leaving him in a state of near death, only for the Demon Mountain to retaliate and crush his skull in a desperate counterattack. The Demon Mountain seemed to realize that his steed was not a source of strength, but rather a hindrance. Though prone to anger, he possessed a keen instinct in battle. After fending off a strike from Euron, the Demon Mountain pressed down on his horse, which let out a pained whinny, buckling to the ground. The Demon Mountain swiftly dismounted and positioned himself with his sword drawn in front of him. The solid ground beneath him felt gratifying, as he had been infuriated by the two pesky insects that had been harassing him. With a fierce glare, the Demon Mountain focused on Euron, the accursed figure in black who persistently sought to strike at his vulnerabilities. "Ah!" he roared, charging forward like a giant, raising his massive sword at his side, gathering strength for an impending strike. "Euron, be careful," Ed shouted, sensing the danger of the impending blow. Euron, realizing the peril, yanked on the reins, urging his steed to evade, but the horse seemed paralyzed by the Demon Mountain's murderous aura, nervously pawing the ground instead of fleeing. In an instant, the Demon Mountain was upon Euron, his colossal sword descending with lethal intent, aiming to cleave both Euron and his mount in two. "Damn it," Euron cursed, disregarding his horse's discomfort, leaping off the saddle in a desperate attempt to escape. Looking back at his steed, Euron saw it cleaved in half by the Demon Mountain's strike, its blood splattering the warrior, transforming him into a terrifying specter. Euron swallowed hard, a sense of dread creeping in, though he possessed immortality. Being severed in two would not be a pleasant experience. At that moment, Euron noticed a figure stealthily approaching from behind the Demon Mountain. The long-anticipated Sharp-Tooth had finally seized the opportunity when the Demon Mountain was momentarily vulnerable. With a swift thrust, Sharp-Tooth drove his blade into the seams of the Demon Mountain's armor. The Demon Mountain held in pain, swinging his left hand backward to seize Sharp-Tooth, who would surely suffer a grievous blow if caught. Unfortunately for the Demon Mountain, Sharp-Tooth had already nimbly retreated after his two strikes, narrowly evading the grasp. Just then, the Demon Mountain's attention was drawn to Sharp-Tooth, allowing another stealthy figure to make their move. That figure was Royer. Rorge, his visage twisted in a menacing grimace, wielded a single-handed axe as he leapt high from the blind spot of the Demon Mountain, grasping the axe handle firmly. With a powerful swing, he struck the right shoulder of the Demon Mountain. Crack! The axe cleaved through the armor, tearing into flesh, and became lodged against the bone beneath. Rorge's expression shifted. The axe was caught tightly, resisting his attempts to withdraw it. Without hesitation, he relinquished the weapon, rolling away swiftly to emerge behind the behemoth. The Demon Mountain, wounded in the shoulder, howled in pain, quickly succumbing to rage. Though Rorge's axe remained embedded in its flesh, the creature appeared oblivious, seizing its colossal sword and swinging it wildly, cleaving through anything in its path. Rorge and the others, awestruck by the unbridled fury of the Demon Mountain, retreated, hesitant to approach. Despite several attempts by Ed to attack, he was thwarted by the might of the giant sword, the backlash causing his hands to tremble, nearly losing his grip on his own weapon. For a moment, none could draw near the Demon Mountain, paralyzed by its overwhelming presence, their faces pale with dread. Alas, this fury could not endure indefinitely. The creature's massive form drained its stamina at an accelerated rate. After a relentless whirlwind of strikes lasting several minutes, the Demon Mountain finally faltered, leaning on its sword and gasping for breath. Seizing the opportunity, Ed, Euron, Rorge, and Shenya charged from different directions to assail the beast. Chapter 22. Today, a fearsome warrior has gained the wrath of the Demon Mountain, heightened its offensive capabilities and resilience, yet diminished its agility. Once its furious assault concluded, it fell into a state of rigidity. Though the four attackers lacked the awareness of kings, their prowess was not to be underestimated. Seizing the moment, they struck from all sides, three swords piercing the creature's flesh. Rorge, seizing the chance, extracted his axe from the Demon Mountain's body. The Demon Mountain trembled violently, unleashing a ferocious roar, its bearded face twisted in fury and murderous intent as it summoned its final reserves of strength to swing its sword in a desperate arc. The four were taken aback, astonished that the beast still possessed the capacity to retaliate. Forgetting their own weapons, they hastily retreated. The swords swept through the air, and the Demon Mountain could bear no more, collapsing to one knee, its head bowed, utterly still. The four exchanged glances, hesitating, uncertain if the Demon Mountain had truly perished. Despite their own immortality, the creature's formidable presence evoked a deep-seated fear within them. Meanwhile, the cavalry's battle drew to a close. Though the fighters from the Western Territories were evenly matched, those resurrected by Xia Chongqing exhibited an audacious spirit, ensuring victory was anticipated. Charge! Kill! Suddenly, Arya, who had been quietly observing from the hilltop, let out a sharp cry, drawing her sewing needle and rushing down the slope. Xia Chongqing, startled by Arya's sudden movement, glanced at her and then at the battlefield. Realizing the conflict was nearly over, with the cavalry finishing off the remaining foes. He felt reassured about Arya's safety. However, seeing her charge forth, he felt compelled to join her, lest he appear cowardly. With a surge of fervor, Xia Chaqing shouted internally and sprinted after Arya. The Demon Mountain was down, and its cavalry had suffered considerable losses. Now was the time to strike. Armed with a sword, he approached the battlefield, ready to land a blow on the Demon Mountain, but was halted by Ed's swift intervention. "Sir, be cautious." Xia Chaqing acquiesced, pausing beside Ed. He was merely feigning compliance. He had not forgotten how Prince Dorn had met his demise. "Do not act recklessly, Arya. Why did you not stay with your sister? It is dangerous here," Ed admonished, his concern for Arya evident. "Ed, do you think the Demon Mountain is truly dead?" Xia Chaqing inquired, confident that should he draw within a meter of it and successfully invoke the return of the deceased, it would confirm the creature's demise. Yet, that proximity was perilously risky. With his slender limbs, should the Demon Mountain seize him, he would likely be crushed like an insect. "Sir, I too cannot be certain. The Demon Mountain defies conventional reasoning." The half-kneeling figure of the Demon Mountain, head lowered, showed no signs of life, appearing lifeless. "Maris, where are you?" Xia Chaqing called out, scanning the battlefield. "I am here, my lord." From afar, Maris, scavenging for spoils, approached eagerly upon hearing his master's voice. "My lord, what is your command? Allow me to handle it." He cast a sidelong glance at Ed, a glimmer of smugness in his eyes, for he was the first to be resurrected by Xia Chaqing, holding a unique status among the others. Xia Chaqing, sensing Maris's thoughts, had no intention of eavesdropping. He had simply grown accustomed to tuning out the inner musings of his growing cadre of resurrected allies. "Maris, go and ascertain whether the Demon Mountain has truly perished." "My lord, it appears the Demon Mountain is indeed dead. Does it not require confirmation?" Upon hearing the command to verify the creature's state, Maris's sense of pride evaporated, replaced by hesitation. He had keenly observed the Demon Mountain's power. If it feigned death, it could easily strike him down as he approached. "Go, and do not question my orders," Xia Chaqing commanded, his tone firm. He had called Maris forth instinctively, yet now that he was present, it was only logical for him to proceed. Maris, discontented, looked at Xia Chaqing with a mix of disappointment and trepidation. Nevertheless, under the weight of command, he could not protest. He took his sword, cautiously inching toward the fallen Demon Mountain, poking at its body with the blade's tip. With that prod, like the final straw breaking the camel's back, the Demon Mountain's form crumpled to the ground. Startled, Maris jumped back as if confronted by a mouse, scurrying back to Xia Chaqing's side. Observing the motionless form of the Demon Mountain, Maris managed a sheepish smile. "My lord, it indeed appears that the Demon Mountain has met its end. Did you need to state the obvious?" Xia Chaqing shot him a glare, exasperated by his cowardice. "Ed, secure the battlefield and allow our brothers to rest. We shall seize Haluan Fortress." Xia Chaqing's eyes sparkled with ambition as he gazed upon the massive corpse of the Demon Mountain, initially lacking confidence in conquering Haluan Fortress. The presence of the Demon Mountain had drastically bolstered their strength, making the capture of the fortress seem well within reach. He felt a surge of assurance. "Very well, my lord," Ed replied. "Maris." "Yes, my lord. Gather all the bodies and pile them together." "Understood, my lord." Maris grimaced as he replied, inwardly lamenting why such menial and laborious tasks always fell to him. Yet, the harshness of reality dictated that Maris, being at the bottom of the hierarchy and familiar to Xia Chaqing, was the one to be summoned. Understanding Xia Chaqing's intent to gather the fallen cavalry for resurrection, Maris refrained from stripping the armor from the corpses, thereby complicating his task several-fold. Chapter 23. Mastering Herrenberg. Evil whispers echoed between the forest and mountains. A blasphemous voice from the depths of hell. A dense pile of corpses gathered, with Xia Chaqing standing amidst them while others encircled the periphery, watching with excitement, reverence, and fear. This scene resembled a grand malevolent ritual, destined to be scorned by the gods above. As Xia Chaqing moved, the dead warriors rose behind him, the atmosphere becoming both eerie and terrifying. Xia Chaqing eventually arrived near the Mountain of Magic, pausing to catch his breath. Although his skill of resurrecting the dead had undergone an upgrade, the extensive usage took a severe toll on his spirit. His body swayed slightly, his mind blank, occasionally pierced by sharp pangs of pain. Ironically, after resurrecting so many, he found himself unable to revive the Mountain of Magic, which made it appear all the more unique. The overwhelming mental exhaustion left Xia Chaqing on the brink of collapse, yet the others, intimidated by the strange ambience, presumed he was preparing for some ritual, and no one came forward to assist him. Cursing inwardly to maintain his image, he stood firm. 1 minute, 2 minutes, half an hour passed. The onlookers gazed at Xia Chaqing in confusion, unaware of what he was doing, as his method of resurrecting the dead was unprecedented, leading them to believe it was a normal occurrence. A group stood motionless for half an hour, creating a rather comical scene. After this duration, Xia Changqing's legs had nearly gone numb, but his spirit began to recover, allowing him to focus on resurrecting the mountain of magic. With only the mountain remaining to be revived, although he was formidable in life, in death he was no different from the others, suffering the same spiritual depletion. As the spirit energy was drawn forth, the mountain of magic staggered to his feet, opening his bloodthirsty eyes to glare at Xia Changqing before slowly kneeling before him. Startled, Xia Changqing felt immense pressure in facing the mountain of magic up close. Although he knew he could control him completely, the internal strain was not easily alleviated. After resting for an hour, he finally regained his composure and summoned Aid and others. Aid, relay the order to regroup the troops, cavalry in the front, civilians behind. We shall march to Herrenberg. Yes, my lord. Aid responded, and the command was executed, prompting all to spring into action. Xia Changqing led the charge, clad in chainmail, sword in hand, with Aid to his left and the mountain of magic to his right, pointing his blade towards Herrenberg, invigorated as the entire army surged forward. The troops marched swiftly, with the cavalry leading the way, the mountain of magic at the forefront. In less than half an hour, the cavalry reached the outskirts of Herrenberg. The mountain, riding at the front, was recognized by the soldiers stationed on the castle walls without needing to announce himself. There was no one of such immense stature in the Seven Kingdoms besides him. The gates of Herrenberg swung wide open, welcoming the mountain's return. Though the soldiers of the Western realm were oblivious to the fact that this was no longer the mountain they once knew. My lord, we welcome your return. I hope your journey was successful. Where is Lord Amory? Sweet-tongued Rafe stood in the central street of the castle, respectfully greeting the mountain's return. He had observed that the troop was larger than when they departed, and the cavalry's armor bore numerous scars, indicating a fierce battle had transpired. However, Rafe noticed the absence of Amory, whose rescue was the primary objective of this expedition. By the time I arrived, Amory was already dead. The mountain bellowed. At that moment, over 400 soldiers from the Western realm remained within the castle, and the mountain needed to assert control over them. What? Lord Amory is dead? Rafe exclaimed. The death of Amory rendered him without value. Failing to bring him back meant the mountain's efforts were in vain. My lord, did you not bring back Lord Amory's body? Rafe continued to inquire, as delivering Amory's corpse to Duke Tywin would have sufficed as a justification. No, Rafe, I am weary. Arrange for my meal. The mountain shouted, glaring at sweet-tongued Rafe. If you utter another word, I shall twist your head off. Rafe shuddered, realizing the mountain's mood was far from amiable, and prudently decided to avoid further provoking him. Under the mountain's command, the castle swiftly prepared a meal, ensuring that over 100 of Xia Changqing's cavalry were well fed and restored. During this time, Xia Changqing also surveyed the situation in Herrenberg. The castle was a quintessential stone fortress, vast enough to accommodate thousands. Within Herrenberg, aside from the Western soldiers, the largest number comprised prisoners captured after the mountain's assault on the castle. Xia Changqing noted that some soldiers were specifically torturing and slaughtering these captives. While not a paragon of virtue, the brutality on display unsettled him. Thus, Xia Changqing revised his plans. Originally intent on hastily returning to the Northern Realm and using aid to control the Northern Army, he now sought to take a risk. According to the unfolding narrative and the mountain's warnings, Tywin would soon lead an army to Herrenberg. Xia Changqing aimed to remain there, utilizing the mountain to assassinate Tywin, thereby gaining control over the entire Western army. With the combined strength of the Western and Northern realms, they would be capable of sweeping across the continent. This was undeniably a perilous endeavor, yet Xia Changqing understood a fundamental truth. Sometimes one must dare to gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. As Tywin's trusted subordinate and foremost general, the mountain's betrayal would be utterly unexpected. Although Tywin was a figure of great power, he was merely an aging man. He could be slain by a crossbow bolt in the lavatory just as easily as he could fall to the mountain's dagger. The more Xia Changqing contemplated, the more feasible this plan seemed. He approached Aid, sharing his audacious intentions. Aid was taken aback by Xia Changqing's boldness, while the potential rewards were substantial. The risks were equally significant. He advised Xia Changqing to deliberate carefully. Chapter 24. Unlocking swordsmanship skills. The prospect of assassinating the Duke of Tywin under the very eyes of the Western army was exhilarating. Though Xia Changqing often inadvertently revealed a cowardly essence, he possessed an inherent adventurous spirit. Furthermore, the assassination was primarily the mountain's undertaking. Should Tywin seek vengeance, it would be directed at the mountain, not Xia Changqing. Having made up his mind, Xia Changqing decided to temporarily reside in Herrenberg with Aid. They donned the attire of Western soldiers, presenting themselves as remnants of Amory's forces now under the mountain's command. In the vast expanse of Herrenberg, amidst the multitude of soldiers from the west, Xia Changqing and Ed blended in seamlessly, akin to droplets merging with a flowing river, unnoticed by anyone. Sansa Arya and the civilians who were originally bound for the wall were led by Euron, accompanied by the formidable mountain in Rorge as they continued their journey to the north. During his time in Herrenberg, Xia Chongqing unexpectedly found himself with rare moments of leisure. Since being transported by the system to King's Landing, he had been perpetually occupied. Now, within the enemy camp, he experienced an unusual sense of tranquility. With this newfound leisure, Xia Chongqing began to seek Ed's guidance on swordsmanship. He could not remain in the shadows indefinitely. Eventually, he would step into the limelight. Thus, cultivating his strength was of utmost importance. My lord, it is an honor to impart my knowledge of swordsmanship to you. However, I must candidly express that you have surpassed the prime age for refining your skills, and significant progress in swordsmanship may be elusive for you, the straightforward Lord of Winterfell remarked, oblivious to the discomfort his words might evoke. Xia Chongqing wearily waved his hand, casting a complex gaze at Ed, a man as stoic as the frozen lands of the north, pondering if he could not choose his words with more finesse. Ed, your role is solely to teach. How much I learn is my responsibility, and I shall not lay blame upon you. Ed unsheathed his sword, a standard long sword of the West, rather than a legendary blade. In his youth, Ed was renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship, ranking among the finest in the Seven Kingdoms. He had once competed against the legendary Dawn. Though he was no match, it remained a point of pride for him. However, since inheriting the title of Duke of Winterfell, his comfortable lifestyle had led to a decline in both his physique and his martial prowess. As the protector of the North, the Duke's duties fell to his subordinates, leaving Ed's skills largely untapped. Although Ed's swordplay had grown rusty, his theoretical knowledge remained profound, more than sufficient to instruct the novice Xia Chongqing. Ed's technique emphasized strength and power, characterized by grand, sweeping motions suited for the battlefield. As Ed meticulously explained the nuances of swordsmanship and its various considerations, the long-absent system suddenly reappeared before Xia Chongqing. Ed Stark is instructing you in sword techniques. Swordsmanship skill unlocked. Basic skill, swordsmanship 10. A spark of excitement ignited within Xia Chongqing, who promptly drew his longsword and began practicing slashes and thrusts, emulating Ed's movements. The system panel in his mind began to evolve gradually. After half an hour, Xia Chongqing concluded his initial swordsmanship practice, having gained a clearer understanding of the art. Upon reviewing the system, he discovered, basic skill, swordsmanship 15. The improvement of 5 points in half an hour provided him with a tangible sense of progress. In the days that followed, Xia Chongqing devoted himself entirely to honing his swordplay. He was no prodigy, nor could he instantaneously ascend to the rank of a master swordsman. However, with the system's assistance, he could visibly track his advancements each day, which fueled his motivation. After unlocking swordsmanship skills, Xia Chongqing also acquired archery skills, one for close combat, and the other for ranged encounters, complementing each other beautifully. His pursuit of diverse abilities once again reminded him of the coins he had received from Jacqueline. The House of Black and White was indeed a training ground for true talents, although he had yet to formulate any plans to journey to Bravos. While practicing his foundational skills, Xia Chongqing did not neglect the additional ability bestowed upon him by the system. In truth, his utilization of the ice spear technique had been minimal. The skill of the returned was nearing level 3, while the ice spear remained stagnant, lacking any progress. His time in Herrenberg afforded Xia Chongqing ample opportunity to recharge his abilities, swordsmanship, and skills, none to be overlooked. Entertainment during this era was notably scarce, especially amidst the ongoing war. Aside from their daily training, the soldiers of the West had little else to occupy their time. Thus, Xia Chongqing engaged Ed daily, absorbing practical combat experience at an accelerated pace. Half a month later, Duke Tywin Lannister arrived at Herrenberg with his army. Xia Chongqing and Ed stood within the welcoming party for the Duke. This marked Xia Chongqing's first encounter with Tywin Lannister. The Duke bore a countenance of authority, stern and unsmiling, his golden hair resembling the mane of a fierce lion. In the presence of Tywin, no one dared to speak boisterously or breach his imposing dignity. Riding into the city, Duke Tywin surveyed the respectful mountain from a lofty position, his expression devoid of mirth. Upon dismounting, he approached the mountain and, in a cold voice, commanded, "Mountain, come with me." The towering mountain appeared almost like a docile kitten before Duke Tywin, lowering his gaze and obediently following in the Duke's wake. This behavior was not a result of Xia Chongqing's request. Rather, it was the mountain's long-established demeanor, as he had only ever heeded Tywin's commands among the Seven Kingdoms. Duke Tywin led the mountain into the main hall, where he unhesitatingly took the seat of honor. "Mountain, how did Amory die?" Tywin inquired frostily. Although he had received a letter from the mountain detailing Amory's demise, a sliver of doubt lingered in his mind. The Duke was acutely aware of the discord between Amory and the mountain, providing him with ample reason to suspect the mountain's complicity in Amory's death. Crash! The mountain knelt heavily before Duke Tywin, his voice deep and resonant as he replied, "My lord, Amory was slain by the Brotherhood without banners. I was unable to prevent it. By the time I arrived, Amory had already succumbed to the hands of Beric Dondarrion. Brotherhood without banners. Tywin's tone was inscrutable, devoid of discernible anger or joy. He had not regarded the Brotherhood as a significant threat, but was now faced with the loss of one of his knights due to them. Originally established by Beric Dondarrion and the red-haired thirst to obey the commands of Lord Eddard, the Brotherhood had transformed into an outlaw organization after the deaths of King Robert and Prime Minister Eddard, dedicated to opposing House Lannister. With such a convenient scapegoat, the Mountain readily placed the blame on the Brotherhood without banners. Tywin harbored no doubts regarding Amory's death at their hands. Rather, he questioned whether Amory had already perished by the time the Mountain arrived on the scene. "Where is Sir Amory's body?" Tywin pressed. "The Brotherhood took his body. I was unable to retrieve it." The Mountain answered, a statement of truth, as he indeed had not laid eyes upon Amory's remains. "Mountain, I am greatly disappointed in you." Tywin's icy gaze bore into the Mountain. As a proud warrior, to effectively manage the Mountain required periodic admonishment. "Yes, my lord, I have disappointed you." The Mountain's tone remained level as he slowly raised his bowed head. Tywin's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed something unsettlingly different about the Mountain today. An element beyond his control that stirred unease within the Duke. "Mountain, your gold dragons for this month will be reduced by 1/3 as punishment for failing to rescue Amory." The Mountain, a noble figure, possessed a trivial domain in the West, due to his insatiable fondness for poppy wine. He mandated that all the serfs within his territory cultivate poppies. Consequently, the land yielded little in terms of produce, resulting in a dire lack of economic sustenance. The Mountain's finances solely relied on the patronage of Duke Tywin. As a result, Duke Tywin decided to reduce his monthly gold dragons by 1/3, a significant matter for the once mighty Mountain. Yet, this was not the same Mountain as before. While gold dragons held importance, they paled in comparison to the orders issued by Xia Chongqing. The Mountain lifted his gaze, meeting Duke Tywin's eyes with a respectful yet unsettling intensity that ignited a sense of unease within the Duke. At that moment, the Mountain should have trembled in acknowledgement of his transgressions, who bestowed upon him the audacity to gaze directly at his superior. It was, of course, the courage given to him by Xia Chongqing. The sound of clanking armor reverberated as the Mountain rose from the ground. "My lord, I have disappointed you," he stated once more. Though he was compelled to carry out Xia Chongqing's orders and bring Duke Tywin to his demise, his respect for the Duke remained unwavering. "Mountain, what are you doing?" Observing the Mountain's unusual demeanor, Duke Tywin sensed something amiss, yet maintained his composure. Years of cultivated authority led him to believe that the Mountain would not dare act against him. "My lord, I have disappointed you," the Mountain reiterated, advancing boldly. Duke Tywin's expression shifted, his brow furrowing as he struggled to comprehend the Mountain's behavior. The arrogant Duke did not immediately call for the guards. "Mountain, tell me what transpired?" The Duke attempted to regain control through words, still unconvinced that the Mountain would pose a threat to him. This was Tywin Lannister, a man steeped in confidence and arrogance. The Mountain extended his massive hand, swiftly grasping Duke Tywin's throat. "My lord, I have disappointed you." Upon hearing this once more, Tywin finally began to panic. He opened his mouth to call for the guards, but the Mountain's other hand swiftly covered his mouth. The Duke struggled to pry the Mountain's arm away, but lacking any weaponry, he found himself utterly powerless against the threat posed by the Mountain. The formidable Duke of the West, feared throughout the realm, was, at his core, merely a fragile mortal. With a crisp crack, the light faded from Duke Tywin's eyes, and his hands fell lifelessly to the ground. The Mountain released his grip and regarded the deceased Duke with a calm gaze. A cold-hearted and ruthless individual, the Mountain felt a fleeting pang of guilt at Tywin's death, quickly replaced by a serene composure. He adjusted the Duke's body, ensuring he appeared to still be seated in his chair, before exiting the room. The guards stationed at the door, filled with trepidation, instinctively recoiled from the Mountain, who inspired fear even among the soldiers of the West. As the Mountain departed, one guard approached to close the wooden door, catching a glimpse of Duke Tywin's back, seemingly lost in contemplation. Without further thought, the guard closed the door. Within Harrenhal, Xia Chongqing, engaged in discussions with Eddard about their return to their encampment, remained oblivious to the fact that, shortly after Duke Tywin's arrival, the Mountain had efficiently fulfilled the task set before him. When the Mountain sought out Xia Chongqing to request his service as the Duke's cupbearer, Xia was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon heard the Mountain's inner voice, realizing that Tywin had been slain. Stunned, Xia promptly followed the Mountain. With Tywin dead, he needed to act swiftly before anyone discovered the truth and resurrect him. Using the pretext of fetching a cupbearer for Tywin, the Mountain led Xia Chongqing to the Duke's quarters. In truth, the guards dared not impede the Mountain. They all knew he was the Duke's most loyal enforcer. If they displeased him, they risked their lives, and any subsequent reprimand from the Duke would be a mere formality. The mountain ushered Xia Chongqing into Taiwan's room and shut the door firmly, obscuring them from the guard's view. Xia hurriedly moved around the chair to face the West's highest authority. The old lion lay still, his eyes tightly shut, his neck askew against the chair. Without wasting any time, Xia activated the skill of resurrection. Moments later, Duke Taiwan's eyes snapped open, his gaze still authoritative and his expression serious, though the broken neck and tilted head greatly marred his appearance. Chapter 26, Convergence. Duke Taiwan, resurrected, regarded Xia Chongqing with an expression of profound complexity. The Seven Kingdoms were indeed on the brink of a dark era. A person capable of reviving the dead undoubtedly harbored motives beyond common understanding. Drawing upon his years of experience, Taiwan was certain that Xia Chongqing was destined to bring about change in Westeros. However, whether this change was for better or worse remained uncertain, even to Taiwan himself. Xia then summoned Eddard, a guardian of the North, to meet with the guardian of the West under these extraordinary circumstances. They held an unprecedented conference, candidly discussing the future of the Seven Kingdoms and sharing their perspectives. Ultimately, they reached a friendly agreement between the North and the West, pledging to honor Xia Chongqing as their leader, aiming to forge a brighter future together. In truth, under Xia's guidance, the once bitter rivals of the North and West extended a hand in reconciliation. Eddard consented to release Ser Jaime, and together they resolved to eliminate other pretenders to the throne. Afterward, Eddard and Xia departed Harrenhal, eager to hasten to the Trident, where the newly crowned Robb Stark was mustering the northern forces. Duke Tywin had also received word of Robb's plan to ambush Casterly Rock, prompting Eddard to rush back and thwart Robb's intentions. Along with Eddard and Xia, they took with them over 100 resurrected knights from the west. Upon leaving Harrenhal, the cavalry discarded any insignia of the West to avoid unnecessary complications, particularly with the Brotherhood without banners. Xia Chongqing had no time to contend with the Brotherhood. He needed to guide Eddard swiftly to Robb and reign in the Northern Army. The forces of both the North and the West now belonged to Xia Chongqing. Setting forth from Harrenhal along the King's Road, their mounted speed was swift, and in a matter of days, they arrived at the Trident. Days prior, Robb had already reunited with Sansa, Arya, and others, learning from them that Eddard was alive. Initially stunned by this revelation, Robb quickly accepted the miraculous resurrection. In a world where gods existed, the Northerners worshipped the old gods. Robb silently expressed gratitude to the old gods for their blessing. Although he now bore the title of king in the North, with all lords and nobles swearing fealty to him, he believed that upon Eddard's return, the lords would undoubtedly endorse Eddard as the rightful king in the North. Yet, Robb remained indifferent. He held no fervor for power, nor did he covet the title of king in the North. As Eddard entered the Trident, he was promptly spotted by scouts from the Northern Army, and the news swiftly reached Robb. Before Eddard and Summer Cha-Ching could reach the encampment of the Northern Army, Robb led a contingent of nobles to greet Eddard, and they met halfway. At the forefront of the procession rode Robb, the young wolf, who was robustly built with a mane of fiery red curls inherited from his mother. Robb galloped to Eddard's side, hastily dismounting and rushing into his father's embrace. "Father!" His voice trembled in Eddard's arms. Following Robb, a host of northern lords gathered around them, exclaiming, "Old gods be praised! My lord Eddard, you have truly returned. Welcome back, my lord. Your grace." Clad in their sturdy attire, the lords bore a rugged demeanor, reflective of the harsh northern climate. Their expressions ranged from excitement to joy as they surrounded Eddard, who was equally moved to tears. He had thought he would never see the people of the North again, yet here he was, returned. "Robb, you are now the king in the North." Eddard affectionately patted the young wolf's shoulder, gesturing for him to rise, for as the king in the North, Robb must maintain a semblance of authority in front of his vassals. "Father, now that you have returned, the throne of the North rightfully belongs to you," Robb proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Summer noticed that some nobles shifted uncomfortably, though the majority still wore genuine smiles, simply believing that now that Eddard had returned, he should reclaim his position as king in the North. "We shall discuss this later. Robb, where is your mother?" Eddard's return was primarily to assist Summer in commanding the northern forces, so he intended to reclaim the kingship from his son. However, he knew better than to rush this matter, understanding that Robb was a dutiful son who would willingly yield the title without prompting. This awareness brought a twinge of guilt to Eddard's heart, a reason he hesitated to address the issue immediately. "Mother has gone to Storm's End. Once she persuades Renly and Stannis, under your leadership, we shall surely annihilate the Lannisters." "Catelyn has gone to Storm's End?" Eddard's countenance flickered at the mention of uniting with Renly and Stannis, pondering how Robb would react to the North's tacit alliance with the Westerlands. Nevertheless, as long as these matters remained unspoken, the atmosphere remained convivial. "My lord Eddard, which one among you is the emissary of the old gods?" After the pleasantries, someone inquired about Summer. The title of Emissary of the Old Gods was a result of Eddard and Summer's deliberation, as the Northerners predominantly revered the old gods, and bearing this title would facilitate Summer's endeavors. The Northern lords had long held admiration for Summer, the emissary capable of resurrecting the dead, instilling awe among them. The Red Woman of Dragonstone, who merely glimpsed prophecies and flames, was incomparable to the esteem Stannis held for her. Even before Summer's arrival, many lords had eagerly anticipated meeting him. In these tumultuous times, no one could guarantee their safety. Thus, an emissary capable of bestowing life was their greatest assurance of survival. Summer removed his hood, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the Northern lords, who regarded him with reverence, as if beholding a deity. This is the emissary of the old gods. Summer. Eddard introduced him. As Summer presented himself before the Northern lords, the most dramatic display came from Robb. The young wolf parted the crowd, kneeling before Summer in a gesture of fealty as a vassal to his lord. Emissary, on behalf of House Stark of the North, I thank you for saving my father. From this moment forth, the North shall be your most loyal ally. Robb's act pleased many lords, who felt a deep sense of loyalty towards the young wolf they wished to see ascend as king in the North. Yet, some nobles harbored quiet discontent. Robb was still the king in the North, and it was only fitting that others bowed to him. Even if Summer was an emissary, Robb's kneeling seemed unwarranted. The assembly returned to the encampment of the Northern Army, stationed south of Winterfell, strategically positioned for swift movements towards King's Landing or the Westerlands. The Lord of Winterfell was Old Lord Fry, whose orchestrations of the Red Wedding remained vivid in Summer's memory, all stemming from Robb's breach of his oath. At the onset of war, Robb had sought passage across the Trident, under the condition that he wed one of Lord Frey's daughters. However, Robb fell for Jane Westerling and married her instead, forsaking his promise. Enraged, Lord Fry allied with the Lannisters and masterminded the Red Wedding. Another conspirator behind the bloodshed was Roose Bolton, who was among those welcoming Eddard. It remained uncertain whether, upon Eddard's return, Fry and Bolton would dare betray House Stark again. Once in the camp, following a warm welcome for Eddard, the noble lords convened in what had once been Robb's grand tent. Eddard occupied the seat of honor, with Robb positioned to his left and Summer to his right. As the lords gathered, they quickly noted the seating arrangement. Most Northerners were known for their straightforwardness, unencumbered by trivialities, and Robb was no exception. Once the majority of lords were present, Robb rose from his seat. Lords, you are all steadfast allies of House Stark. It is through your support that I have triumphed in battle since learning of my father's plight, and for that, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. The old gods have sent their emissary to return my father, your Lord of Winterfell. Previously, you all united to proclaim me king in the North, but that was in my father's absence. Now that he has returned, the throne rightfully belongs to him. Robb declared loudly. Eddard Stark is the king in the North. Do you all agree? Aye, my lord should reign. Aye, he is our king in the North. King in the North. Cheers erupted from the tent, resonating throughout the encampment as the name of Eddard Stark was hailed. A new king in the North had been born. Although Eddard had been proclaimed king, the war did not cease immediately. Both Eddard and Summer understood that the Northern lords supported House Stark primarily to exact vengeance on the Lannisters. Should Eddard abruptly declare a truce with the Lannisters, the forthright Northern lords would not accept such an outcome, and some might even turn against the Starks. Thus, Eddard required a catalyst. Until the situation was fully revealed, the Northern army remained stationed there, and skirmishes with the Westerlands persisted, albeit without any significant clashes. Eddard and Tywin tacitly upheld the status quo of conflict between the North and the West. Minor skirmishes continued, yet the major war remained elusive, leaving no one to suspect the intricacies beneath the surface. Until Catelyn returned from Storm's End. Catelyn Tully, who was originally meant to be Ed's sister-in-law, ultimately became his wife. After their marriage, the couple was blessed with 5 children, and their relationship was characterized by mutual affection. However, upon reuniting with Ed after a prolonged separation, Catelyn brought devastating news. Renly Baratheon had been slain by a shadow, and she suspected Stannis to be behind the act. This was subsequently confirmed by Summer, who informed the Northern lords that Melisandre, the Red Priestess of Dragonstone, was an emissary of the Lord of Light, possessing the ability to conjure shadow assassins to eliminate her enemies undetected. Renly's death sparked widespread outrage in Westeros. Killing one's kin was considered a heinous act deserving of a curse. Once this was confirmed, the Northern alliance with Stannis against the Lannisters fell apart, as not a single lord from the North was willing to ally with a man who had slain his own kin. The situation of war became increasingly ambiguous, with no one able to predict its future trajectory. However, calamity struck again. Roose Bolton delivered the news that Winterfell had been breached by Theon Greyjoy and his men. The young wolf was consumed by rage upon hearing this, for it was he who had initially promised Theon safe passage to the Iron Islands to seek the support of Balon Greyjoy. Now, he found himself betrayed by Theon. whom he had regarded as a close brother. "Father, I beseech you to allow me to lead the troops back to Winterfell and take Theon's head." The depth of his love had transformed into an equally intense hatred. If Theon were standing before Robb at that moment, he would not hesitate to behead him. "Young lord, the war is pressing, and the Lannisters lurk nearby. If we recklessly return to Winterfell, we would only provide the Lannisters with an opportunity." Roose Bolton opposed Robb's suggestion, having already devised a strategy to secure Winterfell for House Bolton. "My lord, my lands, the Dreadfort, lie not far from Winterfell. I can send my bastard son Ramsay Snow to reclaim Winterfell from Theon's grasp." Ed regarded Roose with a peculiar expression, as Summer had previously warned him of Bolton's rebellious inclinations, advising against placing too much trust in him. Now, with Roose proposing to send his bastard to retake Winterfell, Ed questioned his true intentions. Nevertheless, Ed acquiesced to Bolton's plan, recognizing the proximity of the Dreadfort to Winterfell as a compelling reason. Chapter 28. The return to Winterfell. A wooden sword danced before Summer, akin to a graceful butterfly flitting amidst a garden of blooms. In a moment of distraction, Arya had already sheathed her sword behind her, standing with her hands clasped behind her back, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she gazed up at Summer. "What manner of swordsmanship is this?" Summer mused, feeling that had Arya wielded a real sword, his face would surely have been sliced open. "Water dance. A sword technique from Bravos," Arya declared with pride, yet her words were tinged with an imperceptible sorrow. Her instructor, Syrio Farrell, had perished at King's Landing, sacrificing himself to ensure her escape from the Gold Cloaks. Syrio was Arya's first swordmaster, the one who ignited her passion for the art of combat. "Remarkable swordplay." Summer praised wholeheartedly, eliciting a beaming smile from Arya. During this period, Summer found himself with ample time, dedicating his days to the study of swordsmanship. The others in the camp regarded Summer with a sense of reverence, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. However, Arya found a kindred spirit in him. "Lord Summer, are you present?" Just as Summer and Arya were engrossed in their discussion, Ed abruptly sought out Summer. He welcomed Ed into their midst, accompanied by Robb, and despite the presence of others, Summer afforded Ed the respect he deserved. "My lord, what brings you to me?" Ed relayed the news of Theon's assault on Winterfell and mentioned Roose Bolton's proposal. "Lord Summer, I implore you to accompany Robb back to Winterfell. Bran and Rickon remain there, and I am deeply concerned for their safety." Bran and Rickon, Ed's two younger sons, had stayed behind in Winterfell during Robb's campaign, and with Bran's leg injury rendering him immobile, Ed feared for their well-being at Theon's hands. "My lord, should anything happen to Bran and Rickon, I hope you can bring them back to life." This was the true purpose of Ed's visit. If it were merely to return to Winterfell, Robb could suffice, and there would be no need for Summer's involvement. Ed's earnest words conveyed his desperation as he looked at Summer with pleading eyes. "Lord Summer, I hope you can return to Winterfell with me." The young wolf echoed this plea. "Summer, please agree to this." Arya chimed in, resembling a tomboy as she gripped her wooden sword, her teeth clenched, wishing to exact vengeance upon Theon for betraying House Stark. "Very well, I did not say I would refuse you. I consent. Robb, when shall we depart?" Given his long-standing friendship with Ed, Summer had no reason to decline. Furthermore, remaining idle here seemed less appealing than experiencing the splendor of the North. "In a few days, once we are ready to set out, I will inform you," Robb replied with excitement, and gratitude radiated from Ed's eyes, while Arya joyfully embraced Summer. With Summer's presence, Ed and his companions felt a renewed sense of assurance, particularly Ed, who believed that if Bran and Rickon encountered misfortune, Summer would surely have the means to restore them. Perhaps, upon revival, Bran's leg would be healed. Ed thought optimistically. Mobilizing an army is no simple task. It requires meticulous coordination and vigilance against the lurking Lannisters, although they were unlikely to strike at this moment. Yet, the other northern lords were unaware of this. And when they learned that Robb intended to lead a contingent back to Winterfell, there was bound to be contention, especially Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort, who had suggested sending his bastard to aid in Winterfell's defense, now felt slighted by Ed's decision to send Robb back, which clearly indicated a lack of trust. Roose was not without his pride, and since he had not yet exhibited any sign of treachery against House Stark, Ed found it necessary to appease him. After lingering for over a week, the forces preparing to march on Winterfell were finally ready, led by Robb with a total of 2,000 cavalry. They passed through the town of Torrens Square and began their journey northward. Crossing Torrens Square and entering the King's Road, Robb, unaware of Winterfell's exact circumstances, was consumed with urgency and chose to march at a swift pace. The cavalry traversed the neck, crossing the ancient burial mounds of the first men, traveling day and night. Just as Summer felt he could not endure the pace any longer, Robb finally announced that they were nearing Winterfell. This mission was to reclaim Winterfell, and given the likelihood of a fierce battle ahead, Ed resolutely rebuffed Arya's request to accompany them. Not far from Winterfell, Robb ordered a brief respite for the troops before they set out once more, resolved to seize Winterfell from Theon's grasp. As Robb reached the gates of Winterfell with his men, he was taken aback to discover that the flayed banner of House Bolton was already hanging from the castle ramparts. "Who is up there?" Robb called out, halting his horse. The individual who had initially seized Winterfell was none other than Ramsay Snow, the illegitimate son of Roose Bolton. Though it could hardly be termed a conquest, as Theon Greyjoy had already fled with his Ironborn followers upon Ramsay's arrival. Known for his moniker, Little Flayer, Ramsay commanded the gates of Winterfell to be opened, for despite the Bolton family's allegiance to House Stark, he dared not deny entry to Robb. As Robb entered the castle, the remaining inhabitants of Winterfell lined the pathway, tears of relief streaming down their faces upon seeing him. His eyes searched desperately for his two younger brothers, but regrettably, he found no trace of them. Approaching Ramsay, Robb's voice thundered with urgency. "Where are my brothers?" A false smile adorned Ramsay's face, which filled Summer with revulsion, and he could distinctly perceive the dissatisfaction lurking in Ramsay's eyes. With a mock semblance of sorrow, Ramsay replied, "My lord, it grieves me to inform you that upon my capturing of Winterfell, I learned that Theon Greyjoy, in a fit of madness, ordered the execution of the two Stark boys. Oh, and there was also that tutor and the maester, though I'm afraid I've forgotten their names. But Theon is truly despicable. I've heard he was your closest brother." Ramsay's taunts pierced Robb's heart like a dagger. After enduring extensive trials, Robb was not oblivious to the derision in Ramsay's words. Indeed, it was common knowledge throughout the North that Theon Greyjoy, as Eddard Stark's ward, was the closest companion to Robb Stark. They were destined to inherit their respective realms, one the North and the other the Iron Islands, sharing a bond akin to that of Eddard and King Robert. Yet, while Eddard remained steadfast, Theon had betrayed Robb, a disgrace that weighed heavily upon House Stark. Robb was consumed by rage, yet he found himself unable to counter Ramsay's remarks, for they bore the bitter truth. The treachery of a brother and the death of kin had already ignited a blaze of fury within him, and Ramsay's mockery only served to fuel that fire. Seizing Ramsay by the collar, Robb's actions may have tarnished his noble image, but who would dare provoke him further? "Bastard, where are my brothers?" he roared. The term bastard struck a deep chord within Ramsay, who loathed his own identity and detested anyone daring to utter it before him. A shadow of malice clouded his eyes as he glared at Robb, harboring a desire for vengeance. However, he soon noticed the warning glare from the young man standing beside Robb, a clear signal to temper his aggression. Summer understood the ruthlessness ingrained in Ramsay's character, far surpassing even that of King Joffrey. Though Joffrey exhibited cruelty, he still held a measure of respect for his surrogate father, while Ramsay would not hesitate to slay his own. As another bastard, Jon Snow experienced far more compassion than Ramsay. Ramsay's status as a bastard led to certain peculiarities in his treatment at the Dreadfort, which Summer sympathized with, though he bore no intention of avenging Ramsay's grievances, even against his father, Roose Bolton. Nevertheless, Ramsay could not afford to act too brazenly in Summer's presence, lest he risk a confrontation. Ramsay, aware of Summer's connection to the old gods and recognizing his distinctive appearance, concealed his murderous intent. He was cunning enough to ignore Robb's rude behavior, instead donning a facade of cheerfulness. "I can hardly wait to see your expression when you behold the remains of your two brothers," he thought maliciously. "Lord Robb, do not be agitated. That wretched Theon not only burned your young lords, but also barbarically displayed their bodies for all to see. After I took Winterfell, I had their remains gathered," Ramsay said, a malevolent satisfaction lacing his words. A flicker of anguish crossed Robb's eyes as he released Ramsay's collar, striving to steady his voice. "My apologies, Ramsay, I lost my composure. Please, take me to my brothers." "Of course, my lord, I understand your pain of loss." Ramsay feigned sympathy, quickly suppressing his smile, though inwardly he reveled in delight. "However, my lord, your brothers have been so charred beyond recognition that perhaps it would be best not to see them." "No, regardless of their state, they are still my kin." "Take me to them," Robb insisted. "Very well, my lord, if you so desire," Ramsay relented, leading the way with Robb and Summer closely behind. They arrived at a chamber where two wooden beds lay covered with white cloth, concealing the frail forms beneath. Robb's heart shattered as he trembled, slowly unveiling the cloth. Upon his first glance, he could bear no more and hastily covered them again. Witnessing this, Ramsay reveled in his misfortune. The bodies beneath the cloth were indeed unrecognizable. To instill fear among the inhabitants of Winterfell, Theon had carelessly brought forth two farmers' sons to masquerade as Stark children, incinerating the unfortunate boys to conceal their identities. Now, apart from a semblance of form, their features were utterly indistinct. "Lord Summer?" Robb turned to seek guidance from him, his gaze pleading. Simultaneously, Ramsay scrutinized Summer. Having received word of the old god's emissary possessing the ability to resurrect the dead, Eddard Stark was said to have been brought back by him. Yet, could these charred remains possibly be revived? Summer, disregarding Ramsey's malicious stare, shook his head at Rob. He was aware of his own capabilities. The state of the deceased would remain unchanged upon resurrection. Rob, while I can indeed bring them back, I cannot restore their original forms. Would you wish for them to endure in this condition? Rob instinctively shook his head, the thought of Bran and Rickon living in such a state unbearable. Our father and mother would not endorse their revival, he lamented, feeling disillusioned. He had hoped that with Summer's return, even if Bran and Rickon faced misfortune, they could be restored. To discover that Theon had mercilessly burned them to mere ashes deepened Rob's loathing for him. Rob, there is no need for such sorrow. Summer interjected, gazing at the perplexed Rob as he revealed the truth. I can assure you, these bodies do not belong to Bran or Rickon. What? Ramsay? The first to react could hardly believe his ears. If these were not the Stark children, then his glee had been in vain. How do you know this isn't Bran and Rickon's doing? Littlefinger exclaimed, gazing skeptically at Summer. Rob seemed oblivious to Littlefinger's agitation, casting a puzzled look at Summer as well. Summer exchanged a meaningful glance with Littlefinger before explaining to Rob, Rob, whether you choose to believe it or not, this is what my eyes have witnessed. I can see that Bran and Rickon, though they may face trials, are still alive. Chapter 30. A miracle. Since Summer had already proclaimed himself the messenger of the old gods, he did not mind playing the role of a prophet. The moment he finished speaking, Littlefinger's face was a mask of disbelief. Anyone could make claims, but Summer's assertions lacked tangible evidence. In contrast, Rob was unwavering in his faith in Summer's words. His face lit up with excitement as he pressed on, My Lord Summer, can you see where Bran and Rickon are now? Summer furrowed his brow slightly, having merely deduced from the original narrative that Bran and Rickon had not perished. Moreover, with the three-eyed raven keeping watch over Bran, Summer doubted that Bran would easily meet his demise. However, he recalled that Bran had journeyed northward, beyond the wall, in search of the three-eyed raven, while Rickon had been captured by Littlefinger. Now that Rob had returned to Winterfell, he should be able to retrieve Rickon. But as for Bran, Summer believed the three-eyed raven would not allow Rob to find him so easily. I can only surmise they are heading north. I cannot pinpoint their exact location. After all, I am not a true deity, Summer conveyed to Rob. North? Rob murmured, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Indeed. If Bran and the others escaped from Theon, they would certainly head north. Jon is at the wall, and they must be seeking him. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, his expression brimming with fervor. I must write to Jon immediately, instructing him to prepare for their arrival at the wall. As Summer watched Rob hastily depart, he felt a pang of doubt in his heart. While Rob might easily recover Rickon, he was less certain about Bran's fate. The three-eyed raven, a being capable of traversing the world, needed Bran to find him. Thus, it would not let Rob bring Bran back without a struggle. In Westeros, few entities instilled fear in Summer, and the three-eyed raven was among them, though it lacked the direct threat posed by Melisandre or the Night King. The three-eyed raven possessed the ability to delve into the past and observe history. Summer was uncertain if entering the raven's sight would reveal his origins and intentions. Yet this was a risk he felt compelled to guard against. However, with Bran now journeying north to seek him, the raven's primary focus would be on Bran, leaving little time for other matters. Once Bran became the three-eyed raven, Summer believed he would have solidified his own power, rendering him unafraid of a mere assistant. After Rob's departure, he promptly penned a letter, dispatching a raven to the wall to deliver it to Jon, while he himself led a party northward to search for Bran and Rickon. Meanwhile, Rob entrusted all matters in Winterfell to Summer. Watching Rob ride out of the city with his cavalry, Summer sighed in resignation, grateful that Rob had left him 300 horsemen. Otherwise, he would have had little hope of restraining Littlefinger. Next came the task of restoring the various affairs of Winterfell, a subject Summer felt utterly ill-equipped to handle. Fortunately, despite his lack of knowledge and reluctance to manage Winterfell's affairs, there were those within the castle who were well-versed. Among the significant figures slain by Theon was Ser Roderick, the former training master, and Maester Luwin, who assisted the Duke in governing Winterfell. Summer instructed the northern soldiers to gather the bodies of all those who had perished due to Theon's actions. Initially, many of the northern residents protested vehemently, deeming it a desecration of the dead to disturb their final rest. Although Summer's title as the messenger of the old gods was widely recognized among the noble lords, it held less sway in the countryside. He commanded the soldiers to proclaim his identity as the old god's messenger and assured the populace that he would provide them with an explanation, thus calming the tumult. Yet Summer understood that if he failed to resurrect the deceased before a public audience, he would be branded a heretic and a blasphemer against the old gods. Many with ulterior motives awaited the spectacle of his failure, including Littlefinger. Days later, Summer gathered the entire populace outside the Duke's castle in Winterfell, those who had lost loved ones and those who had not all assembled. In a vast open space before the castle, a large cloth was laid out, adorned with the clean bodies of the deceased. The crowd fixated on Summer, who did not keep them waiting long. I am Summer, messenger of the old gods. May the old gods bear witness. Today in Winterfell, I shall resurrect these souls lost to war. After proclaiming his invocation, he wasted no time and stepped among the corpses. In an eerie silence, the first body stirred back to life. Then the second and the third. As the first soul was revived, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Many of the deceased relatives overwhelmed with tears of joy. The old gods were truly at work. Lord Summer. The people of Winterfell chanted various praises, expressing gratitude for the old gods' blessing and Summer's generosity. The resurrected souls, still bewildered by their sudden return, were swiftly embraced by their families. Amid the cacophony of voices, including Ser Roderick and Maester Luwin, the truth of the miraculous event gradually dawned upon everyone. The common folk knelt in gratitude before Summer, while Roderick and Luwin regarded him with looks of profound appreciation and astonishment. Summer smiled at the scene, although he attributed the power of resurrection to the old gods. He harbored no fears of retribution from them. While deities existed in this world, the old gods did not represent a singular entity. Rather, the various natural spirits of the north collectively fell under that title. Thus, Summer felt no apprehension about incurring the wrath of the old gods. The revival of so many souls was a momentous occasion for Winterfell, and indeed for the entire north, a legendary tale worthy of eternal remembrance. After resurrecting the pivotal figures of Roderick and Luwin, Summer entrusted all affairs of Winterfell to their capable hands. Both men, seasoned and familiar with the intricacies of governance after years of service, efficiently managed the realm without necessitating Summer's involvement. Chapter 31. The Seeds of Unification. Summer had never anticipated that the Duke's castle in Winterfell would already be equipped with a radiant heating system. According to Maester Luwin, there existed a hot spring beneath the castle, and the craftsmen of Winterfell had ingeniously channeled iron pipes through the castle walls to draw the spring water within, ensuring warmth throughout the chambers. This was a detail Summer had overlooked while watching Game of Thrones, and he found the harsh environment of Winterfell rather unsatisfactory. Fortunately, this innovative hot spring system greatly improved the castle's ambience. In the present day within Winterfell, there exists a subtle sense that Summer Chongqing has taken charge. On the second day following his resurrection of the others, Little Skins found an excuse to hastily return to Horror Castle. Summer Chongqing paid him no mind. As long as Little Skins did not linger before him, he was disinclined to engage with him. After Little Skins departed, Summer Chongqing entrusted the affairs of Winterfell to Master Ruin. Despite Master Ruin's advanced age, his revival seemed to have reinvigorated him, filling him with newfound energy each day. Subsequently, Summer Chongqing practiced swordsmanship daily with Ser Roderick, deriving great satisfaction from the steady improvement in his skills. Over the course of more than 20 days, while Summer Chongqing was training in the martial grounds with Ser Roderick, Master Ruin rushed in to announce the news of Rob's return with his men. Upon reuniting with Rob in the Lord's Hall, Summer Chongqing noticed the weariness etched on Rob's face, a mark of the arduous search undertaken. Upon seeing the resurrected Ser Roderick and Master Ruin, Rob expressed a moment of surprise before embracing both men in greeting. Welcome back, to Rob and his companions. These two venerable members of House Stark were akin to family, despite their nominal status as retainers. Summer Chongqing also observed that Rob had returned with only a young boy, indicating that he had not located Bran's whereabouts. My Lord Summer, this is Reek. I heeded your command and encountered him shortly after leaving Winterfell, but I was unable to discover Bran's location. Rob's countenance fell as he lamented his failure to bring Bran back, attributing the shortcoming to his own negligence. Rob, do not despair. I have sensed that Bran has his own mission. In the near future, you shall be reunited, Summer Chongqing reassured him. Bran has his own mission? Rob looked at Summer Chongqing with a hint of confusion. But he is just a child. What mission could he possibly have? Realizing he had inadvertently disclosed too much, Summer Chongqing pondered that Rob might already be aware of the Night King and the others. Thus, revealing this information might not pose any issue. Rob, have you heard that the Night's Watch beyond the wall has detected the presence of the others? The others? Rob, Ser Roderick, and Master Ruin exclaimed in disbelief. But the others were vanquished thousands of years ago. Ser Roderick responded, unable to fathom the notion. Wait. Rob suddenly appeared contemplative. I believe I received a message from Commander Mormont of the Night's Watch via Raven, confirming that they had indeed discovered traces of the others and the army of the dead. However, at that time, my focus was solely on avenging my father, and I did not take it to heart. Indeed, Commander Mormont's message is genuine. The others have returned to the land of eternal winter, and we face an impending war that will determine the fate of humanity. If this is true, I must inform my father at once. The north, near the wall, will be the first to suffer if the others truly attack. Rob, there is no need for haste. The assault by the others will not occur so swiftly. We still have time to gather our strength. Summer Chongqing endeavored to calm the impetuous Rob, adding that merely relying on the north would not suffice to win this war against the others. We must consolidate the forces of all 7 kingdoms. How can that be possible? Rob looked at Summer Cha-ching, unconvinced. The 7 kingdoms are currently at odds with one another, even in the face of the other's threat. Unification seems implausible. Rob, let me ask you, what is the reason the 7 kingdoms cannot unite? After a moment of contemplation, Rob replied earnestly. It is because of the Iron Throne. More specifically, it is due to the struggle for power. Precisely, Rob. Your assessment is astute. Summer Cha-ching praised him. Throughout the entirety of the Game of Thrones, the conflicts of all parties, including Daenerys, Cersei, and Stannis, revolve around the Iron Throne of King's Landing. In other words, it is all about power. But have you considered who is vying for the Iron Throne? Without waiting for Rob's answer, Summer Cha-ching continued. Those contending for the Iron Throne are predominantly the great nobles and lords. Do the common folk desire to claim the Iron Throne? They do not think in such terms. Therefore, Rob, once the powerful nobles and lords are eliminated, the common people will not care who ascends to that Iron Throne. Summer Cha-ching articulated the thoughts that had been brewing in his mind. Rob, unifying the 7 kingdoms is straightforward. Eradicate the Lannisters, obliterate the Baratheons, and destroy the Greyjoys. With those opposing forces vanquished, you can naturally unify all of Westeros and concentrate the strength of the 7 kingdoms against the others. Rob stared at Summer Cha-ching in astonishment, having never contemplated such matters. Initially, his sole intention was to avenge Eddard Stark, and later, being proclaimed the king in the north by the lords filled him with satisfaction. The idea of eliminating other factions and unifying Westeros had never crossed his mind. Rob, how can you be certain it cannot be accomplished if you have never even attempted it? From this day forth, consider the unification of the 7 kingdoms as your goal. Summer Cha-ching encouraged, patting Rob on the shoulder with an encouraging demeanor. He harbored his own plans. The system required the establishment of a realm of the undead, but it did not specify that he must personally create it. Summer Cha-ching intended to facilitate Rob in unifying all of Westeros and ascending to the Iron Throne, or perhaps even Eddard could assume that role. When that time comes, as long as the upper echelons of the nation are composed of the undead transformed by Summer Cha-ching, the realm of the undead would become a reality. A unified continent would not only fortify against the others, but it would also render the Dragon Queen, lurking on another continent, less of a threat. Chapter 32, Preparing for War, the assault on the Iron Islands. After Summer Cha-ching's persuasive discourse, Rob felt a whirlwind of confusion in his mind, as these were thoughts he had never entertained before. Unsure of how to process it all, Rob decided to seek counsel from his father. He penned a letter to Eddard, detailing everything Summer Cha-ching had revealed to him regarding the others and the unification of Westeros. As one of the first individuals revived by Summer Cha-ching, Eddard, upon reading Rob's letter, contemplated that unifying all of Westeros might not prove to be such a formidable task. With Tywin of the Westerlands also under Summer Cha-ching's influence, the 2 most powerful factions in Westeros, the North and the West, were firmly within his grasp. Furthermore, the warriors revived by Summer Cha-ching possessed an unwavering fearlessness, leading Eddard to believe that the unification of Westeros was merely a matter of time. With the threat of the others looming, Eddard recognized that the opportunity for unification had arrived. For the sake of combating the others and securing the future of humanity across the continent of Westeros, it was only right for House Stark of the North to unify the 7 kingdoms. With the threat from the West neutralized, Eddard's foremost thought was to first eradicate the Iron Islands. The Greyjoys of the Iron Islands were nothing more than a band of marauders, ungrateful wretches. Their family motto, "We do not so," epitomizes the philosophy embraced by House Greyjoy. Such a blatant declaration of piracy is understandable, given the Iron Islands' harsh environment, treacherous terrain, and scarce resources. The Ironborn largely subsist on fishing, and to improve their livelihoods, they often resort to piracy in their spare time, plundering to amass wealth. Several years ago, King Balon was defeated by Eddard and Robert, which severely weakened House Greyjoy. However, during that time, Eddard spared the Ironborn once. Now, Greyjoy leads the Ironborn in a second rebellion, and Eddard vows to decisively break their will, as he prepares to invade the Iron Islands. This marks Eddard's first step towards unifying the 7 kingdoms. It is imperative to eliminate the Iron Islands as an initial step, for the Ironborn largely act as pirates, capable of sailing directly across the seas to the north, wreaking havoc from behind. With Tywin currently aligned with him, Eddard can boldly launch an assault on the Iron Islands. Thus, he summoned the Lords of the North to his camp and shared his strategy with them. The fall of Winterfell, Bran's disappearance, and the heavy losses in the north all contribute to a grievous humiliation for House Stark. As a vassal of House Stark, none would dare oppose such a course of action. What? You oppose the invasion of the Iron Islands? Are you in league with Greyjoy? At such a moment, no fool would dare to voice dissent. The most one could do was express concern about the Lannisters seizing the opportunity, a worry Eddard dismissed. Presently, Stannis Baratheon on Dragonstone has consolidated Renly's forces, boldly preparing to attack King's Landing, while the Old Line neglects to support the city, fixated instead on the north. Eddard's reasoning is sound. Westeros is engulfed in a war of four kings, with each house pursuing its own agenda. Following Stannis' assassination of Renly, no one proposed an alliance with him. It is advantageous to let Stannis and the Lannisters clash while the North addresses the threat of the Iron Islands, and then confront the victor. With the decision made, Eddard wrote to Robb to inform him of his plan. Robb would launch an assault from the Stone Shore while he advanced from the south, executing a pincer movement against the Iron Islands. Thus, the curtain rises on the unification of the Seven Kingdoms, and the War of the Four Kings will soon reach its conclusion. As the Iron Islands consist of a chain of islands, the Northern Army requires a substantial fleet to launch an invasion. To set sail, they must first construct ships. Meanwhile, King Balon received news of Eddard's revival, which left him restless at night, haunted by the nightmares brought forth by Eddard and Robert over a decade ago. His raiding fleets began to return, and the young Wolf Lord of House Stark returned to assert control over the North, instilling fear in the Ironborn. Upon returning to Pike, Theon suddenly regretted his betrayal of Robb. Just after returning to Pike, he was provoked by his father's words, calling him a coward, and in a fit of rage, he sought to prove his worth by taking Winterfell. Now, in a moment of clarity, Theon felt remorse and sought out his father Balon, arguing that the Iron Islands could not defeat House Stark and suggesting they should surrender. King Balon, however, did not share Theon's naive perspective. He was well aware of the North's preparations for war, and a battle between the Greyjoys and Starks was inevitable. Theon, you truly are a coward. Balon's words left Theon flushed with shame. He attempted to argue, but Balon dismissed him, having amassed strength over the years, and would not grovel before House Stark. War was now unavoidable. As the North readied for battle, Balon also gathered his forces in the Iron Islands. Due to the unique nature of the Iron Islands, every Ironborn is a fisherman upon disembarking and a warrior upon boarding. Every faction prepared for the impending conflict. 2 months swiftly passed, and Westeros enjoyed a rare period of peace, though this fragile illusion could shatter at any moment. Robb's warships were finally completed, though inferior to the Ironborn's vessels. They were capable of transporting troops across the sea. Simultaneously, Robb wrote to inform Eddard that he would advance from the south. Noble warriors of the North, the Ironborn have brazenly rebelled amidst our conflict with the Lannisters, slaughtering our people and plundering our wealth and women. What shall we do about these Ironborn? Robb delivered his final pre-battle speech. Annihilate them. Eliminate them all. Such was the crude rallying cry, devoid of any inspiring rhetoric. By the old gods, Robb proclaimed, this man beside me is the emissary of the old gods. Fear not, brave warriors of the North. Even if we fall in battle, the emissary can revive us. Emissary. Emissary. The tales of the emissary's power to resurrect the dead were well known among the Northerners, and with him as their support, the soldiers felt no fear of death. All hands, target the Iron Islands. Advance. With Robb's command, the call to arms echoed as the great host set sail for the Iron Islands. Chapter 33. The naval encounter. The Northern fleet set forth in grand formation, heading straight for the Iron Islands. To be honest, this was Xia Chongqing's first experience at sea. Having been born in an inland province, he had scarcely seen the ocean, let alone sailed upon it. However, Xia's adaptability was remarkable, and within a few days aboard the ship, he acclimated to the life and combat at sea. Before Robb's fleet could reach the Iron Islands, it was spotted by scouts sent by Balon. After all, such a large fleet with a clear destination was hard to miss. The sailing skills of the Ironborn were indeed impressive. Despite Robb's attempts to pursue the scouts, he was unsuccessful. Yet Robb remained undeterred. He had conferred with Xia, and they had no intention of engaging Greyjoy in naval combat. Not only because the Northern soldiers were at a disadvantage on the water, but also because any fallen soldiers would be lost to the depths of the sea, beyond Xia's ability to resurrect. Thus, a land battle was the best option for the Northern forces. Unfortunately, Balon was no fool. He understood the advantages of the Iron Islands. As Robb's fleet approached, they were intercepted by Greyjoy's ships. It seemed this battle was now unavoidable. Robb gazed solemnly at the enemy fleet. A formidable line of ships blocking the sea, an imposing sight indeed. Prepare for battle. Xia Chongqing, standing beside Robb, felt an exhilarating tremor of anticipation. After all his training in swordsmanship, he yearned to showcase his prowess. The battle horn echoed across the waters, instantly thickening the atmosphere with tension. This was Xia Chongqing's first experience of such a large-scale conflict, especially a naval battle. Limited by the era, there were no cannons or similar weaponry. The most formidable ranged weaponry consisted solely of bows and crossbows. The fleets drew closer, clearly indicating a head-on confrontation was imminent. Fire arrows, Robb commanded, as soldiers atop the lookout towers signaled orders down to each ship. After a brief delay, a storm of arrows rained down from every vessel. In response, the Ironborn fleet unleashed their own volley, and Xia crouched beneath the ship's railing, feeling arrows was overhead and embed themselves in the deck. Occasionally, unfortunate soldiers were struck, their cries piercing the air. Such long-range attacks, where accurate aiming was nearly impossible, relied entirely on luck and the density of the arrow storm. After several exchanges, the two fleets were within mere yards of each other, and Xia could clearly see a woman standing at the bow of the enemy flagship. The decision of a war's outcome is about to unfold in the most brutal of clashes. Bang! The ships of both sides violently collided, with wide wooden planks bridging the gap between them. The Ironborn from the Iron Islands came roaring forth, brandishing an array of weapons. Rob, sword drawn, bore a grim expression. He had not anticipated such a bold offensive from the enemy, as if they were eager to meet their demise. Kill! The young wolf lord shouted, leading the charge at the forefront of his soldiers. This reckless bravery greatly inspired the morale of the Northerners, akin to a game mechanic where they received a courage aura, bolstering both their spirits and combat prowess. Watching Rob rush into battle, Xia Chongqing intended to follow closely and diminish the Ironborn's morale. However, as soon as he made a move, a dozen Northerners surrounded him. This was a task assigned by Rob, to protect the envoy at all costs. The soldiers tasked with safeguarding Xia Chongqing were the finest among the Northerners, forming a tight protective circle around him, thwarting any attempt he made to engage in the fray. His identity as the old god's envoy granted Xia many conveniences, yet it also imposed significant restrictions. To the Northerners, he was regarded as a living deity, and they could not bear the thought of him facing any peril. Helpless, Xia looked towards Rob, who was embroiled in the chaos. The battle had just commenced, yet it appeared disorganized, with soldiers merely engaging in close combat. Ironborn were falling, yet the Northerners also suffered casualties. Xia felt a surge of anxiety. Rob, do not act impulsively. Remember our battle plan. Hearing this amidst the clamor of war, Rob swiftly withdrew from the fray, wiping the blood from his face as he bellowed. Everyone, form ranks. Form ranks. With his command, the Northerners began to deliberately close ranks. Though many fell in the process, they ultimately succeeded in forming a cohesive unit. With their broad shields raised, they arranged them meticulously, creating a defensive barrier akin to a turtle withdrawing into its shell, leaving the Ironborn with little opportunity to attack. At this moment, the long spears wielded by the Northerners proved their worth. These weapons were at least 3 times the length of a standard iron sword, and their straightforward usage allowed soldiers to master them with minimal training. With their formation established, the Ironborn charged recklessly, but the Northerners' interlocked shields stymied their attacks, while the thrusting spears claimed Ironborn lives with alarming efficiency. Such scenes were not limited to Rob's flagship. Similar scenarios unfolded on nearly every vessel from the north. The Ironborn, now terrified of their losses, hesitated, pushing against one another, reluctant to engage further, a remarkable development for warriors who typically dominated the seas. They realized that breaching the Northerners' turtle-like defense was unattainable, and given their maritime context, they lacked the means to maneuver behind enemy lines. Defeated in battle, the Ironborn fleet began to retreat. Rob refrained from issuing a pursuit order. His mind was clear. To chase them would disrupt the Northerners' formation, making them vulnerable to the Ironborn in close quarters. Rob's original objective was to eradicate the Ironborn on land. So when their fleet began to withdraw, he commanded his men not to recklessly pursue, but to harass them with arrows. As he watched the Ironborn fleet vanish, Rob began to regroup his forces, collecting the fallen, whether Northerner or Ironborn, knowing that once Xia Chongqing revived them, they would all be allies. Chapter 34. Bringing warmth to the Ironborn heavily guarded, Xia Chongqing was unable to showcase his abilities during the battle, but now, after the fighting, it was his turn to act. The fleet set sail once more, and Xia took to a small boat, weaving between the various warships. Each time he departed from a vessel, a thunderous cheer erupted behind him. Witnessing their fallen comrades revive before their eyes served as the ultimate morale booster for these valiant soldiers. They no longer feared death, though they still needed to be cautious not to fall overboard, for even the envoy could not save them then. With spirits high, the northern fleet gradually approached the Iron Islands, a cluster of 7 principal islands, with the Greyjoy family as stronghold situated on Pike. Rob did not immediately assault Pike. In fact, prior to this operation, Xia had solemnly informed him that their objective was not to defeat the Greyjoys. The Greyjoys adhered to the ancient ways of the Ironborn, and even if they surrendered this time, they would likely rebel at the next opportunity. Xia's purpose was straightforward, to break the Ironborn's backbone and undermine their resolve. While the Northwest territory was expansive on the continent of Westeros, its populace was sparse, with many areas remaining untamed. Currently, the inhabitants of the Iron Islands lived in dire straits, and Xia's mission was not to bring them war, but rather warmth. Leaving the desolate Iron Islands for the north, every individual would be allocated a piece of land. Although winter was imminent, The North had ample resources to help its people through the harsh season. Once this long winter passed, the Ironborn would naturally become subjects of the North. As for those Ironborn reluctant to accept Xia's warmth, that could be easily resolved. Under the threat of spear and sword, Xia was confident they would acquiesce. Rob's forces landed on Saltcliffe Island. Long before the Northern fleet arrived, the Ironborn had already detected the presence of Northerners, given the sheer number of ships. However, awkwardly, King Balan had gathered all capable warriors on Pike, anticipating that Rob would land there for a decisive confrontation. He could not have anticipated that Rob, heeding Xia's counsel, intended to whisk the Ironborn away, thus opting not to land on Pike. Consequently, upon landing, Rob encountered little resistance. The Lord of Saltcliffe, House Sutcliffe, offered only a brief fight before being utterly routed by Rob's forces. The Northerners, following the will of Xia Cha-Ching, the old goddess envoy, slaughtered every Ironborn who dared resist, only to revive them amidst their astonished cries. The revived Ironborn, now docile and compliant, had never heard of Xia's legend, and witnessing his miraculous ability to resurrect the dead left them in awe, shaking their faith in the drowned god. Subsequently, the Northerners demolished the Ironborn's homes, compelling them to board ships bound for the North. Rob proclaimed himself the young Lord of the North, pledging to provide food, shelter, and land to every Ironborn who journeyed north. Initially, under the threat of the Northerners' spears and blades, the Ironborn had no choice but to comply with Rob's orders and board the ships with their families. However, upon hearing Rob's promises, many began to reconsider. Perhaps going to the north was not such a dire fate after all. Centered on Saltcliffe Island, the Northerners set sail for other islands beyond the Iron Islands, implementing the same policies as those on Saltcliffe. The rebels were ruthlessly eliminated, and every habitable structure was annihilated, compelling all Ironborn, regardless of age, to board ships bound for the north. Robb Stark, accompanied by 1,000 soldiers, landed on Pike Island, where the northern forces established a defensive perimeter along the coastline. Their intent was not to assault the castle of Pike, but rather to secure time for soldiers destined for other islands. Even if Balon Greyjoy became aware of the events transpiring on the other islands, Robb aimed to instill fear of division in his ranks to prevent any rescue attempts. Meanwhile, Xiao Chongqing led his troops on a thorough tour of the islands, leaving behind a trail of desolation and mourning. Observing the devastation, Xiao Chongqing felt no remorse for forcibly uprooting the Ironborn from their homeland. Truth be told, the Ironborn, who resided on the Iron Islands, subsisted through fishing and piracy, which was ultimately a precarious way of life. The Starks of the North, for all their faults, displayed a degree of compassion, and being a northern man was far preferable to living as a pirate. As Xiao Chongqing and Robb continued their relentless campaign, Balon Greyjoy became aware of the turmoil engulfing the islands. In a short span, the nobles of the Iron Islands were thrown into an uproar. "My lord Balon, that whelp from the north seeks to sever our roots. Shall we stand idly by?" One noble exclaimed. "Indeed, my lord, Robb Stark commands but a mere 1,000 soldiers. Grant me 500 men, and I shall ensure their extinction." The hall in Pike Castle buzzed with fervent opinions as the nobles voiced their thoughts. Balon Greyjoy, his gaze inscrutable, seethed internally, having mastered the art of concealing his emotions over the years. He cleared his throat, compelling silence to descend upon the hall. "Asha, are you certain Robb Stark has brought only 1,000 men?" He rasped. "Indeed, father, I can confirm that the northern soldiers stationed on Pike Island number only 1,000. Years prior, during the rebellion, Balon had lost 2 children at the hands of the Starks, while his third son, Theon, had been taken hostage to Winterfell. Since then, Balon had diligently trained his daughter Asha, hoping she would one day govern Pike. "Asha, lead your men and eradicate those arrogant northerners." Balon commanded, but immediately added, however, "Ensure that Robb Stark's life is spared." Asha, puzzled by her father's insistence, could not fathom his motive, for Balon was not known for his mercy. Cough, cough. Balon cleared his throat. "Lords, should we capture Robb Stark, we will possess leverage to negotiate with the North. Therefore, I expect no one to take his life deliberately. Understood?" The lords exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe Balon had uttered such words. Chapter 35. The Siege in the End. Balon Greyjoy was growing old. Upon learning that Eddard Stark was still alive, a flicker of trepidation ignited within him. Yet, the title of King of the Iron Islands forbade him from revealing his fear. Nevertheless, as he dispatched Asha to attack Robb's forces, that flicker of trepidation involuntarily surfaced. Fortunately, this moment of vulnerability went unnoticed by the noblemen of the Iron Islands. As Balon watched Asha depart, a cloud of foreboding enveloped him. His life seemed perpetually overshadowed by Eddard Stark, his struggles to rise above the legacy of defeat. After years of waiting, he had finally witnessed Eddard's demise, only to have a mysterious old god's emissary resurrect the dire wolf. "Oh, drowned god, if you can hear my prayers, please send an emissary for the Iron Islands." Alas, it seemed the drowned god did not heed Balan's pleas. Asha led the Ironborn in an assault against Rob. Positioned defensively along the coastline, Rob's formation, composed of shields and spears, proved formidable, inflicting heavy casualties upon the Ironborn. However, among the nobles of the Iron Islands were those of keen intellect. They recognized a glaring flaw in Rob's formation, understanding that an assault from behind would undoubtedly shatter his lines. The Ironborn, raised amidst the sea, were formidable in their aquatic prowess. Although Rob's forces held a strategic position alongside the tumultuous waters, some Ironborn managed to navigate past the reefs to strike at Rob's rear. As defeat loomed for the Ironborn, the nobles hastily promised substantial rewards for any who could turn the tide. The adage "great rewards breed great valor" rang true, especially given the Iron Islands' meager resources and the dire circumstances of their lives. Spurred by the allure of riches, Ironborn soldiers embarked upon boats to assault Rob. "Look, what is that?" a voice rang out amongst the Ironborn. As the cry spread, the attacking Ironborn turned their gazes toward the horizon, where keen-eyed individuals discerned a vast shadow creeping toward them. After a moment of silence, some Ironborn recognized the distant sight: battleships, countless vessels. Unease rippled through the ranks of the Ironborn. Uncertainty clouded their judgment regarding the approaching fleet's intentions. Yet, the sheer number of ominous ships instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. Before any Ironborn could react, the fleet drew nearer to Pike Island, each ship proudly displaying the sigil of the Stark family, the Ice Wolf. It is the Ice Wolf. It is the army of the North. Panic swiftly supplanted uncertainty, as the Ironborn glanced from their small vessels to the imposing warships approaching from afar. Realizing their predicament, they scattered in haste, wishing for wings to fly back to Pike. Rob stood at the shore, gazing at the incoming fleet with exhilaration. After enduring a prolonged siege, reinforcements had finally arrived. From the south, Eddard Stark led the northern fleet, slowly surrounding Pike Island. Upon receiving word, Balon Greyjoy's visage darkened as he summoned all his forces back to Pike Castle. With positions elsewhere untenable, he resolved to make a final stand at Pike against Eddard. The northern troops disembarked in droves from their ships, forming ranks along the shore, awaiting Eddard's command. "Father, you have finally arrived," Rob exclaimed as he reunited with Eddard, who embraced his son tightly. "Rob, you have performed admirably. There is no need for self-reproach. But father, I have yet to recover Bran. It is my fault. If only I had not allowed Theon to return." "Enough, Rob," Eddard interjected, firmly clasping Rob's shoulder. "I have said you need not feel guilt. Besides, the envoy has assured us that Bran has his own destiny and will eventually return to us. Father, once we deal with the Greyjoys, I intend to journey north beyond the wall to seek Bran." Eddard regarded Rob quietly, understanding that he could not dissuade his eldest son. "If you have made up your mind, pursue your course. Father, I truly appreciate your understanding. When shall we assault Pike Castle?" Finally liberated from his burden, Rob's heart had been heavy with concern for Bran's disappearance, believing it was his responsibility for all that had transpired. With Eddard's return, Rob felt reassured in returning Winterfell to his father's guidance while he sought to find Bran. However, that would only occur after addressing the Greyjoy threat. For now, the forces of the North were poised to breach the gates of Pike Castle. "Rob, where is the envoy?" Suddenly, upon hearing his father mention Xia Cha-ching, Rob hurriedly relayed Xia's suggestion to Eddard. The idea of relocating all the Ironborn from the Iron Islands to the north was indeed a brilliant one. Eddard mused internally, recognizing it as a definitive solution to quell the rebellion of the Iron Islands. Since it was the messenger's recommendation, it would be prudent to comply. "Issue my command. Raise every structure on the Iron Islands to the ground." With Eddard's orders given, the northern forces transformed into ferocious ice wolves, ruthlessly dismantling all buildings, ports, castles, and stone houses on the islands. Wherever their gaze fell and their feet tread, nothing was left for the Ironborn. The northern soldiers advanced steadily, each step firm and resolute. Upon the walls of Pike, the faces of the Ironborn nobility were grim. Many of the destroyed castles belonged to them. However, they lacked the courage to confront the northern soldiers outside the city, leaving them to watch with seething resentment as the destruction unfolded. By the time the northern army reached the base of Pike, the second day had dawned. Xia Changqing, having concluded his marauding actions, joined the main forces and met with Eddard. "We have 10,000 soldiers. A direct assault on Pike can bring it down in a day." Within Eddard's tent, a war council was underway, led by the Stark family. "Absolutely not," Rob interjected vehemently. "While a direct assault may capture Pike, our soldiers will undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Heavy losses are a small price to pay. With the messenger among us, once we capture Pike, he can resurrect the fallen." "Is such a thing truly possible?" Rob pondered, having instinctively opposed the notion of a direct attack. Now, he turned to Xia with a newfound understanding. Xia shrugged innocently. Rob had merely overlooked this aspect. With the assurance of resurrection, Xia was confident that the northern soldiers could attack Pike without fear of death. Rob found no further grounds for dissent, and within mere moments, the strategy for a direct assault on Pike was established. At dawn the following day, as the first light broke, the northern soldiers surrounded Pike. Eddard Stark. It has been a long time. King Balon Greyjoy appeared atop the walls of Pike, flanked by the nobility of the Iron Islands. Hearing Balon's greeting, Eddard stepped forward. Gazing up at his defeated foe, Balon Greyjoy, we meet again. Eddard's visage was resolute, his voice booming, as he regarded the man who had once bested him, his heart calm as a still lake. Balon's hands trembled slightly against the wall, whether from fear or another cause, one could not tell. My lord Balon, surrender and open the gates. I have 10,000 northern soldiers here. Your resistance will only lead to the needless slaughter of the Ironborn. Eddard spoke earnestly, revealing the Stark family's intrinsic benevolence, offering Balon a chance at mercy. No, I shall not surrender again, Balon retorted defiantly, recalling his previous capitulation years ago. Pike's walls are thick and tall. Although you have 10,000 soldiers, my Ironborn are numerous as well. Only battle will reveal who prevails. My lord Balon, why cling to delusion? This is Lord Xia, the old god's messenger. My northern soldiers can fight fearlessly, for he will revive them afterwards. Your Ironborn, should they perish, remain dead. Humph. Balon scoffed, having noted the stirring among the Ironborn nobility behind him after Eddard's proclamation. Theon, Balon called, his tone icy. Theon stepped from behind Asha. His expression conflicted, yet Balon would not allow any hesitation. Asha, obey my command. If Theon cannot kill that old god's messenger, you must slay him. Theon, known for his archery skills, was commanded to eliminate Xia. Fear flashed across his face as he saw his sister draw her sword. Realizing he had no choice but to comply with their father's orders, he retrieved his bow and slowly approached the wall's edge. Upon seeing Theon, Rob's expression shifted dramatically. Theon. Before Rob could finish, an arrow flew through the air, aimed directly at Xia. Gasps echoed among the crowd. None anticipated Balon would resort to such treachery. Xia, fixated on the incoming arrow, felt his heart race, and panic surged as he had no time to devise a defense. In the instant before impact, Xia leaped, tumbling from his horse. Oof. Xia grunted as he landed awkwardly, twisting his ankle. Fortunately, he evaded the arrow, but the northern soldier behind him was not as fortunate, falling victim to Theon's deadly aim. Theon's reputation as a marksman was well-deserved. Eddard and his men, from shock to fury, swiftly shielded Xia. On the walls of Pike, Balon slammed his fist against the stone, knowing he had squandered his opportunity. The Northerners would now protect Xia fiercely. Theon, I am deeply disappointed in you, Rob accused, pointing his sword at Theon, his rage palpable. Theon opened his mouth to speak, but Balon's fierce glare silenced him, forcing his words back down. Attack. With the situation escalated, Eddard refused to afford Balon another chance. The near miss on Sta's life had already instilled fear within him. Drawing his sword, he issued the command for an assault. The northern nobles, ushering Xia to safety, began the siege. Various siege engines were brought forth, ladders and battering rams, while the northern soldiers braved the rain of arrows, striving to scale the walls. The sounds of agony echoed as, within moments, the northern forces suffered severe casualties. Balon remained at the wall, watching the bodies of his foes fall, his fists clenched, secretly exhilarated. Perhaps his defeat was inevitable. But before that fate, he intended to showcase the might of the Ironborn. Glancing at his daughter Asha, he recognized the impending doom of Pike. Yet he wished to spare her from this fate. Asha, Balon called softly to his daughter. Father, Asha replied. Listen to me. Yes, father. Take your people down the small road, flee from the Iron Islands. Daenerys Targaryen awaits across the narrow sea, seek her out. Remember, do not return seeking vengeance until you possess the strength to do so. Balon spoke rapidly, his gaze softening for a rare moment of paternal affection as he observed his daughter's shock. Asha, my daughter, do not hesitate. Go quickly and do not let others discover your departure. What of Theon? Asha hesitated, glancing at Balon, who had sired Theon, blood of the Greyjoys flowing through his veins. A cold glimmer passed through Balon's eyes as he regarded Theon with indifference, no longer considering him his son. Asha, leave now, understanding her father's intent. Asha felt a pang of defiance rising within her, contemplating disobeying Balon's command in this critical moment. Asher, after all, is her brother, and Asha would never abandon him. I'm sorry, father, Asha gently said to Balon, and without waiting for Balon to respond, she hurried to her brother's side. Do not speak, come with me. Asha grasped Theon's hand, carefully surveying the surrounding noble lords. Upon noticing their anxious gazes fixed on the unfolding battle, she led Theon away from the castle walls. Where are we going? Theon finally could not contain his curiosity. Asha glanced back at her brother, the one person she cherished most in this world besides Balon. We are heading to the other side of the narrow sea to seek refuge with Daenerys, the mother of dragons. Chapter 37, Balon Falls. The Iron Islands collapse. Behind Pike lies a precipice, descending from which leads straight into the sea. Asha and Theon rowed a small boat towards the distant shores of the narrow sea. Sensing something, the siblings simultaneously turned their heads towards Pike. Soldiers from the north swarmed onto the castle battlements like ants. Asha's face was etched with sorrow, unlike Theon, who bore a look of confusion about his uncertain future. Asha had deep feelings for Balon, having grown up by his side. As the siblings' figures faded into the distance, King Balon gazed at the Northmen flooding the castle. Aware that his time had come, a fleeting sadness flickered in Balon's eyes as he observed the encroaching soldiers, yet beneath it lay a resolute demeanor. A lifetime of being a fierce lord had taught him that he would not have a third chance. Thus, he had no intention of surrendering to Eddard Stark again. Clang. Balon drew his sword, casting a last longing glance at Pike Island, and then at the far-off Iron Islands. In the haze of his vision, he seemed to see Asha and Theon sailing away. The sharp blade had once slain countless foes, yet now it would be the instrument of his demise. Balon positioned the sword against his neck. He would never surrender again. The blade sliced through flesh, blood gushed forth, and pain surged as darkness enveloped his vision. Just before his eyes closed, he saw Eddard Stark approaching him slowly. Balon was dead, and Pike had fallen. The banners of the North's dire wolf now flew atop the battlements. "We have arrived too late," Robb lamented as he beheld Balon's lifeless body. He had scoured the battlements, finding no trace of Theon. Robb had intended to confront Theon personally, to question him about his betrayal. However, now that Pike had been taken, Theon remained elusive. Eddard too thought of his foster son, even small creatures, like cats and dogs, fostered deep attachments after years of care, let alone Theon, who had grown alongside the Stark children. Eddard felt a twinge of pain at Theon's choices. Yet he bore no heavy resentment towards him. This was the path Theon had chosen. In the end, even death would be his decision. Just as Eddard had once chosen to yield to Cersei in King's Landing, he held himself accountable for the outcome. "Robb, if you wish to discover Theon's whereabouts, shall I resurrect old Balon? Then you would naturally know where Theon is," said Summer Chongqing, still limping slightly from his dismount. The memory of his near miss with Theon's arrow fresh in his mind. If not for his quick reflexes, he could have met a grim fate. To forge iron, one must first strengthen oneself. Summer thought to himself, resolved to hone his own skills further. "Perhaps not," Eddard replied, turning his gaze towards Summer. "My lord, Balon Greyjoy is now frail. Let him pass away peacefully. May the old gods bless him." Summer shrugged nonchalantly, while he aimed to create a realm of the dead. One less Balon was neither a loss nor a gain. Since Robb had no intention of inquiring into Balon's fate, he too would refrain from reviving him. Following their brief exchange, the Northmen had already breached the interior of Pike, sporadic shouts and cries of battle echoing through the air. Most Ironborn chose to surrender after Balon's death. Even the fiercest of them felt fear in the face of mortality. The few remaining holdouts were no longer a significant threat. Standing atop the castle walls, Summer surveyed the inferno engulfing Pike, the grand stronghold of House Greyjoy, now on the brink of annihilation. From this moment forth, the Iron Islands would be devoid of Ironborn. Perhaps in the future, others might migrate to the Iron Islands and establish new roots, but they would never be Ironborn. "Robb, suppress your sympathy. Rather than pitying them, consider how to ensure their better living conditions once they are brought to the north." As Summer turned, he noticed the compassion reflected in Robb's eyes and realized that Robb was still a tender-hearted youth, barely 20. Robb withdrew his gaze from the chaos within Pike, momentarily overwhelmed by the sight of Northmen forcefully evicting Ironborn from their homes. In truth, Robb understood the necessity of this situation without needing Summer's counsel. Relocating to the north might indeed provide a better opportunity for the Ironborn. They might initially resist, but Robb bore no ill will towards their resentment towards the Starks. Through his actions, he would demonstrate that House Stark could offer a better life than House Greyjoy ever could. Within mere hours, the Northmen quelled the last remnants of rebellion from the few remaining Ironborn. They methodically evicted Ironborn from their homes, confiscated their belongings, and laid waste to their residences. Those who resisted were met with no mercy. Under the sharp blades of the Northmen, no one escaped unscathed. Regardless of the Ironborn's pleas and cries, the Northmen remained unmoved, coldly herding them onto vessels bound for the north. Amidst the soldiers' exertions, Summer was not idle. He traversed the castle walls, resurrecting the fallen soldiers and Ironborn. This endeavor alone elevated his skill level. Yet, the sheer number of deceased in this conflict was overwhelming, and Summer soon found his energy drained, barely managing to stay conscious. Fortunately, the resettlement of the Ironborn to the north was a process that could not be completed in a day. Summer remained in Pike, engaged in the monotonous task of reviving one soul after another. In the back of his mind, he sensed an impending completion of the realm of the dead he sought to create. from King's Landing to the north and now to the Iron Islands. The resurrected souls amassed enough to form an army of the undead. His resurrection skill had advanced from level 1, which required 10 souls, to level 2, which required 100, and now to level 4, having revived at least 1,000 souls. Given the power dynamics of Westeros, Summer was confident that a legion of merely 1,000 fearless undead would be sufficient to sweep across the continent. Yet, he knew these numbers were still insufficient. For his true adversaries were not the nobles of Westeros but the White Walkers from beyond the wall. Chapter 38. The South remained steady. 3 months have passed since the Northern Army breached Pike and fully seized control of the Iron Islands. The fervent resettlement initiative for the Ironborn remains incomplete, as they must overcome various challenges to truly establish themselves on the vast lands of the North. For a moment, it seemed as if the war on the continent of Westeros had no connection to the men of the North. The anticipated betrayal of House Frey by Roose Bolton had not yet transpired. The arrival of Summer Cha-Ching had dramatically altered the dynamics across the realm. However, many things remained unchanged. Turning our gaze southward, Stannis Baratheon, having consolidated the forces that once belonged to Renly, grew immensely powerful. He commanded the Onion Knight to recruit a band of pirates, sharpening their blades with the intent to seize King's Landing. Regrettably, the prominent Tyrell family, which held significant sway within Renly's army, had fully aligned itself with the Lannisters in pursuit of vengeance for Renly. After all, both the Knight of Flowers and the Little Rose were dear to Renly. It was under such circumstances that the infamous Battle of Blackwater unfolded. The wildfire concocted by the pyromancers of King's Landing struck Stannis' forces with devastating effect, obliterating much of their fleet and soldiers. Yet, Stannis refused to accept defeat. He was but a step away from the Iron Throne. Under his command, the forces of Dragonstone launched a desperate assault, while King's Landing organized a defense led by the cunning Tyrion Lannister. However, the complacent defenders of the capital were no match for the soldiers from Dragonstone. From the very first clash, the gold-cloaked men were routed. Stannis glimpsed the hope of victory and, with a rallying cry, surged into battle at the forefront of his troops. With such a leader, the morale of Stannis' soldiers soared, victory seemingly within grasp. But just as the fruits of triumph appeared imminent, Lord Tywin Lannister emerged with the soldiers of the Westerlands, launching a sudden and devastating flank attack. Stannis' forces were caught unawares, and countless soldiers fell to the might of the Lannister army. Jaime and the Mountains stood beside Tywin, and upon receiving his command, they charged forth, unleashing a massacre. Indeed, Jaime had returned to Tywin's side, though he himself was somewhat bewildered, uncertain as to why Eddard Stark had allowed him to depart. Yet, upon sensing the tranquility between the North and the West, with no warfare erupting, Jaime surmised that a clandestine agreement had been struck between his father and Eddard Stark. Although Jaime struggled to comprehend how Eddard, whose head had been severed in King's Landing, could still manage a truce with the Lannisters. This did not diminish his yearning to return to the capital and to Cersei. However, Tywin prevented Jaime from returning alone to King's Landing. Fully aware of the nature of Jaime and Cersei's relationship, no rumor arises without some semblance of truth. The 3 offspring of Joffrey, Cersei, and Jaime were no mere whispers. Tywin had just learned of the incestuous affair between the Lannister twins, which had become another scandal echoing throughout Westeros. While the Lannisters' reputation had always been somewhat tarnished, this particular scandal ignited Tywin's fury. Thus, he kept Jaime close, denying him the opportunity to return to King's Landing. In truth, Tywin had long awaited the right moment to strike at Stannis, poised just outside the capital. After this battle, the political landscape of Westeros would see a balance of power between the North and the West, while Dorne would remain a solitary concern. Stannis' forces faced a complete rout, and under the cover of night, his loyal guards facilitated his hasty retreat to Dragonstone. With Tywin's arrival, he swiftly took control of the situation in King's Landing. Queen Cersei, however, was blissfully unconcerned, reveling in her reunion with Jaime, her mind preoccupied with nothing else. Tywin, her own father, was a figure she dared not oppose. With Tywin's presence, the position of Hand of the King was rightfully his, while Tyrion not only lost his title but bore a horrific scar from the conflict. This was the work of Cersei, who had plotted to eliminate Tyrion amidst the chaos of war. Though Tywin was aware of these machinations, he exhibited no inclination to defend his youngest son, clearly holding a disdain for him. In the aftermath of the war, King's Landing flourished in a semblance of peace. In stark contrast to the North's preparations for battle, the most pressing matter in the capital revolved around the wedding of King Joffrey and the Little Rose of House Tyrell. Ever since Sansa had been rescued from the Red Keep by Summer Cha-Ching and Eddard, King Joffrey had remained in a state of volatile anger, leaving one to ponder whether the arrival of the Little Rose would alleviate his temperament. In the North, winter fell. After nearly a year apart, Eddard finally returned to this storied castle. The North appeared to have regained its former order, yet only a handful understood that a greater threat loomed ever closer. One day, Rob sought out Summer Cha-Ching, who was practicing his swordsmanship. Lord Summer, I have a request, Rob stated, his demeanor straightforward, as was typical of the Stark family. Oh? Summer sheathed his sword and regarded Rob with a teasing tone. Is there truly something in Winterfell that you, young Rob, cannot resolve? A hint of embarrassment crept onto Rob's face, though his northern complexion concealed it well. It concerns Bran, he explained. He has been missing for far too long, and I am deeply worried about him. I originally planned to seek him out after dealing with the Iron Islands, and now I feel the time has come. Upon hearing this, Summer instinctively nodded. He was aware that according to the tale, Bran would ultimately become the three-eyed raven and return to Winterfell. However, that was far in the future, and the narrative had been significantly disrupted by his presence. Despite the three-eyed raven's ability to traverse time and witness history, he was inherently frail. No one could guarantee that Bran would not fall prey to the White Walkers on his journey back to Winterfell. Such a coincidence was very much possible. Chapter 39. The Black Castle. The vast expanse of land stretched endlessly, unclouded by the slightest hint of fog. In the distance, a cavalry unit from the north approached, the banner of the dire wolf fluttering proudly overhead. Summer Cha-Ching rode alongside Rob, his gaze lowered to the ground, sighing inwardly as he observed the grass beneath their feet gradually turning yellow. Before long, these blades would wither entirely. Winter is coming. Summer furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he addressed Rob. When the long winter arrives, so too will the threat of the White Walkers. Though Summer's abilities were akin to those of the Night King's faction, he understood that the two forces were inherently at odds, destined for a great conflict. Winter is coming, Rob echoed, his voice tinged with worry as he contemplated the relentless cold of the lands beyond, wondering how Bran managed to endure. My lord, let us quicken our pace. Agreed, let us hasten, Summer replied, issuing the command. By the Lord's decree, we shall increase our speed. The entire unit surged forward, heading towards the wall. As they ventured further north, the sky darkened ominously, and at one point, Summer felt a chill upon his face. He looked up to see snowflakes beginning to fall from the heavens. Who goes there? A night's watchman called from atop the Black Castle. As night deepened, the northern contingent brandished their torches, having just arrived at Black Castle. I am Rob Stark, Rob proclaimed, striding at the forefront of the group and calling out to the Night's Watch. Mere mention of his name was sufficient for the sentinels to recognize the identity of the newcomer. The gates of Black Castle creaked open, allowing the northern warriors to enter slowly. Xia Changqing gazed into the distance, obscured by the night. He discerned only a vast shadow looming far off. The wall lay concealed in darkness, resembling a slumbering giant. After a long while, Xia dismounted alongside Rob to greet those who awaited them. Rob Stark? What brings you to Black Castle? Questioned the instructor Alisha of the Night's Watch. I seek to traverse the wall to reach the lands of eternal winter. May I inquire about the whereabouts of Commander Mormont? Rob responded. The one welcoming him was Alisha, the new recruit instructor of the Night's Watch. Now the de facto leader of Black Castle since Commander Mormont had ventured to the lands of eternal winter. Recently, reports of White Walkers had emerged from the north, prompting Commander Mormont to personally lead the Rangers on an expedition to investigate these ominous developments. I wonder, young Lord Stark, what business you have in the north? Alisha inquired. I seek my brother Bran. I must bring him back from eternal winter. Since Commander Mormont is absent, might I ask if Jon is here? Rob continued, eager to inquire about Jon Snow, with whom he shared a cordial bond despite Jon's status as a bastard. Jon has accompanied Commander Mormont to eternal winter. Currently, the authority at Black Castle rests with Maester Aemon, Alisha replied. Thank you, Alisha. I shall meet with Maester Aemon. Could you arrange for my men to rest? Rob requested. Gladly, Alisha responded, although he and Jon had a strained relationship. In Westerosi customs, bastards were often regarded as outsiders to their families. Hence Jon and Rob were viewed as distinct entities. Rob, do consider the time. Maester Aemon is of advanced age, and it would be unwise to disturb him at this hour, Xia interjected. You make a valid point, Rob conceded with an awkward smile, realizing that it was indeed late and disturbing an elderly man was not prudent. Who is this esteemed individual? Alisha inquired, noticing the respect in Rob's demeanor towards Xia. This is Lord Xia, the emissary of the old gods, Rob introduced with reverence. Alisha's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Xia's reputation was well earned, having undergone trials that all denizens of the north could attest to. The Night's Watch, having sent ravens across Westeros, had already disseminated news of Xia's renown back to Black Castle. Lord Xia, I have heard much of your name from Yoren. It is an honor to welcome you to Black Castle, Alisha expressed warmly, his attitude starkly contrasting his previous demeanor towards Rob. Although Rob was the young lord of House Stark, the Night's Watch operated independently from the Seven Kingdoms, and Alisha had no obligation to defer to him. In contrast, Xia, as an emissary capable of reviving the dead, possessed a formidable power that compelled Alisha to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Alisha's enthusiasm, Xia replied, Elisha, I have traveled extensively today and feel quite fatigued. Might we be permitted to rest? Of course, Lord Xia, Lord Rob. Please follow me, Elisha said, guiding them with the utmost courtesy. Exhausted, Xia entered his chamber and collapsed into slumber without a word. The following morning, Xia partook of a modest breakfast at Black Castle. The Night's Watch stood apart from the Seven Kingdoms, situated in the frigid north where agriculture was impossible, relying on supplies from the south. Fortunately, the Seven Kingdoms were not stingy, as they recognized the wall's significance as a bulwark against the wildlings, even though it had long ceased to serve as a barrier to the White Walkers. After their meal, Xia and Rob set out to meet Maester Eamon. Though blind, Eamon possessed an uncanny ability to perceive the hearts of men. Xia held Eamon in high regard, recognizing him as a wise elder deserving of respect. They engaged in discussions regarding the White Walkers, with Rob affirming that the North would forever stand with the Night's Watch. Should the White Walkers attack the wall, the North would be the first to arrive on the battlefield. Eamon smiled appreciatively, requesting Rob to extend a courtesy to the Night's Watch should he encounter Commander Mormont during his journey to Eternal Winter, as Mormont too was now advanced in years. Xia Cha-Ching exhaled a breath of cold air, shivering involuntarily as he rubbed his hands together. It is dreadfully cold, he exclaimed. Rob glanced at him with a smile, finding Xia's demeanor endearing. My lord, we have barely begun our journey. It will only grow colder as we proceed northward. Are you regretting accompanying me, my lord? Rob teased. Do you take me for a coward, Rob? Xia shot back, his eyes narrowing as they bickered playfully while leading their party further north. Crossing the wall, they traversed the haunted woods, arriving near Castle Castor. Within Castor, only Castor himself remained, surrounded by his wives, while his son had been sacrificed to the White Walkers. Aware of this, Xia had no intention of sparing Castor. Rob issued commands to prepare for battle, and over 300 northern cavalry approached Castle Castor. In truth, Xia doubted Castor's ability to resist such overwhelming forces. Whether Castor was a friend to the Night's Watch was of little concern to Xia and Rob, who did not owe their allegiance to the Watch. The arrival of over 300 cavalry was certainly a significant event. Castor sensed something amiss from within his castle. Though termed a castle, Castle Castor was merely a haphazard collection of stones. Castor brandished his battle axe, cursing as he stepped outside. Years of complacency had dulled his vigilance. In this land beyond the wall, only 3 factions existed: the Night's Watch, the wildlings of Eternal Winter, and the recently ascendant White Walkers. Castor, a man of the wildlings, had long considered himself an ally of the Night's Watch, having sacrificed his own son to the White Walkers. Thus, he believed no matter which faction approached Castle Castor, it would not bode ill for him. Who disturbs my peace? Castor bellowed, stepping outside, only to fall silent upon recognizing the multitude of riders. And you are Castor? Rob looked down from his lofty position, surveying Castle Castor with an expression of disdain. He could not comprehend how the Night's Watch would allow a wildling to establish a stronghold so close to the wall. Of course, this was not his concern. It was a matter for Commander Mormont to ponder. However, the act of Castor sacrificing his own child to the White Walkers was utterly unforgivable. Did you offer your son to the White Walkers? Rob asked bluntly. At these words, Castor's countenance shifted dramatically. His face contorted with rage as he unleashed a torrent of curses upon Rob. Get the hell out of here. You are not welcome, no matter who you are. Saliva flew from Castor's mouth, prompting Rob to grimace in distaste. As the eldest son of House Stark, Rob had been raised with a noble education, and he had never uttered such vulgarities. The crude behavior displayed by Castor instinctively filled Rob with revulsion, drawing the bow and arrows that hung from his saddle. Rob knocked an arrow and aimed it at Castor. Do you dare to kill me here? This is the territory of the Night's Watch. I don't care who you are. Put down your weapon and apologize for your rudeness, and I shall let it pass. Even when death loomed near, Castor remained unyielding, boldly threatening Rob again. With a swift release, the arrow flew, piercing through Castor's chest. Castor's voice faltered as he incredulously looked down at the arrow quivering in his chest. Another arrow struck, causing Castor to stagger, his expression a blend of fury and confusion, before he collapsed to the ground, breathless. Xia Cha-Ching had loosed the second arrow. Rob, do not waste words on him, Xia Cha-Ching declared. As if on cue, anguish cries erupted from within Castle Castor. The onlookers turned to see a group of women emerging from the stone fortress, led by a woman whose face was marked by age, Castor's primary wife. They have slain Castor. Kill them. Avenge Castor. The woman's mind was clearly unhinged. Rather than find solace in Castor's death, she acted like a mad woman, demanding vengeance. Not all were blind to the numbers of the northern cavalry, so only a few women, appearing older, armed themselves and charged forward recklessly. Rob stood in bewilderment. After hearing Xia Changqing recount the tales of Castor, he felt a deep-seated anger. He had never heard of a man taking his daughter as a wife. Castor was indeed deserving of his fate. Yet, why was it that he had freed these women only to face their wrath? Rob was lost in thought, while Xia Chongqing remained active, skillfully shooting down 4 of the mindless women with ease. This is why intellect is a valuable asset. We hail from Winterfell. This is Robb Stark, the young wolf of Winterfell. Xia Chongqing shouted to Castor's wives. Castor deserved his fate. You are free now. If you wish, the soldiers of the north can escort you beyond the wall. There, you may begin anew. You southern folk cannot be trusted. One of Castor's wives suddenly shouted. You killed Castor merely to sell us into brothels. We would rather die here than accompany you south. Xia Chongqing regarded the woman with a sense of helplessness. They were clearly northerners. When had they become southern? Although for the denizens of the land of eternal winter, anything south of the wall could indeed be labeled as the south. Moreover, the women's mistrust seemed excessively burdensome. Chapter 41. Encounter with Mormont. A group of women failed to grasp the dire situation. They were facing an elite force of northern soldiers, their numbers at least tenfold. Do you see the sword in my hand? Xia Chongqing brandished his blade, executing an intricate flourish. He had trained in swordsmanship for some time, and his skill had reached a commendable level, the display of his swordplay dazzling. However, seeing no reaction from Castor's wives, Xia Chongqing felt a twinge of awkwardness and cleared his throat. This sword is sharp. A single strike suffices to take a life. I doubt any among you can surpass my swordsmanship. Thus, if we intended you harm, you would be powerless to stop us. Our intentions are purely benevolent. We desire to offer you a new life. Now, I have spoken. Who among you will convey your choice? As his words faded, the women began to murmur amongst themselves. Some expressed their distrust of Xia Chongqing and his companions, while others voiced a willingness to journey south. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. A gathering of 30 or 40 women could create a cacophony more chaotic than a swarm of flies. Silence. Xia Chongqing commanded with authority. I have no time to grant you deliberation. We shall camp here tonight, and by dawn, I expect your decision. Now, return to your quarters. Seeing Xia Chongqing's fury, and perhaps fearing the sword in his hand, the group of women scattered, retreating into Castor's castle. At last, peace has returned. Xia Chongqing sighed with relief. Rob, stop dawdling. Organize the men to burn Castor's body and prepare provisions. We shall make camp here tonight. Of course. Men, heed Lord Xia's orders. Rob snapped back to reality, issuing commands as he followed Xia Chongqing into a stone chamber, his expression still tinged with conflict. What troubles you? Xia Chongqing observed Rob's turmoil and offered reassurance. These women lack independent thought. Though Castor treated them as mere vessels for reproduction, they had grown accustomed to relying on him. With his death, it is natural for them to feel terrified. Rob was not a fool. He simply needed time to process. By the time they had finished dinner, his disquiet had faded. Over 300 northern cavalrymen were dispersed around Castle Castor, and the night descended into silence. In the dead of night, Xia Chongqing faintly heard his name being called. Instinctively alert, he opened his eyes. In a world fraught with danger, particularly in the land of eternal winter, one could never be too cautious. Seeing Xia Chongqing awake, Rob whispered urgently, My lord, we must rise quickly. There is trouble outside. Xia Chongqing swiftly shook off sleep, rising from his warm bed without donning any garments, as everyone had slept in their clothes. Rob, what has transpired? He inquired, drawing his sword. He was not overly concerned about external threats. The 300 cavalrymen accompanying him were elite warriors he had resurrected. Unclear. I merely heard the soldiers' warning signals. Let us investigate. Rob replied, also unsheathing his sword as they exited together, witnessing the castle illuminated by flames as bright as day. 2 factions stood in stark opposition, their weapons drawn. A faint clamor of voices reached their ears, and as Rob and Xia Chongqing exchanged glances, they quickly separated their soldiers, readying for confrontation. Who are you? Where is Castor? Xia Chongqing had not yet laid eyes on the opposing party but had already heard their inquiries, indicating they were acquainted with Castor. However, the nature of their intentions remained ambiguous. I am Robb Stark, and we hail from Winterfell in the north, Rob declared, stepping forward, though he had yet to discern the identity of their adversaries. Upon completing his introduction, he was taken aback to find himself facing a group of cloaked figures. Squinting, he recognized one among them. Commander Mormont? Rob exclaimed in surprise. Stand down. They are brothers of the Night's Watch. Coughing lightly, Commander Mormont appeared equally astonished. Robb Stark? What brings you here? Let us set that aside for now. Mormont continued. You are injured. Come inside. Xia Chongqing and the northern soldiers sheathed their swords in unison, their synchronized actions astonishing the Night's Watch. However, Xia Chongqing noted with concern that the state of the Night's Watch was dismal. None appeared presentable. I am fine, my lord Rob, but you still have not explained how you came to be here. And where is Castor? Mormont inquired, leaning on his sword, exuding a semblance of resilience. Rob hesitated, his intention to assist Mormont faltering as he felt a pang of awkwardness. In the silence that followed, he resolved to speak candidly. I regret to inform you, Commander Mormont, that I have killed Castor. Mormont's movements towards Castle Black paused, though his expression betrayed no anger. In truth, many in the Night's Watch had overestimated Castor's significance. Mormont had only kept Castor around to provide a supply line for the Night's Watch in the haunted forest. Without Castor, even with his multitude of wives, he would not have garnered Mormont's respect. However, with Robb having slain Castor on the Night's Watch's territory, Mormont felt compelled to inquire further. Robb's expression turned serious as he met Mormont's gaze. Commander Mormont, I must ask you something. What is it? Speak freely, my Lord Robb, Mormont replied. Are you aware that Castor sacrificed his son to the White Walkers? Does the Night's Watch know of this? Now it was Mormont who fell silent, witnessing his reaction. Robb grasped the answer. Commander Mormont, I find it perplexing that the Night's Watch's mission is to fend off the White Walkers as they cross the wall. Yet you seem to tolerate Castor's actions. What does that signify? Chapter 42. The first men as peak. Robb's words left Mormont speechless, a look of shame crossing his features. My Lord Robb, this is not the time to pursue Castor. The army of the White Walkers is advancing southward. We must return to Castle Black promptly to send ravens to the Seven Kingdoms. I am already aware of the threat posed by the White Walkers, Robb replied calmly, avoiding Mormont's astonished gaze. Commander Mormont, I have my own quest. Bran has gone missing in the land of Always Winter, and I shall not return without him. My Lord Robb, you are a commendable brother. I cannot dissuade you, but as you head north, be vigilant for the White Walkers' presence. Remember, ordinary swords cannot slay those creatures. Only Valyrian steel and dragonglass can truly vanquish them. I shall heed your warning, Commander Mormont, Robb affirmed. In truth, under Xia Chongqing's guidance, the northern soldiers were well equipped with a sufficient supply of dragonglass arrows. Though lacking Valyrian steel, dragonglass was not a scarce commodity. With the assistance of the northern soldiers, the Night's Watch rested adequately and replenished their supplies, parting ways the following morning. Castor's wives were among the southern contingent, a group of women who, having lost their pillar of support, followed Xia Chongqing's orders like headless flies. Yet Xia Chongqing understood that the Night's Watch was comprised of various individuals, many of whom were criminals from the Seven Kingdoms, rather than noble volunteers. Having promised these women he would not sell them into brothels, he intended to honor that commitment. After allowing Robb to converse with Commander Mormont, he set his sights on a stout member of the Night's Watch who had been flirting with a young woman. Once the women were settled, Xia Chongqing and Robb led their group back on the road. Before they parted, Commander Mormont mentioned Jon's separation from them, hoping Robb could find him as well. In the vast expanse of the land of Always Winter, locating two Stark family members would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Even Xia Chongqing lacked the abilities of the Green Seers and could only rely on chance. My Lord Xia, which direction shall we take? Robb inquired. Xia Chongqing racked his memory for the scant images that remained. He recalled Bran's determination to head north until reaching a colossal weirwood tree, where the three-eyed crow now eked out a meager existence. However, Xia Chongqing was unaware of how to locate the crow's dwelling, a place imperceptible even to the Night King. Finding Bran would necessitate luck. Yet Xia Chongqing knew where Jon could be found as long as they reached the wildling army. Jon would surely be there. Robb, we shall first make our way to the First Men's Peak. With that thought, the group hastened towards the First Men's Peak. After traversing the haunted forest, the world transformed into a blanket of white. The party trudged through the snow, their progress hindered. By the time they neared the First Men's Peak, they had squandered considerable time. The pristine expanse stretched endlessly, dotted with wildling tents scattered throughout. Although Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, had united most of the wildlings into a force exceeding 100,000, many scattered camps still existed across the vast land of Always Winter. Yet, as Xia Chongqing and his party stepped into the First Men's Peak, an ominous atmosphere enveloped them. Sir, we have a situation, a soldier on reconnaissance reported grimly, prompting all cavalry to draw their swords, with dragonglass arrows knocked to their bows. Two of you, go and ascertain what has transpired. Robb commanded loudly. 5 riders set out. And moments later, one returned with news. My lord, you should come and see. It appears a massacre has recently occurred ahead. Xia Chongqing and Robb rode forth with the cavalry, the wildling camp enveloped in an eerie silence, as quiet as death itself, devoid of any signs of life. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, yet despite the northern soldiers' thorough search, they found no bodies. Only a grotesque shape formed in the center of the camp using the remains of animals. My lord, could this be the work of the White Walkers? Robb asked, his countenance grave. Indeed, it bears the mark of the White Walkers. They must have transformed the corpses into whites, Xia Chongqing replied. Consider how many wildlings reside beyond the wall. If they are systematically dispatched and turned into whites, even uniting the forces of the Seven Kingdoms would not suffice to halt the White Walkers' advance. Indeed, The wildlings beyond the wall are far too numerous. These wildlings serve as reserves for the army of whites. Rob's expression was notably grave. My lord, I believe it is imperative that we prevent this from occurring. Xia Cha-Chin shook his head, regretfully. Rob, I too understand the necessity of halting this. Yet the animosity between the Night's Watch and the wildlings has not been forged in a mere day or two. It is enmity that has accumulated over millennia, and it cannot be so easily set aside. With a sigh, Rob acknowledged this, understanding the deep-seated hatred that existed between the Night's Watch and the wildlings. However, we cannot stand idly by and watch as these wildlings are transformed into whites one by one. Rob, do not be hasty, Xia Changqing advised. This requires a catalyst. Currently, only we perceive the threat posed by the others. Once the Seven Kingdoms comprehend the calamity that the others will bring, they will accept the wildlings crossing the wall. Rob's demeanor reflected a hint of despondency as the young wolf. He was not a member of the Night's Watch and did not fully grasp the profound hatred that existed between them and the wildlings. Sometimes, idealism proves futile. Like John, his love for Ygritte was genuine, yet in the end, the fiery kiss led to her demise at the hands of the Night's Watch's arrows. Xia Changqing instructed the soldiers to ignite torches, which he then used to set the corpses ablaze. In an unscientific turn of events, despite the corpses being coated in snow and much of them frozen solid, the flames erupted fiercely when the torch was cast upon them. Perhaps it was due to the fact that these corpses had been slain by the others, and thus the flames, which countered the others, reacted peculiarly to the bodies they had killed. The fire blazed, thick smoke billowing forth, starkly contrasting against the pristine white landscape. Suddenly, a deep horn sounded from afar. Chapter 43, Encounter with the Wildlings. The unforeseen blare of the horn startled both Xia Changqing and Rob. Hearing a horn in this desolate land was far from a fortunate omen. At that moment, the cavalry tasked with perimeter surveillance rushed towards them. My lord, we have discovered numerous signs of humanity in that direction. It appears they have also detected us. The cavalryman pointed toward a certain direction. What manner of people? Rob inquired. But before he could finish, an old soldier interjected, My lord, they are wildlings. I have heard their horn before. Prepare for battle, Rob commanded, his voice ringing with authority. Though he had just been deliberating with Xia Changqing about accepting the wildlings, the very mention of them incited a fierce instinct to fight. The ominous horn sounded increasingly urgent. Accompanied by battle cries as a horde of wildlings rushed forth, clad in barbaric attire, their white garments contrasting sharply with their menacing expressions and weapons. Showing no intention of parley, the young wolf was not one to show mercy. The moment the wildlings entered range, Rob commanded the archers to unleash their arrows. In an instant, a deluge of arrows fell like rain. Each soldier from the north was a skilled archer, and the relentless barrage decimated the initial wave of wildlings. Yet, the heavy casualties did not instill fear. Rather, the wildlings roared louder as they charged toward the northern soldiers. Dismount, Rob ordered. The northern soldiers executed the command with precision, swiftly alighting from their mounts and forming a tight formation. Rob, astute as ever, recognized that the snow-laden ground would hinder the cavalry's charge, rendering their horses ineffective as they became ensnared in the snow. Before the northern soldiers could fully consolidate their formation, the two forces clashed violently. Kill, Rob bellowed. And the northern soldiers engaged, ruthlessly slaughtering the wildlings who charged forth like moths to a flame. In the distance, Mance Raider, the king beyond the wall, watched grimly as his men were mercilessly cut down. These are not crows. Can anyone tell me who they are? The surrounding wildlings shook their heads, recognizing that these strangers were far stronger than the Night's Watch. Only John's expression shifted slightly. It was impossible for him not to notice Rob amidst the northern soldiers. Although John's change in demeanor was subtle, it did not escape Ygritte, who had been observing him closely. Despite having developed some affection for John, Ygritte remained acutely aware of her own identity. Jon Snow, it seems you are familiar with these strangers. Tell me, did you lead them here? Ygritte's gaze bore into John's, and she detected a flicker of panic in his eyes, which only deepened her sorrow. The chasm between their identities was vast, and fate seemed unkind. No, I do not know them, John replied firmly. Disappointment washed over Ygritte. She gazed at the wildlings still being slaughtered, pressing her sword against John's throat. Regardless of whether you recognize them or not, we shall find out. Ygritte urged John forward, halting when they were close enough for the opposing side to discern John's face. Stand down, or I shall kill him, the wildling woman shouted. Rob instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, surprise illuminating his features. John, he exclaimed, but his joy quickly morphed into concern as he noticed John was being threatened with a longsword. Have your men step back, or I will not cease my actions. Rob called out to Ygritte. Though he was worried for John's safety, he would not allow his soldiers to be compromised. Very well, our people will withdraw. But if I see you attacking again, I shall kill him, Ygritte threatened vocally. At Mance Raider's command, the wildlings reluctantly retreated, still baring their teeth at Rob and his men. Rob scoffed disdainfully. Had it not been for John's safety, he would have relentlessly pursued the extermination of the wildlings. I have followed your instructions. Now, release John, Rob demanded of Ygritte, with a cunning smile. Ygritte realized she had confirmed John's significance to the opposing side and was not inclined to relinquish him easily. You have yet to disclose who you truly are, what your purpose is here, and where the people of this land have gone. Have you slain them? She interrogated incessantly. The manner of dress of Rob and his companions differed from that of the Night's Watch, and lacking any banners made it impossible to discern their origins. However, since they had uttered John's name, Mance Rayder could surmise that they hailed from the north. I am Robb Stark. My father is Eddard Stark, the king in the north. The wildlings here did not perish at our hands. When we arrived, no one remained. Rob stated earnestly, his patience still intact. Northerners, why are you here? Mance Rayder pressed. His brow furrowed. He needed to ascertain whether the northern forces were making a significant advance into the land of eternal winter. If so, he would need to prepare accordingly. The king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder? Rob suddenly inquired, a thought striking him. Perhaps there were matters that could be clarified with Mance at this moment. Indeed, that is I, Mance confirmed. King beyond the wall, we are all aware that the others have come. Those creatures are our common enemy, regardless of whether one is a wildling or not. Any living being that draws breath is a target for their extermination. Mance Rayder, if I can persuade the Night's Watch to accept your presence, would you be willing to relocate to the north? There exists vast land, ample enough for you to take root. Mance Rayder observed Rob for a moment, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Northerners, why should I place my trust in you? Rather than heed your words, I would place my faith in my own fists. I command an army of 100,000, sufficient to breach the wall. We shall seize a refuge through our own might, so you need not concern yourself. Upon hearing this, Rob merely sneered, raising his sword with its point aimed at Mance Rayder. The wildlings were incensed by Rob's provocation, yet none dared charge forward against the blade of the Northerners. Chapter 44. Decision. To slay the king beyond the wall. Rob pointed his sword at the king beyond the wall, intending to mock Mance Rayder disdainfully. However, his upbringing forbade such an impolite gesture. Thus, he resolved to speak candidly. Esteemed king beyond the wall, I possess 300 soldiers who could effortlessly rout your 3,000 troops. In the north, we boast over 30,000 such soldiers. Thus, for your wildling army to stand a chance against us, it would require more than 300,000 men. Upon hearing Rob's proclamation, the others remained unfazed. But Xia Cha-ching regarded him with an unusual gaze. Young man, are you exaggerating? Yet, as Xia Cha-ching beheld Mance Rayder and the expressions of the wildlings, he swiftly comprehended that the youth in question was himself. Remarkably, Mance Rayder appeared entirely unfazed by Rob's bravado. His expression was grave as he scrutinized the Northerners. In truth, there were indeed Northerners akin to these 300 soldiers, though not in such numbers as 30,000. These warriors were the resurrected dead brought back by Xia Cha-ching, unafraid of death or injury, thus exhibiting formidable combat prowess. This accounted for the absence of casualties on their side despite the brief skirmish. While the wildlings had already accumulated over 20 corpses. Another factor contributing to Mance Rayder's trepidation regarding Rob's words was that although the wildling army boasted a claim of 100,000, only about 20,000 were capable fighters. The remainder comprised the elderly, women, and children. Mance Rayder was confident in facing the Night's Watch, for no matter how many there were, they could only muster 1,000 or 2,000 at most. The north, however, was a different matter. Observing the Northerners, their military demeanor was serious, exhibiting a disciplined formation. They could indeed be classified as an elite force. Lord Rob, while you may be the young master of Winterfell in the north, I doubt you wield any influence over the Night's Watch. I do not believe you possess the capacity to persuade them to allow us entry beyond the wall. The Night's Watch posed an insurmountable problem. From Xia Cha-ching's understanding, a considerable portion of their ranks harbored deep-seated animosity towards the wildlings. In the original narrative, Jon Snow, despite being elected as the new commander of the Night's Watch, was regarded as a traitor by many for accepting wildlings, resulting in his death at the hands of his own comrades. Fortunately, Jon, endowed with the protagonist's halo, was later resurrected by the Red Priestess Melisandre. This dilemma underscored that unless a significant portion of the Night's Watch was eliminated, opposition to the acceptance of wildlings would persist. Rob, momentarily at a loss for words, was acutely aware that the Night's Watch stood independent of the Seven Kingdoms, rendering his words of little consequence in Castle Black. It appeared they were ensnared in a stalemate. At this juncture, Xia Cha-ching approached Rob, his eyes glinting with the prospect of seizing command over the wildling army. Rob, he murmured softly, how confident are you in annihilating these wildlings? Rob cast Xia Cha-ching a surprised glance, instinctively assessing the wildling forces against his own. He replied in a hushed tone, if they do not flee and engage us head-on, exterminating them is merely a matter of time. However, we cannot prevent their escape. In the snow, we cannot pursue them. Xia Cha-ching pondered, recognizing the validity of Rob's assertion. The wildlings, possessing long legs, would surely find some means of evasion if they desired to flee. But what if we fixate solely on Mance Raider? Rob hesitated briefly, then nodded affirmatively. If it is merely Mance Raider we pursue, I am entirely confident in detaining him. Rob spoke with remarkable conviction. Rob, hear me, this is an excellent opportunity. If we capture Mance Raider, we can use him to control the entire wildling army. Miss this chance, and it will be exceedingly difficult to find another opportunity for Mance Raider to be isolated. My lord, do you mean we should capture Mance Raider? But John. Rob's words were abruptly interrupted by Xia Chongqing. Rob, it is not about capturing him, but rather eliminating him. And as for John, do you not remember? Even if John is slain by them, I can still resurrect him afterward. Thus, your primary concern should not be John's safety, but ensuring Mance Raider does not escape. My lord, I understand. Rob's expression grew serious. For the North, for the living, let John perish once for the greater good. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Do you have some sort of conspiracy? The wildling woman Ygritte could no longer contain herself, her sword still pressed firmly against John's throat. Rob and Xia Chongqing ceased their conversation, and Rob instinctively glanced at John, whose eyes reflected a sense of foreboding as he perceived the apology within Rob's gaze. All hands. Heed my command. Rob suddenly pointed his sword at Mance Raider, shouting, Slay Mance Raider. The Northerners swiftly obeyed, charging forth. Are you mad? Do you not see John is still in my grasp? Ygritte was momentarily taken aback by Rob's sudden move, then erupted in incredulity. Her grip tightened, and the blade drew blood from John's neck. Yet, her threats seemed to lose their potency, for Rob appeared resolute in placing John's life second to their objective. The Northerners' blades were closing in on Mance Raider. Quickly, protect Mance Raider. The wildlings finally grasped that Rob was not jesting. They hurriedly gathered around Mance Raider, none attempting to flee. Stop. I will truly kill him. Ygritte desperately attempted to thwart Rob's advance, only to be met with John's calm smile, unperturbed by the threat. It is futile, Ygritte. I know Rob's character. Once he makes a decision, he will not easily waver. Moreover, I do not fear death. If you wish to act, do so swiftly, or you may find your opportunity lost. Ygritte's eyes reflected confusion and conflict, though she had developed some affection for John. Such romantic sentiments paled in comparison to the greater cause of her people. Ygritte recognized her obligations in this moment. John, I am sorry, she silently conveyed to him, her hand tightening as the blade cruelly sliced through John's throat, a vivid crimson spreading forth. From this moment on, Ygritte's heart lay in ruins. Chapter 45, Pursuit. Resurrection of Jon Snow felt a slight sting in his neck, warm liquid coursing down. Understanding the gravity of the situation, John harbored no resentment. He could not fathom Rob's reasons for his choices, yet he bore no ill toward him. Regrettably, he lamented that he would never know his mother-ash true visage. As consciousness swiftly slipped away, he dimly perceived Rob leading the Northerners into the fray against the wildling ranks. At the moment John's throat was slit, Rob clearly witnessed the scene, having been attentively focused on John all along. However, there was no time for mourning John's demise once the battle concluded. Summer would undoubtedly resurrect him. At that instant, Rob's mind was consumed by a singular thought: annihilate them all. With a fierce roar, he charged headlong into the throng of wildlings like a sharpened blade. The sound of steel slicing through flesh echoed as blood splattered, and the wildlings cried out in agony. In mere moments, the front line of the wildlings was utterly decimated. Annihilate them all. Rob bellowed again, cutting through the crowd with reckless abandon, drenched in blood, embodying the essence of a war god. Mance, we must depart. The wildlings, sensing defeat, had initially ventured out merely to scout the situation at the old god's peak, bringing only a small contingent, and they found themselves utterly outmatched by the formidable northern soldiers. While Rob was wreaking havoc, he remained vigilant for Mance Raider's whereabouts, as Summer had entrusted him with the primary objective of eliminating Mance. Charge! Charge! Rob's roars crescendoed, yet the 300 northern soldiers moved with the cold, unyielding demeanor of frozen stones, slaughtering mechanically. In less than half an hour, the wildlings were completely routed. Even the most loyal would reconsider their safety in the face of impending death. A small faction of wildlings shielded Mance Raider as they hastily retreated, while the vast majority scattered in flight. Rob paid no heed to the fleeing wildlings. Their target was unmistakable: Mance Raider. Rob, mount up and pursue. Summer called out, and all the northern soldiers swiftly mounted their steeds, galloping in the direction Mance had fled. Engaging in combat on horseback in the snow was an arduous task. Yet when it came to mere travel, for legs would always outpace two. Although Rob and his men had lost some time, it wasn't long before they caught sight of Mance Raider's retreating figure. The treacherous northerners are upon us. You all go ahead. I will hold them off for a moment. Ygritte's eyes glinted with madness. Having just taken John's life, she felt an unbearable weight of remorse. And now cornered against a cliff, she was unwilling to flee any longer. Meanwhile, Summer watched Rob depart, harboring great trust in him. He believed Rob would not betray this trust and would indeed retrieve manhwaedit. Yet, Summer had a more pressing task at hand. He strolled over to John's side. Observing John sprawled in the snow, his surroundings soaked in blood. Rather than feeling sorrow, he found himself stifling laughter. Although lacking formal training, his sense of humor was not insipid. At that moment, a grin spread across his face as he chuckled heartily. The absurdity of John's eyebrows, paired with his unblinking eyes, struck him as comically exaggerated. After a fit of laughter, Summer ceased. Mocking a deceased individual's features was hardly a commendable act. Though the area was devoid of life save for himself, he cleared his throat to regain composure before activating his ability on John. 1 second, 2 seconds, suddenly, John resembled a drowning man who could finally breathe, his body tensing as he gasped for air. Consciousness returned, and his pupils gradually focused, first landing on the gentle, smiling face of the young man before him. "Welcome back, Jon Snow." Drawing breath once more, John relished the sweetness of life. Instinctively, he touched his neck. The blood had dried, yet the wound remained, a gory sight for anyone else, but John felt nothing. I'm alive again? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Summer." Summer smiled at John. In the next moment, John's face reflected a dawning realization as he regarded Summer with astonishment. "You are the esteemed old god's emissary, Lord Summer. I have heard of your name. I am immensely grateful for your salvation. Oh, and I must also thank you for saving my father, Lord Eddard Stark." Gratitude shone in John's eyes, revealing his inherent sincerity. "No need for thanks. Your father has expressed his gratitude to me countless times, as has your mother, Lady Caitlin." Summer replied somewhat teasingly. "Lady Caitlin is not my mother," John retorted defiantly, immediately regretting the words as they left his lips. "No, what I meant was, I am a bastard. Lady Caitlin would never acknowledge me as her son." "Enough, John. We do not have time to debate this matter. Rob has taken men to pursue manhwaedit. We must reunite with him swiftly." "Damn it. I do not wish to encounter White Walkers here and face them alone." Summer deftly redirected the conversation, lacking interest in discussing John's legitimacy. Upon hearing Summer's words, John promptly rose from the snow, his expression grave. "We must act quickly. If the snow covers our tracks, we may very well lose our way." In truth, this was how John had previously become separated from the Night's Watch. "No need to fret. Before we pursue Rob, we have other matters to attend to." Summer replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the scattered corpses of wildlings, diligent guardians who ought not to be wasted. Chapter 46. The Pieces Beyond the Wall. Half an hour later, Summer and John hastened along the trail of hoofprints left by the cavalry, pursuing the direction Rob had taken. Suddenly, Summer turned, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "John, why do you keep stealing glances at me?" Caught in the act, John felt his face flush. Yet he couldn't resist casting a furtive glance around before asking, "My lord, is it truly wise to be accompanied by these individuals?" Summer was well aware of John's concerns, but feigned ignorance, looking around with an expression of faux enlightenment. "John, are you inquiring whether bringing these wildlings poses a problem?" Summer's voice rang out loud enough for the surrounding wildlings to hear. John's face was a mask of anxiety. There were only 2 of them, while the resurrected wildlings numbered 4 or 5 dozen. Should conflict arise, they would stand no chance. Sensing John's unease, the resurrected wildlings grinned toothfully at him, quickening his heartbeat. "Enough, John. I'm only jesting. Rest assured, these wildlings I have revived will not harm us." "Tell me, would you harm me?" Summer patted John's shoulder reassuringly. Upon hearing this, John's expression was one of resolute conviction. "I would never harm you, and that is all that matters. You think that way, and so do these wildlings." John remained oblivious to the fact that from the moment he was revived, a subconscious instinct to protect Summer and obey his commands had taken root within him, yet he sensed nothing amiss. After dispelling John's concerns, the group's pace quickened as they heeded John's advice to rendezvous with Rob's party before the snowfall. In this desolate land, becoming lost was a perilous possibility. However, events did not unfold in the dire manner John had anticipated. Before they could catch up with Rob, he returned with his men. From a distance, Rob spotted Summer and called out, "My lord, I have successfully captured manhwaedit." Upon hearing this, John's expression became a tapestry of complex emotions. He thought of Ygritte. To claim he harbored no feelings for the wild woman would be a falsehood, for Ygritte was undeniably beautiful. With manhwaedit captured, could Ygritte still evade capture? Yet, simultaneously, John noticed the expressions of the surrounding wildlings. None exhibited signs of anger at the news of Mance's capture, as if he had been their enemy all along. This realization filled John with admiration for Summer and ignited a flicker of hope within him. As Rob approached, he immediately recognized John. The young wolf lord dismounted and embraced John fiercely. "John, do not blame me for not rescuing you earlier." "Rob, it has been too long. Summer has informed me of the events. How could I blame you? Look, I am quite well, am I not?" The long-separated brothers embraced for a moment before parting. Although John was technically a bastard, in Rob's heart, he was his brother. Enough of this reunion. Where's manhwaedit? Summer interjected, interrupting their heartfelt reunion. Indeed, he was rather insufferable. Bring forth manhwaedit, Rob commanded. As his words echoed, 2 northern soldiers dragged the struggling manhwaedit before them. My lord, if you wish to kill me, do so, but spare me the humiliation. I will never surrender. Manhwaedit had lost the commanding presence he once had. His clothes were tattered, and a scar adorned his face, blood frozen in a trail that rendered him utterly disheveled. However, upon noticing the 50 wildlings surrounding them, his pupils constricted in fear. Have you all truly surrendered to the north? Traitors! After uttering those words through gritted teeth, Mance's bravado deflated, and he looked earnestly at Rob. My lord, I hope you truly grant the wildlings a new life. Now proceed. After delivering his final words, Mance closed his eyes, offering his neck for execution. What shall we do? Rob turned to Summer, for it was he who had initially given the orders. Send the king beyond the wall on his way. Summer replied coldly. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Rob's eyes as he turned to face Manhwaedit, unhesitatingly plunging his sword into the chest of the king beyond the wall. Mance gasped in pain and, reopening his eyes, grasped Rob's hand. Promise me, my lord. You must grant the wildlings a new life. Promise me. Blood seeped from Mance's mouth as he repeatedly implored for a promise, his body slowly succumbing to death. Sighing with a complex expression, John felt a deep respect for Manhwaedit. Despite their opposing positions, it was ultimately a life-or-death conclusion. What troubles you? Summer inquired, regarding John with curiosity. I shall soon revive him. Really? John's brows furrowed in astonishment. Is that truly possible? Of course. We must utilize Manhwaedit to command the wildling army. We cannot simply allow him to perish. When John glanced back at the lifeless Mance, the king beyond the wall had reopened his eyes, and their gazes met. Ignoring the wound in his chest, Mance stood and respectfully addressed Summer. My lord, I am willing to help you command the entire wildling army. Excellent, Manhwaedit. You shall lead these brothers back to the wildling camp, Summer instructed, gesturing to the resurrected wildlings. Your task is to march the wildling army south swiftly. Rob and I will return to Castle Black to open the passage through the wall for you. Mance accepted Summer's orders with unwavering respect. Summer then turned his gaze to Rob, and the group began to follow Rob's pursuit of Manhwaedit. Chapter 47. Advancing northward throughout the chase of Manhwaedit. Rob killed countless wildlings who sought to impede the cavalry. Though these wildlings lay dead, they were undeniably valuable assets in Summer's hands. He had no intention of leaving these corpses for the Night King. As Summer continued on his path, the fallen wildlings resurrected, following Mance once more until Summer revived Ygritte. My lord, may Ygritte accompany us back to the north? John asked, for the northern bastard had reached an age of burgeoning emotions. No, I refuse. I shall return to the camp with Manhwaedit. The wild woman shot John a fierce glare, her face displaying a fierce demeanor, yet internally she was in turmoil. She had personally taken John's life, an act that was undeniably treacherous. Now, to follow John across the wall with a clear conscience was beyond her capabilities. Ygritte, regarding your act of killing me, I do not hold it against you. John spoke sincerely to the wild woman. Look at us. We are both alive and well. Are we not? John, I am sorry. Even though you have been revived, I cannot deny the fact that I killed you. I am sorry. I will not accompany you. Observing the couple caught in a cycle of love and conflict, Summer and Rob exchanged glances, speechless. They could not impart wisdom on John regarding such matters. However, Summer could discern that a rift had formed between Ygritte and John. After all, when Ygritte had inflicted the fatal blow, she had no knowledge that he could be resurrected. Thus, in a sense, Ygritte had indeed killed John. This could only be described as a case of fate unfulfilled. Summer had no intention of forcing Ygritte into a situation she could not accept. Ultimately, Ygritte accompanied Manhwaedit back, while John returned to the north with the others. As for what would transpire between them after the wildlings crossed the wall, that was beyond Summer's control, and he had no desire to meddle in such affairs. The entire group once again split into two, each departing in different directions. Summer and Rob led the northern cavalry away from the first men's finger, and their journey had not been in vain. In truth, Summer had not anticipated such a significant outcome from this venture. He could directly control the entire wildling army through Manhwaedit. As for Rob, he did not exhibit overwhelming excitement over the prospect of commanding the wildling army. His joy at reclaiming John eclipsed all else. However, their mission in the land beyond the wall was not yet complete. They still sought Bran's whereabouts. My lord, where shall we head next? Rob sat astride his horse, gazing into the distance, his mind clouded with uncertainty. Meanwhile, John, having absorbed the entirety of their predicament, grew increasingly eager to uncover Bran's whereabouts. Yet, while Rob and John could seek counsel from Xia Chongqing, the latter found himself bereft of anyone to consult. With a heavy sigh, he candidly expressed to Rob, "Rob, let us venture northward." Bran is guided by the three-eyed crow to the land of eternal winter. The three-eyed crow, as a deity traversing the earth, far surpasses my own powers. I cannot ascertain Bran's location. If we wish to find him, we can only rely on fortune. In front of the assembly, Xia Chongqing humbly acknowledged that his abilities paled in comparison to the three-eyed crow. Although he possessed the gift of resurrecting the dead, it was undeniable that he lacked the crow's formidable strength. It was important to recognize that after Bran underwent training with the three-eyed crow, he had acquired the ability to subtly alter history, a fact evidenced by the existence of Hodder. Must we solely depend on luck? Rob sighed, a tinge of disappointment flickering within him. Yet, he quickly regained his resolve. As long as they could prove Bran was still alive, Rob felt a sense of fulfillment. Then, "My lord, let us proceed northward." The group set off at a gallop towards the north. Xia Chongqing did not oppose Rob's decision. After all, the matter of aiding the wildlings in reaching the north was not urgent. The sheer number of wildlings was overwhelming. As their ranks swelled, their progress would inevitably slow. A mass migration of 100,000 souls could not be accomplished overnight. Thus, Xia Chongqing had ample time to explore the entirety of the land of eternal winter. Upon entering this frigid expanse, Xia Chongqing sensed that another skill bestowed by the system, the ice spear technique, had been significantly enhanced. The rate of skill proficiency increased considerably faster than it had in the north. Thus, this journey was not merely a quest to find Bran, but also a path for Xia Chongqing to augment his own strength. In the land of eternal winter, where the biting winds howled, their party had not traveled far before heavy snow began to fall, shrouding the sky in a dense gray hue that made navigation exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, Jon was with them, having served as a night's watch for some time and accompanied Commander Mormont in investigating the White Walkers. He was well acquainted with the eternal winter's terrain. However, as Xia Chongqing and his companions pressed further north, the blizzards intensified. The cold wind, laden with snowflakes, lashed against their faces, obscuring their vision and casting a shadow of dread upon their hearts. Among those present, aside from Xia Chongqing and Rob, were individuals resurrected by Xia Chongqing himself. They possessed the most resilient wills. As long as Xia Chongqing forged ahead, none would falter. Yet, as the storm grew fiercer, an ominous premonition stirred within Xia Chongqing. He knew that wherever the White Walkers roamed, they were accompanied by snow and wind. In such dire conditions, they were undeniably on the White Walkers' home turf. If they were to be ambushed at this moment, Xia Chongqing questioned how much combat prowess his band truly possessed. Doubt crept into Xia Chongqing's mind. Although he yearned to witness the White Walkers and the army of the dead firsthand, after all, these monsters were destined to be his future foes. Engaging in battle on their territory was not a prudent course of action. "Rob, we cannot advance any further. We must retreat. The stars will guide Bran. In this place, we are likely to fall prey to an ambush." Even though they were close, Xia Chongqing had to raise his voice above the howling winds to convey his message clearly. Rob fell into a momentary silence, an unwillingness flashing across his eyes. Yet, gazing into the blizzard that rendered visibility nearly non-existent, he ultimately acquiesced to Xia Chongqing's decision. "Very well, my lord, we shall turn back." However, before Rob could finish his sentence, he felt an abrupt shift beneath him. It was not that he had grown smaller, but rather that his horse had suddenly lowered itself. Startled, the horse neighed loudly, its front hooves buckling beneath it, causing Rob to tumble forward. Using the momentum of his fall, Rob rolled upon the ground and quickly sprang to his feet, alertly scanning the horizon. He soon discerned the source of his horse's misstep. Before him loomed a horrifying creature. Devoid of flesh, its entire form composed of gray, skeletal remains, reminiscent of brittle bones that would shatter upon touch. Yet, the being before Rob was an animated skeleton, clad in tattered rags, its bony fingers tightly gripping a rusted iron sword. It was this very sword that had sliced through his horse's hoof, bringing it down in agony. The skeleton's mouth moved soundlessly, though its face betrayed no expression. Rob could sense the mockery in its demeanor. "Enemy attack," Rob bellowed, rolling to the side and retrieving the long sword from his saddle. As his voice echoed, the frightened sounds of his horse grew frantic, and a glance revealed an unending tide of skeletons emerging from the ground. "These are the Whites. Use dragon-last weapons." Xia Chongqing immediately recognized the threat. Unlike Rob and Jon, who had only heard tales of the Whites yet never laid eyes upon them, Xia Chongqing, drawing upon his experience, swiftly identified the skeletal figures as the dreaded Whites. "Watch your feet," he shouted, having already unsheathed his dragon-glass longsword. He swung it, severing a newly risen skeleton. "Rob, don't just stand there. Use your dragon-glass weapon." As Xia Chongqing shouted, he urged his steed forward, knowing that remaining stationary would render them vulnerable to the oncoming Whites. As he maneuvered within a confined space, he fought off the advancing Whites. The dragon-glass sword proved invaluable in this fray. ordinary weapons were utterly ineffective against the white army, as even if they were cleaved in two, they could still function independently. However, dragon glass and fire inherently countered these creatures, requiring only a glancing blow to dispatch them. Chaos engulfed the battlefield from the onset, and Xia Chaqing suddenly realized that the blizzard had intensified without his notice. Now, he could only perceive shadowy figures around him. Unable to discern the full extent of the scene, a profound sense of vigilance surged within him. He was not concerned for his northern soldiers, who possessed immortality. Even he had yet to discover a definitive method to slay them. However, Xia Chongqing had begun to harbor a suspicion, in strict terms. His power was akin to that of the Night King, with whites and the undead being vulnerable to dragonglass and fire. Thus, it was likely that those he resurrected would also be susceptible to the same elements. Yet, knowing that the whites understood dragonglass could annihilate them, it was perplexing why they would gather such weapons. At this moment, Xia Chaqing found himself most anxious about his own safety. His subordinates were immortal, while he, their leader, was not, a disconcerting predicament. However, fear did not take root in his heart. Compared to when he had first arrived in this world, he had undergone significant growth. Now, Xia Chongqing considered himself a formidable warrior. A formidable warrior not only requires immense strength, but also a powerful heart. At this moment, what Zichangking lacks is precisely that indomitable spirit capable of confronting and conquering fear. My heart is strong, he silently mused, standing beside the lifeless body of his steed. Holding his dragon crystal longsword aloft, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. Beneath him lay the remains of 4 or 5 skeletons. Suddenly, Zichanking's ears perked up. He detected a faint rustling to his right. Instinctively, he pivoted, sweeping his sword upward in a swift motion. Through previous encounters, he had discerned that these undead fiends possessed remarkably simplistic combat instincts, primarily resorting to downward slashes. The true terror of these corpses stemmed from their sheer numbers. However, with the right combat strategy, one could easily recognize them as mere bones awaiting destruction. With a resounding thud, Zichangking felt his sword collide with a solid object. The impact sending a tingle through his palm, yet it remained bearable. "My lord, it is I?" A hurried voice pierced the air, just as Zichangking was about to change his stance. He waved away the swirling snowflakes and recognized the newcomer. "Rob, are you unharmed?" He sheathed his sword and swiftly turned to face his companion. Understanding the urgency, Rob positioned himself back to back with Zichangking, both remaining alert. "My lord, I can still hold on. How about you?" Rob wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Though he had sustained injuries in the recent skirmish, they were not severe. Fortuitously, he had located Zichangking, granting them a momentary respite. In solitude, the most exhausting endeavor was maintaining vigilance against attacks from behind. "I am unscathed as well, Rob. We cannot afford to wear ourselves down against these undead. Their numbers remain uncertain." "My lord, what should we do?" Rob gasped, seizing the rare moment to regain his strength. "These undead are reanimated by the whites. As long as we can eliminate the whites, these corpses will fall lifeless once more. Our task is to uncover the whites leading them." Zichangking articulated swiftly. If no whites were present, the number of undead would be finite, allowing them to eradicate them entirely. "Rob, our immediate goal is to ascertain the presence of any whites nearby." Zichangking continued, keenly observing an unusual bulge in the ground. Biting his lip, he thrust his dragon crystal longsword forcefully into the anomaly. The disturbance in the ground quickly settled, and Zichangking withdrew his sword, breathing heavily before addressing Rob. "I will attempt to lure out the whites. Be prepared." "Certainly, my lord," Rob replied without hesitation. Zichangking extended his left hand, his lips moving slightly as a crystalline spear, entirely composed of ice, gradually materialized in his grasp. This icy magic had always been the domain of the whites, and he was uncertain whether this method would successfully draw the hidden whites out from the shadows. The spear, measuring approximately 1.5 meters, took form in Zichangking's hand, and the unique energy surrounding them began to dissipate. However, he was acutely aware that if any whites were present, they would undoubtedly sense this peculiar energy. Suddenly, both Zichangking and Rob felt the atmosphere around them stiffen momentarily. The swirling snow ceased, and an ominous presence loomed from afar. A shadow emerged slowly, parting the storm, and for a brief moment, they were no longer beset by the undead. Both men instinctively held their breath, witnessing the manifestation of the white before them. The true visage of the white was finally revealed to Zichangking and Rob, a visage seemingly sculpted from ice, adorned with grooves as if chiseled by a craftsman. Its pale hair cascaded down to its waist, and its emotionless azure gaze scrutinized Zichangking and the ice spear he wielded. The white parted its lips, uttering a phrase that was utterly incomprehensible to the two men. "Rob, flank it," Zichangking commanded fiercely. Communication was unnecessary in this deadly encounter, as they were adversaries locked in a battle to the death. With a powerful thrust, Zichanking hurled the spear toward the white while he and Rob charged forward. The white's azure eyes flickered, indicating sentience. It seized the incoming ice spear with a roar, crushing it effortlessly. As it turned its attention to the two approaching humans, the white drew the ice sword strapped to its back, swinging it menacingly toward Rob first. Rob braced himself, planting his feet firmly in a stance to withstand the blow, raising his sword to meet the strike. The clash produced a sound reminiscent of metal against stone, and Rob felt the force of the blow drive him down slightly. What tremendous strength! He marveled inwardly. Had he not steadied himself, the strike would have sent him sprawling. My lord, the foe wields immense power. Rob cautioned promptly. I am aware. Zichanking responded, having already maneuvered to the side of the white, his sword poised to strike from an advantageous angle. Infused with the essence of the water dance technique he had learned from Arya, a swordplay style originating from Bravos. The water dance was characterized by agility and swiftness, and Zichanking's strike was executed with remarkable speed as the white had just completed its own attack, leaving it momentarily vulnerable. However, to Zichanking's surprise, the white did not retreat. Instead, it reached out with its left hand to grasp Zichanking's sword. Zichanking felt a surge of exhilaration. The long sword, forged from dragon crystal, was inherently effective against the whites. The audacity of the creature to attempt to seize it with its bare hand was unexpected. Dragon crystal, also known as obsidian, contained a latent fiery essence, thus inflicting harm upon the whites. While weapons crafted from dragon crystal lacked the sharpness of Valyrian steel, they were more effective in piercing rather than slashing. Yet, as the white's hand made contact with the dragon crystal sword, it recoiled as if it had plunged its hand into flames. The brief resistance afforded Zichanking a fleeting moment to strike again, but the white's ice sword intercepted his path. Zichanking was forcefully repelled, retreating several steps as he acknowledged Rob's assessment of the white's formidable strength. Sensing an opportunity as Rob launched a surprise attack from behind the white, Zichanking resolved to seize the moment. Behold my 100 steps flying sword. Xia Cha-ching suddenly let out a thunderous shout, raising his dragon crystal longsword and hurling it towards the other. Although it did not travel 100 paces, it still covered a distance of 4 or 5 steps. Such a distance is but a fleeting moment, and faced with the dual assault of two masters of swordsmanship, even a magical being like the other found itself in a precarious position. The phrase ignoring one's own rear while focusing on the front aptly described the other's state at that moment. As the dragon crystal longsword flew towards it, the other dared not attempt to catch it with its hands. Instead, it had no choice but to raise its ice sword to deflect Xia Changqing's attack. However, at that moment, Rob had stealthily approached from behind, gripping his sword firmly, and plunged it deep into the other's body. Even the mightiest knights of the Seven Kingdoms, such as the Dawnbringer, had fallen to a backstab. What more could be said of a mere other? Xia Changqing leisurely approached the other, observing its violently fluctuating azure eyes, and a restrained smile blossomed on his lips. This was the righteous backstab. Before his words could fully settle, the other emitted a piercing howl, and its entire form erupted in a sudden explosion, shattering into nearly invisible shards of ice. A flurry of ice particles vanished into the howling winds and snow, as Xia Changqing stepped forward to help Rob to his feet, patting him on the shoulder and praising. Well done, my lord, have we truly slain it? Rob asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty, struggling to comprehend how a being so formidable in legends could be so easily defeated. Indeed, Rob, you have indeed slain it. I have long told you, dragon crystal and Valyrian steel are the bane of the others. Before these two, the other is as fragile as paper, Xia Cha-ching remarked, picking up his dragon crystal longsword and glancing at the still-dazed Rob. Rob, do not dawdle. Although the other is dead, we cannot be certain whether the whites have been thoroughly cleared. Our battle is not yet over. Rob regained his composure, finally acknowledging that he had indeed vanquished a monster, and one so weak at that. Together with Xia Changqing, they began to traverse in a singular direction, constantly encountering isolated northern soldiers, who subsequently banded together to advance. In merely half an hour, the two had successfully rallied the majority of the northern soldiers. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Xia Cha-ching felt that since he and Rob had slain the other, the fierce winds and snow around them gradually diminished. More importantly, they had not encountered any attacks from the whites for quite some time. To prevent further disarray, the northern soldiers joined hands, moving closely together as one. As time passed, Xia Changqing could distinctly affirm that the storm had indeed lessened. He could barely make out the surroundings up to 10 meters away. By the time they found John, most of the northern soldiers had regrouped. Regrettably, most of their horses had been injured by the whites and could no longer walk, while a few unscathed had vanished into the vast, swirling snow. It appears we must return on foot. Xia Changqing chuckled wryly. Initially, he could have declined Rob's request to venture into the land of eternal winter. After all, a gentleman should not stand beneath a precarious wall. However, after careful consideration, Xia Chaqing accepted the journey, viewing it as his own trial. He understood well that he could not forever remain in the shadows of others. Only by strengthening himself could he truly embrace righteousness. Xia Chaqing pondered whether, had he declined Rob's request and avoided this perilous adventure, he would still possess the courage to engage in future battles. Only after enduring the storm and the assault of the others did he truly consider himself a warrior. Even if he were to lose the skills granted by the system and the ability to command a loyal retinue in future adventures, he would still rely on his own capabilities to survive and grow stronger in this vast world. My lord, it is all my fault. Had I not insisted, you would not have faced such danger, Rob expressed with a hint of guilt, fully aware of Xia Chaqing's significance to the north and the entirety of Westeros. He felt that his insistence had led to this perilous venture. Rob, do not speak so. I willingly agreed to this. Xia Chaqing replied with a radiant smile, comforting Rob. Besides, we have gained much from this endeavor. Not only have we found Jon, but we have also confirmed that the others are not invincible. This journey has not been in vain. But, my lord, enough, Rob. Xia Chaqing interrupted decisively. Instead of dwelling on guilt, let us consider how to persuade Commander Mormont to open the wall's gates and allow the wildlings into the north upon our return to Castle Black. Indeed, Rob's attention quickly shifted to the task of convincing Commander Mormont. Mormont was not an obstinate man. Having witnessed the existence of the others firsthand, he understood that keeping the wildlings outside the wall would merely bolster the forces of the others. If we articulate this reasoning clearly to Commander Mormont, he will surely agree to let the wildlings enter. At that moment, Jon interjected, being the most familiar with the nature of Commander Mormont among those present. However, Jon, as far as I know, the Night's Watch is hardly a monolith. Even if Commander Mormont agrees, can you guarantee that others will follow suit? Xia Changqing's inquiry plunged Jon into contemplation. He furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. Having been a member of the Night's Watch for quite some time, he was acutely aware that Xia Chaqing spoke the truth. If it is Commander Mormont's command, they would likely obey, Jon replied uncertainly. Xia Chaqing shook his head slightly, offering no response, yet Jon grasped the underlying implication. The journey back was remarkably smooth. They encountered no further assaults from the others, nor any disturbances from the wildlings. However, Jon and Rob had yet to devise a clear strategy for persuading the Night's Watch to accept the wildlings. After spending considerable time with Xia Changqing, Rob had begun to form some thoughts, yet he hesitated, uncertain whether to act upon them. As they approached the wall, Rob's conviction grew stronger. Finally, upon reaching the base of the wall, Rob and Xia Chaqing shared their thoughts with Jon. Jon, how many members are there in the Night's Watch at the wall? Rob posed the first question. Including rangers, craftsmen, and officers, the total number in the Night's Watch was approximately 4,000, with over 2,000 stationed at Castle Black. Is the entire Night's Watch only about 4,000 strong? Rob mused, speaking in a tone Jon could not comprehend. We northern soldiers number at least 40 to 50,000. Jon did not grasp the meaning behind Rob's words, but Xia Changqing did. Rob, follow your instincts and act accordingly, Xia Changqing encouraged. He cared not for the lofty mission of the Night's Watch in guarding the wall, nor for their contributions to Westeros. Such matters were of no concern to him. Rob's implication was clear. If the Night's Watch did not acquiesce, then the northern soldiers would march to the wall. No. There is no need for the Night's Watch to consent. Once they return to the Black Castle, Rob can send out the Ravens, commanding Eddard to lead the soldiers of the north to the Black Castle. The threat of the White Walkers could strike at any moment, with such peril at hand. Is it unreasonable to summon the north for aid and defense? Absolutely not. Chapter 51. The army assembles in the north, Winterfell. Within the Lord's Hall, Maester Luwin hurriedly approached Eddard Stark, holding a letter from the Black Castle. Maester, there is no need to rush. Please, take your time to explain, Eddard urged. Luwin took a moment to steady his breath before handing the letter to Eddard. My lord, this is correspondence from the Black Castle. Eddard received the letter without comment. It was succinct, and a mere glance sufficed for him to grasp its contents. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Ser Roderick, who stood at his side. Ser, relay my command to all the lords of the north. I require them to gather with their knights and soldiers at Winterfell within 2 weeks. We are to engage in a great battle. As you command, my liege. One by one, ravens took flight from Winterfell, delivering Eddard's missive to the lords of the north, and even those of the Riverlands, instructing them to march northward. The ravens soared over the Trident and landed in King's Landing, where they delivered the message into the hands of Lord Tywin Lannister. A royal council convened once more, and Tywin delivered a forceful address, calling forth the armies of the Westerlands to march to the wall. This decree left King Joffrey and Queen Cersei utterly astonished, for they had long regarded the Starks of the North as their greatest adversaries, and now they were to collaborate with them against the White Walkers. How absurd it was. His Majesty erupted in fury within the Red Keep, refusing to accept the unfolding events. In truth, most of the nobles in King's Landing, apart from a select few, found it difficult to believe that this order had originated from Tywin Lannister. His resolve, however, was unwavering. His own daughter, the nominal queen of the Seven Kingdoms, Cersei Lannister, had urged him to reconsider, questioning the authenticity of the White Walkers' threat. Even if it is true, the North will bear the brunt of it. Once they are vanquished, we can then dispatch our forces to eliminate the White Walkers, which would be far more advantageous. Cersei failed to grasp the true horror of the White Walkers. According to insiders, after Cersei's remarks, Tywin merely regarded his daughter with a cold stare before stating, "How could I have sired such a foolish daughter?" In that moment, the atmosphere in King's Landing grew tense. Many failed to comprehend a fundamental truth. Power resides in the hands of the strong. No matter the schemes or machinations, they crumble before absolute strength. Even the formidable Tyrell family, standing at the apex of power, could do naught but heed Tywin's command and march northward. At the wall, Black Castle. Commander Mormont, there is no need for further persuasion. I have witnessed the White Walkers in the land of eternal winter. Resisting them is not solely the Night's Watch's duty. It is the responsibility of all life on the continent of Westeros. Young Lord Stark's face was resolute as he spoke with a tone of unwavering determination. Indeed, all life on Westeros includes the wildlings beyond the wall. Yet Commander Mormont failed to recognize Robb's ulterior motives. Thus, Robb resolutely remained at Black Castle. With the arrival of the northern forces, all rallied to confront the impending threat of the White Walkers. Soldiers trained tirelessly, forging weapons of dragonglass, as they strove to enhance their strength. "My lord, I have brought you a gift." Eddard arrived at Black Castle, bearing a special present for Jon Snow. With a flourish, he unsheathed a sword, its blade glistening and etched with intricate designs. "My lord, this sword is forged from Valyrian steel. I hope you will use it to vanquish the threat posed by the White Walkers." Jon took the sword, wielding it with a few swift motions, pleasantly surprised by how well it suited him. "My lord, where did you acquire such a Valyrian steel sword?" He was aware that Valyrian steel was exceedingly rare, and each weapon crafted from it could become a family heirloom. "I melted down the ancestral sword of House Stark, Ice, and reforged it into 2 blades, one for Robb, and this one for you," Eddard explained with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of sorrow for the loss of his family's heirloom. Jon regarded Eddard with slight astonishment. He knew of the sword named Ice, but had not anticipated such a generous sacrifice. "My lord, you need not worry. Ice was a 2-handed sword, far too heavy for combat. It is far better to have it reforged to fulfill its true purpose." Eddard, indifferent to the matter, felt that Jon's persistent reluctance would be overly sentimental. "Then I shall accept it graciously." Jon expressed his genuine appreciation for the sword. Eddard's face broke into a rare smile. A fine steed deserves a splendid saddle, and a sword bestowed upon a hero would surely find its true worth in Jon's hands. "My lord, every Valyrian steel sword is a precious artifact. You should bestow a name upon it." "A name, you say?" Jon pondered, stroking the cold blade that resembled ice. "Eddard, your family's motto is winter is coming. Therefore, let this sword be named Winter." "Winter? Winter. What a splendid name," Eddard praised. At that moment, Robb burst through the door. Jon turned to see Robb wearing a new sword at his side. "Robb, have you come to flaunt your new sword?" Jon jested. "I'm afraid you're a bit late." As he spoke, Jon showcased his newly acquired winner. Robb looked both amused and exasperated, shaking his head. "My lord, I did not come to boast. A visitor has just arrived at Black Castle, and I believe you should meet her." "Is it not common for guests to arrive at Black Castle? Has Lord Tywin sent someone?" Jon inquired, stepping outside with a bemused expression. At present, Black Castle had become the center of Westeros, bustling with a multitude of arrivals. No matter who came, Jon felt no surprise. Chapter 52. A disagreement leads to decapitation. Lady Melisandre? Jon regarded the Red Priestess before him with a hint of astonishment. Had he not known her age could rival that of his great-grandmother, he might have been captivated by her beauty. Yet, knowing the truth of Melisandre's appearance, he felt a chill run down his spine at her beguiling visage. Of course, he would never betray such feelings outwardly. "What brings you here?" Jon maintained a respectful demeanor toward a true priestess of the divine. Although Eddard and Robb were taken aback by Jon's reverence, they were aware of the Red Priestess's reputation, believing her to be in service to Stannis. "Esteemed sir, I have come in obedience to the will of the Lord of Light, seeking the reincarnation of Azor Ahai to assist him in vanquishing the emissary of the Frost God." "Oh, is not the reincarnation of Azor Ahai Lord Stannis? Why are you not aiding him on Dragonstone, but instead here at the wall?" Xia Chongqing could swear he had no intention of mocking Melisandre. In truth, although Melisandre is a priestess of the Lord of Light, Xia Chongqing saw little evidence of her contribution in the battle against the White Walkers. She did indeed resurrect Jon Snow, which could be regarded as her sole commendable act. However, her actions, Whether employing a shadow assassin to slay Renly or misinterpreting the messages from the flames led Xia Chaqing to perceive her as rather inept. Yet, her ability to control fire was indeed impressive. Stannis is not the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. I misinterpreted the will of the Lord of Light, and thus I come now to rectify my error. Melisandre's expression remained unchanged by Xia Changqing's words as she replied in a calm tone. Do you believe the reincarnation of Azor Ahai resides here at the wall? Xia Changqing's tone was polite yet distant. Polite because Melisandre is a priestess of the Lord of Light, and distant due to his disdain for her practice of burning the living. Moreover, now that he had resurrected Jon, he had no need for Melisandre and would gladly keep his distance from her. After all, the Lord of Light is indeed a real deity. Melisandre noticed Xia Changqing's clear lack of welcome. My lord Xia, it seems you do not favor me, she remarked knowingly. Indeed, I do not. Xia Changqing replied candidly. Since you have asked, I shall answer honestly. Might you enlighten me as to why? Upon hearing this question, Xia Changqing was suddenly reminded of Stannis' unfortunate daughter, the innocent child who was burned alive due to Melisandre's words. Why would I like someone who would burn a little girl alive? He stated coldly. A fleeting look of realization crossed Melisandre's face, yet she bore no guilt. That was not an arbitrary sacrifice, but rather a means to honor my lord, the Lord of Light, and receive his revelations. Nonsense! Xia Changqing exclaimed in rare fury, his face flushed with anger. I have never heard of any god requiring a follower to immolate a little girl. Not the seven, nor the old gods, nor the drowned god. Why should the Lord of Light be any different? Melisandre, can you tell me, is the Lord of Light a false god, a malevolent deity? Xia Chaqing felt his anger boiling over, infuriated by Melisandre's nonchalant demeanor. Stannis' daughter was utterly innocent. Do not speak of noble purposes to save Westeros. For Melisandre's intention when sacrificing Shireen was not for the so-called salvation of the realm. Silence. Melisandre's countenance darkened sharply at Xia Changqing's words, and she rebuked him fiercely. The majesty of the gods cannot be desecrated. Stranger, while I cannot discern your origins, you are certainly no envoy of the old gods. And even they would struggle to oppose my lord. I see the darkness in your eyes. Suddenly, Melisandre screamed as if possessed. Her gaze filled with terror directed at Xia Changqing. However, her derogatory remarks about the old gods did not sit well with Eddard and Robb, for this was the wall, the realm of the north, where every northerner revered the old gods. With a metallic clang, their swords were drawn, and Eddard and Robb glared at Melisandre, prepared to strike her down should she make any sudden movements. Xia Changqing's initial fury dissipated quickly, replaced by a chilling calm as he realized he had deeply offended the Red Priestess before him, potentially incurring the wrath of the Lord of Light himself. After all, he had just labeled the Lord of Light a false and malevolent god. His intention had been to distance himself, yet how had matters escalated to this point? Xia Chaqing sighed inwardly. Despite having gravely offended Melisandre, he felt no regret, for he simply could not abide her. Melisandre's gaze fixated on Xia Chaqing, her steps retreating slightly. Those who blaspheme against the gods shall be forsaken by all deities. After a brief silence, Xia Changqing looked at the Red Priestess with a scornful expression. Is this your curse upon me, Lady Melisandre? Stranger, this is your inevitable fate, she replied with conviction. Xia Chaqing sighed softly, casting his eyes downward to his feet, and spoke in a low voice. Lady Melisandre, I wonder if you have learned that I am quite petty. What? Melisandre looked at him in astonishment. I said perish. Xia Chaqing had long grown weary of Melisandre's incessant prattle. He drew forth his newly acquired sword, Winter, and leaped towards Melisandre, intent on ensuring she would not leave this place. Since he had already offended her, he might as well see it through to the end. With a cold demeanor, he advanced, the blade of Valyrian steel glinting with icy brilliance. With a swift stroke, the chilling light flashed, and Melisandre's beautiful head flew high, blood splattering across the snow, creating a striking tableau of crimson upon white. Chapter 53. Confronting the Divine. Youth fades rapidly. Xia Changqing leaned on his sword, gazing at Melisandre's headless corpse, his heart devoid of any tumult. If you cannot become one of our own, then create the conditions to ensure you are made one. That was the thought that flickered through Xia Changqing's mind. Yet, he felt he had perhaps gone too far, as he acted out of apprehension of Melisandre's abilities, opting for the most extreme measure by severing her head. Xia Changqing glanced at Eddard and Robb's expressions, relieved to find no signs of disapproval. Robb, you won't blame me for abruptly taking the life of this witch, will you? Xia Chaqing asked with a sly smile. However, Robb appeared puzzled, responding, Why would I blame you? I am aware of her infamous reputation. Stannis' failure at Blackwater was largely due to her machinations. Robb's implication was clear. He approved of the act, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Melisandre's deceit that led to Stannis' downfall, and her attempt to ensnare them at the wall. In that case, I must request you assist in reattaching her head. As the priestess of the Red God, her mind holds knowledge we require, Xia Chongqing stated matter-of-factly, knowing that only Rob could fulfill this task among the three of them. Rob, momentarily speechless, regarded Xia Chongqing with a mournful gaze. Yet he understood he could not escape this duty. Wait here, I shall summon someone. Rob turned and made his way into the depths of the wall. Xia Chongqing smiled as he watched Rob depart, but as soon as he shifted his gaze back, he was taken aback by an unexpected occurrence at the sight of Melisandre's corpse. As thoughts of the witch's mysterious powers crossed their minds, Xia Chongqing and Ed exchanged a glance and, almost instinctively, drew their swords, warily eyeing the lifeless form of Melisandre. Suddenly, a shadow beneath her body began to writhe as if animated by some unseen force, flowing like water as it crept up her corpse. A humanoid silhouette emerged from Melisandre's remains, flickering like a candle flame. Xia Chongqing felt as though his head had been struck by a hammer, a deafening buzz filling his ears, while an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him, a formidable pressure weighing heavily upon him. What was this entity? His thoughts were sluggish. He attempted to raise his hand to retaliate, but his body felt as if it were rusted, unresponsive. The shadow loomed above him like a deity surveying mortals. Though it appeared entirely dark, he sensed a pair of merciless eyes fixed upon him. Do not gaze upon the divine. This thought flashed through Xia Chongqing's mind. The sensation of confronting this shadow akin to facing a god. Time seemed to stretch, whether seconds or days had passed, before the shadow abruptly shattered and vanished without a trace. Released from that immense pressure, Xia Chongqing doubled over, violently retching. He fought to suppress his nausea and straightened up, glancing at Ed, whose eyes mirrored his own astonishment. Lord Xia, what was that just now? Ed could not restrain his curiosity. Xia Chongqing cast a wary glance at Melisandre's corpse and murmured, I suspect that was a fragment of the Lightbringer's essence. Beyond the deities themselves, he could hardly fathom what entity in this world could exert such pressure upon him. The sensation had been akin to facing death itself. The Lightbringer? Ed's expression remained one of shock. Are you certain, my lord? Xia Chongqing refrained from answering, taken aback by the thought that killing Melisandre would summon the true deity, the Lightbringer. Yet, he felt little trepidation. Deities seldom manifested in the mortal realm. Though he harbored apprehension, he would never succumb to fear. If the Lightbringer were to intervene directly, Xia Chongqing believed he would have perished already, since he had survived. There was no need to dread the Lightbringer excessively. Father, Lord Xia, what has happened? Rob approached with several northern soldiers. His brow furrowed with confusion as he observed their shaken demeanor. He had only stepped away for a brief moment. What calamity had transpired? Xia Chongqing and Ed exchanged a knowing glance, and Xia Chongqing replied, Rob, it is nothing. Let us behead the witch. He chose to remain silent about the earlier events. Rumors of a divine presence would only incite unnecessary panic. With a mutual understanding, Xia Chongqing and Ed decided to keep this matter to themselves. Rob, lacking the subtlety to probe further, complied and directed the northern soldiers to prepare Melisandre's body. Lord Xia, will you wait here or return to your chambers? Once we have finished, I will send a soldier to inform you, Rob suggested, his advice sensible given the harsh conditions outside. Before Xia Chongqing could respond, terrified screams erupted from several soldiers. What is happening? He inquired sharply, still wary of Melisandre's remains stirring further chaos. My lord, please come and see. A soldier called out, seemingly in distress over Melisandre's corpse. The three hastened toward her side. What in the world? Rob exclaimed in shock. Though Melisandre's face retained the expression of terror from her death, her once youthful and beautiful visage rapidly aged before their eyes. It was as if she had transformed from youth to old age in mere moments. By the time they reached her, her once fiery red hair had turned white, her face now a tapestry of wrinkles, embodying the frailty of old age. Xia Chongqing was not particularly surprised. He had known Melisandre to be a woman of several centuries. This was her true appearance. If memory served him right, she had relied on an enchanted ruby to maintain her youthful guise. As he observed the ruby necklace around her broken neck, he noted that the gem had lost its former brilliance. Chapter 54. The power of flame and shadow devoid of magical energy, her beauty had rapidly decayed. He pondered whether Melisandre, upon being resurrected, would be driven to madness by the sight of her elderly form. A malicious thought crossed his mind. It was a pity Stannis would never witness Melisandre in this state. Of course, such an unethical act was contingent solely upon his desire to pursue it. Do not be alarmed. Continue your work. Xia Chongqing reassured the northern soldiers, gesturing for them to proceed with their tasks. My lord, do you know what has transpired? Rob could not suppress his curiosity after they departed. Is this the witch's malevolent magic? Xia Chongqing regarded Rob, sensing no fault in his inquisitiveness. Any ordinary person would likely feel the same curiosity, had he not been forewarned. He too would have been intrigued. Indeed, Rob, you are correct. This is a form of magic. Do not be deceived by Melisandre's beauty. She is, in truth, several centuries old. This visage is her true face, Xia Chongqing explained, his tone calm. The young wolf lord gasped in disbelief, his expression betraying a mixture of discomfort and horror as he stammered. Such magic is truly wicked, utterly malevolent. Xia Chongqing chuckled softly at Rob's reaction, finding the youth's thoughts easy to decipher. In truth, he too had to concede that Melisandre's youthful appearance had an undeniable allure. Yet, as he prepared to resurrect her, an unexpected pang of sympathy arose within him. Was it not cruel to condemn a woman to remain in such an aged state forever? Nevertheless, this fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. He would not forsake the witch's potential assistance. By my command, I summon you to return. Xia Chongqing silently invoked the spell of resurrection. And before Rob's eyes, Melisandre awoke. She uttered a series of incomprehensible phrases before slowly opening her eyes. In an instant, she seemed to accept her current state, her expression calm and devoid of overt emotion. Yet Xia Chongqing could still detect a flicker of something inscrutable in her gaze. Indeed, the witch was not as composed as she appeared. Lady Melisandre, my lord, please grant me a moment, she interjected before he could finish. I must compose myself. It would be most improper to respond to your inquiries in my current state. Xia Chongqing felt a sense of silence within, yet he did not press the matter, as it is only courteous to show respect to an elder. Thus, he led Rob out of the room. After a full half-hour, Xia Chongqing encountered Melisandre once more. Observing her unsteady approach, one could scarcely believe that this was the same red priestess known to Stannis. She was entirely enveloped in her crimson robe, with a hood that concealed her aged visage. It was evident that Melisandre was quite concerned about her external appearance. My lord, if you have any questions, please feel free to voice them. As Melisandre spoke slowly and steadily, some of the queries lingering in Xia Chongqing's mind began to find resolution. As the priestess of the Lord of Light, Melisandre had journeyed from Essos to Westeros after receiving a divine revelation through the flames. Initially, her intentions were simple, to aid the people of Westeros in vanquishing the White Walkers. However, she misinterpreted the prophecy from the Lord of Light, mistaking the sight of Dragonstone for the arrival of a destined savior in Stannis. In truth, Stannis was not the prophesied one. Dragonstone's significance lay in its rich deposits of dragonglass, crucial for defeating the army of the dead. The prophecy pointed to Dragonstone itself, not to any particular individual. After sharing his insights, Xia Chongqing noticed Melisandre pause in contemplation, followed by a long sigh. Unbeknownst to her, much time had slipped away, leading to numerous missteps. When Xia Chongqing inquired about the true reincarnation of Azor Ahai, according to her interpretation, Melisandre uttered Jon's name. Only when ice meets fire can Westeros be truly saved, she declared. The concept of ice meeting fire resonated with the overarching theme of this world. Xia Chongqing, however, contemplated whether this unexpected individual could forge a new future for Westeros. Melisandre, is your control over fire a manifestation of your own power, or is it derived from the Lord of Light? After Melisandre clarified his doubts, Xia Chongqing, intrigued, inquired further about her abilities. Both the power of flames and that of shadows piqued his interest. My lord, I regret to inform you that most of my power comes from the Lord of Light's gift. When I perish, so too shall the Lord of Light depart from me. And thus, I have lost much of my strength, Melisandre replied, her tone calm and devoid of surprise. Hearing that she had lost a significant portion of her power, Xia Chongqing felt a twinge of disappointment. He recalled how her ability to imbue weapons with fire was crucial against the army of the dead. Alas, he sighed, pondering whether he could learn this ability. Although he did not worship the Lord of Light, he possessed a system that could grant him an edge. A life enhanced by extraordinary means requires no explanation. Under Xia Chongqing's fervent insistence, Melisandre finally agreed to demonstrate her skills. However, she remained skeptical about his ambition to learn the powers of fire and shadow. Despite her diminished strength, when she reached out to touch Xia Chongqing's sword, it ignited in an unexpected blaze. Wow, he exclaimed, marveling at how the blade erupted into flames without any fuel to sustain it. If this were not magic, what could be called magic? Chapter 55, Preparation for War. Melisandre imparts the art of flame magic to you. You have learned to control fire. Skill updated. Flame attachment 10. Skill description. Use a weapon as fuel to ignite a roaring flame, possessing a minor effect against magical entities. The system is formidable. Xia Chongqing silently cheered, realizing the system's power allowed him to wield this ability without needing to grasp the underlying principles of Melisandre's magic. Once the knowledge of controlling flames was transformed into a system skill, Xia Chongqing instinctively understood how to utilize this newfound power. My current abilities allow me only to ignite a sword. I am powerless against the White Walkers, the Red Priestess rasped. However, Xia Chongqing, elated by his new skill, hardly registered her words. He waved dismissively, eager to experiment with his capabilities. as the flames on Winterfell's sword gradually extinguished, revealing its smooth, polished surface. Xia Chaqing yearned to extract more abilities from Melisandre. Let us set aside other matters for now. Quickly, show me your other powers. Xia Chongqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he regarded Melisandre, who had become a treasure trove of knowledge, wondering what other surprises she might unveil. Melisandre imparts the power of shadows to you. You have learned to control shadows. Skill updated. Shadow Manipulation 10 Skill Description. Manipulate shadows, sharp as a spear. After successfully acquiring another skill from Melisandre, Xia Chongqing felt a sense of satisfaction and allowed her some respite. As the priestess of the Lord of Light, her inherent powers encompassed fire and shadow, which now manifested as two distinct abilities in Xia Chongqing's repertoire. One skill enabled him to imbue a weapon with flames, potentially effective against the undead, yet it remained uncertain whether it would harm the White Walkers. However, Xia Chongqing was not yet capable of reaching Melisandre's level. He could only imbue one weapon with fire at a time, meaning that igniting a second weapon would extinguish the flames on the first. As for shadow manipulation, he could barely make his own shadow shift, lacking any real offensive capability. It was a flavor without substance, yet he wondered if higher levels would bring about new transformations. Melisandre was astonished at how swiftly Xia Chongqing had mastered two abilities. From that day forth, a figure cloaked in crimson accompanied him, as Melisandre chose to avoid public appearances, serving solely as Xia Chongqing's magical advisor. Soon after her arrival, Tywin Lannister led the armies of the Westerlands to the Black Castle, accompanied by his two sons, Jaime and Tyrion Lannister. The reunion of House Stark and House Lannister was marked by palpable tension, as these former enemies now found themselves compelled to cooperate. Yet, with Xia Chongqing present, no significant conflicts arose. Thus, the entirety of the wall was now fortified by Xia Chongqing's forces, rendering the Night's Watch akin to waves merging into the ocean, incapable of stirring any substantial upheaval. Despite many members of the Night's Watch harboring dissatisfaction towards Xia Chongqing's dominance, the might of spears and swords quelled any potential rebellion. With most key figures gathered, Xia Chongqing convened the first pre-battle meeting against the White Walkers. At this juncture, he unreservedly took the seat of honor. With Eddard Stark and the Northern Lords positioned to his left, and Tywin Lannister along with the Lords of the Westerlands to his right, alongside the Night's Watch's Commander Mormont, the meeting hall brimmed with notable figures. After the meeting, the Assembly confirmed their immediate objectives to produce a substantial quantity of dragon crystal weapons and to transform the majority of soldiers into undead warriors. The dragon crystal mines are primarily located on Dragonstone Island, which is still under the control of Stannis. The Assembly unanimously approved a strategic initiative regarding Dragonstone Island. Xia Chongqing swiftly proceeded to convert soldiers into undead warriors while simultaneously mobilizing troops towards Dragonstone Island. A grand coalition fleet set sail for the island, personally led by Xia Chongqing, Ed, and Tywin. The massive fleet encircled Dragonstone Island, and upon seeing the banners of the Dire Wolf and the Lion together, Stannis felt a profound sense of despair. Without much resistance, he surrendered, and the entirety of Dragonstone Island fell into the hands of the coalition. Being a member of House Baratheon, Stannis received dignified treatment at Ed's request. But the prospect of commanding an army was no longer his. From then on, he would merely be a leisurely duke. The original soldiers of Dragonstone were disbanded and reorganized into the coalition forces, thereby consolidating all power on the continent of Westeros, save for Dorne in the south. This newfound power was unprecedented and unparalleled. Xia Chongqing was confident that even without Daenerys' dragons, their own strength was sufficient to vanquish the White Walkers and eliminate the Night King. Following the capture of Dragonstone, a significant amount of dragon crystal ore was extracted and transported to the Black Castle at the Wall. Subsequently, the coalition summoned a multitude of blacksmiths from various territories of the Seven Kingdoms, offering them generous terms to gather at Black Castle and commence the forging of dragon crystal weapons. Beyond the Wall, Mance Rayder, the king beyond the Wall, led the Free Folk towards the Wall. As expected, many Night's Watch members opposed the entry of the Free Folk. However, it was unfortunate that the Wall was no longer under the Night's Watch's authority, but rather under Xia Chongqing's command. The tunnel gates of the Wall opened, and the Free Folk, vigilant and wary, passed through in an orderly fashion. Under Mance Rayder's restraint, the Free Folk did not cause significant unrest. Any minor disturbances were swiftly quelled by him and his men. Meanwhile, the Night's Watch sadly realized they had little voice in the matter. Even if they escalated the situation to Lord Commander Mormont, there would be no recourse. The southward movement of the Free Folk was an inevitable tide that the Night's Watch could not hope to stem. The elderly, weak, women, and children among the Free Folk were allocated vast expanses of land in the north, as Xia Chongqing had promised, while the able-bodied warriors trained alongside the coalition forces. Time passed swiftly. Xia Chongqing's initiative to transform the coalition soldiers into undead warriors was successfully completed after 6 months. Dragon crystal weapons were continuously forged, and each coalition soldier replaced their ordinary weapons with these extraordinary arms. Although the completion of these tasks required time, the current pace indicated that the coalition would be prepared well ahead of the original timeline in which the White Walkers breached the wall. The coalition soldiers sharpened their weapons, yet the shadow of the White Walkers remained absent. Unwilling to squander further time, Xia Chongqing, after discussions with Ed, Taiwan, and others, resolved to take the initiative. Since the White Walkers did not come to them, they would strike first. Many were astonished by Xia Chongqing's audacious plan, yet he perceived it as anything but reckless. With undead warriors bolstered by dragon crystal weapons, standing on equal footing against the army of the dead, there was no reason the human coalition could not triumph over the whites. How could they possibly lose? Xia Chongqing unsheathed the fiery sword, long claw, and with a command, the coalition crossed the wall, their front lines extending inch by inch into the land of eternal winter. Elite cavalry formed reconnaissance units, relaying various information among the coalition. Though the pace of the coalition's advance was measured, it was steady, leaving no opportunity for the White Walkers. At this juncture, the Night King had yet to amass his full strength. He had not received aid from dragons, nor had he discovered the location of the three-eyed raven. Xia Chongqing pondered the Night King's fixation on the three-eyed raven. In the original narrative, the Night King had been drawn to Bran, who had already become the three-eyed raven, leading to his demise at Arya's hands. A once great figure met his end in such a dramatic fashion. This time, I shall ensure your death is most dignified. Xia Chongqing silently vowed to the yet unseen Night King. Orders were given to accelerate their advance. The command echoed from the center and spread to the flanks. Lady Melisandre, are you aware of the three-eyed raven? The three-eyed raven? Of course, my lord. I am familiar with his existence. Xia Chongqing suddenly realized that since the Night King was still searching for the three-eyed raven, if they could locate him, they might also uncover the Night King's whereabouts. Do you know the current location of the three-eyed raven? Xia Chongqing inquired expectantly, gazing at the Red Priestess, but she merely shook her head. My lord, I have lost contact with the Lord of Light. Otherwise, I could have received visions from the flames to ascertain the raven's location, but I am unable to do so now. Slightly disappointed, Xia Chongqing nodded. He had not harbored high hopes. My lord, when it comes to familiarity with the land of eternal winter, none present can rival my knowledge, save for myself. At that moment, Mance Raider suddenly spoke. Xia Chongqing was overjoyed. He had almost forgotten this old wildling, who, having lived in the land of eternal winter, would undoubtedly be well acquainted with it. Immediately, Xia Chongqing described the characteristics of the three-eyed raven's location, and after much contemplation and discussion with the true elders among the free folk, Mance Raider confidently revealed the location to Xia Chongqing. Near the Wind's Pass, there lies a place called the Weirwood Hill. Xia Chongqing was elated. He had feared the three-eyed raven would use magic to conceal his whereabouts, yet the old wildling knew the place. With no sign of the White Walkers, Xia Chongqing commanded the army to proceed to the three-eyed raven's location. As the coalition advanced deeper, they began to encounter scattered whites. It was time to test the soldiers' combat prowess. Whites were notorious for their nighttime ambushes, but the coalition soldiers, bolstered by their undead nature, were unfazed by such tactics. Countless whites fell beneath the coalition soldiers' dragon crystal swords, and daily reports of new battles reached Xia Chongqing's central camp through scouts. Days passed, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and while the coalition soldiers initially encountered sporadic whites, their journey soon became unimpeded until they neared the location of the three-eyed raven. Xia Chongqing had reason to believe the Night King had sensed their approach, gathering his forces to prepare for a decisive confrontation with the coalition. As they approached Weirwood Hill, the coalition finally discovered a vast horde of whites. It was precisely through the guidance of the human coalition that the Night King was able to pinpoint the location of the three-eyed raven. Xia Chongqing was, of course, unaware that he had inadvertently played the role of a guide. Even if he had known, he would not have changed anything. Without something to lure the Night King out, finding him in the vastness of the land of eternal winter would have been no simple task. When enemies meet, the tension is palpable. The brutal battle commenced, with the allied forces triumphing through their orderly and honorable charge, scattering the undead's formation within mere rounds. The undead, however, excelled in their elusive tactics, often catching the allies off guard. Yet, alas, the soldiers of the alliance were immortal, even when ambushed, as long as they did not suffer catastrophic injuries like decapitation. Their movements remained largely unrestricted. What was deemed war, in the eyes of Xia Chongqing and his comrades, was merely a relentless slaughter of the undead by the human coalition. Upon realizing that the undead posed no true threat to them, the Night King, once steady as an old dog, finally faltered. Mounted on his steed of the dead, he slowly surrendered along with a dozen of his kind. The Night King then demonstrated the prowess of a javelin champion. striking with deadly precision, each throw finding its mark. The whites surrounding him followed suit, casting icy spears that finally inflicted casualties upon the allied forces. Perhaps it was the influence of the ice god, for the soldier's immortality was shattered at last. Xia Chongqing, with a steely gaze, refrained from charging recklessly into battle against the Night King, an apostle of the ice god. Despite his confidence in facing ordinary whites, his heart fluttered with trepidation at the thought of confronting such a formidable foe. It was not fear of the Night King himself, but rather a healthy respect for the ice god, whose wrath had already summoned the projection of the Light King after slaying Melisandre. One could only imagine the Night King's significance to the ice god, far surpassing Melisandre's to the Light King. Fortunately, the human coalition still possessed a tactic of overwhelming numbers. No matter how skilled the Night King was at hurling javelins, he could not evolve this ability into something as devastating as a Gatling gun. The very strategy that allowed the Night King to conquer Westeros, his overwhelming numbers of whites, now turned against him, rendering his defeat by the human coalition's sheer numbers a bitter irony. At last, the battle reached its conclusion. With a soldier of the Alliance plunging a dragon crystal sword into the Night King's form, the conflict ended. The Night King shattered into crystalline fragments, and the whites born from him exploded alongside their master, leaving the undead army devoid of the power that animated them, reducing them to lifeless corpses. The entire land of eternal winter resonated with jubilant cheers. Subsequently, Xia Chongqing and his companions found the three-eyed crow and Bran in a cave. Even the Green Seer was taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events. Eddard had forcefully taken Bran away, with the Night King vanquished. There was no longer any need for Bran to remain the three-eyed crow. The three-eyed crow struggled to comprehend the developments unfolding before him. The coalition began to withdraw from eternal winter. The Night King was no more, yet the ice god remained an immortal deity, leaving the possibility of the whites' return looming in the future. However, that concern was no longer Xia Chongqing's burden. The human coalition returned to the north, and under Xia Chongqing's enthusiastic direction, or rather, his authoritative command, Westeros would no longer be divided by nations. A council, composed of representatives from various noble families, was established to decide significant matters, reminiscent of the former royal council. Chapter 57. The bloodied arena. As darkness receded, Xia Chongqing opened his eyes to behold this new world. The first sight that met his gaze was a disheveled, prison-like chamber, and as he surveyed the surroundings, he noted the presence of another man aside from himself. The man bore a look of dejection, clad only in a leather tunic that covered his lower half, his muscular physique glistening with a bronze sheen. He was evidently a formidable warrior. A fleeting thought crossed Xia Chongqing's mind. Just as he finished observing his surroundings, the system eagerly presented itself. Name: Xia Chongqing. Current world: Spartacus. Task selected. Become a powerful warrior. Skills acquired. Supersensory, passive, Return of the Dead 6, unavailable. Ice Spear Technique 3, unavailable. Swordsmanship 523. Archery 351. Flame Affinity 235. Shadow Power 176. Ugh. A headache surged as Xia Chongqing clutched his head. Spartacus was a person's name, and this world revolved around him, naturally making him the protagonist. The tale of Spartacus unfolded during the era of the Roman Republic, over 70 years before Christ, while the lands of China were under the rule of the Han dynasty. Spartacus, a slave-turned-gladiator, led many slaves in rebellion against the Roman aristocracy. In essence, that was the story. Xia Chongqing glanced at the system's task requirements again, to grow into a powerful warrior, a term lacking a definitive meaning, leaving him feeling somewhat lost. Moreover, his current predicament seemed rather dire. Looking down, he found himself in what appeared to be a prison, dressed in coarse linen garments typically worn by the lowly. Considering the era he now inhabited, a nagging worry crept into his mind. Would he become a slave? Beginning as a slave, relying solely on reckless actions. Just then, a thunderous cheer erupted from above, shaking the wooden ceiling and causing dust to rain down upon him. Xia Chongqing coughed as the dust settled on him, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. He glanced at the man in the cell with him, who remained unchanged, still wearing that same expression. Hey, brother. What do they call you? Xia Chongqing inquired, hoping to extract useful information. To his surprise, his words transformed into an unfamiliar language. The system had its advantages. He was spared the troubles of a language barrier. Yet, it was awkward when the man ignored him entirely, instead rushing to the iron bars to peer outside. Fortunately, there was no one else around to witness Xia Chongqing's embarrassment. He rubbed his nose and turned his gaze toward the bars as well. In the distance, he could see tier upon tier of seats filled with spectators, all fervently cheering, lost in their fervor. In the arena, a person dressed simply, akin to the man in his cell, stood at the center wielding a sword. The opponent was a professional gladiator, clad in heavy armor, wielding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. It was a decidedly uneven match. As expected, within a few exchanges, The professional gladiator completely dominated the man. Xia Chaqing noticed the tension in the man's eyes. "Brother, do you know that guy? He is going to lose." Xia Chaqing remarked blandly, stating an obvious fact. The stranger shot him an angry glance, then shifted to one of sorrow. Everyone shared a common fate. And there was no escape for anyone. In the brief span of their exchange, the duel had concluded as anticipated. The professional gladiator emerged victorious, blood staining the arena's earth. A sight that elicited even louder cheers from the audience. What a barbaric era this was. Xia Chaqing mused, reflecting on his current identity. Feeling as though he might soon become a mere spectacle for the audience, akin to a jester, which left him feeling quite unsettled. Damn the system, Xia Chaqing inwardly cursed. If he was to transition to another world, he could at least have retained his equipment and weapons instead of being reduced to a status beneath that of a common man. While combat with others could hasten his growth into a powerful warrior, it was not the path Xia Chaqing wished to tread. The current situation remains uncertain, and Xia Chaqing is reluctant to complicate matters further. At that moment, the iron bars of the cell were suddenly swung open, and 2 Roman soldiers, armed and imposing, entered. They tossed a sword to Xia Chaqing's unfortunate cellmate. "You, move quickly." As one soldier shouted, he cracked his whip in the air, the sound echoing violently. Xia Chaqing instinctively clenched his fists, watching his companion. However, he refrained from any act of defiance, instead taking the sword and proceeding towards the arena as instructed. "Hey!" Xia Chaqing began to protest when a whip lashed towards him. In a split second, he sidestepped the strike, which struck the ground with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust. It was evident that the soldiers had no intention of showing mercy. "Kid, just stay put. It's not your turn to die yet." The man wielding the whip gave Xia Chaqing a surprised glance. The fact that Xia had dodged the whip so effortlessly astonished him. Yet he dismissed it and issued a stern warning. As the iron bars of the cage were shut once more, Xia Chaqing spat in disgust, contemplating the brutality of the previous attack that would have left him severely injured had it connected. However, he had no time to dwell on such matters. The fight in the arena was about to commence. To Xia's astonishment, his unfortunate cellmate was not facing a single gladiator, but rather 4 fully armed ones. "He's doomed," Xia Chaqing muttered, feeling a wave of sympathy for the hapless man he had just met. The disparity in their equipment was already stark. And now it was 4 against 1. How could he possibly prevail? Indeed, Xia Chaqing was not alone in his thoughts. The spectators around them expressed their discontent, booing loudly, which left General Grebo, who had orchestrated this spectacle, feeling quite embarrassed. Chapter 58, Welcome to Rome. Grebo was a noble of the Roman Republic, and logically, he should not have any connection with a man reduced to slavery. Yet, the man fighting against 4 gladiators, later known as Spartacus, had been captured by General Grebo, who brought him to the arena. Their enmity was straightforward. Spartacus, a Thracian, was a mercenary who had aided Grebo in battle. However, Grebo had disregarded the lives of the Thracians, using them as mere cannon fodder while depriving them of food and clothing. The furious Thracian refused to fight for the Romans any longer and killed several Roman soldiers in the process. The simple-minded men did not comprehend the wisdom of eradicating a threat entirely, and they returned home. When Grebo regrouped his forces, he targeted the Thracian tribe, capturing Spartacus and his kin. As the previous battles had already claimed many Thracian lives, it was now Spartacus's turn. Grebo was determined to see him dead, thus arranging for 4 fully armed gladiators to face him. The audience, of course, was uninterested in the underlying grudges. They simply sought an exhilarating gladiatorial performance. However, it was evident that this match, marked by a significant power imbalance, offered little in terms of entertainment, leading to resounding boos from the crowd. As Xia Chaqing anticipated, it took merely 2 exchanges for Spartacus to be brought to the ground, utterly overwhelmed by the 4 assailants. He had no means to retaliate, scrambling on the ground to evade their strikes. Yet, with the 4 gladiators surrounding him, the space for evasion was minimal, rendering him unable to avoid all attacks. In a matter of moments, he was left battered and bruised. The gladiators, however, were not in a hurry to end his life. After all, they were entertainers who thrived on bloodshed. In ancient Rome, no form of entertainment could rival that of gladiatorial combat. Therefore, the performance could not conclude too swiftly. It was imperative to keep the audience engaged. The 4 gladiators toyed with Spartacus, inflicting wounds upon him as they pleased. Just as Xia Chaqing and the surrounding spectators believed the end was imminent for Spartacus, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Spartacus, upon noticing the red serpent pattern on the gladiators' shields, suddenly erupted with ferocity, dispatching all 4 with remarkable efficiency. Xia Chaqing was left dumbfounded. How could a reversal like this occur? Was Spartacus incredibly brave, or were the gladiators simply inept? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the arena erupted into thunderous applause. The spectators, unfamiliar with Spartacus's name, shouted in fervent excitement, expressing their emotions with fervor. General Grebo's face darkened as he witnessed this turn of events. With Spartacus having triumphed over 4 opponents, the crowd's cheers for his life left even Grebo with no justification to act against him. Behind General Grebo sat 2 rival gladiator trainers, Batidas and Cerones. Witnessing their competitor's disgrace, Batidas was elated and proposed to Grebo that they purchase Spartacus. Earlier, Batidas had sensed Grebo's strong desire to see Spartacus dead. He pointed out that orchestrating the death of a gladiator during training was quite simple. In mere moments, the slave owners had decided the fate of a man as effortlessly as trading livestock. Inside the cage, Xia Chongqing watched the victorious Spartacus return and felt genuine joy for him. After witnessing Spartacus's remarkable comeback, he surmised that this man was indeed Spartacus himself. "Well done, Spartacus," Xia Chongqing exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. "You can call me Xia. I hail from the east." After his victory, Spartacus glanced at Xia Chongqing with a hint of confusion. The name Spartacus had been given to him by Batidas, and hearing it from Xia made him momentarily pause. However, the joy of victory dulled other thoughts, and he paid little heed to Xia's introduction. "A friend from the east, may you also achieve victory." Before they could exchange more pleasantries, Xia Chongqing was ushered out of the cage and into the arena. Grasping the sword in hand, he swung it lightly to acclimate to its weight. Surveying the crowd of spectators, their expressions a tapestry of intrigue and expectation. Under such scrutiny, it was natural to feel a sense of anxiety. Yet, having faced formidable foes before, the presence of so many onlookers was insufficient to unsettle him. As Xia Chongqing made his entrance, General Grebo and his companions took notice. Who is that man entering? He does not appear to be Thracian. Why is there an additional participant? The general's inquiries would go unanswered, yet he did not press further. After all, he deemed this newcomer merely another soon-to-die individual. Anubis, the elder, then interjected, "Grebo, do not waste time. Let us have him dealt with." After a brief moment, Xia Chongqing spotted his opponent, just one person. He felt no sense of offense. After all, facing a single adversary was bound to be somewhat easier. The opponent, brandishing a shield and sword, wasted no time and charged at Xia Chongqing with a direct strike, devoid of any preliminary testing. It was as straightforward as that. Xia Chongqing pondered whether it was disdain or overconfidence that prompted such a hasty attack, but he could understand the rationale. One party was armored with a shield, while the other was unprotected. To be overly cautious would be rather foolish. In response to the sudden assault, a strategy rapidly formed in Xia Chongqing's mind. The opponent's attack was heavy but lacked speed. Xia Chongqing even had the leisure to perform a flourish with his sword before he raised it to block the incoming strike. With a resounding clash, their swords met, and Xia Chongqing found that his strength was equal to his foe's, despite his seemingly frail physique, devoid of any prominent muscle. The gladiator, too, exhibited a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that Xia Chongqing could match his strength. Yet, his ample combat experience did not deter him from continuing his assault. The gladiator suddenly swung his shield towards Xia Chongqing's head. Chapter 59, a buy-one-get-one free offer in the heart of Rome, within the gladiatorial arena. A spectacle meant for the execution of the Thracians was unfolding, which should have concluded long ago, but an unexpected twist had arisen. Out of nowhere, a young man had appeared, catching the tail end of the duel. The noble and free citizens seated in the audience were more than willing to linger a bit longer, eager to witness how this youth would meet his grim fate beneath the gladiator's sword. The unexpected young man was none other than Xia Chongqing. Amidst the deafening cheers surrounding him, Xia Chongqing skillfully evaded the gladiator's relentless strikes. With a sudden crash, another blow came his way. Xia Chongqing narrowly sidestepped, having grasped the opponent's attack pattern and preparing to counter. The gladiator, concealed behind his mask, was beginning to breathe heavily. The prolonged failure to vanquish this seemingly frail foreigner had stirred a sense of impatience within him, as if he could feel his master's disapproving gaze bearing down upon him. With a fierce roar, the gladiator raised his iron sword and swung it at Xia Chongqing, who shook his head inwardly at the glaring weaknesses in such an attack. He crouched low and executed a swift roll, maneuvering to the gladiator's rear. In one fluid motion, Xia Chongqing reversed his grip on the sword and slashed at the gladiator's unsuspecting heel, severing a significant portion of his ankle. The gladiator stumbled forward, and with a sickening crack, his ankle broke, sending him crashing to the ground. A chorus of horrified screams erupted. The crowd's ecstatic cheers echoed through the arena. They reveled in the spectacle of the underdog triumphing over the strong. "Kill him! Kill him! Behead this worthless wretch!" The audience was swept up in a frenzy, some ladies even tearing their garments in excitement, while 2 massive torches swayed wildly, blinding the onlookers. Xia Chongqing was momentarily affected by the cacophony of cries urging for bloodshed. He strode purposefully to the fallen gladiator's side, sword in hand. This was the fate of a gladiator, to relinquish life and soul within the confines of the arena. Xia Chongqing felt no pity. If he did not strike the fatal blow, the gladiator would surely do so to him. It was an undeniable truth. Steeling himself, he grasped the gladiator's hair and, with a swift motion, severed his throat, thus ending the gladiator's suffering. Upon witnessing Xia Changqing deliver the fatal cut, the audience erupted as if they had reached a euphoric climax, their cheers ringing out with fervor. In the noble section, General Grebo remained somewhat bewildered. He couldn't quite recall when he had captured Xia Changqing, as if the young man had descended from the heavens. Who on earth was he? The general found himself questioning in the depths of his soul. Grebo, forget who he is. He has now claimed victory, turning this execution into a farce. All thanks to you. Grebo's father-in-law, Anubis from the Senate, cast a fierce glare at him, exacerbating his already simmering dissatisfaction with his son-in-law. Grebo's expression darkened. He had just spared Spartacus's life and could not possibly order the execution of Xia Changqing now. After a moment of contemplation, Grebo turned to the reluctant Batidas, who met the general's gaze with an innocent blink. Batidas, you should buy this man, Grebo stated stiffly, suggesting an air of coercion. Batidas frowned. He glanced at Xia Changqing's slender form. Although the young man had just slain a gladiator, Batidas remained unconvinced of his worth. Purchasing such a slave seemed a waste of money. With a forced smile, Batidas addressed General Grebo, his tone laced with bitterness and resignation. General, may I ask how much you intend to sell this slave for? To appease General Grebo, Batidas had no choice but to put on a brave front. The general shot him an irritated glare and stood abruptly. This one is free. Take him. Batidas beamed. General, you are truly generous. In the arena, Xia Changqing discarded his sword, appearing quite at ease. Even when the Roman soldiers returned him to his cell, his demeanor remained unchanged. He tugged at the shackles encircling his wrists, which had been affixed after his return to captivity. Did they perceive him as a danger? Xia Changqing mused with a strange confidence. However, he knew that these shackles could hardly contain him, unnoticed by anyone. A small portion of shadow beneath Xia Changqing's feet suddenly protruded, slithering up his arm and into the lock of the shackles. With a soft click, the shackles sprang open. Raising an eyebrow, Xia Changqing resecured the shackles around his wrists. He had merely tested his abilities, but now assured that his shadow powers could unlock the shackles. He felt a sense of relief. At least, in moments of peril, he would possess some means of self-defense. Next, he turned his attention to the lifeless body of Spartacus, the legendary gladiator who would eventually lead a slave uprising, yet remained far from awakening. Xia Changqing settled into a cross-legged position in the corner of his cell, finally having the opportunity to reflect. Predictably, he would likely join Spartacus in a gladiatorial training camp for further instruction. Xia Changqing felt no aversion to this. After all, the system's tasks demanded it, and necessary training was indispensable for his growth, though the identity of a slave would render him subject to constraints, compelling him to undertake actions against his will. Xia Changqing resolved to maintain a low profile, not too prominent, yet not overly subdued, striking a balance of mediocrity. Moreover, with Spartacus present, even if he wished to stand out, he probably could not, as a protagonist who stirs trouble is rarely a commendable one. Xia Changqing did not have to wait long in his cell before a contingent of Roman soldiers arrived to escort him and the still unconscious Spartacus away from the arena. Spartacus had sustained severe injuries in the 1-against-4 encounter and remained in a state of unconsciousness. The two were unceremoniously tossed onto a cart, heading towards Capua. The gladiator training ground established by Batidas is situated in Capua. The gladiatorial career of Xia Changqing is about to commence. Chapter 60. The gladiator training ground. Batidas' training arena rests atop a lofty mountain, sprawling across a vast expanse. The side facing the precipice is enclosed by walls on 3 sides, where gladiators train in the open space. To exit, they must pass through a narrow iron gate underground. This stringent security is designed to prevent any insurrections or escape attempts by the gladiators. Surrounding the training ground is Batidas' private residence, where he often enjoys observing the training from the 2nd floor, surveying the proceedings from a position of authority. Upon his arrival, Xia Changqing was separated from Spartacus, who was injured and required treatment before he could join the training. Naturally, Batidas would not afford him much time for recovery. Xia Changqing was taken to a dungeon-like chamber, and before he could comprehend his situation, a slave entered and swiftly sheared off the long hair he had maintained since Westeros. Indeed, he had longed to have his hair cut upon arriving here, as the sweltering Roman climate made the long locks cumbersome. It was no surprise that the Romans he observed appeared disheveled and unrefined. Once the slave departed, Xia Changqing found himself alone in the cell, his parched lips yearning for moisture. Until now, he had not consumed a single drop of water. It seemed his first meal at the gladiator training ground was to be overlooked. With a resigned sigh, he found a clean spot against the wall, settled down, crossed his legs, and began to practice his shadow power. The following morning, Xia Changqing was abruptly awakened by a guard clad in armor, who removed his shackles. Under the guard's watchful eye, Xia Changqing was escorted to the training ground, where he formally encountered the other prospective gladiators. There were 7 slaves purchased by Batidas, and Xia Changqing took a moment to observe them. By the timeline of their acquisition, they were all of the same cohort. However, to become a gladiator, they would need to endure rigorous training, and it remained uncertain how many would survive until the end. The newcomers were all similarly attired, devoid of any superfluous garments, save for a loincloth wrapped around their waists. The 7 new recruits stood in formation, awaiting Batiatus's appraisal, while a group of muscular veterans jeered and pointed at them. As the newcomers stood there for what felt like an eternity, the sun ascended, and the temperature rose, yet they remained in a state of neglect. This was a deliberate show of intimidation. Xia Cha-ching, with a fleeting thought, understood the purpose behind this treatment. The targets of their disdain were likely Spartacus, and they were mere collateral damage. Just as the newcomers were on the verge of losing their patience, a muscular black man wielding a whip emerged. This individual was the trainer of the Gladiator Academy, Docultus. With piercing eyes and a commanding presence, he strode before the 7 newcomers, meeting each gaze in turn. Some averted their eyes, others displayed defiance, while some maintained a calm demeanor. Each reaction varied. "What lies beneath your feet?" Docultus bellowed at the newcomers, saliva flying from his mouth. The intensity of his presence quelled any response. None dared to speak or take the lead. Xia Cha-ching smirked inwardly, anticipating the ensuing rhetoric about honor. A group of brainwashed individuals had little to say on the matter of honor. As Xia Cha-ching foresaw, the newcomers answered truthfully, "Sand lies beneath our feet." Then, the champion of Capua, Crixus, stepped forward, delivering a rousing speech about the sacrifices of blood and sweat. However, the impact was minimal. The few newcomers who had yet to undergo gladiatorial training remained unmoved, causing Docultus to feel a twinge of embarrassment. In the following moments, Docultus specifically targeted Spartacus's discomfort. The fact that Spartacus had yet to grasp his reality, still embodying defiance, made him a prime candidate for Docultus's wrath. Consequently, Docultus ordered a duel between Spartacus and Crixus, tossing a wooden training sword at Spartacus's feet, which he disdainfully ignored. Docultus lashed out with his whip towards Spartacus, who defiantly chose to confront him head-on. But he was no match for the trainer's prowess. Spartacus declared he would not fight with the training sword, prompting Docultus to furrow his brow and subsequently toss him a real gladiatorial sword. Yet, the idealistic anticipation did not align with reality. Even armed with the iron sword, Spartacus still could not contend with Crixus, who easily bested him in combat. Had Crixus wielded a real sword, Spartacus would have met his demise long before. Xia Cha-ching observed with a detached demeanor. He recognized Spartacus's defeat as inevitable. Crixus was in peak condition, while Spartacus was already injured. His combat skills paled in comparison to Crixus's. How could he ever hope to match the champion of Capua? After being knocked to the ground, Spartacus could not accept his easy defeat. Confusion clouded his thoughts, leading him to act impulsively. In a fit of rage, he picked up the iron sword and hurled it at Crixus, who had his back turned, showcasing his prowess to the newcomers. A gasp rippled through the crowd. No one expected Spartacus to attempt a sneak attack. Even Xia Cha-ching had not foreseen such an event. This was a sharpened iron sword, and if Crixus failed to evade it, he would either be gravely injured or worse. Should anything happen to Crixus, Spartacus would undoubtedly meet a similar fate. In the blink of an eye, Crixus heard the wind whooshing behind him and swiftly turned to deflect the incoming sword, fortuitously knocking it aside. The blade narrowly grazed the neck of one of the newcomers, leaving a deep gash that severed flesh to the bone. The unfortunate soul fell to the ground, lifeless. Without uttering a sound, Spartacus stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the tragic outcome of his reckless action, realizing he had inadvertently caused the death of an innocent person. Chapter 61. Training. Regaining his composure, Crixus erupted in fury, having narrowly escaped death at Spartacus's hands. He lunged at Spartacus, pinning him down. The death of the newcomer elicited little more than a sense of guilt in Spartacus. The others remained indifferent, even mocking Spartacus for his foolishness. "Your foolishness has squandered a life." Docultus glared down at Spartacus, who met his gaze defiantly. "But your life can be redeemed. Extend 2 fingers to signify your surrender and plead for mercy from the overseer of the games." Amidst the scrutiny of all present, Spartacus clenched his fists, showing no inclination to submit. "Crush his skull," Docultus stated nonchalantly. Crixus was already eager to comply, raising his sword high and aiming for Spartacus's head. "Crixus." At this moment, Batitas intervened, asserting that since the master had spoken, none present could defy his command. Spartacus was allowed to return to his team, while the unfortunate soul was dragged away by the guards, uncertain of his fate. "Thank the merciful master." Docultus glanced at Spartacus and coldly remarked before scanning the surroundings. "Let training commence. Do you see those wooden posts? Each of you will take one." 7 newcomers turned their attention to the wooden posts, each substantial in size and weighing around 60 to 70 pounds. Crack! The air suddenly crackled with the sound of a whip as Docultus struck the air, instilling considerable psychological pressure upon the newcomers. No one dared to hesitate under Docutus's whip, not even Spartacus. Xia Cha-ching walked amidst the ranks, exhibiting no signs of trepidation. In fact, with Spartacus present, the others seemed inconsequential, receiving little regard. Even though Xia Cha-ching had single-handedly slain a gladiator in the arena, no one in the training ground held any expectations for this frail foreigner. Indeed, with his exotic appearance, he was perceived merely as a foreigner by the others. The initial hours of training passed as the newcomers bore the wooden posts, and as noon approached, the sun blazed down mercilessly. Standing under its rays was enough to induce thirst, let alone endure high-intensity training. Xia Chongqing struggled to persist. Fortunate for him, the system aided him, and the swordsmanship learned from Westeros indirectly enhanced his physical abilities. During training, he could distinctly sense his gradual strengthening. Although attributes such as constitution and strength were not manifested in the system, the process of his physical enhancement brought him immense satisfaction. Finally, as the sun began its descent, Docutus declared the training concluded. The seasoned gladiators surged toward the dining area, while some newly trained individuals succumbed to the intensity, collapsing to the ground, unwilling to even move a finger. Xia Cha-ching followed behind the elders and received his lunch from an old man with a severed arm. The slop, resembling mucus, was quite unappetizing. Nevertheless, Xia Chongqing was not one to be finicky about food. In such training, neglecting to eat would surely lead to his downfall, even with the system's assistance. What was even more infuriating was that the one serving the food, the one-armed elder, took delight in tormenting the newcomers. A mere spoonful of slop was poured into his bowl as the elder sneered, "Get lost." Even Xia Cha-ching, known for his mild temperament, could not help but feel a surge of indignation. It was clear the newcomers were not regarded as human. Xia Cha-ching refrained from uttering any threats. Such words were futile in this place. If given the chance in the future, he would repay the slight. He held his bowl, casually grabbed a piece of hard bread, and found an empty table to sit down. Xia Chongqing stared vacantly at the slop in his bowl, internally urging himself to consume it. Just as the food became increasingly difficult to swallow, he suddenly noticed a shadow looming over him. He looked up to find Spartacus seated across from him. "You hail from the east?" Spartacus initiated conversation, his curiosity piqued by the foreign youth who, like him, had fought their way out of the arena, eliciting a special bond. Xia Chongqing was taken aback that Spartacus would approach him first. "Indeed, I come from a land called Han in the east," he replied candidly. "What brings you to Rome?" Spartacus appeared genuinely intrigued. Xia Chongqing met Spartacus's gaze and casually recounted the fabricated tale he had just conjured. "I wished to see what Rome was like. So I journeyed westward, only to find myself captured by the Romans for lacking citizenship." "What a misfortune," Spartacus finally managed to articulate after a pause. At that moment, a man with golden curls sat beside Xia Chongqing. "Friend, where are you from? Faces like yours are quite rare." The golden-haired man seemed quite talkative. "Xia from the east." Xia Chongqing shrugged and reiterated his origin. Vero, the golden-haired man, introduced himself. Upon hearing Xia Chongqing's story, he expressed sympathy, remarking, "Rome is certainly not a favorable place." It was apparent that Vero held a greater interest in Spartacus, but Xia Chongqing did not mind forming a connection with both. In the gladiatorial training ground, camaraderie was essential to avoid being excessively bullied by the elders. After a brief conversation, the three formally acquainted themselves. Following a short lunch break, the afternoon training resumed. In addition to bearing the wooden posts, they engaged in sprinting drills, mobility training, and one-on-one combat practice. The schedule was densely packed, leaving no time for rest until sunset. When the exhausted group was nearly incapacitated and Docutus finally announced the end of training, it was then time for dinner. And Xia Chongqing could feel the ache in every muscle of his body. He longed for a bath and a good rest, but alas, in Capua, even a slave master like Petitas could not afford such luxuries, let alone the lowly gladiators. Chapter 62. The evaluation approaches. What troubled Xia Chongqing the most was the lack of bathing time after dinner. Although it was termed a bath, Petitas provided scant water, making even a single wipe of the body impossible. A group of muscular men stood naked in a room, the comparison of their physiques evoking philosophical musings. The thought of enduring such a life for an indeterminate time filled him with discomfort. After hastily concluding the bathing ordeal, the 6 newcomers gathered in a cell. They had no proper quarters, only a prison-like enclosure. Only by officially becoming gladiators and achieving success to earn Petitas' money could they hope for an improved living environment. After a grueling day of training, the newcomers, still unaccustomed, were utterly fatigued. Upon returning to the cell, they leaned against the wall, unwilling to move. Yet, Docutus had no intention of sparing them. The trainer entered the cell and coldly commanded, "Get up. You must prove you are men before you can sleep." Each of the 6 newcomers was filled with grievances, but none dared voice them. Under such circumstances, one must bow their head. Each man hoisted a wooden post and formed a circle, beginning to walk. Anyone who lagged would feel the sting of Docutus's whip without mercy. They walked throughout the night until the seasoned gladiators arose, at which point Docutus finally relented. The elders chuckled, seeming to derive their sole amusement from the torment of the newcomers. The training continued unabated. Days stretched endlessly, with each filled solely with training. The relentless regimen left little room for contemplation, which was also why gladiators were susceptible to indoctrination. Spartacus no longer resembled a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. The cunning Batidas had discovered Spartacus's vulnerability and used the pretext of finding Spartacus's wife to placate him, restoring a semblance of peace to the training grounds. However, only Xia Chaqing understood that this would inevitably culminate in tragedy. Batidas was not genuinely benevolent. The day Spartacus's wife was recovered would also mark his own demise. Xia Chaqing felt powerless to intervene. Could he possibly advise Spartacus to prevent Batidas from retrieving his wife? If he were to voice such a warning, it would be Spartacus himself who would turn against him first. Training, and more training became his mantra. Xia Chaqing seemed to have developed an obsession with the gradual empowerment he felt each day. Gradually, he began to forget about Spartacus. In truth, gladiators were classified into various types based on their professions: swordsmen, shield bearers, axe wielders, and net fighters. Yet, in the modest training arena operated by Batidas, these distinctions were hardly observed. Most gladiators wielded a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Among them, only one net fighter existed. To become a full-fledged gladiator, newcomers had to undergo a trial. Only by succeeding in this trial could they continue to reside there. The trial was straightforward, designated by Dakit, involving one-on-one combat between newcomers and seasoned fighters. The sole requirement was to satisfy Batidas, the master. Those who lost, unless slain in battle, faced the grim fate of being sold into the mines. Time passed swiftly, and a month slipped away in an instant. At last, the day arrived to assess the newcomers' training results. In the afternoon, a narrow platform was erected in the training area, where the gladiators typically practiced. Throughout the afternoon, the newcomers refrained from training, conserving their energy for the trial that awaited them that evening. As the moment that would determine their fates approached, a sense of tension enveloped the newcomers. Among them, only Spartacus appeared brimming with confidence. Perhaps the token from his wife had instilled in him a sense of faith. Spartacus stood out conspicuously during their daily training sessions. In contrast, Xia Chaqing, who had also emerged from the arena, seemed rather unremarkable and failed to attract much attention from others. This was, indeed, Xia Chaqing's intention. His purpose in the training grounds was to fortify his body. Compared to his previously gaunt appearance, he had developed noticeable muscle definition. While he did not appear exceptionally strong, his latent explosive power was remarkable. His overall physique remained lean, and he could not compare to Spartacus or Cress in terms of appearance. The increase in strength had also led to enhanced speed, and Xia Chaqing's swordsmanship had improved significantly. Moreover, his elusive shadowy abilities could prove unexpectedly advantageous in critical moments. Even Dakit, the trainer, might not necessarily match Xia Chaqing in combat now. A life of extraordinary potential requires no further explanation. Soon, night fell. Torches blazed around the training grounds, and everyone gathered around the platform. The veterans engaged in casual conversation. Their demeanor relaxed, while the 6 newcomers huddled together, their expressions solemn. Before long, Batidas and his wife appeared on the second-floor balcony, flanked by 2 slave girls who gently fanned them. Batidas nodded to indicate that Dakit could commence. Dakit surveyed the newcomers, whose expressions varied, and offered them a look of encouragement before announcing the start of the battle. Regardless of whether they were newcomers or veterans, each received the same equipment, a sword and a shield. However, the swords were designed for combat, with sharpened edges, and the shields were iron with sharp peripheries. This posed a significant risk for newcomers, as carelessness could result in death during the trial. Batidas was a cold-blooded slave master. He sought gladiators who could profit him, not those who were ineffectual. The trial was brutal, and the moment of reckoning had arrived. Vero, Dakit called, and the golden-haired Vero was honored to be the first to step forward. Taking a deep breath amidst the supportive gazes of Spartacus and Xia Chaqing, he ascended the platform. He picked up the short sword and shield placed there and assumed a defensive stance. Dakit nodded approvingly. Among this batch of newcomers, he regarded Vero as one of the most promising, second only to Spartacus. In facing an opponent stronger than himself, defense was the wisest choice. A reckless attack would only expose his vulnerabilities to the adversary. Vero's fortune held, as Dakit assigned him a lackluster opponent among the veteran gladiators. He chose to proceed with caution, refraining from hasty attacks, and his opponent, possessing a steady temperament, engaged in mutual probing before they finally clashed. Yet, even against an average gladiator, Vero found himself outmatched, as the opponent's combat experience far surpassed his own. Vero exerted every ounce of effort, ultimately achieving only a stalemate. However, as long as Batidas was satisfied, that was all that mattered. he announced Vero had passed the test. This initial success somewhat eased the newcomer's anxieties. Next to enter the arena was an unnamed nameless fighter, facing Baka, the second strongest gladiator after Cress. Baka, a Carthaginian, had slain his father to survive in the arena. Yet he seemed to take pride in this grim achievement, as if he had forgotten the hatred he bore for his father. With his strikingly beautiful hair, Baka was heralded as the beast of Carthage. In mere moments, he severed the neck of the nameless fighter with ruthless efficiency. The swift and decisive victory incited a fervent cheer from the veterans. Immediately following, Dackett called out, "Eastern lad, it's your turn." His gaze swept across the eager veterans before settling on Neos. "Neos, you're up." Neos, a brawny figure with a simple mind, revealed a menacing grin as he towered over Xia Cha-ching, the height difference instilling a sense of disdain in his eyes. Neos was the sole net fighter in the training grounds, ranking among the top 5 fighters. Thus, despite his role, he wielded the short sword adeptly. Xia Cha-ching perceived Neos as easily manageable. His lack of strategic thought meant he relied solely on brute strength. Should Neos fail to overpower him quickly, impatience would likely reveal his weaknesses. With the supportive gazes of Vero and Spartacus upon him, Xia Cha-ching ascended the platform, grasping the bloodied short sword and shield. Assuming a defensive stance as he faced Neos. In response to Xia Cha-ching's defensive posture, Neos raised his shield to his chest, a derisive smile gracing his lips, and charged at Xia Cha-ching like a rampaging bull, intent on breaking through his defenses. Given the Eastern lad's slender frame, he believed he would easily overpower him in a direct confrontation. Such was Neos's conviction. Xia Cha-ching narrowed his eyes. He had discerned Neos's intent, clearly aiming to leverage his physical advantage against him. The narrow platform, already constricted, meant Neos's imposing stature occupied nearly half the space, leaving Xia Cha-ching with little room to maneuver. Xia Cha-ching flexed his wrist, determined to showcase his strength in this trial, laying the groundwork for future victories in the arena. After an extensive period of training, his abilities had significantly improved, and he aimed to reveal a part of his prowess to enhance his life, eventually persuading Spartacus to rebel at the right moment. He was weary of living as a slave. With his resolve firm, Xia Cha-ching bent his elbow and gripped his shield, charging towards Neos. Bang! The two collided with tremendous force, causing Xia Cha-ching to stagger back 2 steps, a slight numbness in his left hand. In terms of raw power, he was indeed no match for Neos. However, his bold display of courage captured the attention of many onlookers. The Eastern lad possesses remarkable strength, Dackett thought to himself, feeling a pang of doubt regarding his previous judgment. After their initial clash, Xia Cha-ching swiftly regained his balance and, without hesitation, lunged forward with his sword at the still-dazed Neos. Yet, as a seasoned gladiator, Neos instinctively raised his shield to deflect the blow. Xia Cha-ching lamented the inadequacy of his training sword, which felt considerably shorter than the ones he wielded in Westeros. On the other side, Neos quickly retaliated, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange atop the platform, their movements fluid and dynamic. The training ground fell silent. Prior to this assessment, neither newcomers nor veterans had paid much attention to the frail Eastern figure. Yet, Xia Cha-ching now surprised everyone with his prowess. Frustrated by his inability to overpower Xia Cha-ching, Neos's movements grew reckless and wild. In contrast, Xia Cha-ching maintained his composure, dragging the battle into a test of endurance. Batitas watched with keen interest, acknowledging the Eastern lad's unexpected talent. As the stalemate persisted, he signaled to Dackett, who quickly grasped his intent and shouted for the fighters to cease. Upon hearing the command, Xia Cha-ching stepped back, sheathing his sword. He felt satisfied with his performance, having left a strong impression. However, Neos, seemingly lost in the fight, ignored Dackett's orders and seized the opportunity to attack as Xia Cha-ching withdrew. Dackett's fury erupted, Neos. Yet, Xia Cha-ching was not one to be caught off guard. He swiftly sidestepped, colliding his shield against the side of Neos's weapon, causing him to lose balance. Seizing the moment, Xia Cha-ching delivered a powerful kick to Neos's thigh, sending the large man tumbling off the platform and crashing to the ground below. Enough. I declare the Eastern lad qualified, Dackett bellowed, angered by Neos's defiance. The battle was over, with Neos lying on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, mortified that he had been defeated by such a seemingly weak opponent. The other gladiators, indifferent to Neos's plight, were all competitors in this brutal arena, ready to kill one another at any moment. As Xia Cha-ching leaped down from the platform, Dackett's gaze sharpened, his brow furrowing slightly. You are Xia, correct? He pointed at Xia Cha-ching's chest. I will remember you. Chapter 64. A confidence that defies reason. Dackett, seasoned in combat experience, recognized Xia Cha-ching's concealed strength, which displeased him. He held gladiators in high esteem, viewing their profession as sacred and intolerant of any disrespect. However, Batitas displayed no signs of discontent. He cared not whether Xia Chaqing had intentionally masked his abilities, as long as the Eastern lad could bring him wealth. The assessment did not pause due to Xia Chaqing's unexpected rise. Next, it was Spartacus's turn to face the renowned gladiator, Cress. Spartacus smiled confidently, believing Cress to be no match for him, and eagerly climbed the platform, casting a grin at Xia Chaqing and Vero. Yet, events did not unfold as Spartacus had anticipated. In mere moments, Cress disarmed him of both sword and shield, leaving Spartacus on the back foot. Ultimately, it was only due to Cress's misstep on a strap left by Spartacus's wife that the latter found an opportunity to pull the strap, causing Cress to stumble and fall from the platform. Regardless of the circumstances, Spartacus's victory was undeniable. The assessment of the 6 newcomers concluded swiftly, with 4 emerging successful, including Xia Chaqing and 1 other simpleton marked on the forehead. The other 2 had perished in the trials, underscoring the brutality of the gladiatorial life. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As official gladiators, they would soon prepare for the gladiatorial performances, where many would meet their end. The audience expected bloodshed. A performance without fatalities would surely disappoint them. However, those matters lay ahead. The 4 successful candidates were to have the emblem of the Batitas family branded onto their arms and take an oath. Xia Chaqing felt deep aversion towards this mark of slavery, but he recognized that now was not the time for rebellion. He could only endure. When the red-hot iron pressed against his flesh, he gasped in pain, gritting his teeth while cursing Batitas inwardly. One day, I shall personally end your life, you old fiend. For a cold-blooded slave master like Batitas, a swift execution was the most fitting retribution. Once the oath was taken, Batitas encouraged the 4, painting grand visions of wealth and glory. As long as you bring riches and honor to the Batitas family, I shall not hesitate to reward you with gold or women. Go forth, my warriors. Only a fool would believe Batitas' words. Yet, many gladiators had been brainwashed, including Spartacus, who still harbored fantasies about Batitas, hoping to leverage his influence to find his wife. Xia Chaqing scanned his surroundings, realizing that no one shared his aspirations. The path to rebellion was fraught with challenges. This cursed life as a slave. After becoming official gladiators, their daily routine consisted solely of relentless training, an endless cycle of preparation for the arena, where victories depended on their diligence. Before long, Spartacus began to murmur frequently, yearning to engage in combat in the arena. Only through performances could they earn money, enabling Spartacus to seek freedom for himself and his wife. Xia Chaqing refrained from dismantling his unrealistic hopes, knowing that Batitas would never allow any gladiator true freedom. The long-awaited battles that Spartacus so eagerly anticipated finally approached on the horizon. As the day of the Forge God Festival approached, a day dedicated to invoking the blessings of Hephaestus, the governor of Capua planned to host a gladiatorial contest. This task fell to Batitas, as he and Solon were the only 2 individuals managing sizable gladiatorial training grounds in the small city of Capua. The governor had a closer relationship with Solon. Thus, the arduous responsibility landed squarely on Batitas' shoulders. Batitas harbored a deep-seated enmity towards Solon, and they were fierce competitors. Compounding matters, Batitas was drowning in debt. Besieged daily by creditors demanding payment, he was in dire need of a victory to secure some financial relief. Consequently, Batitas resolved to send forth 20 gladiators to compete in the contest, ultimately selecting 2 champions to serve as the main event. One of these champions was destined to be Crassus, for none were more fitting for the role than Capua's reigning champion. The selection of the second champion remained tentative. As Batitas pondered his options, Spartacus perceived this as his moment of opportunity. By becoming a champion and defeating Crassus in the arena, he could achieve fame and acquire wealth. Eager to gain freedom for himself and his wife, Spartacus' mind became consumed with this ambition, rendering him impervious to all counsel, as he fixated on the goal of becoming a champion. However, from Docutus's perspective, Spartacus was still too inexperienced in a true contest. He would undoubtedly prove no match for Crassus. Moreover, it was a long-standing tradition that no novice ever ascended to champion status in their first fight. Thus, Spartacus was not even on Batitas or Docutus's radar. Spartacus, do not act rashly. You are not yet a match for Crassus. To confront him recklessly would only lead to your own downfall, cautioned Xia Chaqing, feeling a sense of duty as a friend to remind Spartacus. Despite Spartacus' unwavering confidence, Xia recognized he was no match for Crassus, especially in terms of battle experience, where Crassus excelled. Xia, have you forgotten? During the assessment, I personally defeated Crassus. I have significantly improved since then, and Crassus stands no chance against me now. Spartacus' misplaced confidence bewildered Xia, who could only hope that Spartacus' protagonist aura would protect him in the upcoming contest. As the time for the competition drew near, Docutus announced the matchups for the 20 gladiators. Among them, Crassus was set to face off against another champion, Neos, while Spartacus was pitted against Vero. In the very first bout, Only the weakest were assigned to open the event. Chapter 65. The seed of rebellion has been sown. Spartacus's name appeared prominently on the list. His unfortunate opponent was the dim-witted giant marked by a branding on his forehead. The 4 newly minted gladiators were fortunate enough to be assigned the opening matches. Xia Chaqing cast a glance at the hapless fellow, who averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Xia's eyes. Shaking his head, Xia dismissed the encounter and approached Spartacus and Vero. I intend to vie for the champion position. Spartacus clenched his fists, his resolve to confront Croesus undeterred. Xia, Vero, you must help me devise a strategy. If I face Vero, regardless of the outcome, it is a situation neither of us wishes to see. Spartacus's concern was valid. Within the gladiatorial training grounds, Xia had formed a closer bond with these two, and he certainly did not wish for either to come to harm. Xia covertly glanced at the jubilant Neos, recognizing that for Spartacus to face Croesus, he first needed to deal with this simpleton. Neos's very simplicity made him the easiest to confront. The following day, as the training arena buzzed with activity, each gladiator engaged in their final preparations before the competition. Neos, chosen as a champion, felt the weight of his responsibility, repeatedly practicing with his net. Spartacus, go for it. Your opportunity is at hand. Xia whispered to Spartacus, seizing the moment while Docutus was absent, making it the perfect time to provoke Neos. Hearing this, Spartacus's gaze hardened, and he approached Neos, quickly inciting his fury. Neos charged at Spartacus like an enraged bull. Ready for Neos's aggression, Spartacus nimbly dodged aside, leaving the giant to crash into a wooden pillar. Xia drew in a sharp breath, witnessing Neos collapse, bloodied and unconscious. It was clear this would be a painful encounter. Vero and Xia exchanged exasperated glances, both aware of Neos's simplistic nature but astonished by his sheer stubbornness. At that moment, Docutus emerged upon hearing the commotion. Spartacus hesitated briefly before explaining. Neos was driven mad by the sun. He charged at me like a frenzied goat. Vero quickly chimed in. I noticed the madness burning in his eyes. Docutus' gaze shifted toward them, and Xia nodded in affirmation. Thus, the matter was brushed aside. Neos was carried off to recuperate, having forfeited his chance to become a champion and compete. Consequently, Docutus and Batitas would need to select a new champion, presenting Spartacus with an unexpected opportunity. As the competition approached, Batitas planned to host a pre-match banquet at his residence, inviting the nobles of Capua to witness his gladiators in advance and place their bets. Thus, the evening before the banquet, the gladiators were ordered to cleanse themselves, preparing to stand before a gathering of disdainful nobles for their inspection. Damn it, Xia cursed, openly expressing his contempt for the situation. Vero glanced at him. Xia, is this not something you Easterners are accustomed to? Damn it, Xia cursed again. I will eventually rid the world of those nobles. Keep your voice down, Eastern man. Vero's expression shifted dramatically. He whispered, Xia, do you wish to bring us all to ruin? Xia fell silent, turning to regard Vero, who had sold himself into slavery due to debt, motivated solely by the desire to earn sufficient money as a gladiator. The notion of rebellion had never crossed Vero's mind, so Xia chose not to pursue the conversation further. Conversely, Spartacus remained unchanged by their dialogue, for within him had long germinated the seed of rebellion. Without further ado, the group of gladiators, now spruced up, entered the hall under the watchful eyes of guards. This marked the first occasion in a long time that Xia stepped out of the training grounds into the hall. Inside, the nobles clustered in small groups, critiquing the gladiators as they entered. Noble women, previously refined in their homes, now eagerly approached the gladiators, drawn to their powerful physiques and prominent muscles. Yet, Xiao's gaze was not captivated by the scantily clad noblewomen. Instead, he fixated on a longsword hanging elegantly on the wall, diverging from the form of the Roman sword. The peculiar inscription upon it allowed Xia Changqing to instantly recognize it as his Valyrian steel sword, Winter. He had thought that nothing of significance had followed him into this transformed world, but it turned out that Winter had been brought by Batitas. After withdrawing his gaze, Xia Changqing stood resolutely in place, striving to disregard the flurry of noblewomen passing by. Otherwise, he might be tempted to crush their heads with a mere squeeze. The one most troubled was Spartacus, who had achieved fame in the arenas of Rome, drawing the attention of these affluent ladies toward the Thracian gladiator. Xia Changqing opened his senses, faintly overhearing Batitas in discussion with Dokat regarding Spartacus being appointed as a champion. Spartacus, it seems you might have a chance at becoming a champion, Xia Changqing whispered to him. Before Spartacus could cast a look of confusion, Xia Changqing continued, all right, perhaps not. Dokat does not agree with your promotion. Xia, are you jesting at my expense? Spartacus complained but fell silent as Lady Radia and General Grebo's wife, Alicia, approached him. Upon seeing Spartacus, Alicia's countenance darkened, given the animosity between Spartacus and General Grebo. Thus, she regarded Spartacus with disdain. The atmosphere grew tense. and Alicia expressed her desire to leave, finding nothing appealing about the gathering. Yet, Lady Radia, having struggled to invite the general's wife and the daughter of an elder, was reluctant to let her depart so easily. You follow me? The mistress pointed toward Vero, signaling him to accompany her. Vero, bewildered, involuntarily glanced at Xia Cha-ching and Spartacus, both of whom exchanged a look of resigned understanding. As Lady Radia departed with Vero, a substantial portion of the nobles followed suit. Spartacus, what do you think Radia took Vero for? Xia Cha-ching smiled slightly. The nobility of Rome during this era were quite adept at amusement. Especially robust gladiators like Vero were most favored by the affluent women. Unfortunately, Spartacus remained preoccupied with thoughts of becoming a champion, dismissing Xia Cha-ching's jest. Boring. Xia Cha-ching muttered under his breath, releasing his senses to catch the blush-inducing sounds emanating from the already departed Vero. This revelation soured Xia Cha-ching's expression. Vero was a person, not merely an object for their amusement, and it was utterly unconscionable for these nobles to treat such matters as entertainment. When Vero returned to the group, he was drenched in sweat. Vero, are you all right? Xia Cha-ching inquired with concern. He knew he could not endure such treatment and would likely explode in rage. Vero breathed heavily, feeling the discomfort of being coerced into such a situation under the scrutiny of numerous nobles. Casting a grateful glance at Xia Cha-ching, he turned to Spartacus, saying, Dokot and Batitas are discussing candidates for the champion role, but unfortunately, you are not among them. Upon hearing this, Spartacus displayed a contemplative expression. Realizing his message had been conveyed, Vero relaxed slightly, sharing a wry smile with Xia Cha-ching. This is the fate we gladiators must accept. There's no choice. Why must we simply accept it? Vero, have you never considered rebellion? Vero's face reflected bitterness. Xia, you know my purpose in becoming a gladiator is to repay my debts. It is a path I chose willingly. How could I possibly rebel? Xia Cha-ching replied, Vero, have you ever pondered that as a gladiator, you hold no control over your own fate? You are on the brink of your first battle. Should you perish in the arena, you would receive not a single denarius. Then I must fight fiercely to survive and achieve victory after victory. Observing Vero's expression, Xia Cha-ching ceased the discussion, planting a seed of thought in his mind without pushing too hard, lest he provoke Vero's aversion. Everyone, please be silent. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Batitas rose to introduce the champions set to appear the following day to the nobles of Capua. The undefeated champion of Capua, the indomitable Cress, Batitas proclaimed passionately, eliciting cheers from the nobility. Just as he was about to introduce the next champion, an unexpected event unfolded. Spartacus suddenly surged from the ranks, launching himself at Cress from behind, tackling him to the ground and raining down blows. The hall erupted in chaos as Cress and Spartacus became entangled in a fierce brawl. This display of raw combat angered both Batitas and Dokot, yet the nobles delighted in the spectacle, particularly Alicia, who watched with rapt attention as the two gladiators exchanged powerful blows, thrilling her heart. However, Batitas could not allow such an altercation to persist, as it tarnished the family's reputation. Yet Spartacus' actions placed Batitas in a precarious position. If he were to announce that the champion for tomorrow's fight was not Spartacus, the nobles would be utterly displeased. Ultimately, Batitas had no choice but to declare that the champion for the next day would indeed be Spartacus. Only then did the nobles depart in satisfaction, eagerly anticipating the gladiatorial contest. Batitas forced a smile as he bid farewell to the nobles before turning in a fury to order the gladiators back to their cells. In the cold confines of the dungeon, Xia Cha-ching leaned against the frigid wall, finding a modicum of comfort as the oppressive heat of Capua persisted even into the night. The four newly minted gladiators remained in one cell, with Spartacus beaming with satisfaction over his appointment as champion, a smile gracing his face as he toyed with the fabric he had once gifted to his wife. Spartacus, do not rejoice too soon. Fame does not come without its perils. If you underestimate Cress, I assure you, the consequences will be dire, Xia Cha-ching cautioned, unable to refrain from dousing Spartacus' exuberance with cold water. Cress had been renowned in Capua for quite some time, possessing genuine skill, as evidenced during their training. Spartacus was perhaps being overly complacent. Do not worry, Xia, Spartacus declared confidently. Have you forgotten? During the assessment, had it not been for Batitas intervening, I would have taken Cress's head. If I could defeat him once, I can surely do so again. Xia Cha-ching closed his eyes, ceasing to press the matter. Individuals as stubborn as Spartacus would not heed warnings until they had suffered defeat. Only then would he come to recognize his shortcomings. However, whether Spartacus would survive the arena after facing Cress remained uncertain. Yet even if Spartacus were to fall at Cress's hands, it would not hinder Xia Cha-ching's plans. Once he achieved victories in the arena and honed his skills, he would depart the gladiatorial training grounds regardless of Spartacus's fate. Persuading Spartacus and Vero was merely a means to gather allies. Moreover, Summer Cha-ching harbored a sense of camaraderie towards Spartacus and Vero. Despite being merely a transient figure in this world, He was inclined to assist them in any way he could. However, Spartacus's reckless fervor and stubbornness left Summer Chongqing unable to sway him. The fleeting nights swiftly passed. Before dawn broke, Dokit summoned the guards to rouse the gladiators who were to compete. They boarded the chariots in batches, en route to the Capua arena. Some would attain fame today, while others might meet their demise. Anticipation, excitement, and confusion filled the hearts of the gladiators. Yet, the wheels of the chariots continued to roll, and before the sun had fully risen, the gladiators arrived at the arena. The familiar cells and the spacious arena awaited them, after a long absence of several days. Summer Chongqing once again set foot in the bloody Colosseum. Chapter 67. A swift victory. The festival of forging gods held paramount significance for the Roman populace. And on such an occasion, nothing was more fitting than witnessing a gladiatorial spectacle. Sacrificing blood and life to the deities would surely please them. On this momentous day, the provincial governor of Capua was also present, and the stands were brimming with spectators. Petitas sat in the noble section, his face contorted with frustration, with so many viewers. He stood to gain nothing, yet he was compelled to expend the lives of his gladiators, which only fueled his ire. However, upon the arrival of the governor, Petitas instantly donned a sycophantic smile. Once the stands were filled to capacity, Petitas forced a smile and announced the commencement of the gladiatorial contests. A total of 10 matches were scheduled, and the newly minted gladiators, including Summer Chongqing and Vero, were placed at the forefront. In contrast to Summer Chongqing, Vero was pitted against a more experienced opponent, which made him somewhat anxious. Before the match commenced, Vero closed his eyes in prayer, beseeching the gods for victory. After his supplication, Vero donned a tightly fitting iron helmet, which allowed him to see through a fine mesh at the front. In addition, he wielded a large rectangular shield, which, when he slightly crouched, could conceal his entire body behind it. However, Vero wore no armor, as the audience relished the sight of bloodshed. As Vero took to the arena, he was an unknown entity, as was his opponent. Thus, the first gladiators to enter the fray failed to stir any excitement among the crowd. The audience yearned to witness the legendary clash between Spartacus and Cress, not a mere bout between novices. Nevertheless, the contest proceeded as scheduled. From the outset, both combatants exerted their utmost in attack, despite training together. They were now locked in a life-and-death struggle. They exchanged blows, showcasing a reasonably thrilling performance, and ultimately, the gods favored Vero, granting him victory over his adversary. Even so, when Vero returned, he bore the marks of battle, his face bruised and aching from the ordeal. Following Vero's match, it was Summer Chongqing's turn to enter the arena. Summer, may the gods also bless you with victory. Vero wished him well. Summer Chongqing opted for a small, lightweight shield, gripped his short sword in his right hand, and turned to Vero with a smile. I hail from the east. Your deities may not extend their protection to me. With that, Summer Chongqing donned his helmet, adjusting to the unique perspective afforded by the mesh mask, and strode confidently into the center of the arena. He emerged from the mysterious east, endowed with enigmatic strength. He was the formidable Summer from the east. Petitas enthusiastically introduced Summer Chongqing, embellishing the narrative to captivate the audience. Without such embellishments, how could one hope to engage the crowd's interest? Indeed, Summer's Eastern origins sparked considerable curiosity among many spectators. Some recalled that Summer Chongqing, like Spartacus, had escaped the arena of Anubis, igniting a wave of cheers as they eagerly anticipated the performance of this young man from the East. With Petitas' introduction complete, he declared the match officially underway. Summer Chongqing tightened his grip on his shield and short sword, eyeing his opponent, who had assumed a defensive stance. He was determined to conclude the match swiftly, to showcase his prowess. Only by demonstrating his strength could he prepare for adversaries of greater might. The system demanded that he evolve into a formidable warrior. To achieve this, mere training would not suffice. Only through the crucible of battle could he truly grow. Unlike his understated demeanor and training, Summer Chongqing's current strength could not be acquired through drills alone. He aimed to secure a decisive victory in this first contest. With purposeful strides, Summer Chongqing approached his opponent. Initially, his pace was unhurried, akin to a leisurely stroll after a meal, but as he closed the distance, his speed surged. His opponent, named Koz, bore the mark on his forehead, and having trained together, he was acutely aware of Summer Chongqing's capabilities. Although Summer's displayed strength was but a fraction of his true potential, Koz believed he was not a match for him, having barely passed the trials while Summer had triumphed over the formidable Neos. Thus, when he saw Summer Chongqing charging towards him, Koz cautiously adopted a defensive posture, raising his large rectangular shield to obscure most of his face, fixating his gaze on Summer's movements. Summer Chongqing did not conceal his intentions. He thrust his small shield forward and struck forcefully. The sound of the collision reverberated through the arena, catching Koz off guard. He had not anticipated such formidable strength. The impact sent Koz's shield flying, crashing into him and toppling him to the ground. Ugh! Koz cried out as his back scraped against the coarse sand of the arena. Before he could regain his composure, he felt a chilling pressure at his throat. Summer Cha-Ching had already positioned his sword against it. Koz dared not move. Though he wore a helmet, his neck was unprotected. A mere flick of Summer's wrist could sever his throat. The entire match transpired in a mere 2 minutes. The audience in the arena scarcely registered what had occurred before the contest concluded. Moments later, a thunderous cheer erupted. While some spectators speculated that Koz's defeat was simply due to his lack of skill, Summer Cha-Ching's overwhelming victory captured the attention of many, drawing interest towards this enigmatic figure from the East. In the stands, Batitas appeared somewhat stunned. He had only just settled into his seat after delivering his speech, and the battle had already reached its conclusion. Yet, upon witnessing Koz extend 2 fingers in a gesture of surrender, Batitas rose to his feet, offering a sparse yet earnest commendation of Summer Cha-Ching's performance. Chapter 68. A humbling defeat in the stands. Batitas' expression was conflicted. What was happening? Had the battle truly concluded so swiftly? Let us express our gratitude to Xia and Keys for the splendid performance they brought forth. However, in truth, the contest was far from remarkable. It concluded all too swiftly. Nevertheless, Xia Cha-Ching has garnered some fame among the audience in Capua, as attention begins to shift towards this Eastern figure. He returned to the confines beneath the arena, while Velo touched the wounds on his face, gazing incredulously at Xia Cha-Ching. What is the matter, Velo? Are you astonished by my prowess? Xia Cha-Ching inquired with a smile. Nonsense. If it weren't for Keys' incompetence, you could never have achieved victory with such ease. Velo retorted defiantly, unwilling to concede that Xia Cha-Ching's strength was formidable. As the two exchanged banter, the battles within the arena continued. In stark contrast to Xia Cha-Ching's overwhelming triumph, the other contests were steeped in brutality, with casualties inevitable between the combatants. The bodies of fallen gladiators were dragged away by the arena's slaves, a scene of cruelty that elicited unrestrained cheers from the audience, who were lost in their fervor. The matches proceeded in succession, swiftly culminating in the final bout, a clash of champions. On one side stood the undefeated king, Cress, the champion of Capua on the other, the renowned Thracian, Spartacus. Their duel promised to be a spectacle of great significance. As Batitas announced the commencement of the match, Spartacus launched a furious assault on Cress. Observing from the periphery, Xia Cha-Ching's brow furrowed slightly. Spartacus was too impulsive. His chosen approach was flawed, and it would surely lead to his downfall. Isn't Spartacus in the lead? Velo remarked. Look, he has been on the offensive while Cress is entirely on the defensive. Xia Cha-Ching shook his head. You see Cress merely defending, yet you fail to recognize his relaxed demeanor. Once Crescent truly exerts himself, Spartacus will encounter trouble. As if to validate Xia Cha-Ching's words, Spartacus, having exhausted his stamina through reckless attacks, fell victim to Cress's opportunistic maneuver. With a deft turn, Cress swung his rectangular shield, infused with rotational force, crashing it against Spartacus. The latter collapsed to the ground, having drained his energy with his previous onslaught, and now lay incapacitated, unable to rise. Fortunately, Cress chose not to press his advantage, taken aback by Spartacus's vulnerability. He removed his helmet and stood in the center of the arena, basking in the audience's adulation. Spartacus remained on the ground for a considerable time before finally struggling to his feet. It appeared that he was on the verge of defeat. His arrogance and recklessness could cost him his life. It remained uncertain whether he would swallow his pride and surrender to Cress. I find it hard to believe. Spartacus is a proud man who would rather perish in the arena than capitulate to Cress. Velo recalled words Spartacus had uttered during training. Words that still resonated vividly. His declaration of never yielding had led to his being thrown into a dung pit by Docutus. Meanwhile, after a prolonged defensive stance, Cress finally launched his counterattack, his strikes raining down upon Spartacus like a relentless tempest. No one anticipated that the confident Spartacus, who had displayed such assurance before the match, would be utterly outmatched by Cress in the arena. Thus, the Battle of Champions concluded in a dramatic fashion. Spartacus lay defeated, without the strength to retaliate. As Cress crouched down, grasping Spartacus by the hair, his sword poised at the latter's throat. Cress's gaze shifted towards Batitas with a mere command from him. He would not hesitate to sever Spartacus's throat. The audience erupted in cheers for Cress, while those who had wagered on Spartacus's victory hurled the most venomous curses at him. Kill him. Slay this coward. The cries echoed ceaselessly as the crowd demanded Cress to execute Spartacus, their disappointment impalpable. Batitas wore a conflicted expression. He did not wish for Spartacus to perish in this inaugural gladiatorial contest, having invested a substantial sum in him. Just then, under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, Spartacus slowly raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers. This gesture signified Spartacus's intention to surrender. Batitas exhaled in relief. He now had a way to save face. Let us extend our gratitude to Spartacus and Cress for this exhilarating display. Spartacus performed admirably. Let us spare his life for another day. The audience responded with a cacophony of boos. They certainly did not accept this outcome. Spartacus had caused them to lose a fortune, and the thought of him surviving was intolerable. The citizens of Capua were left disillusioned with Batidas for allowing Spartacus to live. Upon the gladiators' return to the training grounds, it was evident that Batidas was seething with rage. Let us observe a moment of silence for Spartacus. Sia, have you heard? Batidas intends to send Spartacus and Keys to the underground gladiatorial arena. The underground arena? Sia Cha-ching cast a puzzled glance at Velo. Indeed. The underground arena is akin to a grave for gladiators. Unlike formal contests, the underground arena operates devoid of any rules. The sole decree is to fight until death. Velo's expression turned nostalgic. He had witnessed matches in the underground arena before, a chaotic realm that instinctively revealed the primal ferocity within. If Spartacus were to be sent to the underground arena, his prospects for survival would be utterly bleak. Velo sighed, exchanging a knowing look with Sia Cha-ching. Both understood that Batidas, having suffered a significant humiliation with Spartacus, would undoubtedly exploit him to the utmost, especially given his mounting debts. Meanwhile, Spartacus remained fixated on persuading Batidas to help him reclaim his wife, leaving him too fearful to oppose Batidas' decisions. Sia Cha-ching and Velo resumed their ordinary training, while the defeated Spartacus and Keys were taken by Batidas to the underground arena. There, they would expend their remaining strength to procure some monetary gain for their master. Chapter 69. The Shadow of Death. On the first day of Spartacus's descent into the underground arena, he departed accompanied by Keys, but returned alone. Keys did not survive even a single match, having perished within the subterranean confines. Spartacus, drenched in blood and bearing severe injuries, was also far from unscathed. Yet Batidas showed no inclination to relent. Spartacus's victories had filled his coffers with dinars. After granting Spartacus a brief respite, Batidas once again led him back to the underground arena. From Sia Cha-ching's perspective, Spartacus's condition deteriorated daily. He was on the precipice of death, likely to perish in the underground arena at any moment. However, in an unexpected turn of events, an assassination attempt on Batidas occurred within the underground arena. Outnumbered, Batidas suffered injuries, and it was Spartacus who, in a moment of urgency, intervened to save him. Following this narrow escape, Batidas developed a sense of gratitude towards Spartacus, allowing him to rejoin the ranks of the gladiators. Spartacus truly embodies the essence of this era's protagonist, blessed with fortune and resilience. After enduring the trials of the underground arena, he seems to have settled into a newfound composure. The sound of training swords striking against wooden shields resonates continuously. While the oppressive heat offers no promise of rain, gladiators face each other in pairs, engaged in their training, with sweat cascading down their bodies, quickly forming puddles at their feet. Stop. Take a brief respite before continuing, commanded Dorcat. The gladiators eagerly rushed toward the shadows to relish the scarce coolness. This infernal weather is unbearable, Vero lamented, glancing around and licking his parched lips. Does anyone have water? I feel as though I might perish from thirst. Vero, your greed knows no bounds. You still crave water? I don't even have a drop left. Spartacus jested, but soon he too sighed, feeling parched to the point where he could scarcely muster the will to speak. Look at Sia. He bears no complaints. Sia Cha-ching sat languidly in a corner, eyes closed in serene meditation, resembling a monk in deep contemplation. Speak less. It will conserve your energy. Today is still long. Sia Cha-ching remarked, his eyes remaining closed. All right, everyone up. Training resumes. Dorcat urged after a mere 10 minutes of rest, as no one wished to experience the sting of the whip. The gladiators emerged from the shadows in groups, lining up to continue their training. Yet, observing the weary gladiators, Dorcat felt a pang of concern. Prolonged dehydration could spell trouble for these warriors under such intense training. However, the gods in the heavens showed no mercy by withholding rain, leaving him powerless to intervene. Before his thoughts could dissipate, Dorcat witnessed a gladiator collapse to the ground. He halted the decision to provide water to the unconscious fighter, opting instead to have him carried inside. Water was far too scarce, and every drop needed to be preserved. Despite the fainting gladiator, training must proceed. As the training continued, Batidas' voice suddenly echoed from the second-floor balcony. He instructed the gladiators to cease their training, as the magistrate had dispatched a mission. Sia Cha-ching calmly set down his sword and shield, exchanging a knowing glance with Vero, both conveying the same unspoken thought. Surely, another gladiatorial contest was imminent. As Sia Cha-ching had anticipated, the magistrate of Capua sought to appease the gods above with a special gladiatorial contest, intending to delight the deities with blood. Batidas' purpose in seeking out the magistrate was to select a champion to confront the formidable Shadow of Death, sent by Cerones. The very name of Shadow of Death sent shivers among Capua's gladiators. Of all who had faced him, only Dorcat, the current trainer, had survived, while the others had perished. Petitas recognized the unfairness of the contest, yet Cerrones had foreseen this and proposed that Spartacus and Chryse face the shadow of death together. If Petitas still feared, he could withdraw from the contest. Petitas acquiesced, allowing Spartacus and Chryse to confront the shadow of death, not out of fear of Cerrones' provocation, but due to the substantial rewards offered for the contest. Regardless of victory or defeat, Petitas could clear his debts and still have a surplus. The allure of such rewards left him no room for refusal. As for Spartacus and Chryse's fates, they were merely slave gladiators, and Petitas held little regard for their lives. Upon the announcement of this news in the training grounds, the other gladiators cast sympathetic glances at Spartacus and Chryse. Night soon fell. My master, Spartacus and Chryse are no match for the shadow of death. Allow me to step in. I once fell to Theokos, and this is my chance to redeem myself. Dorkat exclaimed. Having lost to the shadow of death, he had not participated in any contest since, having barely escaped the brink of death to become a trainer. Only Dorkat knew the true terror that the shadow of death represented. Enough, Dorkat. My decision is final. You have earned your glory. Do not concern yourself with stepping into the arena again. Manage the training grounds well. You are the only one I trust. Petitas replied. But master, Spartacus and Chryse are no match for Theokos. For them to enter the arena would be akin to signing their death warrants. Petitas coldly stated. Then let them die with honor. With that, he strode away. Dorkat felt a chill. Petitas' words were devoid of compassion. He knew this was a path to death, yet insisted on sending Spartacus and Chryse to their doom. Reflecting on this, Dorkat had a revelation. If his demise could yield great benefits, Petitas would not hesitate to sacrifice him. However, he quickly shook off such treasonous thoughts. His life belonged to the Petitas family, and if that time came, he would not mind offering himself. Yet, the chill in his heart was not something Dorkat could easily forget. Chapter 70. Xia Cha Qing. The unwitting target, you have deeply disappointed me. Dorkat wielded dual swords, overpowering Spartacus and Chryse with ease. His combat prowess far surpassed theirs. Even so, Dorkat was still no match for the shadow of death. Given Spartacus and Chryse's current state, entering the arena would be a death sentence. It was the Thracians who hindered me. Chryse complained loudly. I was merely lending you a hand. Spartacus retorted. That was unnecessary. Chryse dismissed him disdainfully. Silence. Dorkat interrupted, swinging his training sword in front of Chryse. Chryse, do you truly believe yourself to be an invincible champion? To me, you are nothing but an arrogant fool. Dorkat's eyes bore into Chryse with intensity. What, you doubt that? Chryse remained silent, fixated on Dorkat, his pride evidently wounded. Very well, I shall make you submit today. Dorkat suddenly turned to the onlookers. Xia, step forward and spar with Chryse. Me? Xia Cha Qing asked incredulously, feeling like a bystander in a situation that had spiraled beyond his control. Dorkat, you cannot be serious. I assure you, I am not jesting. Dorkat replied earnestly. Unleash your true strength. If you lose to Chryse, do not blame me for punishing you. Hey, Dorkat, this is utterly unreasonable. Before Xia could interject, Vero stepped forward in defense. Vero, I did not call for your input. Dorkat shot him a menacing glare. Before Vero could respond, Xia patted his shoulder, offering him a reassuring look. Xia was not particularly surprised that Dorkat had seen through his concealed abilities. As a seasoned gladiator, Dorkat's wealth of experience had earned him Petitas' trust as a trainer. In truth, Xia was not opposed to revealing his strength. Human nature tends toward submission to the powerful. Showcasing a portion of his abilities could lay the groundwork for leading a gladiatorial uprising in the future. As you wish, Dorkat. Xia Cha Qing twisted his neck and stepped forward to retrieve two training swords, intent on defeating Chryse with his dual-wielding technique. Chryse glanced at the prepared Xia Cha Qing and then turned to look at Ducote, a flash of indignation and anger crossing his face. Throughout the training ground, Xia Cha Qing had remained so understated that he had not caught Chryse's attention at all. As the perennial champion of Capua, Chryse was offended by Ducote's belief that this Eastern youth was not his match. Ducote, I shall prove you wrong. Oh, let us wait and see. Ducote responded dismissively, crossing his arms and stepping aside, leaving the training ground to Xia Cha Qing and Chryse. Are you ready to be thoroughly beaten, kid? Chryse thought, a fire igniting within him that needed to be released. Since Ducote had designated Xia Cha Qing as his opponent, the brunt of his frustration would be directed at him. I can only say that the world is unpredictable. Chryse, do not be overly confident. Xia Cha Qing gripped his training swords, with his right arm raised and left arm lowered, adopting a stance of mutual attack. Chryse, on the other hand, chose to employ his most proficient sword and shield combination, assuming an offensive posture. With a roar, Chryse lunged first, swinging his sword down towards Xia Cha Qing. In the eyes of the surrounding gladiators, Xia Cha Qing seemed to evade the strike effortlessly, merely pivoting on his foot and gracefully rotating to Chryse's side. Seizing the moment while Chryse was still in motion, Xia Cha Qing struck his training sword horizontally against Chryse's back. The crisp sound echoed, a testament to the quality of the blade. Kreese was sent sprawling forward, crashing face-first onto the ground. How is this possible? Kreese has actually lost. The incredulous murmurs erupted around the training ground as fellow gladiators realized they had overlooked the formidable prowess of this Eastern youth. Meanwhile, Kreese, unscathed, rolled over and stood up. Though his gaze towards Xia Chaqing was now filled with shock. Ugh. Kreese spat out a mouthful of dirt, acknowledging, I underestimated you, Eastern boy. Now I shall take you seriously. Xia Chaqing stood straight, a faint smile gracing his lips. His right sword's tip resting against the ground while the left was held behind him. The water dance swordsmanship, inherited from Bravith, was a discipline even elite assassins coveted. Emphasizing agility. Having learned water dance from Alia and refined it through systematic training, Xia Chaqing had far surpassed its original capabilities. With newfound seriousness, Kreese ceased his reckless assaults, raising his shield defensively and cautiously probing for an opening. As the spar continued, Kreese became increasingly alarmed. Xia Chaqing consistently dodged his attacks by mere inches. An occurrence that could not be attributed to mere luck. Such audacity could only stem from an exceptional command over one's own body. Thus far, Kreese had been the aggressor, yet he had not managed to graze even the hem of Xia Chaqing's attire. Kreese found his breath growing heavier, his attacks faltering slightly. In that moment, Xia Chaqing executed a swift strike that glided past Kreese's shield, landing squarely upon his chest. Kreese involuntarily took 2 steps back. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead under the scorching sun, feeling the chill of perspiration. Xia Chaqing flashed a grin at Kreese, launching into a flurry of strikes, alternating between his right and left swords, each blow landing on the same spot of Kreese's raised shield. Kreese felt the pressure mounting. His feet kept retreating while his forehead became slick with sweat. Although the frequency of Xia Chaqing's strikes was not particularly rapid, Kreese found himself with no opportunity to retaliate. Forced into passive defense, as Xia Chaqing continued to hammer the same spot on Kreese's shield, it grew increasingly burdensome until Kreese could no longer maintain control. His shield being cleaved away by Xia Chaqing's sword. With a resounding thud, Xia Chaqing's next strike descended upon Kreese's head. I concede, Kreese, Xia Chaqing offered, extending his hand to help the dazed Kreese rise. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Kreese pondered, grappling with the surreal reality of his swift defeat. Ducote, how do you feel now knowing that there are heights beyond your own? Ducote inquired, observing Kreese's defeated demeanor. Shaking off Xia Chaqing's hand, Kreese refused to accept the gesture, but Xia Chaqing remained unfazed. Kreese was undeniably proud, and being so soundly bested left him unwilling to concede gracefully. Ducote, I refuse to accept this. I demand a rematch, Kreese declared, glaring at Xia Chaqing with eyes full of defiance. I believe a rematch is unnecessary, Kreese. Even if you teamed up with Spartacus, you would still likely fall short against Xia. Ducote firmly rejected Kreese's plea. If you and Spartacus continue to fight this way, both of you will surely perish in the arena. What you truly need to focus on is how to harmoniously collaborate with Spartacus. After hearing Ducote's words, Kreese glanced at Xia Chaqing once more before reluctantly resuming his practice with Spartacus. Xia Chaqing returned to the gladiator ranks, and wherever he walked, others instinctively parted to make way for him, even though they had not obstructed his path. Impressive, Xia. Have you been possessed by a deity? Vero exclaimed, seemingly discovering Xia Chaqing for the first time. The gods above do not bestow their favor upon an Eastern man. Besides, I do not worship them, Xia Chaqing shrugged, jesting. Which deities do you Easterners follow? I might reconsider my beliefs. Vero, how dare you say such a thing? Aren't you afraid of inciting divine wrath? Vero responded nonchalantly. The gods have no time to concern themselves with a gladiator. Xia Chaqing and Vero shared a hearty laugh, standing side by side as they watched Kreese and Spartacus being trained by Ducote. Despite demonstrating a fraction of his prowess by defeating the formidable Kreese, Xia Chaqing found no distance between himself and Vero. The latter's joy for his victory was genuine. However, to Xia Changqing's surprise, it wasn't long before he received word that Petitas requested his presence. The messenger, Asher, caught Xia Changqing's eye, and he understood the significance of how swiftly news of his training exploits had reached Petitas. It was undoubtedly due to Asher's efforts. Once a gladiator himself, Asher's skills had faltered, and after injuring his leg, he could no longer participate in training. Nevertheless, Asher possessed a cunning mind, which could be more accurately described as deceitful. Brother Xia, Petitas is pleased to hear of your victory over Kreese. He has summoned you, and it seems you are on the path to great fortune. Asher grinned, his eyes narrowing with a semblance of innocence, as he showered Xia Changqing with flattery as if it cost him nothing. Once you achieve success, do not forget to lend a hand to your brothers. Should you desire anything, do not hesitate to voice it. Asher will certainly accommodate you without reluctance. Asher has uttered these words to countless individuals, and naturally, Xia Changqing would not offend such a person without cause. He responded with a warm smile. appearing genuinely open-hearted, though the true thoughts in his mind remained known only to himself. Under Usher's guidance, Xia Chongqing arrived at the office of Batitas. Standing at the entrance were two guards, subtly flanking Xia Chongqing. Given this situation, no matter how grandiose Batitas' words might be, his distrust towards Xia Chongqing lingered. Batitas lifted his gaze from the desk, revealing a smile he deemed amiable. This smile seemed to genuinely stem from his heart, as he was notably cordial towards the gladiator who could bring him profit. Xia? Is it? I hear you hail from the east? Indeed. Ah, the far-off east, the mysterious east. How delightful! Batitas exclaimed in a melodious tone, rising from his seat in joy. Today I learned that your prowess rivals that of Cress. Are you, perchance, of noble birth in the east? I am curious as to how you came to be in Rome. That is of little importance, is it not? Xia Chongqing raised an eyebrow, feeling no desire to fabricate excuses. Quite right. Those details are trivial, Batitas replied with a look of sudden understanding, though it was unclear what he truly comprehended. A mysterious figure from the distant east could very well be a noble's son, a general's offspring, or perhaps even a prince, forced to flee to Rome due to a rebellion. Such a tale would surely captivate the Roman elite, who reveled in such narratives. In a brief moment, Batitas had already meticulously charted the course Xia Chongqing would take. Your imagination is remarkably vivid, Xia Chongqing remarked, somewhat speechless, yet he began to grasp Batitas' motivations. To those observing in the training grounds, it appeared that both Cress and Spartacus were doomed in the forthcoming bout. Once these two fell, Batitas would have no competent gladiators left. Thus, upon hearing of Xia Chongqing's effortless victory over Cress, his excitement was palpable. Xia, you are destined to be the next champion of Capua. As long as you bring victory to Batitas, anything you desire shall be yours. Wealth, beauty, or a comfortable abode. Whatever you wish, you shall obtain. Batitas' fervent declarations were both impassioned and stirring. However, despite the allure of such offerings, they did not align with Xia Chongqing's aspirations. His yearning was for freedom, a request Batitas would never concede. Xia Chongqing could assure that should he propose his freedom now, Batitas would undoubtedly turn hostile, even risking his own life. Xia Chongqing glanced at the fervent Batitas and coolly replied, as you wish. I would prefer if you addressed me as master, Batitas said, his smile fading, his expression turning serious. Xia Chongqing's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing again. He met Batitas' gaze and repeated, as you wish, my master. Excellent. Batitas beamed. I look forward to your performance. Subsequently, Xia Chongqing returned to the training grounds with Usher, diligently memorizing the routes along the way. He was uncertain of their utility, but he felt it prudent to remember them. The days in the training arena continued, as usual. After their last conversation, Xia Chongqing received no special privileges. A man like Batitas, driven solely by profit, would not grant favors until Xia Chongqing proved profitable. Time passed swiftly, and the day of the gladiatorial games arrived. However, Docatus remained anxious, aware that the cooperation between Cress and Spartacus was less than ideal, rendering the outcome of the arena unpredictable. For this highly anticipated match, the officials had prepared extensively, offering substantial rewards to appease the gods and beseech for rain. Alongside Spartacus and Cress, who were being counseled by Docatus, Batitas' training grounds dispatched 10 gladiators to face off against the champions of the Cerrones arena. Naturally, Xia Chongqing was among them, but unlike his previous bout during the Festival of Forging, he was now slated to enter the arena last, just before Spartacus and Cress. The moment of revelry soon approached, and upon the official's entrance, he formally declared the commencement of the games. The first gladiator sent forth by Batitas was Vero. Though Batitas believed Vero had potential, he was undeniably a novice, and novices were expected to focus on gaining experience. Vero, dissatisfied with his minimal earnings for leading the charge, had no choice but to obey Batitas' command. As he stepped into the arena, sword and shield in hand, the battle lasted approximately 20 minutes, culminating in Vero's successful return, sporting only a minor wound at his waist. One by one, the gladiators took their turns, while Spartacus and Cress received further advice from Docatus. The atmosphere was charged with tension, as victories earned cheers and losses resulted in death. Gladiators accepted this reality, fully aware of the risks inherent in their profession. Xia, it is your turn, Vero called lightly, rousing Xia Chongqing from his meditative state. With a relaxed demeanor, he grasped his short sword and strode towards the arena. Little Eastern brat, don't perish in the arena. I still wish to defeat you myself. Cress couldn't resist shouting from behind as Xia Chongqing was about to step through the iron gates. Turning back, Xia Chongqing retorted, Cress, perhaps you should focus on how to overcome the specter of death yourself. With a dismissive wave, he left the resting area without a backward glance. Xia Chongqing's opponent was Cynatus, the star gladiator from the Cerrones training grounds. Cynatus' entrance elicited cheers from the crowd, far more enthusiastic than for the relatively unknown Xia Chongqing. In the stands, Batidas and Cerrones followed tradition, introducing their respective gladiators. Once seated, Cerrones subtly jabbed at Batidas. Batidas, do you lack gladiators in your training grounds? How could you send forth such an obscure fighter against Cynatus? If the gods find this match lacking, the blame lies with you. Batidas's expression shifted instantly. Casting a discreet glance at the official's demeanor before retorting, Cerrones, enjoy your glee while you can. When Cynatus is defeated, I doubt you will continue to smile. Oh, it seems you have confidence in this young man from the east, Batidas. Shall we wager? Very well, I shall stake 10 denarii on the eastern lad's victory. Batidas coldly regarded his rival, resolute in his stance. Unbeknownst to Xia Chongqing, who stood in the arena, Batidas had placed a substantial wager of 10 denarii on his behalf. There is no fault to be found. For the present-day Batidas, 10 dinars represent an extraordinary fortune. He can only hope that Xia Chongqing will decisively win this match. As for Xia Chongqing, he harbors no intention of wasting time. He is also intrigued by the dreaded shadow of death, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to witness its formidable prowess. With the governor's command to commence the battle given, both Xia Chongqing and Cynatus charged forward in unison. At the moment Cynatus assumed the ensuing events would culminate merely in a collision, after which he would prevail through sheer strength, Xia Chongqing executed an unexpected maneuver. Just before the two collided, Xia Chongqing forcefully stomped his foot on the ground, bending his knees to propel himself into the air. Cynatus instinctively raised his shield, anticipating a downward strike from above. What he did not foresee was Xia Chongqing leaping over him, executing a graceful turn and slash mid-air, amidst the gasps of the audience. Upon landing, Xia Chongqing knelt to absorb the impact of his descent, while Cynatus continued to charge forward, propelled by inertia. 1 step, 2 steps. And then Cynatus's entire body crashed to the ground, blood gushing from the back of his neck, rapidly staining the arena floor crimson. How could a person leap so high? In his final moments, the singular thought dominated Cynatus's mind. After a brief silence in the stands, an eruption of frenzied cheers ensued. Splendid. Well done. Batidas clenched his fists, his face alight with excitement. At that moment, no words could encapsulate his elation. He then provocatively glanced at Cerrones, and upon witnessing his rival's grim expression, Batidas's mood soared even higher. In the arena, Xia Chongqing did not linger to bask in the audience's applause. Instead, he turned and walked towards the waiting area. His cold and commanding demeanor captivated many spectators. Chapter 73. Narrow victory. Haha, Xia, splendid work. Upon returning to the waiting area, Vero rushed over, enthusiastically thumping his fist against Xia Chongqing's chest, shouting with excitement. That strike of yours was nothing short of miraculous. All right, Vero, keep your distance. I have no interest in men. Xia Chongqing replied with a smile, feigning disdain. Get lost. I'm not interested in men either. Vero retorted, momentarily taken aback. Other gladiators, unfamiliar with Xia Chongqing, now regarded him with a mixture of complexity and reverence. Even Cress could not replicate such extraordinary skill. Gladiators, by nature, are heavy, and no amount of leaping ability could allow them to soar above another's head while performing such intricate maneuvers. Among the crowd, Cress bit his lip. His eyes filled with frustration. His confidence in defeating Xia Chongqing waned. However, thoughts of besting Xia Chongqing were set aside as he and Spartacus prepared to enter the arena. With the arrival of the climactic showdown, the audience quickly shifted their focus away from Xia Chongqing, erupting in cheers for Cress. As the champion of Capua, Cress had long been a familiar figure to the crowd. Reveling in the audience's adulation, he momentarily forgot the worries brought on by Xia Chongqing. Capua, Cress bellowed with laughter. Yet, as the shadow of death made its entrance, the cheers abruptly ceased. The shadow of death, Theokos, towered at an imposing height of 2 meters and 40 centimeters, resembling a small giant. The dual swords he wielded were significantly longer than typical gladiatorial blades, and apart from these weapons, he bore no armor. His torso was a patchwork of gruesome scars, a testament to the harrowing battles he had endured. As Theokos strode into the arena, his imposing presence silenced the crowd, who seemed to hold their breath. Perhaps it was an illusion, but with the shadow's arrival, the sky also appeared to darken. Capua, is it my turn to strike? Theokos roared, revealing his beast-like fangs. The audience erupted into frenzied cheers, their voices hoarse from shouting, entirely unconcerned. Begin. With the governor's command, the battle commenced. Theokos charged at Spartacus and Cress, his massive swords whirling like a spinning windmill, crashing against their shields with deafening clashes. Exchanging glances, Cress and Spartacus launched their attacks from opposite flanks. Although Theokos' strikes were fierce, his defense was surprisingly weak, and soon they found openings, inflicting several wounds upon him. Blood splattered freely as the 3 gladiators roared, and the sky seemed to darken further. At a pivotal moment, Spartacus and Cress seized the opportunity. together leaving two deep gashes across Theokos' chest. Theokos collapsed. Cheers erupted as Cress and Spartacus removed their helmets, laughing heartily as they savored their victory. They had not anticipated Theokos to be so easily dispatched, almost pitifully weak. However, the cheers were short-lived as the audience's astonishment drew their attention. When Spartacus and Cress turned to look, they saw Theokos rising once more, clutching his swords, despite the wounds still bleeding profusely from his chest. He bared his fangs and roared like a beast. Capua, is it my turn to attack now? The inhuman physique of Theokos endowed him with extraordinary combat prowess. Faced with renewed aggression, Cress and Spartacus found themselves flustered. Their previous discord began to affect their performance. Cress, irritated by Spartacus's interference, charged in alone. Initially, Cress gained the upper hand, piercing Theokos' abdomen with his sword. Yet, to Cress's shock, Theokos seemed unaffected by the injury and instead used his body to trap Cress's blade. Bang! Theokos delivered a crushing headbutt to Cress, who staggered as if struck by lightning, his senses spinning. Theokos laughed heartily, wrenching free the blade embedded in his abdomen and delivering a vicious slash across Cress's chest. Overwhelmed by unbearable pain, Cress found his thoughts crystallized. Unable to mount any defense or counterattack, another strike from Theokos landed on Cress's back, sending him crashing to the ground like a rag doll. Teetering on the brink of death, Theokos, Spartacus roared, intervening just in time to prevent Theokos from cleaving Cress's head. Like a valiant warrior charging into the fray, he leapt towards Theokos with all his might. Yet, even in a combined assault, they were no match for Theokos, let alone Spartacus alone. In mere moments, Spartacus found himself on the defensive, unable to retaliate. In that critical moment, Cress, struggling, managed to do the only thing he could. Sunlight broke through the clouds, and he snatched up a helmet that had fallen nearby, reflecting the light into Theokos' eyes, suddenly illuminated by sunlight. The shadow of death felt an intense sting in his eyes, a blinding golden haze obscuring his vision. Seizing the moment, Spartacus executed a nimble roll, swiftly positioning himself behind the shadow of death. With a fierce roar, Spartacus swung his short sword, delivering a powerful blow that severed one of the shadow's legs. The agonizing pain from the amputation elicited a furious roar from the shadow. However, he found no opportunity to retaliate. Spartacus, with deft precision, struck again, cleaving the shadow's other leg, reducing what once towered over him to a mere figure beneath his gaze. Die. Spartacus leapt with fervor, relentlessly hacking at the shadow's neck, within moments reducing it to a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Kill him! Kill him! The audience, having witnessed a riveting spectacle, clamored for Spartacus to finish the shadow off. Without hesitation, Spartacus recognized that the shadow's fate was sealed. Thus, he resolved to grant him a swift end. Chapter 74. For freedom. Xia Changqing did not anticipate that the moment Spartacus took the life of the shadow of death, rain would suddenly begin to pour from the heavens. After enduring months of drought, Capua finally welcomed the nourishing rain. That evening, in the training grounds of the gladiators under Batidas, all warriors erupted in cheers for Spartacus. The victor reaped all rewards, and Spartacus gained several new titles: Herald of Rain, Slayer of Shadows, and Capua's new champion. Everyone celebrated Spartacus, momentarily forgetting the still-dying Cress. Batidas reveled in his profits, exhilarated and eager to forge new armor and weapons for Spartacus. The ambition to mold Xia Changqing into Capua's next champion had long been cast aside by Batidas. Xia, Vero, I bring you wonderful news, Spartacus exclaimed. Batidas has managed to locate Sula. We shall soon be reunited. Xia Changqing and Vero exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with joy for Spartacus. Congratulations! Though Xia Changqing was aware that this matter would conclude tragically, he found himself powerless to intervene, uncertain of Batidas' plans or when Sula would arrive, making it impossible to avert the impending fate. Spartacus held them as his dearest friends, and Xia Changqing was reluctant to allow tragedy to unfold. After a brief hesitation, Spartacus finally spoke. Have you considered that Batidas may not be so benevolent as to permit your reunion? Spartacus shot a surprised look at Xia Changqing, a grave expression flickering in his eyes. I am well aware that Batidas intends to use Sula to control me. Thus, I have resolved that on the day she arrives, I shall escape with her. I will not allow Sula to become a slave. Facing his two close friends, Spartacus slowly articulated his plan. Xia Changqing had anticipated this development. Yet Vero's face was a mask of horror. Spartacus, are you mad? With so many gladiators and guards, and without weapons, how could you possibly escape? Vero urged softly. Vero, I have made up my mind. Do not try to dissuade me. I will not let Sula become a slave. Spartacus's resolve was unwavering, for the sake of freedom. He was willing to take the risk. Xia, you must persuade him. Vero looked anxiously at Xia Changqing. However, Xia Changqing, observing Spartacus's determined countenance, nodded in agreement. I support Spartacus's decision. Xia, how can you? Vero's words were cut short, as Xia Chongqing raised a hand. Spartacus, I wonder if you would be willing to trust me? Xia, why do you say that? I certainly trust you, otherwise I wouldn't confide in you. Listen to me, Spartacus. Batidas will not allow you to reunite with your wife. Seeing Spartacus's trust in him, Xia Chongqing could no longer contain the truth he knew. Impossible. Batidas has assured me that Sula is on her way to Capua. Xia Chongqing slowly shook his head. Batidas only promised to allow your reunion. He did not guarantee that Sula would arrive alive. Xia, are you implying that Batidas intends to harm Sula? The thought struck Spartacus, draining the color from his face as his expression shifted dramatically. Vero's eyes mirrored his shock. Xia, you cannot be serious. How could Batidas dare to do such a thing? Why wouldn't he? What is there that Batidas would hesitate to do? In his desire to control you, he will not permit Sula to reunite with you. After all this time training, do you not understand the nature of Batidas? What am I to do? I cannot allow anything to happen to Sula. Spartacus murmured, panic overtaking him. I must confront Batidas and ask him directly. Seeing Spartacus in such a state, Xia Chongqing could not help but scold. Are you foolish or mad? Batidas would never reveal the truth to you. Then I shall seize him and threaten him with his life. Spartacus hissed through clenched teeth. Spartacus, do not act impulsively. Xia's words may not be entirely true. You must remain calm. Vero urged desperately. No, Vero, Xia has a point. When it concerns Sula's safety, I cannot afford to take a gamble. Wait, Spartacus, Vero is right. Do not act rashly. In the presence of so many gladiators and guards, you stand no chance of success. You would only be sacrificing your life. Even with my help, we must devise a careful plan. Spartacus regarded Xia Chongqing with gratitude. Xia, this is my own affair. I cannot put you in danger. Xia Chongqing waved his hand dismissively. Spartacus, you're mistaken. I am not doing this for you. I am doing it for my own freedom. Freedom? Vero echoed, the word resonating deeply within him. Only after losing his own freedom did he truly grasp its value. So, Vero, will you join us? At Xia Chongqing's question, Vero's face betrayed hesitation. He had willingly sold himself into slavery to become a gladiator. Vero, you need not give us an answer now. Take your time to consider. However, I hope you understand that Batidas is not a benevolent man, and the life of a gladiator is fraught with peril. Of course, should we escape, the dangers may be even greater. The choice is yours, regardless of your decision. We shall remain the best of friends. Xia Chongqing reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Vero's uncertainty lingered, and he indeed needed to reflect thoroughly. Xia, are you truly willing to assist me? Spartacus asked once more, his insecurity evident. Spartacus, as I have said, I am pursuing my own freedom, not merely aiding you. Moreover, we must strategize carefully, uniting the strength of the majority of the gladiators. We cannot succeed alone. However, Spartacus shook his head with concern. No one will support us. It is far too dangerous, with the risk of death looming at every turn. Xia Chongqing smiled knowingly, countering, gladiators face death at every moment. There is no slave who does not yearn for freedom. Freedom is like a sweet poison, irresistibly alluring. Chapter 75, Better Dead Than Unfree. Following that evening's conversation with Spartacus, Xia Chongqing began to prepare for their escape. In any case, departure is inevitable, so it would be better to lend Spartacus a hand. To achieve their escape, they require the assistance of allies. However, among the multitude of gladiators in the training grounds, few are willing to join their cause. Most are content with their current plight, seizing any opportunity to indulge in a life of excess, ultimately resigning themselves to a fate of death in the arena. Originally, Cress could have been a valuable ally. Not only had he developed feelings for the female slave accompanying Radia, but he also resented Radia's incessant demands. Yet, during the match against the Shadow of Death, Cress sustained severe injuries, and whether he can recover remains uncertain. Thus, he is unable to assist them. After careful observation, Xia Chongqing's gaze fell upon another formidable figure within the training grounds, Baka, the beast from Carthage. Baka yearns for freedom, and in this match, he had secured a significant sum of money from Ashur, sufficient for him and Pyros to buy their freedom. Pyros, also a slave, serves as the assistant to the trainer Dakota, and unbeknownst to many, he is Baka's lover. Xia Chongqing harbors no prejudice against same-sex relationships. He understands that Baka's fervent desire for redemption and freedom could lead him down a treacherous path, and thus, he does not hesitate to extend a helping hand. In truth, Ashur had no money to lose to Baka. Under immense pressure from Baka, the cunning and treacherous Ashur devised a sinister plot upon hearing some unexpected news. When Xia Chongqing approached Baka to discuss matters, he coincidentally found Ashur standing outside Baka's door. Not wanting to alarm Ashur, he concealed himself in the shadows, waiting for Ashur to depart before stepping forward to knock on Baka's door. Who is it? Upon hearing the knock, Baka was taken aback. The conversation he had just shared with Pyros was a closely guarded secret. If it were to reach Batidas, not only would his plans for freedom be thwarted, but he could also face grave danger. Baka, it is I, Xia. Will you not allow me to enter? Xia Cha-ching called out from outside. Xia? Baka exchanged a puzzled glance with Pyros. They had never had any dealings with someone from the east. The door opened, and Xia Changqing entered, leisurely surveying the room before exclaiming, I just saw Asher standing outside your door. He left in a hurry, and I wonder what he might have overheard. Asher. Baka's expression quickly soured. What did he hear? What is most important is what you have said. Baka, to my knowledge. You won a significant amount of money from Asher and wish to buy your freedom along with Pyros. How do you know this? Baka regarded Xia Changqing warily, uncertain of his intentions. Baka, I am aware of many things. I also know that Asher has no money to compensate you. Your plan for freedom is doomed to fail. Have you come here to mock me? Baka responded defensively. Asher's inability to pay is a matter between him and me. It does not concern you. Do not be so agitated, Baka. While I have no particular purpose, I certainly did not come here to ridicule you. On the contrary, my intention is to save your life. Save my life. I am not in any danger. Baka retorted, confused. Xia Changqing chuckled softly. While Baka was indeed a powerful gladiator, he possessed a certain naivety. If Asher has heard something, you must realize that if Petitas learns of this, how do you think he will react? Xia bluntly laid bare the situation. Baka's countenance shifted dramatically. Even in his simplicity, he grasped the gravity of the matter. That is impossible. The Master Petitas would believe me. Believe you? Xia Cha-ching countered, unflinchingly dispelling Baka's delusions. After all this time at Petitas' side, you must know what kind of man he is. The moment Petitas harbors even a hint of suspicion, he will not hesitate to ensure your demise. Baka, do you not understand? Trouble arises from the tongue. Even without this incident, how could Petitas ever grant you freedom so easily? Freedom is not a gift bestowed by others. It must be fought for. What should we do? Baka? Shall we go explain ourselves to Master Petitas? At this juncture, Pyros was completely flustered, eagerly awaiting Baka's decision. Xia, tell me your purpose for being here. I cannot believe you possess such goodwill. Baka scrutinized Xia Changqing with skepticism. In response, Xia Changqing shrugged, hesitating briefly before revealing a fragment of his intentions. You seek freedom, and I, too, seek freedom. In a low voice, Xia Changqing spoke earnestly to Baka. We both yearn for freedom. That is our commonality. Without freedom, we would rather die. Freedom, indeed. What do you propose? And how many support you? Baka felt stirred. He begrudgingly conceded that Xia's reasoning held merit. Given Petitas' character, should he detect any semblance of betrayal, Baka would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Baka, let us join forces. Spartacus is also our ally. Having been in the training grounds for so long, you must have the ability to rally others. Spartacus? Pyros exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom how he would agree to such a venture after recently becoming the champion of Capua. There is nothing impossible. You are aware that Petitas consented to the reunion of Spartacus and his wife, yet you remain oblivious to the fact that Petitas intends to eliminate Spartacus's wife beforehand. The expressions on Baka and Pyros' faces darkened with shock. They had not anticipated that the de facto leader of the training grounds harbored rebellious thoughts. Yet, if Petitas truly pursued such a course, Baka could understand Spartacus's motivations. Baka turned to Pyros, contemplating that if Petitas were to act against him, Pyros would undoubtedly entertain thoughts of rebellion as well. No, he has already conceived a desire for rebellion. Xia, I will persuade some gladiators to join our cause. However, I cannot guarantee how many will agree. That is acceptable. Quality over quantity is paramount. But this must remain a secret, and be wary of Asher. He will undoubtedly inform Petitas. I cannot assure you that we will be prepared when that time comes. Chapter 76, Undercurrents and Truth. Xia Changqing's assessment of Asher was remarkably accurate. During the time Petitas had invited the magistrate to his residence, an anonymous letter arrived, stating that the magistrate's surviving nephew had been spotted outside Capua. This was undeniably a conspiracy. While Petitas escorted Spartacus to the underground arena, he was ambushed and assassinated by two unfamiliar slaves, inciting Petitas' wrath. Consequently, through Baka and Asher's investigation, they successfully traced the clues back to the magistrate's cousin, Avidus. The magistrate's cousin also served as Petitas' creditor. Due to Salonis' financial dealings, Avidus had been compelled to fund the hiring of strangers to assassinate Petitas. Upon discovering the identity of the mastermind, Petitas, known for his ruthlessness, took Baka with him on a moonless night to eliminate Avidus' entire family. Avidus' son was among the victims, and although Petitas had explicitly ordered Baka to kill the child, the sudden arrival of a letter proclaiming the child's survival plunged Petitas into a state of utter panic. The child had seen the visage of Petitas and Baka. Should he betray Petitas, the latter would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the wrath of the officials. Yet, this entire scheme was orchestrated by Asher, who, having inadvertently overheard a conversation between Baka and Pylos, devised a nefarious plot. As Petitas succumbed to rage and trepidation, Ashur subtly redirected suspicion towards Baka. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Ashur, a clandestine current was surging within the underground prison of the training grounds. Baka held considerable esteem among the gladiators. Prior to Spartacus's arrival, he was second only to Cress. Moreover, the sentiment of yearning for freedom was well known among the gladiators. Baka endeavored to persuade some of his staunch supporters to join him in pursuing freedom with their own hands. It became evident that individuals like Ashur were rare among the gladiators. Unbeknownst to them, a mantra began to circulate among the majority: better death in freedom than life in chains. They were willing to act upon this conviction, preferring to die fighting the Romans rather than perish like animals in the arena. This succinct phrase subtly transformed into a new belief for the gladiators. They ceased to chase the elusive glory of being a gladiator and instead resolved to fight for their freedom. Regrettably, Cress was in a precarious state, and a significant faction remained loyal to him. Spartacus's time at the training ground was still too brief, and due to his disposition, he seemed out of place among the other gladiators, failing to earn their steadfast loyalty, even after becoming the new champion of Capua. These were critical factors to consider. Prior to this, Batidas had already heeded Ashur's insidious words, beginning to harbor doubts about Baka. Ashur understood that directly questioning Baka would yield no truth, so he suggested that Batidas first inquire of Pylos. The relationship between Pylos and Baka was common knowledge, and Pylos, being of a kind and uncomplicated nature, could easily be coaxed into revealing information. Batidas, cloaked in malice, summoned Pylos. Confronted with the innocent youth, he commenced his performance as an actor. His skills fell short of those of a leading man, yet they sufficed against Pylos's purity. However, under Xiang Chongqing's reminder, Pylos, despite his simplicity, understood the grave consequences of speaking incorrectly. Batidas feigned remorse, expressing regret for having commanded Baka to kill the young son of Avidus, which troubled his conscience. "My master, it is truly unfortunate. Baka has also spoken of this matter to me, yet he feels no regret, for it was your command, and he remains ever loyal to you." Pylos's expression bore a trace of sorrow. His acting was evidently lacking, though Batidas remained oblivious. Baka indeed had taken the child's life, but he had lied to spare Pylos's feelings, aligning his statement with Pylos's under Xiang Chongqing's guidance. "Pylos, are you certain Baka said so? Might he have intentionally let that boy go?" Batidas inquired with growing urgency. "My master, Baka would never dare to defy your orders. He did indeed kill that poor child. Though I too cannot bring myself to forgive him, this is the truth." Tears welled in Pylos's eyes as he mourned for the unfortunate boy. After listening to the honest and kind-hearted Pylos, Batidas's expression turned pensive. He waved Pylos away, fixing his gaze intently on Ashur. A moment of silent understanding passed between the master and servant. Ashur's eyes also reflected confusion, as the narrative he had been told did not align with this revelation. Had he misheard? Ashur's expression shifted unpredictably. "Ashur, Baka has not betrayed me. I want you to ascertain the truth of this matter." "Master, perhaps Pylos was lying?" Ashur too began to feel anxious. The truth would soon become evident, and if Baka were not dealt with swiftly, such an opportunity might never arise again. "Master, Baka's desire for emancipation is indeed real. It is highly likely he has lied regarding this matter." The issue of emancipation struck a chord with Batidas. He was not a benevolent man, and as long as Baka could still yield well for him, he would not easily grant him freedom. The very pursuit of freedom was an act of betrayal. Batidas's expression flickered between shadows and light before revealing a cold resolve. If Baka truly harbored thoughts of freedom, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly, not for any other reason, but because Baka knew too many of Batidas's secrets, which rendered Batidas incapable of granting him liberty. "Ashur, summon Baka. I wish to interrogate him personally." Ashur lowered his head, a glimmer of pride crossing his features. He had anticipated that the issue of emancipation would strike a nerve with Batidas. Baka was rather naive. A slave aware of many of his master's secrets dared to dream of freedom. Chapter 77. Escaping a calamity. Ashur descended into the confines of the training grounds prison, where all the gladiators had gathered in the bathhouse. Batidas had begun to harbor doubts about Baka, and perhaps Ashur's deceit would soon be unveiled. Yet the gladiators were unwilling to wait any longer. Notably, Spartacus was eager to reunite with his wife. In the bathhouse, the gladiators, who had been conversing in hushed tones, fell silent upon Ashur's entrance. The gladiators harbored disdain for Ashur, and naturally, they did not trust him. Ashur sensed the unusual atmosphere in the bathhouse, but remained singularly focused on eliminating Baka, leaving him little room for contemplation. He approached Baka directly. "Baka, the master requests your presence. His mood is quite favorable tonight. Should you seize this opportunity to seek your emancipation, your chances of success would be high." Ashur's eyes sparkled with a deceptive charm, his sweet words concealing deadly poison. He was certain that if Baka broached the subject of emancipation, Batidas would not easily let him go. "What does my master desire of me?" Baka's countenance revealed no signs of distress. From the moment Pylos was summoned away, he understood that Xiang Chongqing's prophecy had come to fruition. Ashur was not to be trusted. Whatever he said, Baka resolved to do the opposite. While I am unaware of my master's intentions, tonight is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. I shall assist you in explaining matters to the master, if successful. How about I reduce your debt by half? Ashur mentioned the debt in an attempt to justify his seemingly benevolent demeanor. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Baka had long since discerned his ulterior motives. The master has summoned me. I dare not refuse, Baka said, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Xiang Chongqing. Upon meeting Baka's gaze, Xiang Chongqing nodded, as long as Baka did not act foolishly. Xiang Chongqing was confident he could navigate this predicament. Under Ashur's guidance, Baka proceeded to the front hall, where he beheld Batitas lurking in the shadows. I have heard you wish to purchase your freedom? Batitas' voice was calm, yet it carried a chilling undertone. In a fleeting moment, a thought stirred within Baka. In a certain subject, he could not help but fantasize that perhaps Batitas would directly agree to his redemption. However, this notion only flickered in his mind for an instant before being cast aside. He was not a foolish man. The earlier summons of Pylos had already hinted at Batitas' growing suspicion towards him. All of this was the result of Ashur's machinations, a certainty in Baka's mind. Thus, before responding, he cast a meaningful glance back at Ashur, who failed to comprehend its significance and merely offered Baka an encouraging smile. Turning back, Baka spoke flatly, "That is not my intention, my master. I take great pride in being a gladiator of the Batitas household, and I shall devote my soul and blood for Batitas' glory." Upon hearing this, Ashur, who stood behind Baka, was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how Baka could so boldly change his stance at such a critical juncture. As his expression fluctuated, Ashur opened his mouth to say something, but Baka continued. "My master, I wonder from where you heard such rumors. This person must harbor ill intentions, seeking to sow discord between us, master and servant." Ashur's countenance shifted between light and shadow, clearly aware that Baka's words were laden with implication. After hearing Baka's statement, Batitas' previously icy demeanor finally softened, indicating that Baka had no ulterior motive for redemption. Yet, the existence of Avidus' son loomed large, demanding explanation. "Baka, I certainly trust you. However, can you tell me why Avidus' son is still alive?" Baka's expression shifted to one of realization. All of Xia Chongqing's speculations had come to fruition. Ashur had indeed used this matter to frame him. "Impossible, my master. I personally severed that child's throat. I am certain he is dead." The administrator was hastily on his way to fetch him when Batitas' words remained unfinished, interrupted by a frowning Baka. Though it was unreasonable, Baka understood that he needed to seize the initiative. "My master, I wonder how the administrator received this news?" Batitas was taken aback by the question, then replied without hesitation. "Just at the banquet, someone delivered a letter." "Baka, what do you wish to say?" "The administrator could arrive at my mansion with men at any moment." "My master, did you happen to notice the messenger?" Baka probed for loopholes in the situation. The people of Capua knew that the administrator's cousin's family was entirely deceased. It was not impossible for a stranger to deceive the administrator with a fictitious letter. Having pieced together the matter, Baka spoke confidently. "Impossible? Who would dare deceive the administrator?" Batitas categorically denied. "Indeed, my master, no one would dare deceive the administrator. If that child were truly alive, wouldn't the messenger have seized the opportunity for a reward? I find it hard to believe he would be so altruistic." "The messenger? That messenger appeared to be a slave from the administrator's household, though he might not be. I have never seen him before." Batitas' expression wavered, and after Baka's mention, the matter indeed revealed many doubts. "My master," Baka continued, "did the letter indicate where that child was found?" "It seemed to have been discovered north of Capua." "My master, please reflect carefully. A child of such tender age, even if not dead, how could he possibly traverse such a distance in this heavy rain?" "Baka, are you suggesting that the letter is false?" "It must be so." "My master," Baka replied respectfully. After hearing this, no one noticed the turbulent emotions in Ashur's eyes. He had never anticipated that Baka could be so astute. Yet, unbeknownst to Ashur, Baka's cleverness was not entirely his own. It was Xia Chongqing, who had foreseen the plot, guiding him from behind. Nevertheless, the matter remained fraught with uncertainties. Who had forged the letter, and what was their intent? These questions lingered in the air, unanswered. Ashur still wished to speak, but the sheer weight of surprises he had encountered that evening left him in a state of shock. What had initially seemed a foolproof plan to eliminate Baka now bore significant flaws. He could not comprehend why both Baka and Pylos had shifted their positions. Chapter 78. This very night, as Ashur walked through the dim passage towards the cage, he could no longer restrain himself and probed Baka. "Baka, did you not wish for your redemption all along? Why not speak of it to our master?" Upon hearing this, anger surged within Baka, and he no longer felt the need to temper his emotions. He seized Ashur by the throat and pressed him against the wall. Ashur, do not presume that your actions have gone unnoticed. If you dare make any further moves, I will snap your neck. Ashur raised his hands in a gesture of harmlessness, a tumult of fear brewing within him, yet he refused to admit to any wrongdoing. Easy now, Baka, my neck is about to break. What have I done to provoke such fury? If it concerns the debts, rest assured, I shall repay you in full as swiftly as possible. Facing Ashur's evasive responses, Baka did not pursue the matter further. However, if their fellow gladiators were to rise in rebellion, he would certainly take it upon himself to deal with Ashur. With a cold snort, Baka released Ashur and entered the bathhouse alone, as he had not yet finished his wash. Observing Baka's departing figure, Ashur's expression darkened, and his murderous intent towards Baka intensified. Inside the bathhouse, Xia Cha-ching watched as Baka returned successfully, aware that he had evaded this peril. Baka, how did it go? Xia Cha-ching inquired. Baka leaned closer to Xia Cha-ching, whispering, Xia, just as you predicted, Ashur was indeed up to no good. Had it not been for your warning, I might have been directly killed by Batitas. Rest assured, Baka, you will have the opportunity to exact your vengeance. Xia, when shall we act? Baka asked eagerly, yearning to taste the sweetness of freedom, even if it led him into the depths of despair. There is no time to waste. Tonight is the night. Xia Cha-ching replied, casting a determined glance at Baka. Tonight? Is it not a bit hasty? How shall we procure weapons? And what of Cress? The Gauls will only follow Cress. Moreover, we lack the keys to the cells and cannot escape. Baka expressed his myriad concerns. Then we shall take Cress with us. You must inform the Gauls that Batitas has abandoned Cress. If they wish to save Cress's life and achieve freedom, they cannot hesitate. They must follow us to fight their way out. As for the other matters, you need not concern yourself. Just instruct the others to eliminate all the guards. Understood, Xia. Baka nodded, signifying his comprehension, and set about conveying the message to each gladiator. All the gladiators were prepared, awaiting the moment to strike the first blow in the uprising. As time passed, the midnight hour approached swiftly. Not a single gladiator succumbed to slumber. Spartacus drew forth the dagger he had concealed and approached Xia Changqing's side. Xia? I am ready. What shall we do now? Xia Changqing opened his eyes, glanced at Spartacus and Vero, who shared the same cell, and nodded to both. Freedom beckoned them. As Xia Changqing and Spartacus stood, the gladiators in the surrounding cells responded, gathering at the entrance of the cage, quietly watching Xia Changqing and Spartacus. Xia Changqing nodded at Spartacus. Now was the opportune moment. The night was deep, and the guards were fast asleep. If they could arm the gladiators, they could effortlessly seize Batitas' mansion. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xia Changqing's actions, as he had previously informed the gladiators that he possessed a method to unlock the cage. Unlocking the cage was the first step of the uprising. If they couldn't even manage that, the notion of rebellion would be nothing but a farcical jest. Xia Changqing indeed had a way. Approaching the gate of his cage, he glanced at the surrounding gladiators before casually plucking a hair from his own head. The moment of miracle had arrived. Xia Changqing theatrically inserted the hair into the keyhole, and from an angle invisible to the gladiators. It seemed to possess a life of its own, slithering into the lock. With a crisp click, the lock sprang open. All the gladiators were rendered speechless. What was this sorcery? A question mark seemed to hover over their foreheads. Was this the mysterious power of the Easterners? Using hair to pick locks was truly astonishing. With a casual push, Xia Changqing swung open the cage door, nodding for Spartacus and Vero to follow. Taking a deep breath, Spartacus and Vero exchanged a glance. Stepping through this door meant there was no turning back. Yet, without hesitation, they followed in Xia Changqing's footsteps, emerging from the cage. Though it was but a small step for one man, it was a monumental leap for all slaves. Xia Changqing opened the gates of the underground prison one by one, and the gladiators poured out, gathering around him and Spartacus, each one casting eager glances at the two leaders. This night, they would fight for their freedom. Let us retrieve our weapons, Xia Changqing whispered, leading the way to the armory. The gladiators remained silent, their footsteps closely trailing behind him. An invisible aura of ferocity gradually enveloping the atmosphere. The lock of the armory posed no obstacle to Xia Changqing's shadowy prowess. As the wooden door swung open, the gladiators streamed in, collecting short swords and shields. Real weapons, not mere training swords. Regrettably, there was no armor within the storeroom. Although the gladiators had grown accustomed to fighting unarmored, Xia Changqing believed that wearing armor would provide an added layer of safety. Spartacus, however, donned the armor specially crafted for him by Batitas, exuding an imposing presence. With a short sword in hand, Xia Changqing surveyed the gladiators, witnessing the eagerness in their eyes. They had endured oppression for too long. It was time to let the nobles experience the fury of the gladiators. Their target was the guards. They must remain discreet and neutralize them swiftly to take control of the entire mansion. Spartacus, Vero, we will capture Batitas. Baka, take a group to keep watch over Mako. Ensure he does not leave his room. And remember, Do not indiscriminately kill the innocent. Slaves may one day become our allies. Should I discover anyone committing wanton slaughter, do not blame me for wielding my sword without mercy. Xia Chaqing murmured, ensuring each gladiator understood his instructions. The gladiators were unruly and difficult to control. Xia Chongqing feared that their bloodlust might lead to a massacre of the entire mansion. Do you all comprehend your tasks? Xia Chongqing inquired once more. The gladiators nodded silently. At least for now, they were willing to heed his command. The situation beyond their escape was not a concern for the present. Now, let's depart. Leading the charge, Xia Chongqing and the gladiators approached the iron gate leading to the mansion. Without a hint of hesitation, Xia Chongqing stepped forward to unlock it. And the path to the mansion was now clear. As the gate swung open, the gladiators transformed into ferocious tigers escaping their confines, scattering in search of their targets. Silent slaughter commenced within Batidas' mansion. Xia Chaqing glanced at Spartacus, and the group silently advanced toward Batidas' bedroom, passing through the back hall and into the front hall. Xia Chaqing spotted his longsword, Winter, hanging on the wall as decoration. He retrieved Winter, and they hurried towards Batidas' location. However, before Xia Chaqing could reach Batidas' door, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the air, followed by a cacophony of shouts and cries. Uncertain of the situation with the other gladiators, Xia Chongqing could only hasten to secure Batidas, quickening his pace. At the entrance to Batidas' bedroom, a sleepless slave stood guard. Upon seeing the fierce Xia Chaqing and his companions wielding weapons, the slave instinctively opened his mouth to scream. In unison, Xia Chaqing and Spartacus lunged forward, shoving the slave aside and bursting into Batidas' chamber. Neither Xia Chongqing nor Spartacus wished to harm the unarmed slaves. They were pitiable souls as well. Even if Batidas were awakened by the screams of the slaves, it would not alter the course of their plan. As Xia Chongqing and Spartacus entered the room with their swords drawn, Batidas remained in a daze, initially unaware of what was transpiring. Only when the blade was pressed against his neck did he awaken from his stupor, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Spartacus? Xia? What do you want? He stammered. A scream erupted from the side, and Xia Chongqing delivered a swift punch to the screaming Lydia's face. Silence. If you scream again, I shall slit your throat. Xia Chongqing growled menacingly. You wretched slaves, how dare you betray me? Batidas shouted, understanding the chaos unfolding in his mansion. The severe penalties for a slave's betrayal were well known in Rome, and Batidas could hardly fathom that Spartacus, newly crowned champion of Capua and on the verge of greatness, would turn against him. Batidas had no time to ponder how the gladiators had escaped their cage, for Spartacus had already landed a punch that sent blood gushing from his nose. Batidas, stop your ramblings and tell me where Sura is. Ha ha ha, Spartacus. You wish to know your wife's whereabouts, do you? Then remove the sword from my neck. Batidas retorted. Batidas, Xia Chongqing replied coldly. Do you not yet comprehend your predicament? Batidas shot Xia Chongqing a glance before turning to Spartacus. If you kill me, you will never see your wife again. At this juncture, he decided to speak plainly. Spartacus, your wife will arrive here tomorrow, but you will only see her corpse. I have already ordered her execution en route. Scoundrel! Spartacus roared, landing blow after blow on Batidas' face until it was bruised and bloodied. Spartacus! Batidas bellowed. Do you wish to witness your wife's death? Calm down, Spartacus. Xia Chongqing interjected, attempting to restrain the furious Spartacus. He reached for Lydia's hair, intending to use her as leverage against Batidas. However, as he grasped, he found only a handful of hair. Lydia was wearing a wig. In this grave circumstance, such an awkward moment arose, and Xia Chaqing struggled to suppress a laugh. Stretching out his hand again, this time he had a firm grip, pulling the screaming Lydia before Batidas. Choose. Will you reveal the whereabouts of Spartacus's wife? Or do you wish to see her die before your very eyes? Faced with the threat of Xia Chaqing, Batidas unexpectedly sneered, disdainfully remarking, whether I speak or remain silent, death awaits me. I shall ensure that the wife of Spartacus accompanies us to the grave. Xia Chongqing's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated Batidas' resolute defiance, showing no fear of his threats. As Batidas had asserted, without knowledge of Spartacus's wife's whereabouts, Spartacus would never easily resort to murder. Xia Chaqing furrowed his brows, contemplating, and then spoke earnestly. Batidas, Spartacus, and I shall swear by the gods that if you reveal the location of Sulla, we will grant you your lives. That is out of the question, Xia? I will never agree. Batidas was the mastermind behind their predicament. They could not let him escape. Just as Xia Chaqing finished his sentence, Spartacus was the first to voice his dissent. Spartacus, do you wish for your wife to die in vain? Reuniting with her has been your lifelong dream. Trust me, I will take charge of this matter. Xia Chaqing insisted, pulling Spartacus aside, then turned back to Batidas. Well then. Batidas, I have shown ample sincerity. One life for two. Will you accept this deal or not? Batidas' forehead was drenched in sweat. Given the chance, he certainly wished to avoid a futile death. Gazing into the pleading eyes of Lydia, his heart wavered. Batitas, what are you hesitating for? Remember, your life and Lydia's hang in the balance of our decision. You have no other choice. Spartacus and I are not like you. We will honor our oaths and spare your lives. Batitas' gaze flickered violently, his mind torn in turmoil. Yet, when faced with the specter of death, even the slightest glimmer of hope would compel any man to grasp it fervently. You swear. Upon hearing Batitas' relenting tone, Xia Chongqing exchanged a glance with Spartacus. And the two began to swear in the name of Jupiter. In Roman mythology, Jupiter is the king of the gods, and their oath succeeded in winning Batitas' trust. Ultimately, confronted with this slim chance of survival, Batitas capitulated and revealed the location through which Sulla would pass the following day. However, he had already issued the order to kill Sulla before reaching Capua. If Spartacus wished to save Sulla, he had to act before Batitas' men could carry out the command. With dawn still some time away, Spartacus had ample time to rescue Sulla. Nevertheless, observing Spartacus's anxious demeanor, Xia Chongqing understood that his friend was already in a state of distress. They moved toward the exit, eager to conclude the battle within the mansion so they could depart from this place sooner. As they left, Batitas and Lydia embraced, exhaling a sigh of relief. Xia Chongqing had indeed honored his vow and spared their lives. Foolish slaves. Batitas thought bitterly, his eyes brimming with hatred. He vowed that he would not let these damned slaves escape. He intended to crucify them all. Upon reaching the entrance, Xia Chongqing suddenly turned to Batitas, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Vero, I leave Batitas to you, he instructed, gesturing with a slicing motion across his throat. Vero immediately understood Xia Chongqing's intent and entered the room wielding a sword. Xia Yu? Spartacus looked at him in shock. Xia Chongqing replied coldly, Spartacus, are you wondering why we swore to spare Batitas in the name of Jupiter? It is true that we swore, but Vero has made no such oath. The one who will kill Batitas is Vero. It has nothing to do with us. Spartacus stared at Xia Chongqing, dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. Upon reflection, he realized there was no flaw in Xia Chongqing's reasoning. As they conversed, the anguished screams of Batitas and Lydia echoed from within. Curses of betrayal directed at the two men. Xia Chongqing chuckled dismissively. Mere curses held no significance in this realm. Who would take such matters to heart? Spartacus, do not dwell on this. Hasten to resolve this situation, and you will soon be reunited with Sulla. Upon hearing Sulla's name, Spartacus immediately ceased his internal conflict. After Vero emerged from the room, bloody dagger in hand, the three departed, leaving Batitas and Lydia's unblinking eyes fixed upon their retreating figures. The battle in the training ground had nearly reached its conclusion. Under the gladiators' sudden assault, the slumbering guards fell like lambs to the slaughter, offering no resistance. Despite some setbacks, the guards were swiftly slaughtered. All the slaves were gathered, huddled together in the hall, seeking safety in numbers. Surrounding them were bloodied gladiators, yet under Xia Chongqing's command. The gladiators refrained from harming the slaves. Xia, we must lead these people away. Remaining here is a death sentence for them. Spartacus's heart ached for the gathered slaves. It must be said, Spartacus was a man of great compassion. Otherwise, he would not have instigated the largest slave uprising in Roman history. Spartacus, can you share your intentions with me? Do you wish to vanish into the mountains with Sulla after finding her, living as a hermit? Or do you aspire to lead these gladiators to achieve something greater, liberating more slaves? Xia Chongqing inquired, eager to understand Spartacus's mindset. At this moment, Sulla was still alive, and Xia Chongqing could not ascertain Spartacus's true thoughts. Spartacus, act in accordance with your heart. If your desire is merely to live in seclusion with Sulla, then do not concern yourself with these slaves. You may save them for a moment, but you cannot save them for a lifetime. If you choose the latter path, you will need the support of these slaves. Xia Chongqing's question left Spartacus bewildered. His thoughts had been solely focused on reuniting with Sulla, without considering the broader implications. I hadn't thought about it, Spartacus replied, his expression lost. Suddenly, he turned to Xia Chongqing. And what about you, Xia? You have always been a mysterious figure to me. What are your plans? Me? Xia Chongqing met Spartacus's gaze, a nonchalant smile spreading across his face. Spartacus, do not forget. I am an Easterner. I have no interest in overthrowing Roman rule, and slaves will not trust an Easterner. Thus, the liberation of more slaves must rest upon your shoulders. Spartacus. Xia Chongqing spoke the truth. He held great respect and admiration for Spartacus, yet he would not tread the same path. The quest for slave liberation was arduous, fraught with peril, and the likelihood of failure was immense. Throughout history, the instances of successful uprisings by the oppressed are exceedingly rare. If Rome were a nation embroiled in division and chaos, there might be a glimmer of hope for a slave revolt. However, the current reality was that Rome stood overwhelmingly powerful, with a well-trained army, while the slave uprising was composed of a disorganized rabble plagued by infighting. Their failure was all but predetermined. Nonetheless, Xia Chongqing would not influence Spartacus's choices. The greatness of Spartacus lay in his willingness to strive for the seemingly impossible, even when he knew the odds were against him. Moreover, Spartacus, I must candidly inform you that the likelihood of successfully liberating slaves in Rome is exceedingly slim. Throughout this arduous endeavor, lives will be lost. Yours, Sulla's, and countless others may be extinguished. This journey is destined to be fraught with challenges. The outcome solely hinges upon your choices. Spartacus's thoughts were in a state of flux, engulfed by confusion, as he had yet to fully solidify his beliefs following the deaths of his wife and friends. I am uncertain about how to proceed, Xia. Yet I will never allow these individuals to perish in misery here. If I must die, I shall do so as a free man. Spartacus, I respect your decision. Xia Chongqing understood that Spartacus would not easily abandon his fellow slaves. Go, persuade them. This is not a matter of mere sentiment. Perhaps you wish to flee with everyone, but they may not share your desire. A forcibly drawn fruit is never sweet, and Xia Chongqing fully grasped this truth. Chapter 81. Persuasion at the Estate of Petitas. The slaughter was drawing to a close, with gladiators gradually gathering in the hall. All the slaves had been herded together, trembling with fear and anxiety. With a heart full of compassion, Spartacus approached the slaves, passionately inspiring them to embrace the forthcoming life of freedom. Xia Chongqing and Vero stood quietly in a corner of the hall, observing Spartacus's imposing figure, compelled to acknowledge his undeniable charisma. He was a natural leader. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Chongqing withdrew his gaze, realizing there remained many matters to address. Vero, where is Baka? Xia Chongqing inquired. Baka? He has no time now. He is likely tormenting Ashur, Vero replied with a light-hearted tone. Tell him to hurry. We cannot afford to linger here. As Xia Chongqing issued commands, his eyes swiftly fell upon Pyrrhus. Pyrrhus, gather the weapons and leather armor from the estate with the brothers. We shall require them. Also, find someone to inquire where Petitas has hidden his gold. No problem, leave it to me. Pyrrhus, who had been watching the commotion, agreed and immediately set off with several gladiators to search for money and valuables within the estate. Although the gladiators were accustomed to fighting without armor, Xia Chongqing deemed this an unwise habit. There would be many battles ahead, and the benefits of armor would be substantial. Xia, you should come and see. Docutus is in a furious rage. How shall we handle him? A gladiator hurried over to Xia Chongqing, interrupting his search for Petitas' hidden treasures. Following the gladiator's lead, Xia Chongqing arrived outside Docutus' room, where several gladiators were firmly blocking the door, preventing him from exiting, while Docutus was inside, shouting angrily. Docutus, calm down. Xia Chongqing called from outside. Xia? Docutus' tirade ceased. Let me out, Eastern brat. What have you done? My presence at your door should indicate something. No? Docutus, I can release you, but you must first choose. Will you stand against us or ally with us? You have indeed betrayed the Petitas family. Betraying the honor of a gladiator. Docutus shouted vehemently. Xia Chongqing smirked coldly. Gladiators possess no honor. We are merely wretched creatures providing entertainment for the Romans. Docutus, reveal your choice. My patience is limited. Xia, you do not understand the honor of a gladiator. You will never become a true gladiator. Docutus, as you say, I have no desire to be a gladiator. I would rather be a free fighter. Better dead than unfree. Xia Chongqing proclaimed loudly, recognizing Docutus as a valuable asset. Recruiting him would be advantageous. Better dead than unfree. The gladiators surrounding Xia Chongqing echoed, their voices penetrating the wooden door, momentarily silencing the trainer. Docutus, do you hear this? This is the call of freedom. We have embraced a new belief. Freedom. We no longer worship the gods. Freedom shall be our lifelong pursuit. Even in death, we shall fight for our liberty. The allure of freedom is profoundly intoxicating for the slaves and gladiators. Inside the room, Docutus remained silent for an extended period. As time ticked by and Xia Chongqing's patience waned, Docutus finally spoke. Xia, I must concede that your words about freedom are exceedingly compelling. I agree to join you in the fight for freedom, but should I discover you have forsaken this belief, I will leave without hesitation. A smile crept across Xia Chongqing's lips. He had anticipated that Docutus' essence was not one to accept fate passively. He harbored a spirit of rebellion. Xia Chongqing nodded for the gladiators to open the door to Docutus' room. Docutus, welcome to the ranks of the free fighters. The door swung open, and Docutus stepped out, his eyes widening as he looked at Xia Chongqing, as if seeing him for the first time. Xia, I admit I underestimated you. Where is Petitas? Have you killed him? Do not worry, Docutus. Petitas and Lydia have already embraced the goddess of death. Gather your belongings. We must depart swiftly. Docutus had little to collect. Clad in his muscle armor, he stood in the home where he had lived for many years, fixating on the whip he had used during training. With no lingering attachment, he turned and left. The whip symbolized his identity as a gladiator trainer. By discarding it, Docutus relinquished that identity, becoming a free fighter instead. Xia. Docutus quickly approached Xia Chongqing. What are your plans next? After tonight's events, the officials will not rest easy. Docutus, we will first leave Capua and seek Spartacus's wife. Batitas confessed he ordered her death before Sulla arrived in Capua. Our time is limited. Upon hearing this news, Docutus's expression darkened, though his naturally stern visage concealed the change. However, he soon considered another matter and urgently asked, what about Cress? He is gravely injured and unconscious. If we leave him behind, he will surely perish. A fleeting shadow crossed Xia Chongqing's mind. Cress had been with him for far too long. Most of the gladiators were loyal to him. Even Docutus, the trainer, showed concern for him. Were it not for these reasons, Xia Chongqing would have cast Cress aside without hesitation. A single leader suffices in a group. Too many voices invite discord. Regrettably, most would not agree to abandon Cress. We must take Cress with us. He is our brother, and we cannot abandon him, Xia Chongqing stated solemnly, inwardly wincing at the hypocrisy of his words. Nonetheless, Xia Chongqing did not believe his stance was erroneous. Without Cress, the rebellion might avoid internal strife. However, even with Cress, Xia Chongqing did not hold faith that he would survive the escape. Chapter 82. Divergence upon returning to the hall of the estate. Xia Chongqing found that Spartacus had concluded his speech, and the eyes of all the slaves gleamed with a newfound resolve. It is a yearning for freedom, a path laden with obstacles and brambles that one willingly traverses. The hidden dinars of Batitas have been unearthed, and the entire mansion has been turned upside down. Gladiators, adorned in ill-fitting leather armor belonging to the guards, are gathered by Xia Chongqing, who has also instructed the collection of the guards' weapons, predominantly long spears. These spears are to be distributed among the slaves. Their lack of martial skill is inconsequential, for when danger arises, they can simply thrust the sharp end downward. Should they fail even at this, Xia Chongqing deems their salvation unnecessary. Spartacus, let us go. The gladiators congregate anew, swinging open the grand doors of the mansion and striding forth, their figures swiftly merging into the encroaching darkness. Behind them, flames roar, as the Batitas family mansion is irrevocably reduced to ashes. The rainy season in Capua has just begun, with relentless downpours failing to extinguish the blaze consuming the mansion. Due to its location on a secluded hill, few ever tread this ground. By the time the destruction of the Batitas mansion is discovered, 5 days have elapsed. No one would associate this with a slave uprising, for such a monumental rebellion had yet to occur in Rome. Furthermore, the magistrate is disinclined to address these matters, as he is still grappling with the aftermath of his cousin's family being slaughtered. In a twist of fate, this allows Xia Chongqing and Spartacus to secure ample time to distance themselves from Capua. During this interval, Spartacus successfully reunites with his wife, Sura, having endured numerous hardships to reach this moment. Contrary to expectations, no formal Roman military has yet come in search of them. Xia Chongqing reflects on the current circumstances. As long as they remain discreet and refrain from liberating more slaves, there exists a significant possibility of living a life of freedom. This sentiment resonates with most slaves. For humanity is inherently selfish, few concern themselves with the fates of others as long as they thrive. Unforeseen by Xia Chongqing, Spartacus harbors aspirations to rescue more individuals by his own means, a testament to his heroic resolve. Sura fully supports his endeavors, their shared experiences of enslavement allowing them to profoundly understand the plight of the oppressed. Thus, among the gladiators emerging from the Batitas training grounds, internal discord begins to surface. One faction, led by Bacca, argues that now that they are free, there is no need to invite trouble. Surely a peaceful existence suffices? Moreover, after enduring extensive injuries, the condition of Cress has worsened, and Bacca doubts his ability to endure much longer. He is unwilling to accompany Spartacus into a life of peril. Conversely, those who support Spartacus, including Decote and Varro, are few in number, as the majority of slaves yearn to escape into the eastern forests, far removed from strife, where they can cultivate and thrive. Xia Chongqing observes with a heavy heart, the inevitable failure of the slave uprising is not without reason, just having escaped confinement. They have already splintered into factions, lacking a unified voice. How can they avoid failure? Though Spartacus's ideals are noble, Xia Chongqing harbors doubts regarding his success. Yet he will not hinder Spartacus's ambitions. Unexpectedly, both factions seek his endorsement. Yet, Xia Chongqing has no intention of aligning himself with either side. He is destined to be a solitary wanderer, merely a transient in this world, unable to assist Spartacus in establishing a realm of freedom and equality. Nevertheless, the bond between them is genuine, and Xia Chongqing is not devoid of compassion. He will not withhold assistance from Spartacus in his time of need. That night, Xia Chongqing seeks out Spartacus. Xia, I thought you were on my side. Spartacus gazes at him with a complex expression. Xia Chongqing's initial silence has already hinted at their differing perspectives. Xia Chongqing simply shakes his head, Spartacus, I am from the East. I have told you before. I am destined to be a solitary traveler. My journey to understand Rome has brought me here from afar. Becoming a slave was merely an accident. He slowly articulates his previous excuse, disappointment visibly etching itself on Spartacus's face. Are you returning to the East? Spartacus questions, a hint of regret in his tone. Indeed, Xia Chongqing affirms, for to him, the distinction between the Great Han in the East and Rome bears little significance. Xia Chongqing has resolved to part ways with Spartacus. The life at the training grounds has equipped him with systematic enhancements, significantly boosting his strength to meet the system's demands. However, considering his bond with Spartacus and Vero, he wishes to find an avenue of retreat for Spartacus. The liberation of slaves and leading a successful uprising is Spartacus's aspiration. Xia Chongqing will not dissuade him. Yet he knows that should Spartacus heed his counsel to retreat into obscurity, his conscience would weigh heavily. After hearing Xia Chongqing's definitive answer, a shade of sadness crosses Spartacus's features. Xia, when do you plan to leave? Do you not wonder if we shall ever meet again in this lifetime? If fate allows, we shall surely meet again. Xia Chongqing nods affirmatively. Rest assured, I shall not depart quietly. I will inform you before I go. Xia Chongqing furrows his brow, pondering the historical causes behind Spartacus's eventual defeat, seeking insights to heed. Spartacus, listen to me. If you wish to liberate slaves and lead them to a successful uprising, you must heed my forthcoming advice. Spartacus's demeanor shifts to one of seriousness, attentively awaiting Xia Chongqing's guidance. Spartacus, whether you believe it or not, an army composed of slaves cannot possibly contend with the Roman legions. While the individual combat prowess of gladiators is formidable, in large-scale confrontations, personal strength alone is inadequate. To achieve victory, you must organize the combat-capable slaves and train them as a proper army, harnessing the strength of unity rather than relying solely on individual bravery. Moreover, there must be but one voice within the ranks, yours, Spartacus. You may consider the opinions of others, but remember, the leader must be you alone. As Xia Chongqing's words linger in the air, Spartacus's brow furrows in contemplation. Xia, I believe we are equals. If I compel others to heed only my commands, how am I any different from the Roman nobility? Spartacus, are you not capable of understanding? You are not forcing them into actions they oppose. You are inherently different from the Roman elite. Listen to me. Too many voices within will ensure the failure of the uprising. This is my counsel to you. Moreover, Spartacus, do not allow your hatred for the Romans to cloud your judgment. Not all Romans deserve death. Among them are individuals of virtue, as well as ordinary civilians. You may strike down those in power, but you must not engage in indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. This is of paramount importance. Otherwise, you will find the entirety of Rome united against you, and no one will come to your aid. Currently, there are no Romans willing to assist us. Spartacus furrowed his brow as he spoke. Xia Chongqing waved his hand, signaling Spartacus to refrain from interrupting, and continued, saying, once your numbers grow, you will need a stronghold. A life of wandering will only lead the Roman legions to gradually consume you. Furthermore, it is crucial to pay attention to the internal dynamics of thought, Spartacus. The hearts of men are complex. Not all slaves yearn for freedom. You must be acutely aware of this. Xia Chongqing strained to recall the knowledge he had previously absorbed and pondered, hoping it might aid Spartacus. Whether Spartacus chose to heed his advice or could implement, it was no longer his concern. Throughout that night, Xia Chongqing and Spartacus remained awake, engaging in lengthy discussions regarding the potential issues that might arise in the future and deliberating various solutions. When dawn broke, it was Sulla who interrupted their discourse. Only then did Xia Chongqing realize they had been conversing all night. Upon being interrupted, fatigue washed over him. He waved his hand dismissively and rose to stretch his limbs. Spartacus, I have shared all the concerns I could conceive with you. As for how events will unfold, I can only wish you good fortune. Xia, must you leave me so soon? Spartacus exclaimed, his face filled with reluctance. Do not speak so ambiguously. Xia Chongqing replied with a look of disdain. Even if I must depart, I require a good night's rest first. With that, he disregarded the awkward expression on Spartacus's face and retreated into his chamber. They currently resided in an abandoned estate in Capua, but it was certainly not a place for prolonged stay. By the time Xia Chongqing awoke, evening had already fallen. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the cacophony of voices outside his window. Rising, he adjusted his leather armor, secured his winter blade at his waist, and stepped outside. In the central hall of the dilapidated estate, the roof had vanished, and the incessant rain had finally paused, allowing the sun's fading rays to stream down. The occupants of the hall had divided into two factions. Bacca and his companions, laden with supplies, had begun to prepare for departure, with gladiators bearing the weight of crests behind them. Upon seeing Xia Chongqing emerge from the building, Bacca could not resist urging once more, Xia, will you not reconsider joining us? Yes, Xia, come with us. Pyros, nestled close to Bacca, chimed in. However, Xia Chongqing merely shook his head. Baka, Pyros. You have your lives to lead, and I have my own goals to pursue. Let us part ways here, and I wish you all the best. Very well, Xia. I wish you a swift return to the east, to your homeland. Baka replied, before turning his gaze to Spartacus. Spartacus, I greatly admire your courage and conviction. Yet I cannot endorse your actions. Nevertheless, remember this. We are not traitors. Should you find yourselves in dire straits, you may seek us out. Spartacus nodded at Baka. No one shall deem you traitors, Baka. May the gods grant you success in all your endeavors. Spartacus, have you forgotten? We no longer worship the gods. Our faith now lies in freedom. Baka laughed heartily, waving his hand as he led those who wished to retreat into obscurity away from the abandoned estate. As these individuals departed, the surroundings suddenly grew eerily quiet. Xia Chongqing inhaled deeply and approached Spartacus. All gatherings must eventually come to an end. Spartacus, Vero, Dokot. We bid farewell. Xia Chongqing placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. It was time for him to leave and embark on a more arduous path. Xia, can you not stay? Vero suddenly expressed his sorrow, feeling a pang of reluctance in his heart. Xia Chongqing shook his head, stepping forward to embrace Vero, for among them, their bond had been the strongest during training. Vero, I have my own journey to undertake. Fear not, for fate may allow our paths to cross again. Xia Chongqing released Vero, giving his chest a friendly pat and reminding him to reunite with his wife and son soon. In truth, Xia Chongqing detested the melancholic feelings that accompanied farewells, so he chose not to linger on the subject, nodding to the three of them before resolutely turning away and striding off. Capua was situated in what is now known as Italy, not far from the Mediterranean coastline. Xia Chongqing's aspirations lay across the sea, a realm of lawlessness where the vast ocean stretched endlessly. Even the Romans held little sway there. The sea belonged to pirates. A lawless breed, governed by a simple rule, might makes right, and Xia Chongqing believed his own strength was sufficient. Chapter 84. Pirates as the rainy season descended. Relentless downpours rendered the roads muddy. Although the sewer system in Rome was quite advanced for that period, it offered little relief to those traveling through the wilderness. Xia Chongqing, enduring the relentless rain, found his spirits dampened, and to his dismay, he encountered some ill-fated brigands attempting to rob him. History has shown that careers in banditry, whether in ancient or modern times, are perpetually in vogue. To his delight, under his influence, the well-meaning brigands led him to their hideout. Though it consisted of rudimentary wooden shanties, it provided shelter from the elements. With Xia Chongqing's patient persuasion, the bandits pointed him toward the coastal route. It was somewhat embarrassing, but Xia Chongqing had lost his bearings. Fortunately, with the assistance of these kind-hearted individuals, he successfully reached the seashore. Pirate activities in the Mediterranean were rampant, with many individuals living as fishermen while secretly engaging in piracy on the side. However, Xia Chongqing sought those who regarded piracy as their primary vocation, not mere part-time fishermen. After considerable effort, he finally caught wind of the pirates' whereabouts. Although pirates made their living at sea, they too required landfall to manage their plunder and resupply. Given this necessity, places existed for them to conduct such affairs. Upon entering an unnamed coastal town, Xia Chongqing knew he had found the right spot. This nameless town bore no official designation, unrecognized by the Roman Republic, and was entirely lawless. As he walked the streets, Xia Chongqing noticed that most individuals were armed and wore fierce expressions, unmistakably not of good character. A striking figure like Xia Chongqing, with his handsome features and exotic appearance, was bound to feel out of place. Thus, it was no surprise that he quickly sensed a following trailing behind him. Maintaining his composure, he ambled about the town until his pursuers, growing impatient, finally revealed themselves, prompting Xia Chongqing to halt his leisurely stroll. In a desolate, narrow alley, Xia Chongqing deliberately ventured here, adjusting the long sword hanging at his waist. Intrigued by the figures blocking his path ahead, a slight shift in his gaze revealed that someone was also obstructing him from behind. Who are you? Xia Chongqing's tone bore a hint of anticipation, hoping these two individuals might present him with a surprise. That's none of your concern. You look unfamiliar. Where do you hail from? One of them sneered. Ah, I come from the eastern lands of the Han Dynasty. This is indeed my first visit here. By the way, could you enlighten me about this place? Xia Chongqing feigned innocence, clearly indicating that he was a newcomer, a veritable lamb for the slaughter. As expected, the two nefarious individuals flanking him exchanged sinister grins. Did your family never warn you not to roam about recklessly? They wielded short swords, showing no regard for Xia Chongqing. Naris, this lad looks like a noble. A foreigner like him would fetch a handsome price as a slave. At this, Xia Chongqing's displeasure was palpable. You are the ones who are worth capturing. Your entire family is prime merchandise. So, you are slave traders then? No, we are pirates. This is the domain of pirates. And you are unfortunate to have crossed paths with us. A wave of disgust washed over Xia Chongqing. He had initially intended to engage them further, to glean more information. But now he could only assert that they were the ones doomed to misfortune. With a swift motion, the air crackled with the brilliance of a blade, dazzling and radiant. The pirates were momentarily entranced, their minds clouded, even forgetting to evade. Neris? What in the name of the abyss have you done to Neris? The pirate behind Xia Chongqing, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, merely witnessed Xia Chongqing's draw. Frantic, the pirate lunged toward him with his short sword. Don't move. Xia Chongqing's cold voice rang out, freezing the pirate in place. His eyes widened in disbelief, as he could not fathom the speed at which Xia Chongqing had drawn his sword, only feeling a chilling sensation at his throat, rendering him paralyzed. His lips quivered as he attempted to inquire what had transpired, but his gaze soon fell upon his companion, who seemed to be in a stupor, standing dazedly. Just then, a gentle breeze passed, and Neris fell backward, lifeless. You killed him, the pirate stammered. Though accustomed to violence, the stealthy manner of this assassination unnerved him. Isn't that evident? Xia Chongqing shrugged nonchalantly. Now, shall we converse calmly, Mr. Pirate? Of course. As you wish, sir. Feel free to ask me anything. Magnus is at your service. The pirate forced a grim smile, fearful that a single twitch of Xia Chongqing's hand might end his life. Do not be anxious, Mr. Magnus. I merely have a question. Please, go ahead. Magnus nodded vigorously, like a compliant chick. Are the standards for joining your pirate crew stringent? Xia Chongqing inquired earnestly. What? Magnus looked at him in confusion, momentarily unable to grasp the meaning behind Xia Chongqing's words. I mean, do you think someone like me could become a pirate like you? A pirate? Surely you jest, sir. You must be joking to amuse me. Is that so? Xia Chongqing's expression darkened. What are you, that I should entertain you? And no, I was merely jesting. You could easily become a formidable pirate. Even our captain pales in comparison to you. Now that is music to my ears. Now, divulge everything about your situation. Xia Chongqing's demeanor turned fierce as he intimidated the unfortunate pirate. Chapter 85. Call me captain in the dimly lit alley, long deserted by patrons. Xia Chongqing had ample opportunity to delve deeper into the circumstances of his newly acquainted pirate friend. Magnus, the pirate, helplessly surrendered to Xia Chongqing's imposing presence, revealing every detail of his situation. His pirate faction boasted only 3 small ships, comprising a mere 30 individuals. They lacked the capability to raid formidable merchant fleets and could only prey on fishermen and petty traders along the Mediterranean coast. In essence, they were a band of weaklings who feared the strong. This revelation pleased Xia Chongqing immensely. He had harbored concerns that these pirates might be resilient adversaries, complicating his ascent to power. Now, after hearing Magnus' account, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Under Xia Chongqing's threat, Magnus, begrudgingly and with a sorrowful countenance, led him to the pirates' gathering place. These minor pirates lived by the philosophy of seizing the day, squandering their ill-gotten gains on revelries after each raid. Following their last plunder, they had squandered their wealth at the local brothels. Consequently, they had targeted the unfamiliar Xia Chongqing, hoping to extract wealth from him. Yet, fate had turned against them, and they found themselves intercepted by Xia Chongqing. The lifeless body of the slain pirate lay abandoned, as death was not an unusual occurrence in such lawless territories. Once the valuables were stripped away, the body would inevitably be discarded into the sewers. Magnus guided Xia Chongqing through the alley, traversing the nameless town toward the coastal port. Dubbed a port, it was merely a chaotic assemblage of stones along the shallow shoreline, capable of accommodating only small vessels with shallow drafts. The 3 single-masted ships of Magnus' crew were docked there. On the shore, tents fashioned from canvas offered shelter, and whenever ships arrived, hands were always present to assist. After all, the vessels were their most prized possessions, and should someone abscond with them, they would have nowhere to lament their loss. At that moment, about a dozen pirates had returned to the tent camp, idly congregating as 2 burly men engaged in combat in the center of the crowd. Cheers erupted, and for a brief moment, neither Magnus nor Xia Chongqing received any attention upon their arrival. Though some pirates noticed their presence, they merely cast a glance before refocusing on the spectacle in the center. Magnus, feeling awkward, offered Xia Chongqing a sheepish smile. What a ragtag bunch, Xia Chongqing mused, already forming a judgment of these pirates. Strangers arriving at their camp elicited no inquiry whatsoever. Where's your captain? Xia Chongqing asked Magnus, wishing to first gauge the prowess of the strongest among them. Magnus sighed, having witnessed the swiftness of Xia Chongqing's blade, until he could ensure his own escape. He dared not act rashly. Have these damn pirates not seen me being held captive? He cursed his companions inwardly. Hey, Vito, where is the captain? Magnus asked, his tone unfriendly. Magnus seethed inwardly, urging for attention, yet when Vito acknowledged his inquiry, he merely cast a fleeting glance before gesturing towards the center of the camp. Disheartened, Magnus glanced at Xia Chongqing, who wore a cautious smile, hesitant to act too boldly. Xia, positioned behind the pirate, nudged him forward, signaling him to lead the way. Reluctantly, Magnus cursed Veeder under his breath while obediently guiding Xia towards the captain's tent. Captain? Magnus lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Magnus? What brings you here? The captain, a rugged man in his 30s or 40s, sporting a thick beard, appeared formidable. Upon hearing Magnus' call, he lifted his gaze from his desk, first inspecting Magnus before his eyes quickly shifted to Xia. Magnus, might you introduce me to your friend? Oh, well? This is Magnus' voice faltered as he realized he hardly knew who this man threatening him truly was. Forgive me, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xia. From the east. Magnus felt a headache brewing as he observed the polite demeanor of Xia, questioning if this was indeed the same individual who had earlier threatened him with a sword. Indeed, this is Xia. He is here to join us. The captain widened his eyes, wearing an expression of disbelief. No, Xia interjected. To be precise, I am here to become your new captain. Frankly, your current situation is rather dire, and I am confident I can lead you to a better life. Magnus yearned to flee, fully aware that the captain would certainly be angered. This lad was doomed. Would the captain hold him accountable later? He pondered how to explain it. Ignoring Magnus' turbulent emotions, the captain's smile faded in response to Xia's audacious proclamation. My friend, are you jesting? Not in the slightest, Xia replied, raising his hands to indicate his seriousness. Are you courting death? The captain sneered, for a man capable of leading pirates, regardless of outward appearances, harbored a hidden cruelty. Grasping a dagger leaning against the table, he lunged towards Xia without uttering a word. We're doomed. Magnus realized that conflict was unavoidable. Seizing the opportunity, he ducked out of the tent. Alone. The captain might not stand a chance, yet their group still boasted over a dozen brothers. Xia noticed Magnus' discreet escape but paid it little mind, confident that he would not stumble in such a chaotic gathering. Chapter 86. Subduing the pirates. As the dagger approached within mere centimeters of his head, Xia finally reacted, tilting his head and sidestepping effortlessly to evade the strike. Extending his right hand, he seized the hilt of his blade, Winter, which came forth as the captain retracted his weapon, now hovering ominously above the captain's head. The captain, taken aback, dared not make another move, his gaze fixated on Xia. His thoughts consumed by one notion. What swiftness! Clang! The dagger clattered to the ground as the captain raised his hands in surrender, signaling his intent to cease resistance. Let us converse amicably. Xia sighed, having intended to engage in dialogue rather than resorting to violence. Captain, may I know your name? Certainly, Beltis, a Gaul. The captain readily replied. Excellent. Beltis, may I address you as such? Beltis swallowed hard, casting a wary glance at the glimmering Winter, and hastily responded, as you wish. Satisfied. Xia sheathed Winter and inquired, do you now believe I can assume the role of your new captain? Absolutely. Beltis replied without hesitation, recognizing the wisdom in appeasing Xia for the time being. Suddenly, Xia's expression shifted. He sensed the pirates outside gathering, armed and approaching. Beltis? Let us step outside to make an announcement. Xia proposed to the former captain. Of course. Beltis eagerly complied, eager to escape the cursed tent, rushing out without waiting for Xia to prompt him further. Xia chuckled softly, fully aware that although these pirates were a rabble, they would not easily submit to a stranger. To earn their loyalty, he would need to demonstrate strength. Thus, after Beltis dashed outside, Xia followed leisurely. As anticipated, upon stepping through the tent's entrance, Xia found himself encircled by the snarling pirates, with Beltis already mingling among them. With a deep sigh of disappointment, Xia regarded Beltis. Beltis, do you intend to disregard our agreement? I'll disregard whatever I please. Beltis pointed at Xia and bellowed, kill him. The pirates exchanged glances, rallying with fervor as they charged at Xia. In moments, the ground around Xia was littered with fallen pirates, their anguished cries echoing in the air, creating a cacophony of distress. Silence, Xia commanded, and instantly, the surrounding chaos fell mute. Content, he approached Beltis, who was about to speak when he was interrupted by Beltis's loud declaration. Captain, you are our new captain. Xia turned to the other fallen pirates, and they, understanding the situation, echoed in agreement. Yes, indeed, you are our captain. Captain. Hearing the chorus of captain ringing in his ears, Xia felt a sense of satisfaction. His demeanor shifted to seriousness as he raised Winter, and under the fearful gazes of the pirates, he drew his hand across the blade. Suddenly, flames erupted from the sword, igniting its length. My heavens, what is happening? By the gods, his sword is on fire. Is this a miracle from the god of fire? Pleased with the pirates' reactions, Xia knew that mere displays of might could lead to dissent, but the infusion of a mysterious element, possibly divine, would easily captivate them. As you can see, Xia proclaimed. And the pirates fell silent, their attention captivated as if awaiting a divine revelation. This is a gift from the god of fire. As long as you remain loyal to me, I can bestow upon you the power of flames, ensuring your invincibility in battle. However, should anyone harbor treachery or betrayal, they shall be scorched by the flames, their very souls condemned to burn. At this proclamation, the pirates collectively held their breath. Enthralled by the prospect of gaining the power of fire, a temptation too alluring to resist. In this era, belief in deities was widespread, regardless of their origins. Everyone had their own gods, and none questioned their existence. Praise the god of fire, praise Captain Xia. Magnus' eyes gleamed as he suddenly shouted, his heart racing with excitement upon noticing the approving gaze from Captain Xia Cha-Ching. He could vividly envision himself, bestowed by Captain Xia, wielding a blazing weapon and wreaking havoc across the land. Now, their captain was none other than Captain Xia. Anyone who dared contest this fact would have to contend with Magnus' fierce resolve. Praise the god of fire, praise Captain Xia. The pirates erupted in cheers, firmly convinced that under Captain Xia's leadership, their lives would undergo a profound transformation. As for Bertus, who was he? They recognized only Captain Xia. Having successfully won over the pirates present, the subsequent events unfolded with remarkable ease. When the crew returned from their shore leave, they were astonished to discover that their home had been usurped and that a new captain had taken command. Even more absurdly, most of the crew had already pledged their allegiance to the new captain. Bertus, the former captain, was now dutifully trailing behind the new leader. When a recently returned crew member mistakenly addressed Bertus as captain, he flew into a rage, rebuking the unfortunate pirate and issuing a stern warning. There was but one captain, and that was the great Captain Xia. Sometimes, circumstances are as simple as that. Xia Changqing effortlessly garnered a band of followers and now commanded 3 ships. Although these vessels were merely small boats around 10 meters long, lacking even a single mast, they appeared rather meager. Yet, every great endeavor must begin somewhere, and no one could predict how events would unfold in the future. Days passed, and all crew members returned. At the fervent request of the new crew, Xia Changqing demonstrated the miraculous feat of igniting a longsword, inciting yet another round of cheers. It was time to set sail once more. Chapter 87. 2 years had swiftly passed since Xia Changqing had captivated a faction of small-time pirates. During this time, the Spartacus uprising had spread throughout the Italian peninsula, and tales of Spartacus reached Xia even while at sea. Although the course of history had taken unexpected turns, the events that were meant to transpire found themselves repeating through a series of coincidences. The destruction of the Capua arena, the defeat of the villainous Crassus, and the gathering at Mount Vesuvius. All these unfolded as foretold. The scale of the slave army, led by Spartacus, had burgeoned into a formidable force that left the Roman Senate in disarray. While the authorities in Rome focused their attention on Spartacus, they remained oblivious to the emergence of another formidable entity in the Mediterranean. On the waters of the Mediterranean, various ships congregated, a testament to the ingenuity of ancient peoples. Even in an age of cold weaponry, all pirate vessels were equipped with catapults capable of launching flaming earthen pots, akin to the cannons of later times. It had become customary for pirates to fire a few rounds before engaging in battle, with pirate flags billowing in the wind and battle cries echoing. The skirmishes commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Captain, the enemy has surrendered. What shall we do with them? Standing at the bow, Xia Cha-Ching, seemingly lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing his subordinate's report. Proceed as per the usual protocol. Yes, Captain, Bertus fervently replied. 2 years had transformed the once meager pirate, who could only lead a handful of men and raiding fishermen, into a commander of over 10 pirate ships. The black pirate flag, adorned with a skull holding a flaming longsword, now symbolized the invincible king of the Mediterranean. By the captain's command, act according to the established norms. Be grateful, you wretches, for the benevolence of the great and merciful Captain Xia, for it is his compassion that grants you the chance to survive. After dismissing Bertus, Xia Changqing returned to his captain's quarters. Through 2 years of development, he had unmistakably become the most powerful pirate in the Mediterranean, and whispers of his title as the King of the Mediterranean circulated subtly among the pirates. Xia Changqing understood that this notoriety was not without peril. Had it not been for the attention drawn by Spartacus's slave army, the Roman Republic would have already set its sights on him. Scanning the latest intelligence, he learned that Spartacus had captured the city of Salerno since his secret return to southern Italy from the Alps. Xia recognized that Spartacus had embarked on a path preordained by history. After a moment of contemplation in his captain's quarters, Xia Cha-Ching called out, "Bring me someone." A guard promptly entered. "Captain, what are your orders?" "Inform Bertus to clean up the battlefield promptly. We are returning home." "Returning home? Captain, where is our destination?" Upon hearing the guard's inquiry, Xia's gaze deepened, as if traversing time and space to focus on a city within the Italian peninsula. "Our target is Salerno." Salerno had become the stronghold of the uprising, entirely under the control of Spartacus and his forces. Over time, numerous slaves, gladiators, and bankrupt farmers had joined their ranks, swelling the army to a staggering 10,000. 2 years prior, Spartacus could never have envisioned that he would one day hold the fate of so many lives in his hands. This immense responsibility weighed heavily upon him. Although the uprising had successfully captured Salerno, the Senate had dispatched Crassus to quell the rebellion. While Salerno was a valuable prize, it was not a place for prolonged stay. One day, Spartacus received word that a group of strangers awaited him at the city gates, and they were not Romans. Filled with curiosity, he ascended the city walls and, at a glance, recognized the young man standing at the forefront of the gathering outside. The young man was strikingly handsome, clad in black leather armor, with a sword at his side that was significantly longer than those they wielded. After 2 years apart, Spartacus could hardly believe he was seeing Xia Chongqing again. Spartacus immediately ordered the gates to be opened and hurried outside to greet him. Xia, seeing that unaltered visage, Spartacus embraced him tightly. "Long time no see, Spartacus. I thought you had returned to the east. I never imagined I would see you again." Their reunion was filled with unspoken words as Spartacus seemed to have countless tales to share with Xia Chongqing. Following Spartacus into Salerno, Xia was pleasantly surprised to find the atmosphere within the city relatively peaceful, with Romans still strolling the streets. Clearly, Spartacus had heeded his advice and had not resorted to exterminating all Romans. As soon as they arrived, Varro, having received the news, hurried over to join them. The three friends, who had forged a deep bond during their time at the Badidish training grounds, were finally reunited. Varro eagerly recounted how they had destroyed the Capua arena and vanquished Crassus over the past 2 years. Xia Chongqing listened with a smile. And when Varro inquired about his own past 2 years, Xia chose to be somewhat circumspect in his response. Upon learning that Xia had become a renowned pirate in the Mediterranean, Varro and Spartacus exchanged incredulous glances. While the uprising advanced, Xia Chongqing had not been idle. Spartacus, in a moment of profound reflection, subsequently shared the plight facing the rebel forces with Xia Chongqing. The army of Crassus was poised to strike, ready to launch an offensive at any moment, having severed their escape route to northern Italy, leaving them with nowhere to flee. "Spartacus, do not be overly concerned. Since you can no longer head north, why not venture south? Go south. Where could we possibly go? Further south leads us to the Mediterranean." As soon as Spartacus uttered these words, he realized something, his face lighting up with surprise. "Xia, do you mean?" "Indeed," Xia Chongqing replied with a slight smile, gesturing towards the south. "Cross the Mediterranean, and there are countless destinations awaiting you." Chapter 88, Journey South. Spartacus. "I possess several hundred pirate ships, ample enough to transport the rebel forces to Sicily. You can establish a stronghold on the island. Even Crassus would find it difficult to contend with you in the short term." Xia Chongqing directed Spartacus with his finger pointing southward. "Even if you do not wish to remain in Sicily for long, the Mediterranean is vast. You could sail southwards to Egypt, or even circumvent Rome by heading north to Gaul." Xia Chongqing believed that once they reached the sea, the rebels would have myriad options, including the possibility of crossing the Mediterranean to the African continent to evade Roman forces. Unless Spartacus wished to remain on the Italian peninsula, Xia Chongqing felt he could do little else. However, contrary to Xia Chongqing's expectations, Spartacus, after a brief contemplation, decided to heed his advice. All the rebels boarded ships to head for Sicily. Xia Chongqing, having gathered numerous pirates and earned the title of Pirate King of the Mediterranean, had long awaited this moment. It was not merely about profit, it was a bond of camaraderie between men. Upon reaching an accord with Spartacus, Xia Chongqing departed from Aisha city, beginning to rally all his subordinates and pirate ships. Thanks to the reputation Xia Chongqing had cultivated over time, no pirate questioned the plan to transport the rebels. Among the pirate community, countless individuals pledged their loyalty to him. Although these pirates were notorious for their treachery, they regarded Xia Chongqing as a deity, the emissary of the god of fire. Numerous vessels gathered in the waters near Aisha city, and the transfer of the rebel forces commenced smoothly. However, Crassus had already infiltrated Aisha city with spies, and the rebels' plans for relocation were swiftly brought to his attention. Crassus's army began advancing, pressuring Spartacus to engage in battle. To ensure the majority of the rebels could evacuate, Spartacus had to organize a defense with a portion of his forces remaining behind. Crassus was well aware that this might be the last opportunity to eradicate Spartacus's rebellion. Should the rebels reach the sea, their possibilities would become limitless. Both sides arranged their formations, preparing for the final confrontation. Crassus was determined to annihilate the rebels at all costs, while Spartacus vowed to defend his lines to protect the majority's escape. The battle was on the brink of eruption. The Roman regulars stood in orderly ranks, advancing steadily. In contrast, the rebels were poorly equipped and disorganized. Spartacus had not trained them adequately, and there was no sense of cohesion among them. Yet, now was not the time for such discussions. Crassus was anxious, knowing that any delay would allow more rebels to board the ships. Consequently, he ordered the Roman forces to launch the initial attack, the soldiers raising their shields before them as their formation gradually pressed forward. The rebels, sensing the tension, began to stir, eager to charge into battle. However, the intentions of the rebels had shifted. Their goal was not to defeat Crassus's army, but to buy time. Spartacus refrained from issuing an immediate attack order, waiting for Xia Chongqing's signal. At that moment, Xia Chongqing stood on the deck of a warship. Positioned at the bow where an enormous catapult, reminiscent of a grandiose crossbow, was loaded with clay pots filled with oil. Xia narrowed his eyes, calculating the distance the Roman army had advanced. Once the enemy was within range, he waved his hand, commanding the assault. The pirates ignited the clay pots and launched them from the catapult. Fiery projectiles arced through the air, crashing violently into the ranks of Roman soldiers. Although the Roman soldiers raised their shields in defense, the clay pots, not being particularly sturdy, shattered upon impact, spilling oil and igniting into fierce flames at the slightest spark. Roman soldiers struck by the flames transformed into living torches, spreading chaos among their comrades. The once tight formation collapsed as the front lines faltered in response to the turmoil behind them. Charge! Spartacus commanded at the opportune moment, and the rebels surged forth like unleashed beasts, roaring as they charged into the Roman ranks. A brutal melee ensued, with neither side willing to yield an inch. The battlefield became a veritable meat grinder, relentlessly claiming the lives of mortals. The battle raged from day into night, and under the relentless onslaught of the rebels, Crassus ultimately chose to retreat. He could not afford to expend all his forces in this confrontation. As a prominent slave owner with aspirations to enter the Senate, he understood the significance of maintaining military strength. With Crassus's withdrawal, the rebels achieved yet another victory. Despite suffering heavy casualties themselves, most had successfully boarded the pirate ships. These individuals were the seeds of freedom. As long as the seeds remained, the spirit of liberty would never be extinguished. Without time to mourn his fallen brothers, Spartacus hastily boarded a pirate ship, tears in his eyes as he bid farewell to the warriors who had sacrificed themselves for freedom. Setting sail towards Sicily with hope in his heart. Sicily, being an island, had never truly captured Rome's attention, and the resistance on the island crumbled swiftly. Spartacus and the rebels landed on this land brimming with freedom. All were acutely aware that retribution from Rome would inevitably follow, but for now, they had escaped their confines. With numerous choices before them, having saved the rebels and Spartacus, Xia Chongqing finally fulfilled the bond of friendship with Spartacus, allowing him to depart from this world with peace of mind. As for what lay ahead, Xia Chongqing was no saint. He lacked the ability to provide the rebels with a stable environment. Whether they would be eradicated or find a sanctuary remained beyond his concern. In the aftermath, Xia Chongqing gifted all the ships and subordinates he had accumulated over the past 2 years to Spartacus. Though the pirates were a notoriously unruly lot, Xia believed Spartacus could unite them. After all, he was Spartacus. Chapter 89, Professor, do you dislike insects? Brooklyn, New York, America. Night had descended, and the city remained aglow, bustling with activity. However, in this secluded corner, beneath the dim glow of streetlights, few pedestrians could be seen. Thus, Xia Chongqing's sudden arrival did not seem overly conspicuous, nor did it cause any commotion. The essence of modern life envelopes one like a sudden breeze, were it not for a systematic introduction. Xia Chongqing might have momentarily believed he had returned to his original Earth. Yet, he now found himself in New York, and this world was far from the serene place he had envisioned. The Blood Clan, that was the name of this realm. Xia Chongqing vaguely recalled that the Blood Clan was not composed of romantic vampires enamored with human maidens, but rather grotesque monsters of a more sinister nature. According to legend, the Blood Clan was birthed from the remnants of a fallen angel, slain by God, whose body was severed into 7 pieces and buried across the globe. Over time, the blood of this fallen angel seeped into the earth, giving rise to 7 worms that later parasitized human hosts, thus heralding the emergence of the progenitors of the Blood Clan. Absurd as it was, the progenitors were merely worms, and one such worm nearly brought humanity to the brink of extinction. There were 7 progenitors in total, the youngest of whom was the most nefarious, intent on dominating the entire human realm while simultaneously exterminating the others. Though the progenitors were fundamentally worms, their source of power stemmed from the very soil that birthed them. To completely eradicate a progenitor, one would need to pollute and destroy the soil of their origin. This was the tale of the Blood Clan's inception, and with this thought, repulsive images of worms flooded Xia Chongqing's mind. He had an aversion to such creatures. Even more surprising to him was the absence of any assigned tasks from the system upon arriving in this world. He could depart freely once his time here elapsed. It seemed that he need not confront the progenitors, merely survive. This notion flickered through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. After all, he was in New York, the epicenter of all events. Unless he fled to a remote countryside, there was no escaping the impending turmoil. Moreover, Xia Chongqing had no intention of evading. He could run from one world to another, but he could not escape all worlds indefinitely. The journey across realms was a process of fortifying oneself. Should he only think of retreat, he would eventually perish in some world. embracing the warrior's indomitable spirit. Xia Chaqing grasped the long sword at his waist, surveying his surroundings. His gaze landed upon an antique shop nestled at a street corner, and he felt an impulse to approach. The tinkling of a bell heralded his entrance, drawing the attention of the proprietor, who had been engrossed in watching television. Xia Changqing observed that this was a quaint, retro store filled with an array of vintage trinkets, clocks, and artisanal crafts, as if he had stepped back into the previous century. Yet, what astonished him further was the shop's owner. Abraham Satrakian, despite being in his 90s, exhibited no signs of frailty. The young man before him, with an Asian visage, seemed utterly out of place in this world. His physique, taut and brimming with vigor, was clad in black leather armor, his countenance resolute, and his eyes alight with curiosity, particularly accentuated by the long sword hanging from his side. As the old man regarded the youth, curiosity sparked within him. It was already 2014, yet someone still donned such antiquated attire. Abraham possessed a discerning eye. He was certain that the sword was no mere ornament, but rather a genuine weapon of lethality. "Young man, what brings you here? Feel free to peruse," Abraham spoke slowly. Exhibiting no signs of a frail elder, Xia Changqing's gaze shifted from the shelves to the old man. "At your age, still working so hard, don't you have family to enjoy your twilight years with?" he inquired lightly. Abraham chuckled. "Well, age brings its burdens, and one must still eat. Your family, have they passed? At your age, you should be enjoying life, surrounded by loved ones," Xia Chaqing remarked casually, continuing to examine the shop's decor. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Abraham's face as he responded with a bittersweet smile. "My family has long since departed. I, too, am advancing in age, and soon I shall join them." "Oh?" Xia Changqing's expression softened, a smile gracing his features as he looked at the elder. "You must not hasten your departure. This world still needs your strength." Abraham furrowed his brow, contemplating the young man's words. "What do you mean by that? Professor Satrakian, do you despise worms?" As soon as Xia Changqing's words fell, Abraham's demeanor shifted, his expression turning grave, eyes brimming with suspicion. "I do not comprehend your meaning. If you have no business here, please leave. I am about to close." Wait. Professor, I assure you, my intentions are not malicious," Xia Chaqing pleaded, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. If he were to be expelled now, he would truly find himself destitute. Modern society was not like the ancient past, without identification or resources. He risked being apprehended by patrolling officers. The progenitor could arrive in New York at any moment, and if he were detained, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Xia Changqing's best course of action was to remain in the shop, hoping that Abraham, who had battled against the progenitors his entire life, might be willing to accept him. "Professor Abraham Satrakian, I know who you are, and our goals align. The progenitor is poised to return, and only the two of us in this city comprehend the significance of his arrival." The mention of the progenitor caused a fleeting moment of bewilderment in Abraham's gaze. Yet his eyes remained wary as they scrutinized Xia Chaqing. "Who are you? How do you know of the progenitor's imminent return?" Meanwhile, Abraham had retrieved a slender sword from beneath the counter, its tip now aimed directly at Xia Changqing's throat, signaling a readiness to strike should the situation escalate. "Whoa!" Xia Chaqing took a step back, hastily exclaiming, "Professor, this is no jest. I speak only the truth. I am here to confront the progenitor, and you can place your trust in me." Yet, Abraham's sword remained unwavering, its point steadfastly directed at Xia Changqing. "Why should I trust you, young man? Provide evidence. The progenitor has been absent for years. How do you know he is returning?" "Professor, it is precisely because the progenitor is returning that I have come to New York. His return is inevitable, and we must do all we can to prevent it. Your skepticism is unwarranted. In just a few days, you will see news of his return," Xia Changqing implored earnestly, revealing his sincere intentions. If Abraham remained distrustful, he would accept the fate of homelessness. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Abraham finally lowered his sword, sensing that the young man before him was indeed truthful. "So, are you suggesting that the progenitor truly intends to return?" "For the time being, I shall take your word for it. Regardless of how you came by this information, if you genuinely wish to confront the progenitor, I will assist you wholeheartedly." Xia Chaqing, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, rubbed his hands together sheepishly. "Professor, I truly need your help at this moment. It is evident that I am without means and nowhere to go, relying solely on your hospitality." Abraham returned his sword to beneath the counter and retorted with irritation. "I have no habit of taking in strangers. Professor Abraham, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xia Changqing from Huaxia. You may call me Xia. Are we acquainted now?" After introducing himself, Xia Changqing began to explore the shop, glancing around with curiosity. "Professor, where shall I stay tonight?" he inquired, unabashedly leaning closer to the elderly man with a cheerful demeanor. "And do you have any food? I find myself a bit hungry." In truth, before a man of over 90 years, Xia Chaqing resembled a mere child, unashamed to exhibit his vivacious spirit. Abraham observed the overly familiar Xia Cha-ching, maintaining a stern facade. Yet a barely perceptible smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. It had been years since his shop had experienced such liveliness. If his children were still alive, his great-grandson would likely be of a similar age to this young man. Abraham pondered nostalgically. Through Xia Changqing's persistent charm, he successfully secured shelter with Abraham, avoiding the streets. The following day, after dining in the antique shop, Abraham ventured out specifically to procure a suitable outfit for Xia Cha-ching, fitting for the current era. Xia Changqing felt no embarrassment. For Abraham, eliminating the blood ancestor would be the greatest reward. The entire day, Abraham remained by the television, attentively monitoring each news segment. Yet, the day passed without a whisper of disturbance in the city. When Abraham inquired how Xia Changqing had come by the information regarding the blood ancestor's return, Xia, reclining in Abraham's chair, leisurely replied that he had learned it through divination. However, this led to an unexpected turn of events. As Abraham began to probe further about the matter of divination, having battled the blood ancestor for so many years, he had never encountered others from the realm of the supernatural beyond the bloodline. Xia's mention of witchcraft ignited a spark of curiosity within the elderly man. Meanwhile, a Boeing aircraft, laden with passengers, departed from Berlin, Germany, bound for New York City, America, unbeknownst to anyone. This plane was not only filled with passengers, but also bore the blood ancestor. Time slipped away, and soon a day had passed. Abraham rose from the television, stretching his slightly stiff back. Throughout the entire day, he had received no news concerning the blood ancestor. Nevertheless, he had no intention of sending Xia Changqing away. The company of this young man made Abraham feel rejuvenated, a sensation he found quite pleasant. At that moment, at New York International Airport, ground control lost contact with the Boeing aircraft arriving from Germany. The plane had successfully landed, yet no matter how many calls were made, there was no response. The authorities sensed something sinister had transpired. The aircraft seemed to have transformed into a ghostly vessel, sending chills through those present. Following an alert, the police swiftly cordoned off the area. The entire plane stood silently on the tarmac, its engine shut down, devoid of any lights, resembling an unmanned craft. The officials knew that over 200 passengers were aboard, and if they were all perished inside, the consequences would be dire. No one knew what had occurred. Police and reporters quickly surrounded the scene, and the aircraft was secured until members of the CDC arrived. Prior to this, instruments had detected that all passengers remained in the cabin, yet there were no signs of life. The chief medical officer of the CDC, Ephraim Goodwin, decided to enter the cabin with his assistant to investigate further. In Brooklyn's antique shop, Xia Cha-ching had just assisted Abraham in resolving a robbery incident when the television broadcasted the unfolding events at the international airport. Ignoring the two petty criminals who had fled, he called out to the elderly man, "Professor, come quickly to see the news. We are in grave trouble." The old man turned to watch the images on the screen, fully aware that an entire aircraft's passengers had succumbed to the blood ancestor's infection. The prophecy of the Eastern youth had come to fruition. "Young man, we are indeed in serious trouble. He has truly returned," Professor Abraham stated. "We must prevent this catastrophe from spreading. Follow me, young man." Abraham approached a closet and slowly opened it, revealing a dark passageway. It was evident that behind the closet lay a secret chamber. Xia Changqing's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he followed the elderly man into the hidden room. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon a glass jar resting upon a table, within which lay a human heart immersed in water. Chapter 91. The youth is not worthy of strategy. "Professor, I must commend your unique taste," Xia Changqing remarked, recognizing that the heart in the jar belonged to Abraham's deceased wife from his youth. However, he could not condone such an act of preserving a heart. Yet, he understood Abraham's motivations. It was by nurturing the creature within that Abraham had gleaned the white blood essential for his survival. The old man's hatred for the blood ancestor had sustained him to this day. Indeed, the white blood extracted from the creature was said to possess life-extending properties. After all, the blood ancestor was, at its core, a worm that had gained immortality through the blood of a fallen angel. Although the other parasitic beings derived from it lacked the power of eternal life, they could still prolong the existence of short-lived humans. A mortal bestowed with white blood by the blood ancestor could transform into a second-generation blood ancestor, retaining their consciousness and achieving immortality, albeit under the condition of unwavering loyalty to the blood ancestor. Humanity often finds itself powerless against the allure of immortality. However, this method of eternal life is merely an act of self-deception. Those granted white blood by the blood ancestor maintain their original thoughts because the creature preserves those thoughts. Essentially, the immortal being is but a worm harboring the consciousness of the original human, a tragic irony. Returning to the matter at hand, Abraham noticed the look in Xia Changqing's eyes and sighed as he settled into a chair. "I possess silver weapons. Would you care to select a couple? We must thwart the blood ancestor's plot." Xia Chongqing regarded Abraham, who offered no explanation regarding the heart in the jar, and he did not inquire further, recognizing it as a source of sorrow for the elderly man. As for the weapons, Xia unsheathed his longsword. He understood that the bloodline feared silver. And while his sword was forged from Valyrian steel, not silver, it still held the power to vanquish evil. No need, Professor. I prefer to wield my own weapon. Xia Chongqing declined. Abraham had initially intended for him to select a silver sword from the secret chamber, but was taken aback by Xia's refusal. With time of the essence, he inserted his sword into his cane and rose. Xia, let us head to the airport. Abraham strode confidently ahead. The vigor of youth rekindled as they made their way outside. Once outside, they entered Abraham's antique vehicle, and fortunately, Xia Chongqing quickly recalled his driving skills, avoiding any embarrassment. Two individuals hastened towards the airport, the car radio broadcasting updates regarding John F. Kennedy International Airport. Professor, what do you believe we should do upon our arrival? Xia Chongqing expressed skepticism regarding their reckless approach, suggesting that simply rushing to the airport would not resolve their dilemma. Finding their supervisor and being in close proximity to us, there is no way to dispose of such a multitude of corpses. He remarked. Professor, with all due respect, I doubt the airport authorities will heed our counsel. They are utterly ignorant of the matters concerning the bloodkin and would likely regard us as lunatics. Abraham turned to Xia Chongqing. Aware that the latter's observations were indeed valid, yet he was loath to remain inactive. We must do what we can and leave the rest to fate. The progenitor of bloodkin has boldly declared his return to the world, which signifies he must be prepared. So am I. I am ready for a prolonged struggle. Xia Chongqing felt a surge of admiration for the elderly man who had battled the bloodkin his entire life. At midnight, JFK Airport was filled with a cacophony of voices from anxious passengers, gathered due to a recent aviation disaster. Professor, please wait here while I attempt to speak with their supervisor. What do you think? Xia Chongqing suggested, observing Abraham, who appeared fatigued. Though he held little hope for success, he preferred the possibility of error over inaction. Abraham acquiesced to Xia Chongqing's proposal, acknowledging his advanced age. Navigating through the throng, Xia Chongqing concealed his longsword within his ample cloak, only to be halted by security personnel at the front of the crowd. Sir, listen to me. I must speak with the person in charge regarding the incident. I am aware of the reasons behind it, he stated straightforwardly. Security hesitated, realizing the necessity of reporting the matter rather than merely obstructing Xia Chongqing. A man named Jean subsequently received Xia Chongqing. The latter had a vague recollection of him as a significant character in the narrative. Before he could speak, however, Jean appeared eager to depart. Dr. Ephraim Goodwin. May I inquire as to the whereabouts of the corpses? Xia Chongqing asked, noting Ephraim's hurried departure. He shrugged, understanding that even if he discussed the matter of the bodies, it would likely fall on deaf ears. Realizing this, he casually draped an arm over Jin's shoulder. My friend, I trust you will inform me where those corpses have been taken? Sir, do you not already know the cause of the plane crash? Please enlighten me, Jin replied, evading Xia Chongqing's inquiry. Very well. I can only advise caution regarding those bodies and the 4 survivors. They are sources of contagion, far worse than any known epidemic. 1 infects 10, 10 infect 100. Be exceedingly wary. Sir, are you suggesting this is an infectious disease? Do you know what kind? Jean remained unfazed by Xia Chongqing's feigned despondency, as one unfamiliar with the bloodkin would not grasp the true horror they represented. Be cautious of the vermin, Jean. Now, can you tell me where the bodies have been taken? Vermin? What vermin, sir? Chapter 92. Accomplishment. Eradication of evidence. Xia Chongqing hurriedly departed, escaping Jean's persistent inquiries. He recalled the astonished expression on Jean's face when he warned him not to let any vehicles pass. Xia Chongqing was uncertain if his words held any weight. It was likely they did not, as under financial pressure, humanity would willingly barter their very souls, let alone permit a trivial release. Fortunately, he had gleaned the location of the bodies from Jean. He returned to Abraham, regretfully relaying the news that the head of the CDC did not trust his claims. Abraham sighed, not pressing the issue, for who would believe the existence of bloodkin without witnessing it firsthand? Nevertheless, the 2 men remained undeterred. Seizing the opportunity while most airport security was occupied with the distressed families of the affected passengers, they stealthily made their way into the dissection area of the corpses. Upon entering, they were greeted by blinding lights illuminating rows of gurneys, each bearing a lifeless body. Such an eerie sight would have terrified any ordinary person. Xia Chongqing, too, felt a shiver run down his spine, especially knowing that these corpses were on the brink of reanimation. Professor, what should we do? This is not an appropriate place to start a fire. Xia Chongqing strolled through the area, unable to resist drawing his longsword and severing the head from one corpse, effectively separating its remains. He continued to strike, realizing that while it was a rudimentary approach, there were simply too many bodies. and he could not ascertain when they might revive. Abraham also drew his sword, recognizing that fire was indeed ill-suited for such a place. Yet allowing these reanimated corpses to escape was an even worse option. Sia, gather the bodies together. We'll incinerate them, Abraham asserted coldly. Having lived for so long, he was unafraid of the consequences that might arise from setting the dissection room ablaze. Professor, are you serious? Xia Chongqing inquired, slightly taken aback by the elder's decisiveness. Do as I say, we do not have much time. With little hesitation, Xia Chongqing complied, as his actions had always been devoid of scruples. Now that Abraham had spoken so resolutely, he began pushing the gurneys to collect the corpses together. Who is there? Ephraim? Is that you? A voice echoed from within the room, indicating the presence of another individual. Young man, handle this situation. If he refuses to listen, let him enjoy a long slumber. Understood. Professor. Xia Chongqing halted his movements, preparing to face the newcomer. Hey, who are you? Stop right there. What are you doing? The rotund doctor's face flushed with anger as he regarded the two peculiar outsiders wielding weapons, musing whether they were indeed madmen. Doctor, please, do not be alarmed. We are preventing a disaster from unfolding, Xia Chongqing hurriedly explained, though it would have been more persuasive had he lowered his sword. I do not care who you are. I will call the police. The doctor's words were cut short as he rolled his eyes and collapsed to the floor. Xia Chongqing retracted his right hand and kicked the unconscious doctor, silently reflecting that without his intervention, the man would have surely met a grim fate that night. His words were not hyperbole. With so many reanimated corpses present, each person would be enough to devour the doctor whole, despite his ample flesh. Turning around, Xia Chongqing continued to assist. Professor, it's resolved. Abraham glanced at the unconscious, rotund doctor on the ground, his gaze towards Xia Chongqing tinged with a hint of admiration. Dealing with someone as unreasonable as the fat doctor, rendering him incapable of further rambling was indeed the most effective solution. With no outsiders to interrupt, the two of them wasted little time gathering all the bodies together. However, upon confirming that there were no omissions, a grim expression settled on both Xia Chongqing and Abraham's faces. The number of corpses here was far from sufficient. There should have been over 200 infected bodies on the plane, yet there were at most only around 100 here. Kid, stop overthinking, take that doctor, and let us leave. Abraham leaned on his cane, his face pale, yet he knew what needed to be done. Xia Chongqing inhaled deeply and disdainfully hoisted the fat doctor onto his shoulder. Meanwhile, Abraham retrieved a lighter from his pocket and ignited the covering cloth on the corpses. The flames quickly erupted into a fierce blaze, consuming the area in fire. This was a necessary act to completely eradicate the bodies, perhaps due to the remote location of the autopsy room or the lack of anyone willing to tread in such a morbid place. It took a considerable amount of time before anyone discovered the blaze. The automatic emergency sprinklers, which Abraham feared would activate, did not engage. In fact, they had long been disabled by Xia Chongqing's shadowy influence. Having achieved their goal, the two arsonists swiftly vacated the scene of their crime. While airport staff finally sprang into action, naturally, they did not forget about the fat doctor. It was also possible that Xia Chongqing's heavy-handedness was the reason why the doctor had yet to regain consciousness after such a long time. Xia Chongqing initially intended to inquire where the other bodies had been taken, but regrettably, they could not leave with such a cumbersome individual. After finding a secure location, Xia Chongqing unceremoniously dropped the doctor and hurriedly departed with Abraham. The commotion caused by their actions led to a significant uproar at the airport, with reporters relentlessly covering the unfolding events. Meanwhile, within the Shershing group, the aged Palmer witnessed the scene unfold on the news. To trace the roots, the return of the blood ancestor from Berlin to New York was indeed due to Palmer's machinations. Approaching death, Palmer, who presided over a vast empire of wealth, was naturally unwilling to succumb without a fight. In his youth, he had been aware of the blood ancestor's existence, and now, under the looming threat of mortality and the tantalizing allure of immortality, Palmer exerted his considerable influence to transport the blood ancestor from Berlin to New York. Everything had been orchestrated by him, and even knowing that the return of the blood ancestor would lead to countless deaths, Palmer remained undeterred. Yet, the content being broadcast now tightened his heart. Chapter 93. Waiting for the rabbit in a place as significant as the airport, how could a fire erupt so easily? Moreover, it was far too coincidental that the blaze originated from the area storing the bodies. This was clearly an act of sabotage. Palmer immediately considered this possibility, fully aware that he was not the only one privy to the blood ancestor's existence in this world. The display put forth by the adversary clearly aimed to thwart the blood ancestor's plans. With this thought, Palmer made a call, determined to expedite the extraction of the 4 survivors. Those 4 individuals had been intentionally left alive to attract media attention and served as crucial sources of infection. However, Palmer was unaware that as he tirelessly endeavored to release the 4 survivors, others were also plotting against them. Dawn was approaching, and soon, reports emerged online attributing the plane crash not to any infectious disease, but to a carbon monoxide leak. Consequently, the Centers for Disease Control no longer had grounds to prevent the 4 survivors from leaving. Ephraim Goodwin felt a headache coming on as he rubbed his temples. The events of the night had left him utterly perplexed. Over 100 corpses had been reduced to ashes, leaving Ephraim at a loss as to how to explain this to the media. According to the Fat Doctor, arson had been committed by a pair, one elderly and one young, the latter possessing an Asian visage. This sparked a thought in Ephraim's mind, recalling the Asian youth brought by Jane, who had seemingly mentioned knowing the details behind the outbreak. However, Ephraim had no time to ponder the Asian youth now. He needed to do everything in his power to retain the 4 survivors. Outside the quarantine zone, Xia Changqing awaited the emergence of the 4 survivors. He had no choice. He could not storm into the quarantine area to eliminate them, although the world's law enforcement system was predominantly incompetent. Xia Changqing was reluctant to provoke violent authorities while the chaos of the Blood Clan had yet to fully erupt. While waiting may appear foolish, it was, in fact, the most prudent approach. Just as Xia Changqing was about to lose patience, he finally spotted the 4 survivors exiting the quarantine zone, intent on leaving the airport. Xia Changqing opened the car door and stepped out. Xia, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Abraham inquired from the driver's seat. Despite his intense hatred for the blood ancestor, he had never engaged in such brazen public killings. This young man was undoubtedly audacious, Abraham mused. Xia Changqing turned back with a smile, dismissing the gravity of the impending action. Rest assured, Professor, as long as you can get me out of here swiftly. With that, Xia Changqing closed the car door, tightened his coat, and briskly approached the 4 survivors. Whether due to sheer ignorance, the 4 survivors had never contemplated why they alone had survived, while over 200 others perished in the calamity. They were destined to meet their maker, whether they wished it or not, and Xia Changqing would assist them in fulfilling that fate. He dismissed notions of mercy. These 4 still breathed. But Xia Changqing understood that failing to eliminate them could result in the suffering of many more. As he swiftly approached them, he made no attempt to conceal his intentions. In the bewildered expressions of the 4 survivors, Xia Changqing unfurled his long coat and drew forth his sword. The blade glimmered ominously. Only a fool would fail to recognize the malevolence of the man before them. Although the 4 survivors had been greatly reduced in intellect, the imminent danger was impossible to ignore. A scream erupted, and the 4 of them scrambled to flee. Yet, facing 4 ordinary individuals, should Xia Changqing falter? He could forget about contending with the blood ancestor. With a mere flick of his sword, he severed the head of the long-haired singer, the slowest among them. The hedonistic lifestyle had rendered the singer's body hollow, barely more formidable than a mere woman. Xia Changqing sheathed his sword, casting not a glance at the singer's remains, and swiftly pursued the only woman among the 4. He plunged the sword into her back, piercing through her heart, showing no mercy simply because she was a woman. Drawing back his sword and advancing, the 3rd man, paralyzed by fear, stumbled to the ground. Why? His question barely escaped his lips when Xia Changqing's blade sliced through his neck, leaving him without an answer. In truth, there was no reason. Fate had sealed their doom the moment they boarded the same flight as the blood ancestor. The final individual involved is none other than the captain of the ill-fated aircraft. As the captain, years of rigorous training have bestowed upon him a robust physique, which should have afforded him a notable advantage in fleeing. However, Xia Changqing had already dealt with the other 3, accelerating his pace to ensure that the captain would not escape. In a mere 10 seconds, Xia Changqing caught up with the captain, his sword rising and falling, sealing the captain's fate with death. Stop! A piercing scream rang out. And as Xia Changqing sheathed his sword, he lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice. It was none other than the protagonist, Ephraim Goodwin. Doctor. Ephraim's assistant was screaming in terror. Xia Changqing paid little heed to the protagonist's intentions, although there were matters requiring his assistance. It was evident that this was not the appropriate moment. Doctor, we shall meet again. Xia Changqing nodded at Ephraim. Put down your weapon. I have already called the police. You have nowhere to run. Ephraim warned loudly from a distance. Xia Changqing merely chuckled and shook his head, dismissing the obstinate doctor. Instead, he raised his sword, and under the gaze filled with fear and anger from Ephraim, he ran his hand along the blade. A fierce flame rapidly engulfed the entire sword. My God! Amidst the gasps, Xia Changqing touched the sword to a corpse, and the flames leapt onto the lifeless body. He proceeded to ignite every corpse in his path. Afterward, he flicked his sword, extinguishing the flames, and sheathed it at his waist, tightening his trench coat. Before Ephraim and his companion could react, Xia Changqing had already taken a seat in Abraham's vehicle. Professor, we should make our escape. Of course. Abraham snapped back to reality, starting the car while casting a curious glance at Xia Changqing. What was that? Some kind of sorcery? Professor, could you please focus on the road? You're driving. Xia Changqing chuckled at Abraham. Once we return, I shall satisfy your curiosity. Chapter 94. White Blood in a Brooklyn Antique Shop. Abraham held his staff sword, the silver blade ablaze with fiery flames, illuminating his weathered face and revealing an eager glint in his eyes. Sia, is this magic or witchcraft? The aged Abraham wielded the sword with vigor, yet his years weighed heavily upon him. After merely a few swings, he had to pause, returning to his seat, breathless. I am truly getting old, Abraham sighed, lightly tapping his knee. At his age, maintaining a semblance of normalcy in daily life was one thing, but engaging in combat was an altogether different challenge. Professor, you cannot succumb to age just yet. You must wait until after we vanquish the blood ancestor before considering retirement. Xia Chongqing jested while aiming a pistol in his hand. Bang! He mimicked the sound of gunfire, for this was the first time he had ever held a real firearm. The toy guns of his childhood paled in comparison. Xia Chongqing was astonished to find that Abraham possessed firearms. He had always assumed the old man relied solely on his staff sword. Professor, please teach me how to use a gun. Enthusiastically. Xia Chongqing loaded silver bullets into the magazine, lamenting the cramped space unsuitable for practicing marksmanship. Abraham, seated, glanced at Xia Chongqing, who was fervently interested in firearms, while he himself held a preference for his staff sword. My shooting skills are not particularly good. I have little to teach. Oh, come now, Professor. At least impart some basic shooting techniques, like the three-point alignment, Xia Chongqing insisted. Marksmanship is easy to understand yet challenging to master. An ordinary person can inflict harm merely by pulling the trigger, but honing good shooting skills is no simple feat nevertheless. Xia Chongqing persistently urged Abraham to instruct him in gunplay, buoyed by the belief that he possessed an advantage. Eventually, Abraham, growing impatient with Xia Chongqing's insistence, casually mentioned a few key points about shooting, such as keeping a steady hand and following one's instincts. However, Xia Chongqing did not mind. For as soon as the old man finished, the words gunplay unlocked appeared on his system panel. Such is the life of one endowed with extraordinary abilities. A satisfied smile graced Xia Chongqing's lips as he rummaged through Abraham's room, discovering a holster, which he promptly secured to his waist. With a sword in one hand and a gun in the other, he felt elated. In fact, Abraham's room contained not only silver bullets but also silver powder bombs, all meticulously prepared for confronting the blood ancestor. Xia, your origins are indeed shrouded in mystery. Frankly, I am not entirely at ease with you. Abraham had been silently observing Xia Chongqing for quite some time. You exhibit a cold-blooded demeanor when killing, yet when handling a handgun, you resemble a child with a new toy. I truly find it difficult to comprehend you. Professor, worry not, Xia Chongqing reassured him. Well aware of the myriad concerns occupying Abraham's mind, primarily stemming from his vague explanations regarding his origins. Yet, such ambiguity was unavoidable. Xia Chongqing had suddenly arrived in this world, akin to a rootless reed, and regardless of how he attempted to rationalize his presence, inconsistencies would invariably arise. Professor, do not fret, Xia Chongqing reiterated. At the very least, you understand that our objectives align, to eradicate the blood ancestor entirely. Is that not sufficient? Not enough, Xia. Tell me the truth. Your intentions are undoubtedly more complex than merely eliminating the blood ancestor. Abraham's breath came in labored gasps, the day's exertion having drained him considerably. The elder's words plunged Xia Chongqing into silence. After a prolonged exchange of glances, he finally spoke of his true purpose. Professor, you are correct. I harbor no deep-seated vendetta against the blood ancestor, nor am I driven by a desire to eliminate him solely because of his bloodline. I am not that noble. Xia Chongqing's voice bore a chilling edge as he confronted his own motivations. My actions are driven purely by a quest for power. For power? Abraham stared at Xia Chongqing in disbelief, utterly unprepared for such an admission. Indeed, for power. Xia Chongqing gestured towards the heart in a jar on the table. Professor, your longevity is a testament to the power of white blood, is it not? If the white blood derived from ordinary insects can extend one's life, what then of that extracted from the blood ancestor himself? In that moment, Xia Chongqing felt akin to a villain willing to go to any lengths for power. Professor, you must have heard the legends surrounding the blood ancestor's origin. The white blood he produces may very well be derived from the blood of a fallen angel. This, indeed, was Xia Chongqing's primary objective. He had no use for ordinary white blood. He sought that which was distilled from the essence of the blood ancestor. Abraham looked at Xia Chongqing, astonished, never having predicted such ambition from him. He was intent on hunting the blood ancestor. Abraham opened his mouth, but only a single syllable emerged. In truth, he was at a loss for how to assess Xia Chongqing's goal. Suddenly, Abraham's breathing became rapid, and he trembled as he reached for his medication, hastily swallowing several pills. The man has aged, making him susceptible to fright. Xia Chongqing's stern expression immediately faltered. He certainly did not wish to scare the old gentleman into a state of shock with his words. Professor, how do you feel? Xia approached and gently patted the elder's back to ease his breath. Abraham waved his hand dismissively. I am not at death's door. Yet my current physical state cannot withstand the rigors of battle. After uttering those words, Abraham fell into a moment of silence, clearly resentful of his condition. He would rather perish in combat against the blood ancestor than linger in such a decrepit state. Young man, please fetch that bottle for me. Following Abraham's gesture, Xia Chaqing understood that the bottle in question contained a heart, resting on the table. A moment's contemplation revealed Abraham's intent, given the old man's frail condition. He required white blood to regain his strength. Chapter 95. Acquiring the list. Upon retrieving the bottle, Xia Chaqing observed the heart within twitch slightly. He was not startled by this sight, for he recognized that it was not due to the heart's vitality, but rather the presence of blood-sucking parasites within. Young man, I need your assistance, Abraham instructed as he took the bottle, unscrewing the cap. Please ignite the alcohol lamp and add 50 milliliters of water to the beaker. Xia complied. Realizing that Abraham was about to utilize the parasites to extract the white blood, a process that would also benefit him in later endeavors to procure the blood ancestor's essence. Once Xia had prepared the beaker with water, Abraham had already opened the bottle and, using a small knife, pricked his finger to let a few drops of blood fall into the container. The once slightly turbid water was instantly stained crimson, and under Xia's watchful gaze, slender parasites eagerly emerged from the heart, tempted by the blood. Abraham grabbed a pair of tweezers and began to extract the parasites feasting on the blood. Be cautious, young man. Ensure that no parasite comes into contact with your skin, or I will have no choice but to eliminate you, Abraham warned. Xia chuckled softly, fully aware of the danger these parasites posed. Once they made contact with human skin, they would burrow within and multiply rapidly, overtaking the host's body in no time. Professor, you must also exercise caution. Should you become infected, I will show no mercy. Abraham shot a glare at Xia, his hand steady as he placed the parasites into the beaker. After carefully capturing 3, he sealed the bottle tightly and ignited the alcohol lamp. The water in the beaker soon began to boil, and Xia was struck with unease. Even after several minutes of boiling, the 3 parasites continued to writhe. Their resilience was truly alarming. However, Abraham displayed remarkable patience, adding water whenever the beaker threatened to dry out until the parasites were completely dissolved. At this stage, the professor meticulously collected a sample and placed it under the microscope, gesturing for Xia to observe. Beneath the microscope, Xia was astonished to see tiny, invisible white specks swimming in the minuscule droplet of water. Boiling did not entirely eradicate these eggs. Once they entered a human body, they could swiftly proliferate. This is why boiling alone is insufficient, Abraham explained, before retrieving a small vial of silver powder and sprinkling it into the beaker. Silver effectively annihilates these eggs. Remember, the process of extracting white blood must be conducted with utmost caution. Holding the vial of the finished product, Abraham did not neglect to reiterate his warnings to Xia. He then instilled 2 drops of the extracted white blood into his own eyes and, after a brief wait, visibly improved. Abraham exhaled, and after a long pause, he sighed. The efficacy of white blood is waning. I do not know when it may completely lose its potency. Do not worry, Professor. I will ensure the blood ancestor perishes before you, Xia reassured him. The following day, equipped and prepared, the two embarked once more on the mission to eliminate the resurrected corpses. To ensure that Abraham could die after the blood ancestor, Xia had crafted a special safeguard for him. Since these corpses often licked people's necks with their tongues, Xia designed a unique silver neck guard that could be securely fastened to protect his throat. Abraham was initially resistant, believing only animals wore such collar-like contraptions. Xia merely remarked on the old man's stubbornness, and eventually, Abraham complied and donned the silver neck guard. Their goal that day was to eliminate as many resurrected corpses as possible. However, their first task was to ascertain the exact home addresses of all personnel aboard the plane. I must once again meet that obstinate doctor. It is truly a headache. Xia sighed in resignation as he sat in the car. Frankly, he had no desire to engage with the prominent figures of this world, for aside from their incessant screams, they would only serve to hinder his progress. Professor, the task of finding the list falls to you. I do not wish to be apprehended. The police in this world were rather incompetent. And Xia vaguely recalled that a solar eclipse would soon occur, at which point the resurrected corpses lurking in the sewers would emerge. The authorities, however, would remain oblivious, even to the bizarre sight of a 2-meter-long tentacle sprouting from a person's mouth. Not to mention, the higher officials in New York had likely already been seduced by the blood ancestor. Otherwise, they would not be so inactive. It remains true that, in the face of the allure of immortality, few ordinary individuals can resist. Understanding Xia's grievances, Professor Abraham recognized that it was not appropriate for him to make an appearance. Thus, this task fell to the elder. The Centers for Disease Control in New York were easily located. The two drove to the vicinity, where Abraham went to seek the list of deceased personnel from the plane. Such records would undoubtedly be held at the CDC. as they required this information when handling the bodies to facilitate their return to their respective families. Xia waited in the car, and after half an hour, Professor Abraham opened the door and tossed a stack of papers to Xia. Mission accomplished, young man, we have work to do. Xia took the list and began flipping through the pages, curiosity piqued. Professor, how did you acquire this list? I cannot believe Ephraim Goodwin would be so generous. Do not concern yourself with the details. Let us set forth according to the addresses on the list. Glancing at the reticent Abraham, Xia's curiosity only deepened. Professor, you did not steal the list from the CDC, did you? A sudden thought struck him. The old man's character did not align with law-abiding behavior. With a glare directed at Xia, Abraham retorted, when dealing with resurrected corpses, how can this be termed theft? Focus on driving. Noticing the elder's embarrassment, Xia quickly shelved his teasing. He had much to accomplish that day. Chapter 96. My sword shines with a silver light. New York, being a vast metropolis, posed a significant challenge for Xia Chongqing and Abraham to eradicate the resurrected corpses effectively. The vintage car's engine roared with all its might. Yet the results remained unsatisfactory by day's end. My sword gleamed with a silvery radiance, Abraham murmured as the silver blade arced through the air, precisely severing the head of a revenant. As white liquid splattered, tiny worms writhed within it. Xia Chongqing ignited the corpse and, after surveying the room to ensure the family was neatly arranged, departed with satisfaction. Truly, an entire family had perished. To be frank, Xia Chongqing was quite perplexed, uncertain of the thoughts of these Americans, as news of the family's demise had already circulated. Yet, a person who had ostensibly died returned to life. And they did not even seem to find it odd, nor did they consider contacting the authorities. It was no wonder the whole family had ended up as revenants. Professor, are you still up for this? Shall we call it a day? Xia Chongqing glanced at Abraham, noticing that despite the assistance from the blood, the old man's stamina was waning after a long day. Young man, have you not heard the saying? A man must never admit to his limitations. Quickly, let us see where the next nearest family resides. The old man retained his humor. Xia Chongqing chuckled softly and flipped through the list. The next target was a fortunate young girl named Emma. The car roared to life as the pair set off towards their next objective. Before darkness enveloped the sky, they aimed to dispatch as many revenants as possible. Xia Chongqing's intentions were straightforward, although he had yet to locate the blood ancestor's hideout. He believed that by slaying enough revenants, he would eventually draw the blood ancestor out, no matter how adept the blood ancestor was at evasion. Witnessing his subordinates being systematically eradicated would surely become intolerable. With a screech, the car came to a halt, and Xia Chongqing leaped out. Professor, hurry. Someone has already beaten us to it. How dare they park so carelessly? After exiting the vehicle, he spotted a car carelessly left in their path. Xia, be prudent. Are you too overly excited? Abraham regarded Xia Chongqing with a hint of curiosity, noticing the young man's exuberance. Move quickly. Ordinary people are no match for revenants. Xia Chongqing's smile faded as he drew his sword and swiftly approached the dimly lit house. Jest aside, the revenants must be slain and lives must be saved. Upon entering, he was met with a gloomy room steeped in an ominous atmosphere. He ran his hand along the sword's blade, igniting flames that illuminated the surrounding darkness. Just then, a woman's piercing scream echoed, prompting him to follow the sound. There, he beheld a small girl in a red dress, leaning over, desperately attempting to drain the blood of two intruders in her room with her tongue. Unfortunately, her stature left much to be desired, despite her best efforts. Her tongue could not reach their throats. Revenants often harbored an obsession with human throats. Stop! Release that little girl and face me. Xia Chongqing shouted as he burst into the room, the blazing Valyrian steel sword swiftly severing the girl's head. Oh God! A high-pitched scream rang out again. Xia Chongqing turned to the two individuals he had just rescued, having been preoccupied with freeing the girl earlier. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Ephraim and Nora. Nora was covering her mouth, appearing despondent, evidently displeased with his actions against the little girl. Xia Chongqing smirked inwardly. He had little patience for such sanctimonious individuals and preferred not to associate with them. You killed her? Nora confronted him. I remember you. You are the murderer. Knowing he had a reputation as a killer, Xia Chongqing thought coldly, you dare question me? He had no time to patiently explain himself like a character in a drama. Just as he was about to retort, another revenant rushed in from outside. The larger revenant appeared to be the little girl's family member. Let me reunite you with your family. Xia Chongqing began to swing his sword, but the revenant deftly stepped back, showing no intention to attack. Xia Chongqing paused. It seemed the revenant had suddenly regained some semblance of awareness, sparking a thought in his mind. Blood ancestor? Xia Chongqing inquired tentatively. Human. Do you know what you are doing? Indeed, it was the blood ancestor, and Xia Chongqing understood. However, the question posed was rather lacking in sophistication. He twirled his sword with flair. I know precisely what I am doing. I intend to send you abominations straight to hell. Well said, Xia. Blood ancestor. Why do you cower in the shadows? Are you nothing more than a cowardly rat hiding in the sewers? Abraham interjected, stepping into the room. His gaze filled with hatred for the revenant. Ah, it's you, human. I remember you. You have not perished yet, but it appears your condition is dire. How about it? Insignificant human, surrender to me, and I shall grant you eternal life. Only to become your puppet? To be a pathetic parasite for your wretched kind? No, you foul creature. The ever-vigorous Professor Abraham spat at the revenant without hesitation. Although this was not the blood ancestor's true form, it provoked his ire. No one dared to insult the illustrious blood ancestor in such a manner. Human, you have successfully enraged me. Run. Hide. The great blood clan will find you. And you shall lose your blood and soul. The blood ancestor shouted threats, but Xia Chongqing saw through the facade. If the blood ancestor were truly formidable, he would not need to utter such empty threats to ensure they would not see the dawn of another day. Blood ancestor, are you finished? If so, be gone. I still have a man to send back to his daughter. Xia Chongqing pointed his sword at the revenant. The blood ancestor seemed to notice the blazing sword in Xia Chongqing's hand and begrudgingly replied, Human, it appears you have rejected my kindness. You have chosen the wrong path. Chapter 97. The scheme. The sword blazed, the blood ancestor roared, and Xia Chongqing tilted his head before suddenly proclaiming, No, blood ancestor, I wish to join you. Reveal yourself and grant me eternal life. Xia Chongqing's eager demeanor momentarily stunned the blood ancestor, who had not anticipated such a response and found himself at a loss for words. The room fell silent for a full 20 seconds before the blood ancestor erupted in fury. Despicable human. You have no desire to become one of the great blood clan. You only wish to deceive me into revealing myself. Ah, to think you would uncover my ruse. What a pity, blood ancestor. I never expected your insect-like brain to discern my deception. Xia Chongqing sighed, unabashedly revealing his intentions. To be truthful, he had no desire to engage in subterfuge with a creature whose essence was that of a worm. Despicable human. Before the blood ancestor could finish his sentence, Xia Chongqing's sword swept through, and the revenant's head thudded to the ground. Is it melodious? A good sound denotes a good head. With the task completed, he wondered why the blood ancestor had so much to say, interrupting his dinner plans. Xia Chongqing swung his blade, igniting the corpses of the two revenants. Abraham secretly nodded in satisfaction. He had felt a twinge of anxiety when Xia Chongqing had mentioned seeking eternal life. What on earth has transpired? Who is the blood ancestor? And who are you? Hearing the questions, Xia Chongqing turned to look at Ephraim and Nora, astonished as he inquired, Why haven't you fled yet? Why should we run away? Can you enlighten me on what exactly is happening? Ephraim asked, his frustration palpable, as the recent events had completely shattered his worldview. How to explain this? Xia Chongqing stroked his chin thoughtfully and suddenly turned to Abraham. Professor, perhaps you could elucidate this matter to them. As you are well acquainted with the blood ancestor. Young man, do you not understand the need to empathize with the elderly? Professor Abraham grumbled, yet proceeded to explain the situation regarding the blood ancestor to Ephraim and Nora. Upon learning the details, Nora's expression turned despondent, her voice tinged with despair as she asked, Is there truly no way to save them? Emma is still just a child. Of course, you could pray to your God. Perhaps he might work a miracle and save these innocent souls, Xia Chongqing retorted. Do you possess no sense of morality? Nora shouted back at him. Why are you shouting? Xia Chongqing's gaze turned icy as he glared at her. Ignoring these revenants is the true absence of conscience. Rest assured, if you become infected, I will have no hesitation in eliminating you. Feeling the chill in Xia Chongqing's voice and seeing Abraham's expression of acceptance, Ephraim quickly pulled Nora aside. I apologize, sir. Nora did not mean it that way. Xia Chongqing waved dismissively. Her intentions are of no concern to me. I assure you, I do not threaten her. I speak the truth. Anyone, including Professor Abraham, will not be spared if infected. Abraham nodded approvingly. Indeed, young man. If I were to become infected, do not let sentimentality hinder your actions. Xia Chongqing laughed heartily. Fear not, Professor. My sword is swift, and you shall feel no pain. Ephraim and Nora exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe that this elder and youth were so casually discussing the prospect of one killing the other. By the way, Dr. Goodwins. Xia Chongqing suddenly turned, his face beaming, as if the earlier cold demeanor was but a fleeting shadow. Just call me Iffer, he replied. Very well, Iffer. Do you not have a colleague named Jean? Yes, what about him? Ephraim asked, anxiety and confusion etched on his face. Do not worry, doctor. He is not in any trouble. I merely require his assistance with a matter. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the three, Xia Chongqing felt compelled to explain further. At the airport, I warned him not to allow any vehicles to pass, but alas, he did not heed my advice. Did he let the coffin of the blood ancestor cross the river? Abraham glared at Xia Chongqing, his voice laced with anger. Professor, do not be enraged. He is merely a pitiable soul. As far as I know, He consented to assist out of desperation due to his wife's illness. Indeed, Jin's wife is unwell, Ephraim corroborated. My intention in seeking him is not to cast blame, but to hope he can reveal the identity of the individual who coerced him into this. Do you know who is behind this? Professor Abraham asked, his excitement palpable. Indeed, Xia Cha-ching replied, locking eyes with Abraham. That person is your old acquaintance. Ah, Ihorst. Professor Abraham enunciated, each syllable dripping with malice. Ihorst was indeed a former friend of Abraham's. In his youth, Abraham had been imprisoned in a concentration camp, where Ihorst was in charge. Later, it was Ihorst who personally selected Abraham to craft an exquisite coffin for the blood ancestor. Following the end of World War II, Ihorst underwent a transformation into a second-generation vampire, retaining his intellect. To this day, Ihorst remained in robust health, surpassing Abraham in vitality. However, Abraham had long harbored a desire to eliminate Ihorst, for it was he who had ordered the execution of Abraham's grandmother during their time in the camp. Young man, do you aim to lure Ihorst out? Indeed, Professor. As Ihorst is the blood ancestor's right-hand man, and with the ancestor currently hidden in some sewer, we shall first sever one of his arms to see how he reacts. Young man, I support your plan, Dr. Goodwins interjected. Convince your friend. It rests upon you. At this juncture, Ephraim began to grasp the broader situation. Today's events were indeed tied to Jin's actions. Very well, I shall accompany you. Tomorrow morning, we will visit Jin's home. I shall join as well. Nora quickly chimed in. In all honesty, Xia Changqing found little desire to bring along these burdensome companions. Chapter 98. Severing an arm, the biting winter chill bestowed upon New York City an unusual ambience. Pedestrians donned heavier garments, their steps hurried as they navigated their daily lives. In the face of such monotonous routine, Jean found himself enviously longing for the normalcy he had lost. Thoughts of the armed man stirred a tumultuous anxiety within him. Jean had considered alerting the authorities, yet with his wife held captive, he felt utterly powerless. The man had claimed that significant events were forthcoming in New York, assuring Jean that he could safeguard his wife's safety. Nonsense. Jean was acutely aware that this was merely a threat. It filled him with rage that he had once regarded Ifer and Nora as his closest friends, yet they now conspired with this man. The target of Jin's ire was none other than Xia Cha-ching, who was not far from him at that moment, in a subway station, an underground locale where sunlight scarcely penetrated. Considering that those elusive vampires dared not expose themselves to daylight, Xia Changqing had intentionally chosen this venue for Jin's meeting with Ihorst. As time crept by, anxiety gripped Jin as he noticed his intended contact was nowhere to be seen. Sweat began to beat on his forehead, his heart racing with trepidation. What would that brute do if he failed to fulfill his demands? You seem rather anxious. A gentle voice floated into Jin's ear. He turned to find Ihorst's ever-smiling visage before him. Ihorst. Jin's words faltered as Ihorst noticed the flicker of fear in his eyes and the beads of sweat on his brow. Beneath the human facade lurked a terrifying monster. Yet Ihorst possessed an acute observational prowess that set him apart from ordinary individuals. Following Jin's darting gaze, Ihorst turned to see a remarkably youthful Asian man. As if sensing Ihorst's attention, the young man raised his eyelids and flashed a cordial smile. Ihorst mirrored the smile, but his expression quickly froze in place. He watched in disbelief as the young Asian drew a handgun from his coat and aimed it at him. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and Ihorst cried out in agony as Jin hastily made his escape, bent over and fleeing. Was this a trap? Ihorst, belatedly realizing the peril, cast aside any notions of elegance and rolled to the ground, seeking refuge behind a row of benches meant for weary travelers. In that moment, the aligned seats became an impeccable barrier. Only after securing a temporary safety did Ihorst feel an indescribable pain radiating from his shoulder. The wisps of white smoke emanating from the wound made him instantly aware of the truth. It was a silver bullet, who sought to take his life. The unfamiliar Asian visage flashed in his mind. In an instant, Ihorst was consumed by thoughts, ultimately fixating on a singular purpose, escape, and as swiftly as possible. In the distance, Xia Changqing holstered his pistol with a sigh of regret. His aim had been true, intended for the vampire's brow. Yet it struck the shoulder instead, a lamentable misfortune. The chaos unleashed by the gunshot was palpable. Amidst the screams, the crowd scattered in a frenzy. In the land of the free, gunfights were an everyday occurrence. The citizens of America, accustomed to the depths of turmoil, fled with remarkable composure. As long as I run faster than the rest, the bullets shall not catch me, they thought. Ihorst shared this sentiment, blending into the throng. His feet swift as the wind, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Xia Cha-ching, with narrowed eyes, scanned the crowd but found no trace of Ihorst. Yet, he harbored no concern. The silver bullet carried a fragment of his shadowy power, a remnant tethered to him, ensuring that wherever Ihorst fled, he would not evade pursuit. Ihorst inhaled sharply, having eluded the crowd, navigating the labyrinth and subway tunnels until he reached a secluded area. With a sigh of relief, he finally had a moment to pause. Casting a glance at his shoulder wound, the soul-searing agony surged in waves, and the silver bullet rendered any treatment impossible, though his heart brimmed with murderous intent. I-host's face betrayed no expression. It was merely a mask of flesh, incapable of conveying the depths of his emotions. Does it hurt? At the sound of the unfamiliar voice, I-host instinctively recoiled, yet his reaction was a fraction too slow. Bang! The gunfire echoed in the confined underground space, an exceedingly jarring sound. I-host screamed, clutching his thigh as he collapsed to the ground. Another silver bullet. You bang. I-host's words were cut short by another agonizing cry. The first bullet had struck his left leg, and this one found its mark in the right. Pardon me, but I believe this ensures greater safety. Xia Cha-ching, having stowed his weapon, emerged from the shadows, observing the fallen I-host, unable to stand. It was unimaginable that this was the very individual Abraham had loathed for a lifetime. To be frank, this vampire was rather feeble. Whether by silver or sunlight, they could be easily dispatched. In this modern age, assembling a specialized force equipped with silver bullets would be a trivial endeavor. Humanity could eradicate these vampires as easily as crushing ants. Alas, the higher echelons of New York, or rather America, had been blinded by the allure of immortality, granting the vampire lord an opportunity to flourish. Who are you? I-host, sprawled on the ground, questioned with palpable reluctance. He had initially dismissed this venture, regarding Jean as inconsequential. Yet, he now found himself in dire straits, the vampire lord's plan nearing fruition. And he had once held the potential to be a pivotal figure in this new empire. I-host's eyes shimmered with deep-seated resentment. But what could resentment achieve? The vampires must perish. Xia Cha-ching coldly mused, drawing his sword and approaching without a word. I-host was not the vampire lord. He had no time to waste on a mere puppet. Wait. Seeing Xia Cha-ching advance with his sword, I-host's eyes widened in panic. He had attained immortality and did not wish to perish in such a manner. Do not kill me. My lord can grant you eternal life. That is the only argument the vampires possess. Xia Cha-ching scoffed internally, unfazed, as he continued to close the distance to I-host. Noticing Xia Cha-ching's refusal to engage in dialogue, I-host's eyes glinted dangerously. He moved backward like a worm, calculating their distance. As Xia Cha-ching entered I-host's range, the vampire abruptly opened his mouth, a grotesque, tentacle-like appendage shooting forth. I anticipated this move. A flash of white light cut through the air, and I-host let out an unearthly shriek as his appendage was severed at the root. In the next moment, Xia Cha-ching pivoted his sword, the blade slicing through I-host's neck, liberating him from further agony. Truly, he was exceedingly weak. This thought flickered through Xia Cha-ching's mind as he ignited I-host's remains. The vampire lord's right hand had now been severed, a significant blow to his power. Sheathing his sword, Xia Cha-ching departed without a backward glance. Half an hour later, an indescribable, colossal shadow materialized at the scene, fixating on the charred remains of I-host, lingering for a moment before drifting away. Xia, did you truly slay I-host? Indeed. I personally severed his head. Upon hearing Xia Cha-ching's unwavering confirmation, Abraham stood rooted in place, stunned for an extended period. His lifelong nemesis had been dispatched with such ease. To my surprise, I-host proved exceedingly weak. Upon hearing this, Abraham snapped back to reality, a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth. Are you insinuating something? If I-host was weak, what does that make me, who has always been at a disadvantage? Abraham resolved to disregard the arrogant youth. Yet moments later, unable to contain himself, Abraham spoke up. Despite I-host's demise, the vampire lord still lives. As long as he exists, I shall find no peace. Xia, what are your plans moving forward? The vampire lord could be hiding in any sewer. We must devise a way to flush him out. With I-host gone, I refuse to believe the vampire lord can remain composed. However, the unfolding events greatly exceeded Xia Cha-ching's expectations. The anticipated retaliation never materialized. The vampire lord, seemingly oblivious to the incident, chose to endure in silence. Xia Cha-ching's efforts to eliminate the vampires dwindled in efficiency. And upon locating the residences of those involved in the plane crash, he discovered the families had already vanished. Subsequently, Xia Cha-ching shifted his focus to the sewers. Though New York was vast and its sewer system intricate, the current vampire population was still too sparse, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. A few days prior, a heavy snowfall blanketed New York in a layer of pristine white. The news on television had been abuzz, heralding an imminent total solar eclipse. While many eagerly anticipated the celestial phenomenon, Xia Cha-ching and Abraham were enveloped in anxiety. Yet, despite Xia Cha-ching's ability to lure I-host into a trap, he could not prevent the solar eclipse from occurring, nor could he avert the impending hunting season. Time does not pause at the behest of individual will. And the majority of New Yorkers will not suspend their labors for a total solar eclipse. In a quaint antique shop in Brooklyn, Abraham observes the bustling street while Xia Chongqing gazes coldly at the throng of passers-by. After today, the number of the undead will undoubtedly surge. This is inevitable, while the revenants may roam at night. They remain constrained by the darkness, and no family would leave their doors unlocked. During the day, however, the unfolding eclipse grants the revenants the freedom to traverse in daylight, catching the unsuspecting populace off guard, making them vulnerable to sudden attacks. Xia, do you intend to merely wait idly? To do nothing? Abraham queries, perplexed by Xia Chongqing's indifference as he stands at the door. In response, Xia releases the hilt of his sword and turns to Abraham. Professor, New York is far too vast. With my limited power, unless I locate the blood ancestor, we are powerless to effect any change. I comprehend your sentiments. Abraham replies in a somber tone. I simply cannot bear to witness New York descend into chaos. I shudder to think of how many will fall victim today. To the empathetic Abraham, Xia Chongqing merely smirks, choosing not to comment. The calamity befalling New York ultimately lies at the feet of Palmer and the upper echelons of government. What Xia can do is observe the world with a detached gaze, seek opportunities, unearth the blood ancestor, and eradicate him, not out of some noble desire to save humanity, but purely to extract the blood ancestor's essence for his own power. The moment of the solar eclipse finally arrives, and as the sun is completely obscured, revenants begin to emerge from the shadows of New York's forgotten sewers, lost souls from a crashed plane, and those unfortunate enough to have been infected later. Regardless, these revenants commence their haunting on the streets, attacking every human within their sight. In mere moments, the entirety of New York descends into turmoil. As ordinary citizens fall prey to relentless assaults, the city's law enforcement appears to crumble, failing to respond. Once valiant and fearless, the New York police, adept at subduing threats, now seem paralyzed, hesitating to draw their weapons or restrain the undead. Even as a revenant unleashes its gaping maw to drain the blood of passers-by, the police remain oblivious to the unfolding horror. Chaos envelopes New York, driven by the unchecked malevolence of the blood ancestor and the inaction of those in power. Once the eclipse passes, the revenants retreat back into the sewers, their numbers having multiplied exponentially. Moreover, there are those who have not perished but have sustained injuries and infections, some taken to hospitals, others returning home to recuperate. The disaster brought forth by the revenants spreads rapidly,